Chapter 91 1.10 version update. A new limited time event is online. Wild Star World 1.10 version update announcement. 1. A new large-scale limited time event. The Battle of the Ship is about to be launched. 2. New villain forces. The Tiger Thieves Group and the Bia Trading Company are added. For the specific information of the above forces, please log into the game official website. Wild Star World. Setting collection to view. 3. A new race. The Orcs is added. This is a group of poor orcs from the planet Zukum. They were kidnapped to the Wild Star by the unscrupulous human smuggling criminal gang, the Bia Trading Company, and were strictly guarded by the Tiger Thieves Group, the running dogs of the Bia Chamber of Commerce, and lived a life worse than pigs and dogs. Fortunately, they met the Great Slime Clan, under the leadership of the clan leader Golden Slime. The Great Slime Clan defeated the Tiger Thieves Group and let these poor orcs regain their freedom. 4. Fixed a small number of bugs. Limited time event. Battle to seize the ship. Background of the story. Although the Slime Clan defeated the Tiger Bandits and successfully rescued the orcs, however, the Bia Chamber of Commerce, the mastermind of the human smuggling and trafficking incident, did not know about it. 2 days later, this group of evil human traffickers will take their aircraft to the deserted planet to pick up the goods. In order to prevent them from continuing to do evil, the clan leader decided to teach them a profound lesson. Introduction to the event mission. During the limited time event, players will have the opportunity to board the Bia Chamber of Commerce's aircraft and compete with it for control of the aircraft. Completing the ship seizure mission will have the opportunity to trigger the additional mission of escorting the orcs back home. Participating in the limited time event can get rich game rewards, including but not limited to props, slim coins, and contribution points. In addition, this event will adopt a points system. The top 5 players in points can also unlock the limited title of this event. After the limited time event ends, players can also use event points to participate in the lottery and prize redemption activities. Less than 2 minutes after the official website posted the update announcement, hundreds of comments were added to the comment area below. I can fly, damn! There is a new event? Brick moving boy, damn! Pudding cheese, can someone explain to me how to play this event? Black Garung Dongqiang at Pudding Cheese is most likely a combat event. Just fight the boss directly. Spinach Popeye, this statement is inaccurate. The name of the event is the Battle of Seizing the Ship, and combined with the content described in the mission introduction, it should be to seize their spaceship from the boss. Black Garung Dongqiang, doesn't the SRDS still have to fight them to seize the spaceship? There is nothing wrong with calling it a combat event. Spinach Popeye. Strawberry Shortcake, oh my god. Spaceship. This game finally has something that fits the interstellar background setting. Muttonstein bun is really delicious, I agree. After entering the game, I have been farming and hunting in the mountains. If the background setting of the deserted planet was not a backward planet, I would suspect that the game production team is selling dog meat under the guise of sheep. Ball a Black Magic Fairy, I just want to know what the spaceship looks like. Lemon Tart, +1. I want to know the same. Spinach Popeye, according to the level of detail of the modeling of this game, I think we can look forward to it. Muttonstein buns are really delicious, I agree. After all, this is the first time that spacecrafts appear in the game, so it shouldn't be a big disappointment. Strawberry Cake, oh! The official didn't even know to release a PV, which is really frustrating. Lemon Tart, that's what I mean. Other games will release game PVs when they release new games. But Desolate Star World has nothing but game announcements. Strawberry Cake, isn't it? In addition to not having a game PV, this game doesn't even have a screenshot function. Without game screenshots, it's hard for us to promote the game. People who don't know would think we are a pyramid scheme organization. Ball a Black Magic Fairy, that's right. Some time ago, I promoted this game to my friend, and she said I was lying to her when she saw that I couldn't even show her a screenshot of the game. Poor thing. I really promoted it with all my heart. Looking at the players complaining on the forum, Xiao Ming couldn't help but hold his forehead. He didn't want this to happen. As a former planner of a game company, how could he not know the importance of PV promotion? But the problem is that this is not a real game. He himself doesn't know what the people in the Bia Chamber of Commerce look like. So where can he go to prepare PV? Besides, the video recording function of the summoner can only be opened when the number of players reaches 300. Even the screenshot and photo function requires 200 people to unlock. Even if he puts everyone in at once, it will be useless if the food and corresponding supporting facilities can't keep up. Although he could understand the player's desire to show off and recommend, they may have to wait for a long time to see these functions online. But he thought that the players should not mind. After all, which game has no shortcomings? It's just that some functions are missing, which is harmless. As for the game, as long as it is exciting and fun, it's fine. After browsing the forum, Xiaoming put his attention back to his personal panel. These days, because there are too many things happening, he hasn't paid much attention to the lottery. After not opening the reward pool for a while, his points became rich again. A quick look showed that he had nearly 5,000 points. Anyway, he had a lot of points. And he was free anyway. So Xiaoming threw 3,000 points into the advanced reward pool. Maybe it was because he hadn't drawn a lottery for a long time. So he was lucky this time. He actually got 20 slime evolution balls at once, plus 8 boxes of 5.56 by 45mm caliber bullets and 2 military drones. After putting the bullets in the warehouse, Xiaoming planned to wait until the end of this event to give these drones, slime evolution balls, and the strange things he had drawn before as prizes for players to draw. Anyway, it would be useless to keep them here, so he might as well give them to these little players. Maybe they can develop many new uses. After closing the reward pool, Xiaoming walked out of the cave. I saw a group of farmhands carefully memorizing their lines by the campfire opposite. How well did you remember? Seeing the Golden Slime Lord coming over, Batu immediately saluted and said, "Report to the Golden Slime Lord." I have memorized everything. Seeing that he answered so decisively, Xiaoming was a little worried and checked a few sentences. Unexpectedly, this kid answered fluently. Seeing this, he was relieved. Very good. Then he looked at the others. What about you? Do you remember it? Yes, I remember it. But, unlike Batu's straightforwardness, the remaining farmhands looked at each other, obviously a little uneasy. Lord Golden Slime, are we really okay? What if we are exposed? Don't worry. Xiaoming glanced at the thieves curled up in the corner. Isn't there a ready-made teacher here? Just learn from them when the time comes. Hearing his voice, the bodies of several people stiffened suddenly, like a frightened rabbit, looking a little uneasy. Xiaoming couldn't help laughing when he saw it, and couldn't help but teasing. Did you also look so timid when you robbed houses before? Of course not. The reason why they are like this is not because they met you slimes. Of course, they naturally dare not say such words in front of each other. What if they pissed off this group of crazy slimes and killed them? People have to bow their heads under the eaves. As prisoners, it is better to act like a grandson to save their lives. Seeing these thieves look cowardly, the farmhands became more and more uneasy. They didn't know what the Golden Slime Master was thinking, and actually asked them to come here to pretend to be thieves. When asked why, he didn't explain, but only answered mysteriously, fishing for big fish. This made them confused. What big fish can be caught in such a mountain valley? At this time, the farmhands still couldn't understand what Xiaoming did. It wasn't until 2 days later that they saw a spaceship appear above their heads that they gradually understood what the other party said. Just as the farmhands stared at the behemoth in front of them with wide eyes and surprise, Inhu on the side couldn't help but feel uneasy, because he was going to meet with the general manager of a commercial bank next. If it were in the past, this kind of thing would never happen to him. The Black Tiger leader has always done it himself. But now he is forced to do it. How can he not be nervous? However, no matter how nervous he is, the show must go on. The spaceship stopped in the air. The cabin opened, and a well-dressed man walked down from the magnetic levitation platform. The man was about 30 years old, with a big back oily hair and gold-rimmed glasses. Although he looked ordinary, he exuded an aura that was not easy to get along with. This person was Qian, the general manager of a trading company. Seeing the person coming, Inhu clenched his fists and walked forward respectfully like the Black Tiger leader. You are here. Qian glanced at him lightly, then frowned slightly. Why is it you? Where are the Black Tigers? The leader is sick. Inhu quickly answered, I ate too much raw meat last night, and as a result, I had diarrhea all night, and I am now resting in bed. As he said that, he glanced at the person in front of him. Do you want me to take you to see it? No need. Qian decisively rejected the invitation, with a strong look of disgust and impatience in his eyes. I'm in a hurry. Just pick up the goods directly. Seeing that the other party did not ask to see the leader, Inhu was relieved. Yes. Taking the delivery note handed over by the other party, Inhu paused and said, By the way, Manager Qi, Our leader found a rare treasure a few days ago, and has been wanting to show it to you. Hearing this, Qian frowned. What treasure could he have? It's just a dog raised by a business. Aren't all the food, clothing and daily expenses given to him by the boss? Of course, Qian didn't say the second half of the sentence, but just kept it in his heart and complained silently. Inhu didn't refute, but just lowered his head slightly and said, I have seen that treasure too. It is indeed extraordinary. I can guarantee that you will never regret it after seeing it. Upon hearing this, Qian was instantly interested. However, due to face, he didn't show it too obviously. Just asked indifferently, what is it? The thief in front of him slowly raised his head. Have you seen a slime that can speak human language? Hearing this, Qian was stunned. A slime that can speak human language? Seeing that Manager Qi didn't interrupt him, Inhu continued to speak the prepared lines. Compared to the orcs that can be seen everywhere on the planet Sukum, a slime that can speak human language is still more rare. Right? If this kind of slime can be transported out of the deserted planet and sold, I believe it will definitely be a good business worth a lot of money for the Bia Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 92. Take these slimes away. Don't leave any. Slime, a creature that is everywhere on the deserted planet, has no value in itself. Of course, if it can speak human language, everything will be different. Qian is a businessman, and businessmen value profits the most. Although the main business of Bia Trading Company is to sell slaves, as long as they can make high profits, what does it matter whether the people they sell are human or not? Anyway, they have sold orcs, and compared with that, selling slimes is a piece of cake. Of course, all this is based on the premise that these thieves are not lying. After all, it is incredible that slimes can speak human language, let alone him. Anyone who hears about this will doubt it, and will give the other party a big roll of the eyes and curse. Do you think I am a fool? But on second thought, Qian felt that this group of thieves should not risk offending him and Bia Trading Company by telling such a lie that even 3-year-old children would not believe. What if it is true? You should know that the most important thing in doing business is to discover business opportunities and stand on the forefront of the industry in time. Because only in this way can you make a lot of money. This is also the fundamental reason why the first person to try something new in the industry often makes a lot of money. It is far more valuable to discover an unexplored blue ocean than to compete in a crowded red ocean. After thinking for a moment, Qian finally decided to give the other party a chance. Whether it is a valuable business or not, he has to see it first. Lead the way. Hearing this, Inhu was relieved. He took the bait. Next, as long as he takes the person over, his mission will be completed. During the mission, players must act according to the instructions of the clan leader and must not leave the team at will, without the permission of the clan leader. Players must not speak in front of NPCs during the mission. Seeing these two mission requirements in front of him, He Gulong frowned. Why? He could understand the former. But what kind of rule is it that the latter cannot speak in front of NPCs? Who knows? I always feel that this limited time event is weird. On the side, Duping Zhanqi glanced at the locked cell in front of him. We are here to rob the spaceship. Why are we in jail now? That's right. Pork stewed with vermicelli couldn't help but sigh. I wouldn't have signed up to be a pioneer team if I had known. You can't talk casually, and you can't move. The day before the limited time event was officially launched, the official posted information on the official website to recruit the pioneer team of this event. Players who become the pioneer team will receive an additional 100 contribution points. There are 15 places in total. First come first served. Seeing such a good thing, he signed up without saying a word. Although he is not good at fighting, he can at least get some experience. But he never thought that the so-called pioneer team was directly arranged by the tribe leader to be imprisoned here. It's better to stay in the farm and grow mushrooms. However, what they don't know is that at this time, not only them, but also a certain NPC tribe leader is in jail. Although, all this was his own request. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. After making this plan, he decided to make himself a bait. After all, apart from him, no other slime in the game can speak the language of the wild star. Although a few small players are learning by themselves out of curiosity, there is still a certain gap between them and communicating with the natives without obstacles. In this way, only he can take on the responsibility of the biggest bait. Lord Golden Slime. People are coming. Outside the cell, Badu, who heard the sound, reported to Xiaoming in a low voice. Hearing this, Xiaoming immediately adjusted his posture and pretended to be timid, walking into the dark and simple cell in front of him. Qian frowned unconsciously. no matter how many times he came in. The atmosphere here makes people extremely uncomfortable. Raising his hand to cover his mouth and nose, Qian asked, "Where is the slime that can speak human language you said?" "It's in the cell in front. Because I'm afraid it will run away. I have people watching it all the time." Silver Tiger smiled at Qian in a flattering way, and then glared at Batu unhappily. "Open the door quickly. Didn't you see that Manager Qi is here?" Knowing that it was just a show, Batu didn't get angry at the rude behavior of the thief in front of him, but just lowered his head and obediently opened the cell door. "It's inside." Ignoring the flattering smile of the person in front of him, Qian walked straight into the cell. In the corner opposite, a slime was curled up in the corner and looked at him timidly. Looking at the dirty slime in front of him, Qian's brows gradually frowned. Before walking in, he had imagined what a slime that could speak human language looked like. After all, it is a rare species, and there should be something different from its own kind. But he didn't expect that the other party would be so ugly. Of course, this ugly appearance does not mean that he is no different from ordinary slimes. But it means literally, this slime is neither gray nor black, nor light blue. It was a yellow similar to the soil. Of course, it might be a little brighter than the soil, but it was only a little bit. Although it was not as stunning as he expected, it was indeed extraordinary. At least he had never seen a slime with a color so similar to poop. Perhaps because of the bad association, Qian always felt that he seemed to smell an indescribable stench when standing in front of this slime. Subconsciously, he took 2 steps back and took out a handkerchief from his chest pocket to cover his mouth and nose. Can he really speak human language? Inhu was about to answer, but he heard the slime opposite him speak. What do you want to do?" Qian, who was still doubting before, was suddenly stunned when he heard the slime in front of him uttering the language of the wild star. As if he couldn't believe it, he carefully moved closer, bent down and carefully looked at the round slug in front of him. After a while, he slowly said, "Say what you just said again?" Xiao Ming couldn't help but find it funny to see the person in front of him looking forward to a baby calling him daddy. But he finally controlled himself and continued to stick to his setting of being a cowardly slime. "Say what? You? Let me out." Qian's pupils dilated instantly when he heard the slime in front of him speak human words again. The face that had never shown much expression suddenly showed visible ecstasy. "Ha ha ha. It's true. I didn't expect that there are slimes that can speak human language in this world." Looking at the general manager of the Bia Trading Company, who was laughing so hard in front of him, Inhu smiled apologetically. "That's why the leader insisted on letting me bring you to see it." Qian put away his smile and straightened his face. "You are right. This is definitely a valuable business." Even before it started, he could already foresee how shocking such a product would be if it appeared in front of those nobles. It's a pity. One is still too few. Only when the number of goods is large enough can an industrial chain be formed. However, things are rare and expensive. Slimes that can speak human language are rare. It is already extremely rare to encounter one. It is simply a dream to want a group. There are many ways to sell more and fewer ways to sell less. Although there is only one, the value that this slime can create is an unexpectedly high price. It seems that he will not lose no matter what. Thinking about it, Qian said calmly, "Your leader did a good job. And you did a good job too. Bia Trading Company will remember your contributions. I will take this slime away." Inhu hurriedly responded and said yes. After speaking, he turned his head and asked Bata outside the cell to come in and catch the slime. At this moment, Bata seemed to ask unintentionally, "Only catch this one?" As soon as the voice fell, there was silence in the cell. "Only catch this one?" Qian frowned and looked at the 2 people in front of him suspiciously. But he saw Inhu glared at Batu. And the young thief, who was in charge of guarding the cell door, seemed to realize that he had said something wrong and then lowered his head with a vague look. "It seems that there is more than one slime that can speak human language?" Qian's voice was cold, and he was obviously dissatisfied with the concealment of the person in front of him. Seeing that he couldn't hide it, Inhu pretended to be embarrassed and said, "You are right. There is indeed more than one." Seeing the unfriendly eyes of the people in front of him, he continued stutteringly, "Yes. The leader asked me to do this. He said he would get you one to sell first, and if it can be sold at a high price, he would take the rest to Jinsha City. There are many nobles over there. They should like it." The man's voice became softer and softer, as if he was afraid of the anger of the people in front of him. His body had already hunched into a ball. Qian sneered after hearing this. "Your leader's method is good. It's better to sell it here, and it won't be a loss for yourself." Seeing that the 2 people in front of him didn't speak, Qian's expression was stern. What are you standing there for? Why don't you lead the way? Let alone this one. I want as many slimes as I can. Hearing this, the two hurriedly nodded and said yes. Chief's task, NPC will appear in 5 minutes. After seeing the NPC, please shout loudly according to the pronunciation marked on the panel. Task reward, 5 slime coins. A mission? Suddenly receiving a message, the bored Vanguard team members instantly sat up straight, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. However, after reading the mission description, the doubts in their hearts not only did not decrease a bit, but became more and more. What is this? Hey Gulong Dongqiang was a little confused by the phonetic symbols in front of him. Are they unheard? Pork stewed with vermicelli is really careless. Who cares? Since it is a task, just do it. There is a reward anyway. As soon as the voice fell, there was a sound of footsteps outside. Seeing this, the players looked at each other, and then shouted loudly according to the pronunciation marked on the panel. Hearing the shouts from afar, Qian hurried over in 2 steps. In the innermost prison, there were more than a dozen slimes shouting for help. What was even more surprising was that the colors of most of these slimes were much more colorful than the one he had just seen. No wonder He, who was so generous to give him the slime for nothing. It turned out that the color of the one given to him was the most disgusting. The good-looking guy kept it for himself to sell. Realizing this, Qian's face became more and more ugly. Regardless of what the people around him thought, he raised his hand and waved, "Take all these slimes away. Don't leave any behind." Chapter 93, Let the Wolf In. Upon hearing this, the two showed panic on their faces. Seeing them hesitate, Qian couldn't help but glare at them. Do you want to be enemies with Bia Commercial Bank? I dare not. Yin shook his head hurriedly. Please wait. We will catch all these slimes and take them away for you. Qian was very satisfied with the performance of the man in front of him. Then he took out another bill of lading. There is also this. Send the orcs on it as well. You'd better move faster. I'm still waiting to bring the goods back to report. Yes. 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 Inhu nodded and smiled. Unwilling to stay in such a dark, narrow and smelly place, Qian covered his nose with a handkerchief and walked out with a look of disgust after explaining the matter. Watching the other parties back leaving, the two who had been nervous for a long time suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not exposed. Unlike the NPCs, the players who witnessed all this felt a little confused. What are they doing? Finally, he couldn't help it, and Hey Gulong Dongqiang posted a sentence in the chat channel. Have you felt that the NPCs have been weird these 2 days? As soon as this was said, other players agreed. By Wuchang, I think so too. Stir-fried kidneys. It turns out that I am not the only one who thinks so. Since the official announcement of the new event, the NPCs have been a little bit wrong. Not only this thief named Silver Tiger, but also the clan leader and others. For example, those farmhands and guards. They actually came out of the farm base, and even dressed like this. It feels like they are plotting something behind our backs. Although he knows that this is just a game, he doesn't know why he has the illusion that these NPCs are real-life forms with independent consciousness. Dapping Zanki, your feeling is not wrong. Didn't you find that the tasks we receive from the clan leader in this limited time event are all weird? Stir-fried kidney flour, indeed. Not only imprisonment, but also some bizarre mission requirements. For example, you can't talk in front of NPCs. Hey Gu Long Dong Chong. Damn! Hearing you say that, it suddenly feels a bit scary. Just like in some science fiction movies, artificial intelligence can control humans when it develops to a certain extent. You say, are we being dominated by these NPCs? The chat channel was silent for 2 seconds. Then, the bottom was filled with a lot of ha ha ha. How is it possible? I want to be read. This is obviously the program setting of the game. Lao Hei. Your imagination is too big. Pork stewed vermicelli. Actually, think about it from another angle. We are indeed dominated by NPCs. After all, who doesn't want mission rewards? Laughing with sidelong eyes. I am your father, ha ha. It's true. Pork stewed vermicelli. Speaking of mission rewards, why don't I see Gotham brother? In the past, when encountering this kind of combat activities, isn't this guy always the most active? I want to be read. Oh my gosh. I wouldn't have noticed it if you hadn't told me. The Gotham guy didn't even make the Vanguard team. Stir-fried kidney, maybe I didn't get it. There are only 15 spots in the Vanguard team, but there are 150 people in the game. It's not easy to be selected with a probability of 110. That makes sense. Look! Batu and his friends are bringing cages over. There was a sharp creaking sound. And Inhu, Batu and several farmhands dressed as thieves actually pushed several large iron cages over. Seeing this, the players were stunned. What's going on? It's not enough to just go to jail. Now they have to be put in cages. Hack. Were we sold out by the tribe leader? Perhaps too shocked. Hey Gulongdong couldn't help but exclaimed. As soon as the voice fell, the players present received a message prompt. Tribal leader task 2. Please enter the cage according to the instructions of the NPC and continue to shout according to the following phonetic symbols. Task reward, 5 slime coins. Seeing the task prompt in front of them, the players blinked their eyes. Good guy. Could it be that they were sold out by the tribe leader as Lao Hei said? What is this limited time event for? Is there something wrong with the game planner? Bai Wuchang couldn't help but complain in a low voice. Let's wait and see. Ping Zhanqi was obviously more patient. Things that are not understood now may be understood later. Although they were puzzled by this task, the players finally lined up and entered the cage as required by the task, and shouted for help in the Wild Star language while walking. On the side, Inhu, who witnessed all this, felt that his jaw was about to drop. Although they were shouting for help, these slimes didn't seem to be afraid or panicked at all. Not only that, there was also a perfunctory feeling of wanting to finish the job quickly. Good guy. What about the self-cultivation of an actor? Even if you are pretending, you have to pretend to be more realistic. It's a pity that the players can't hear his inner complaints. They didn't know the script and could only act in confusion, according to the task prompts given by the clan leader. Fortunately, creatures like slimes don't have such rich expressions like humans. So even if the performance is not very good, it doesn't matter. Anyway, the people of Bia Trading Company won't notice it. As Inhu guessed, the people of Bia Trading Company did not notice it. Not only did they not notice it, but they were also shocked by the appearance of the slimes that could speak human language in front of them. If they were puzzled by the fact that Manager Chi insisted on taking a group of slimes on the road, their doubts were instantly dispelled. Where did these thieves find so many slimes of different colors and human language? It's incredible. If it is transported out for sale, it will definitely be snatched up by those rich people. Unlike the ideas of these human traffickers. When they saw the huge aircraft floating in the air in front of them, which was as big as a hill, the little players, who were questioning the planner before, showed extremely excited expressions. Unlike the alien spacecraft in many science fiction movies, the aircraft in front of us is not oval in appearance. Nor is it triangular like a fighter jet. To be honest, it looks more like a solid steel fortress. Moreover, it was surrounded by a shimmering light. From certain angles, the huge ship seemed to have disappeared into the air. It was roughly estimated that it was some kind of cloaking device. After all, the business of Bia Trading Company was illegal, so it must be more discreet and low-key to be more secure. Looking up at the towering fortress in front of him, not only the pioneer team in the cage, but also other players hiding in the dark and the long-term workers pretending to be thieves showed expressions of inexperience. In front of such a magnificent scientific miracle, anyone would feel that they were just a tiny dust. After being shocked for a long time, almost everyone had a word in their mind. Hack! This is too shocking. Looking at the giant flying fortress in front of him, Chen Yuanan, who was hiding in the dark, swallowed unconsciously. Sure enough, the decision to travel a long distance from the slime village to participate in the limited time event here was extremely correct. The modeling of this game is too shocking. If the current conditions did not allow it, he really wanted to rush forward to observe this big guy up close. Thinking of this, Chen Yuanan couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have signed up for the pioneer team. In this way, he would probably be the first batch of players to enter the spaceship. The players who failed to be selected for the pioneer team felt regretful and envious. At this time, the 15 players who were selected for the pioneer team felt extremely fortunate. This half-day of jail was not in vain. It is indeed desolate star world. The planner does not follow the ordinary path at all. Finally understand why this was done before. Hey Gulong Dongqiang suddenly said, it turns out that we were really sold by the tribe leader. Just now, Inhu and Batu were obviously selling us to the human trafficker. Think about it carefully. Smart and beautiful slimes, like us, are also rare species. How could those human traffickers not be tempted? Hey Gulong Dongqiang analyzed seriously. As long as they take us on the spaceship, it is equivalent to letting a wolf into the house. I want to be read, damn it. Bai Wuchang, damn it. The clan leader is so damn smart. I am your father, although The clan leader is just an NPC. Wasn't this game thought up by the planner? By Wu Chang. Pork stewed with vermicelli. The planner is awesome. This brain circuit is really unexpected. Duping spread his wings thoughtfully. And he thought it was strange before. Recruiting the Vanguard team not only did not let us charge into battle, but instead let us go to jail. So this is the idea. Just when the players were shocked, the task panel in front of them suddenly shook. And then a message popped up. Activity task ship seizure battle. Triggered. Task reward, 100 contribution points, 100 slime coins. Task requirements, after entering the spaceship, the Vanguard team must gain control of the spaceship as soon as possible. If the ship seizure mission fails, the Bia caravan will most likely retaliate strongly against the Slime clan and even the human NPCs of the Slime farm. Friendly reminder, if the mission fails, the limited time event will be closed immediately. The next opening time after the event is closed is uncertain. Please seize the opportunity. Seeing this mission information, all the players in the cage couldn't help but widen their eyes. Damn! Is this game so exciting? Will the game activities be closed if the mission fails? Just when the players were shocked, they heard a sentence beside them. What are you afraid of? Can't you just do it? I saw by Wu Chang rubbing his hands excitedly. This only talks about the situation of mission failure. In this case, as long as we don't fail. Isn't it okay? After speaking, he saw that the merchants of the Bia trading company, who were looking at them with shining eyes. It seems that they will not be wary of us. This battle, we will definitely win. Chapter 94 Ponzi Cave 1.0. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and move these slimes to the cargo hold. Using his men to transport the cages onto the spaceship. Qian turned around and asked Yin-Hu, why haven't the goods I want been delivered yet? Yin-Hu lowered his head slightly. And someone had already gone to pick them up. And they should be here soon. Qian was very impatient when he heard this. What are you doing? Don't you know I'm in a hurry? I'm really sorry. Manager Qi. I have to ask you to wait a little longer. Yin-Hu nodded and apologized while muttering in his heart. Why don't these slimes take action? Could it be that they really plan to wait until the spaceship takes off before coming out? They are so hesitant. And it's obvious that they are not the material for great things. It's better to let Manager Qi take them away together. Thinking of this, Yin-Hu was stunned. Wait, maybe there is such a possibility. After all, no one can be sure that the plan of the golden slime will succeed. The people in the Bia caravan were not thieves, like them, who wanted nothing. Even if the slimes really got angry, they might not be able to defeat them. If the slimes fell into a slump, he could just turn against them. Anyway, he had only agreed to participate in this incredible action to save his life. If the slimes really lost, wouldn't he be free? What's more, the leaders were still in jail. As long as the slimes were gone, wouldn't the entire Tiger Thieves group become his territory? The more Yin-Hu thought about it, the more he felt that this was feasible. Even his face, which was originally full of bitterness and hatred, couldn't help but reveal a hint of excitement. What are you laughing at? Seeing the smile of the man in front of him, Qian was a little dissatisfied. If you delay my big thing, I will make you pay for it. Yin-Hu immediately restrained his smile after hearing this, and nodded humbly, unwilling to waste time chatting with this low-ranking and ignorant thief. Qian turned around and stepped onto the elevator to return to the spaceship and wait. But at this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from above his head. Gunshot? Subconsciously, Qian raised his head, and then saw a human-shaped black shadow falling vertically from top to bottom, accompanied by a shrill scream. A boatman fell into a bloody mess. Faced with this sudden scene, Qian was extremely frightened. Subconsciously, he immediately pressed the ascending key to board the ship to check the situation. But at this moment, the scream above his head sounded again, and the same scene appeared again. I saw that his men were thrown off the spaceship mercilessly like ragbags. And this situation continued. What is going on? Could it be that there is a ghost on his ship? Thinking of this, Qian dared not delay anymore, and hurried back to be a number one. Then he saw an unbelievable scene. All the slimes that were supposed to be in the cage had escaped. Moreover, they launched a terrible attack on his crew members. A black slime punched a crew member hard, and then the poor guy flew out like a baseball. Bang! There was a loud thump. A huge groove with a diameter of nearly 2 meters appeared on the inner wall of the spaceship in front of him, and the unlucky guy was embedded in the wall. Is this what a slime can do? However, there was more than one jaw-dropping thing, because soon, he saw another eggplant purple slime split into 2. Not 3. No! It became countless. And his men were like a group of idiots being played around by this group of slimes. Not only these two slimes, but all the slimes on the spaceship were like this. They were like divine help. And suddenly everyone became extremely powerful and began to show their magical powers. There was constant exchange of gunfire in the cabin. But no one could bring these slimes to justice. They were as slippery as loaches in a quagmire. And people couldn't catch them. Looking at this scene in front of him, Chien felt like he had a terrible nightmare. Not long ago, he was thinking of using these talking slimes to open up a new way for the company to make money and win credit from his boss. But everything that happened before his eyes broke all his plans. It was all because of that thief. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have suffered such a huge loss. Damn lackey. Damn bug. Subconsciously, Chien pulled out a high magnetic pulse gun and shot at the jelly gel in the distance. However, those slugs were extremely flexible, and they seemed to have eyes on their backs. These guys had already avoided the bullets one step ahead before they flew over. Damn it! Chien couldn't help but curse loudly. Before he could continue shooting, there was a sudden sound from outside. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion. The originally stable and suspended spacecraft suddenly began to shake violently. Caught off guard, Chien stumbled and fell to the ground in an instant. What happened? Before he could get up from the ground, the explosion sounded again. The spacecraft, which had not yet recovered its stability, once again fell into a strong turbulence. Ha ha ha, explode? Looking at the rocket launchers flying towards the protective shield of the spaceship one after another, Gotham Iron Man laughed wildly. On the side, the players couldn't help but marvel at the scene in front of them. Hack! I thought the plot of the anti-Japanese drama about grenades blowing up planes was outrageous enough. But I didn't expect that Gotham Brother actually made a rocket launcher to blow up the spaceship. Unscientific. This is not scientific at all. Oh my god. Although, the thunder is loud, but the rain is small. So many LS were fired. But none of them could shoot down the spaceship. Isn't it? Although the explosion effect does look quite bluffing. But the protective shield of the spaceship was not damaged at all. Isn't this nonsense? That's a spaceship. If it can be shot down by Gotham Brothers' homemade rocket launcher, then the planner of this game is probably out of his mind. That's true. Players are not optimistic about Gotham Brothers' ability to conquer the spaceship by himself. But Gotham Iron Man, who is the center of the topic, disagrees with this. Because he never thought of doing that. Are you kidding? That's a spaceship. Besides, he was researching bombs, not intercontinental missiles. No matter how complacent he was about his invention, he couldn't be stupid enough to think that this thing could shoot down a spaceship. All he had to do was to assist the Vanguard team in capturing the spaceship. This was also the task assigned to him by the clan leader before the event started. The clan leader even said that as long as the spaceship was not blown up, he could do whatever he wanted. With the clan leader's permission, Gotham Iron Man was like a naughty child with a parent's backing. And he instantly let go and started to work hard. Anyway, things like spaceships can't be blown up by his bombs. In this case, he can use it to experiment with his newly developed weapons. Anyway, his task is to play assist, as long as he doesn't let the spaceship fly away. But when it comes to preventing the spaceship from flying away, he thought of a better idea than using bombs to interfere. Thinking about it, Gotham Iron Man immediately commanded his two apprentices. Quick! Bring me my newly developed Pansy Cave 1.0. Upon hearing this, the two little players were stunned. Do you really want to take it? Thakele was obviously a little entangled. This weapon was developed just 2 days ago, and is still in the experimental stage. The stability and effectiveness of the weapon are still unknown. Right now is the critical moment of the mission. What if we take it out rashly and mess up the task assigned by the Patriarch? Gotham Iron Man, what are you talking about? Just take it quickly if I tell you to. Besides, we need to do experiments because we don't know whether this thing is useful or not. Waste coke, it seems to make sense. Gotham Iron Man raised his little foot and kicked the soft and elastic butt of the little player next to him. Why don't you go quickly? But the Patriarch, the electrical repairman on the side, he hesitated to speak. What are you afraid of? If something really happens, I will take responsibility. Seeing that the Gotham brother patted his chest and promised, the two little players hurriedly trotted away. Soon, they brought a big square box. There was a round hole in front of the box, with a long pipe and nozzle connected to it. At first glance, the shape looks a little like an old-fashioned vacuum cleaner, and a little like a pesticide barrel, recalling Gotham Iron Man's previous reckless behavior. Many people subconsciously step back several steps. Don't let it be another dangerous thing that will suddenly spit fire. Some new players, who have not seen Gotham's bold behavior, can't help but feel curious. What is this? Seeing that someone is interested in his new invention, Gotham Iron Man immediately got excited. This is my latest control blocking weapon. I named it Pansadong 1.0. Pansadong 1.0? What a strange name. Gotham didn't seem to be ready to explain immediately. He just turned his head and shouted to the two apprentices beside him. Open their eyes. As soon as the voice fell, Fake Kiki and the electrical repairman carried the square and strange instrument to the bottom of the spacecraft. Spray at the thrusters and engines of the spacecraft. After turning left and right, the two found their correct position and quickly pulled out the pipe and aimed the nozzle at the engine of the spacecraft. Puff puff puff, accompanied by a sound similar to fart. The nozzle in front of them sprayed out a sticky liquid with a strange smell. This sticky liquid easily passed through the protective shield of the spacecraft and then splashed onto the propeller of the spacecraft. Then, the liquid began to harden and draw. But in a moment it turned into a sticky substance similar to bubble gum. Seeing this, the players were stunned. I saw that the Gotham man was very proud. This is a weapon I invented with spider silk as inspiration. The raw material is the juice of the pima tree, which is similar to the juice of the rubber tree. But the viscosity and elasticity are slightly worse. So I mixed some slime poop. Although the smell is not very good, the effect is even better than chewed gum. Once it is stained, you can't pick it off. So I named it Ponzi Cave. I believe that with this thing. Not to mention Tang Sung. Even the spaceship carrying the Monkey King can't escape. Seeing the Gotham man's beaming expression, the players could not help but fall into silence. Slime's poop. No wonder I always smelled a stinky smell from just now. Looking at the large mass of unknown objects wrapped around the spacecraft engine, everyone present turned their heads. Ugh. Chapter 95. Where is the chief? Seeing the players' performance, Gotham remained calm. Don't worry. I have already disinfected and sprayed deodorant. The smell is not that terrible. Everyone. TMD, even if it is disinfected, it is still shit. Besides, disinfecting shit? Are you crazy? There are so many complaints that the players don't know where to start complaining. Of course, the main reason why they can't speak is that the things on the spaceship are so disgusting that they can feel the smell of shit when they open their mouths. And they can't speak normally. Of course, we don't know whether this is a fact or a psychological effect. At this time, the players are complaining wildly in their hearts. It's terrible. This guy is really terrible. I thought Gotham was just a bomb maniac. But I didn't expect him to be so crazy that he actually used feces to make weapons. That's feces. Even if they are not people but slimes now, they are still feces. Could it be that he was punished by the chief to clean the toilet and became stupid? Of course, Gotham brother knew nothing about the complaints of other players. At this time, he only paid more attention to the unknown object on the engine of the spaceship in front of him. I feel that the ratio can be adjusted a little bit, and the current solidification speed is still a little slow. But it's not a big deal. Anyway, this thing probably can't fly now. What happened to be a number one is still unknown to the Pioneer team and the people in the business in the spaceship. Take off quickly. After experiencing a violent tremor, Qian turned on the communicator and ordered the driver to start the spaceship and leave the deserted planet, while commanding the others to deal with these difficult slimes. For a while, both sides fell into a white-hot battle. Most of the players in the Pioneer team have activated their skills through the Slime Evolution Ball, and many of them are high-level players who take the combat route. Some of them with strong combat power can even fight 10 people alone. However, there are still too many people on this spaceship. Although the strength of the Vanguard team is good, compared with the huge number of enemies, the combat effectiveness of 15 elites is obviously not enough. In addition, Qian, the manager of the business, returned to the ship, which made the crew members, who were originally leaderless, suddenly find their backbone and began to fight against the players in an orderly manner. Without the previous panic, the combat effectiveness of this group of evil forces returned to their normal level. Seeing that the enemy was about to rise, the pressure on the Vanguard team gradually increased. Dodging a shot, Duping spread his wings and rolled forward to hide behind the bunker. On the side, He Gulong Dongqiang grabbed the steel bar at his feet and threw it hard into the distance. With the blessing of the strength enhancement skill, there was a sound of puffing, and the sharp steel bar pierced the chest of the opposite person. Before he could even scream, the crew member fell to the ground. Go to the control room quickly. Hearing the sound, The players hiding in the dark fled out of the cargo hold. They did not forget the mission the clan leader had given them. Seize control of this spaceship. After escaping from the cage, they have been chasing the enemy in the cargo hold, wasting a lot of time. The longer the time drags on, the more disadvantageous this battle will be for them. It can't be delayed any longer. Dense bullets flew around in the cabin, bringing a thrilling life and death chase. Stop them. Don't let them run away. Qian shouted hoarsely in the back with the communicator. At this time, his appearance was so embarrassed that he had lost his previous spirit and dignity. Instead, his eyes were completely ignited by the fighting spirit of winning. This group of slimes is obviously not the kind of playthings that can please the noble lords. But the fighting quality they show is first class. Even the mercenaries of their business may not be able to beat them. Although this result is unexpected, it is not entirely a bad thing. If these slimes can be subdued and sent to the planets that need mercenaries to fight, the profits will definitely be higher than providing entertainment for the nobles. Besides, these guys messed up his spaceship so much. How can he let them go so easily? Wait, slugs. I will definitely make you pay the price. However, just when Qian thought he had one, a deafening roar suddenly came from the central control room in the distance. After a flash of white light, a thick smoke came from a distance, and the originally closed hatch was blown open with a big hole. In the choking smoke, the crew in the central control room were looking at the group of aggressive slimes outside with a confused look on their faces. What's going on? In the back, Qian, who rushed over in a hurry, saw this and ordered his subordinates. Quick! Stop them quickly! The people below rushed to the cockpit in a hurry, and the scene was in chaos. Just as the two sides were preparing for the second round of fighting, they heard a bang, a muffled sound, and the spacecraft was violently shaken again. Qian held the wall with difficulty and cursed loudly. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to take off? Why is the spacecraft still under attack? No. Manager Qi. The pilot of the spacecraft answered loudly with sweat on his forehead. The engine of the spacecraft seems to have a problem. And it can't fly. It can't fly. What? Qian's eyes widened suddenly. How could this be possible? As a commercial transport spacecraft, the protection system of EP91 is one of the top ones in the world. Once a malicious attack is detected, the nanoparticle shield of EP91 will automatically block all attacks. The artillery attack just now was undoubtedly a small fight for it, and it was impossible to damage the surface of the spacecraft. Not to mention such an important part as the engine, since the engine could not have been damaged by an external attack. The only possibility was that the internal parts were aged and worn out. But they had clearly done a thorough inspection before departure, so there was no possibility of any mistakes. In this case, why did the spacecraft's engine suddenly fail? Qian racked his brains, but couldn't figure it out. Of course, he didn't have time to figure it out in this situation, because soon, this group of slimes with amazing combat power overthrew the pilot of the spaceship and seized the position of the central operating console of the spaceship. Seeing that the situation became uncontrollable, Qian, who was desperate, immediately took out a high magnetic pulse gun and shot at the group of daring slimes. However, everything was too late. A sudden sense of weightlessness came, and the spaceship that was originally suspended in the air suddenly dropped down. At the same time, the originally closed door of the spaceship opened instantly. Then, he heard a strange and noisy shout. Down with the human traffickers! For the slime clan! Go! Long live the clan leader! Long live the golden slime! Then, he saw countless colorful slimes holding all kinds of strange weapons and pouring into the cabin. How could there be so many slimes? Where did they come from? Qian had no way of knowing these questions. In the chaotic situation in front of him, his brain could no longer think normally, because soon, he saw two slimes carrying a strange square container with a tube rushing towards him. At the same time, the other slimes on the scene actually dodged. There was a sound of puff puff puff, and a strange mucus was sprayed out from the tube in front of him. He was caught off guard and was covered with this mucus. In an instant, an indescribable strange smell came to his nose. Before Qian had time to curse, he was horrified to find that his feet were stuck to the ground and could not move. After that, he watched the two slimes holding the nozzle and sweeping at other people around. But in a moment, his men fell into the same predicament as him. Witnessing this scene, the players hiding in the distance couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Hack! Is this thing called Ponzi Cave so awesome? Speak softly. Don't let Gotham hear it. If he hears it, he hears it. What's there to be afraid of? You don't understand. This guy can't stand praise. If he hears it, he might make bombs with poop next time. Gotham Iron Man didn't hear the players' discussion. At this moment, he was in a state of complacency. I am really a genius. I can actually invent such an awesome weapon. Brother, stop being so cocky. Hurry up. The mission is not completed yet. On the side, Kaylee was very disrespectful to the stage. What do you mean by brother? You are disrespectful. You should call me master. Brother Gotham glared at him unhappily, then cleared his throat and shouted to the enemies, who were already unable to move. You are surrounded. The great golden slime chief promised that as long as you lay down your weapons and surrender, you will be allowed to leave here alive. Whether you live or die, it all depends on you. Hearing Brother Gotham's voice of persuading him to surrender, the other players around him seemed to be inspired by something and shouted loudly. The chief is merciful. Those who surrender will not be killed. Long live the clan leader. Long live the slime clan. Long live the clan leader. Amidst the shouting, a little player suddenly stopped and looked around in confusion, although, where is the clan leader? Chapter 96. You will have to pay for what you have done. At this time, the players noticed that the slime chieftain had not appeared for a long time. According to the official game plan, the slime chieftain was the leader and initiator of this battle. It was really puzzling that the NPC with such a key identity was gone now. Just as everyone looked around, a sentence suddenly came from their ears. Hack! Hey Gulong Dongqiang seemed to have suddenly thought of something and slapped his head and said, We were so busy fighting just now that we forgot to release the chieftain. Everyone in the Vanguard squad. Hack! Others? Gotham Iron Man was puzzled. What happened? What do you mean by forgot to release the chieftain? Hey Gulong Dongqiang scratched his head. A little embarrassed, the chieftain was locked in a cage in the cargo hold like the rest of us. The situation was urgent at the time, and we were so busy completing the task that we didn't pay attention to him for a while. And then we forgot about it again. The chieftain is probably still in the cage right now. Everyone, how can you forget this? As the top licker of the slime chieftain, I want to be read and urge him, hurry up, hurry back, and release the chieftain. What if the chieftain is angry and his favorability is deducted? He is still counting on the chieftain to give him hidden tasks in the future. What's the hurry? Backslash by Wu Chang is obviously calmer. He has forgotten it anyway. And he doesn't care about being late for a while. Besides, the chieftain is in the cage and nothing has happened. Compared with these, let's let these people surrender and end this activity task first. Let them surrender. I want to be read and glance at him. Do you think they can understand what we say? Or do you speak the language of the wild star? Bai Wuchang was speechless. I almost forgot that the game players and most of the native NPCs don't speak each other's language. Seeing that the atmosphere became a little awkward, Da Peng Zhanqi came out to make peace. Let's release the chieftain first. The language barrier is secondary. What if there is an event plot next? Without the clan leader, the plot after this may not be able to proceed. Brother Da Peng's analysis is not unreasonable. Hearing this, the two immediately gave up the dispute and asked He Gulong Dongqiang, who had the strongest strength, to go back to destroy the cage and rescue the clan leader. Compared with the player's eagerness, Xiaoming seemed very calm at this time. When He Gulong Dongqiang ran over to rescue him, he was still sleeping soundly in the cage. This shocked the guilty little player in front of him. Sure enough, the clan leader is worthy of being the clan leader. He could still sleep even with the continuous artillery fire outside. In the shocked eyes of the little players, Xiaoming got up very calmly, stretched and asked, What's the situation? Seeing this, He Gulong Dongqiang came back to his senses and answered hurriedly, Report to the clan leader. We have gained control of the spacecraft. There are 55 people on the boat. 39 dead and 9 injured. All of them are under our control. After listening to the players' report on the results of the battle, Xiaoming nodded with satisfaction. You did a great job. You are worthy of being the brave warriors of our tribe. Hearing the praise from the tribe leader, He Gulong Dongqiang smiled excitedly and honestly, and then hurriedly said, Tribe leader, please wait a moment. I will rescue you right away. Xiaoming nodded slightly. Yes. To be honest, when the Vanguard team destroyed the cage and escaped, he could have asked the players to rescue him. But he didn't do it. The reason is simple. Because it's too dangerous outside. There are no eyes on the battlefield. If the two sides accidentally hurt him during the battle, wouldn't he be in big trouble? After all, he doesn't have a resurrection armor like the players. Instead of this, it's better to stay in a safe place and wait until the matter is over before going out. If his plan can be implemented smoothly without any accidents. According to the combat effectiveness of this group of young players, this battle should be won. Facts have proved that Xiaoming's guess is right. Although this battle was not easy, the players did win the control of the spaceship. The only thing he didn't expect was the scene after the battle. Although before the battle began, Xiaoming had imagined that after this battle to seize the ship, the spaceship might be damaged. Although he was prepared for the fact that he couldn't catch the wolf without sacrificing the child. He really didn't expect the spaceship to become like this. The passage of the spacecraft was full of bullet holes, and there was a faint smell of sulfur in the air. But compared to these, what surprised him more was the unknown mucus in the control room in front of him, which was like a spider web, stickier than a spider web, and more disgusting than chewed bubble gum. Looking at the humanoid object wrapped in mucus and unable to move, Xiaoming was stunned. Oh my god! What are these things? Curious, Xiaoming wanted to get closer to take a look. However, as soon as he approached, he smelled a strange smell. It was stinky, and there was a faint smell similar to disinfectant. Just when he wanted to take a look from it, the players behind him suddenly changed their expressions. Chief, don't move. Xiaoming? Looking at the nervous expressions of the players, Xiaoming suddenly stopped. What's going on? As the initiator, Gotham Iron Man seemed to realize something. Silently stepped back a few steps, and hid in a corner where no one noticed. Some kind-hearted players couldn't bear to watch it, so they told the truth. This thing was made by Gotham Iron Man using the juice of the pima tree mixed with slime feces. It is very sticky, and it is said that once it is stained, it can't be scraped off. Slimes? Feces? Hearing this, Xiaoming suddenly held his breath and stepped back in fear. No wonder I always felt that the stench of this thing was so familiar just now. It turned out that this was the smell of shit. Covering his mouth and nose, Xiaoming couldn't help but complain in his heart. He was ignorant, and he could even use poop as a weapon. This group of little players is really terrible. No. Is it the time to sigh about these things now? Now the whole spaceship control room is full of this thing. No wonder those players were far away from the central control room just now. And only he was standing here stupidly smelling the shit. Thinking of this, Xiaoming felt that he was not feeling well. Where is Gotham Iron Man? Hearing the clan leader's cold voice, Gotham's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Subconsciously, he stepped back again, away from the slime group. Can't see me? Can't see me? Brother Gotham was mumbling in his heart while preparing to run away. But at this moment, he heard a voice behind him. Report to the clan leader. He is there. Then he heard a swish, and everyone looked in his direction. And it was his two good apprentices who betrayed his whereabouts. Gotham Iron Man. Where is the deep relationship between master and apprentice? These traitors. As if he was angry, Brother Gotham immediately added, don't just blame me. The control room has become like this now. And you two are also responsible. It's because you asked us to spray. Feeling that the situation is not good, the two little players immediately turned against the clan leader and reported, Clan leader, this is really not our idea. It was Gotham who said he wanted to test the power of the new weapon. So he asked us to do it. Xiaoming, explain it. What is going on? Facing the unsuspecting slime chieftain in front of him, Gotham brother swallowed nervously and subconsciously retorted. I am also for the victory of the slime clan. Although this thing is a bit smelly, it is thanks to it that we can restrain the engine of the spacecraft and control these guys. Perhaps he felt that what he said made sense, and Gotham Iron Man's body became more and more straight. Besides, if it weren't for my Pansy Cave 1.0, this battle would not have ended so quickly. If you insist, I am the biggest contributor to this battle. Feeling that his merits outweigh his faults, Gotham brother, who was full of self-confidence, was completely unafraid of the black face of the slime chieftain in front of him, and only showed a proud expression of, come and praise me. After hearing this speech, all the players were shocked by his thick skin, although his invention did play an important role in the victory of the battle. But we can't forget that this thing also caused serious pollution to everyone's body, mind and soul. What's more, there is still so much slime in the control room. How long will it take to clean it up? For a moment, the players couldn't help cursing. Go to hell with you. Why don't you say that you made the spaceship smell of shit everywhere? That's right. Your Pansy Cave is simply killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of its own. Don't quibble. Our tribe leader is so wise and powerful that he will definitely not believe your nonsense. But at this moment, I heard a sentence beside my ear. It seems that you are indeed the hero of this battle. Hearing the words of the slime tribe leader, the players were stunned. Damn. No way. The NPC was really fooled by the crooked logic of Gotham Iron Man? What kind of NPC is this? Not smart at all. Gotham Iron Man disagreed. What do you know? This is the tribe leader's wise and powerful performance. I am the MVP who made a huge contribution to this battle. How could the tribe leader punish me when he couldn't praise me in time? Hack MVP. Just when everyone couldn't help but want to swear. They heard the slime chief in front of them slowly speak, in order to thank the great contribution of Gotham Iron Man. The chief decided to reward you with the title of Ace Cleaner. And will also give you an important task. Clean up this spaceship. At this point, the smile of the NPC in front of him suddenly turned cold. If this place cannot be restored to its original state within a week, you will be punished by the chief's force offline. Gotham Iron Man. Damn. Chapter 97 Power Armor. The war ended, and the BIA commercial spaceship number 1 officially became the property of the Slime Clan. Compared with the previous war, the subsequent cleaning work of this war has become much more difficult. The objective reason for this result is not only the large area of the spaceship itself and the high maintenance cost, but also because of the interference weapon Panzerdung 1.0 developed by Gotham Iron Man. The success and failure are both due to Xiaohe. Although Panzerdung 1.0 played an important role in the victory of the battle, it also has a fatal flaw: it cannot be easily removed. As its inventor said, this sticky liquid made of the juice of the Pima tree and the slime feces once stained. Even the Monkey King on the spaceship can't get rid of it. Gotham Iron Man lay on the deck of the spaceship, holding a small shovel and carefully shoveling the sticky objects attached to the ground. At this time, he deeply felt the irritability of the sanitation workers when cleaning the chewing gum stuck on the ground. However, compared with the sanitation workers, who only need to shovel a small piece, his situation is obviously not so friendly. Apart from the engine of the spacecraft, the entire central control room is full of this sticky wire-drawing gelatinous substance, which looks like a Ponzi cave at a glance. I wouldn't have sprayed so much if I had known earlier. This is too damn difficult to deal with. However, no matter how much he complains, things still need to be done. After all, he doesn't want to be forced offline by the Patriarch after 7 days. Now, he has become accustomed to logging into Desolate Star World every day. If he is forced to log off, he will not be able to log into the game for 7 days. This feeling is even more uncomfortable than quitting smoking and drinking. You have to solve the mess you have dug yourself. Brother Gotham had to continue cleaning bitterly. Fortunately, he was not fighting alone, because his 2 little apprentices were also sent by the Patriarch to do the cleaning work. Obviously, the 2 people's actions of sacrificing their relatives for the sake of justice did not move the NPC. Compared with the cleaning problem, the repair of the parts on the spacecraft that were damaged by the battle seemed less difficult. Not to mention that there are many big players in engineering among the players, and there are engineers responsible for repairing the spacecraft among the surviving captives. With these people, not to mention restoring the spacecraft to 100%, but it can be repaired to 70% or 80%. Of course, all this is based on the willingness of these people to cooperate. However, according to the current situation, these people should not go against them. After all, those who know the times are heroes. After all, they are just technicians who drive spacecrafts, and there is no need to show loyalty to the company. For them, survival is the most important thing. Outside the spacecraft, looking at these captives and players who are busy coming in and out, Xiao Ming couldn't help but show a satisfied smile on his face. Who would have thought that a few months ago, he was still worried about the problem of survival in this wilderness? But now, with the help of this group of 4th disasters, they not only built a village base, but also have a spaceship. It was clearly still an agricultural society not long ago, and had not even completed the vision of full transformation to industrialization. But under such circumstances, they actually made a big leap and quickly entered the technological society. This transformation came so quickly that it is hard to imagine. Even the screenwriters of TV dramas dare not write like this. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming couldn't help but get excited. Although they are still in the mountains and forests in the east of the barren planet, he always has a hunch that the future world will become more and more vast. Mr. Golden Slime, I just received news that a guest is coming to see you. Behind him, the voice of the old farmhand Jijuer interrupted Xiao Ming's thoughts. Guests? What guests can he have? Xiao Ming was stunned when he heard the words, and he didn't react for a while. It's Boss Julian Hu. Jijuer replied respectfully, He is waiting for you in the farm with a lot of goods. Hearing this, Xiaoming's eyes suddenly lit up. Hurry! Take me there. Yes. The old farmhand responded hurriedly, looking at the back of the slime in front of him. Jidare couldn't help but show admiration in his eyes. It has only been a few months, and Lord Golden Slime has transformed the slime farm into something completely different from the past. Their lives have also undergone earth-shaking changes. Not to mention, under the leadership of Lord Golden Slime, the gods rescued a group of poor weirdos from the hands of human traffickers, and even seized a spaceship. That's a spaceship. Even the former owner Bordeaux couldn't get a rare thing. But Lord Golden Slime took it down in less than a day. He is worthy of being Lord Golden Slime. When Xiaoming hurried back, Julian on the other side was listening to the farmhands telling about the various things that happened in the farm during this period with a shocked face. Who would have thought that so many major events happened in the slime farm during his absence? In addition to the sudden visit of the prison guards from the western prison, who took away the wanted criminal Siegel Piemo, there was also a strange incident where the thieves attacked the slime village but failed and were raided by the slimes. Of course, these were far less shocking than the news he had just heard. You mean the Bia Trading Company? Julian widened his eyes in disbelief. The gods hijacked the Bia Trading Company's spaceship? Yes. Seeing that boss whose expression suddenly became excited, the farmhand nodded blankly. And the Golden Slime Master was at the spaceship. If you don't believe it, you can go and see it later. It is said that the spaceship is huge and spectacular. This is the first time I have seen such a thing as a spaceship. What's wrong with you? Julian held his forehead and shook his head. Nothing. They are all doing business on the road. Even if Julian is not doing the slave business, he has heard of the name of the Bia Trading Company. The fact that the slave trade industry is still flourishing under the strict prohibition of human trafficking by the Future Alliance shows how strong the background of this trading company is. But now, the farmhands told him that the gods had intercepted the spaceship and goods of the Bia Trading Company, and even killed many of them. This scared Julian. These slimes are too fierce. You know, the Julian caravan is just a small caravan, and they sell ordinary goods. Compared with the Bia Trading Company, it is the difference between an ant and an elephant. If the Bia Trading Company knew that his Hullian caravan traded with these slimes, who knows how they would retaliate in the future? Of course, all this is based on the premise that the other party knows about it. At this time, I am afraid that even the boss of the Bia Trading Company himself did not expect that his cargo ship would be broken by a group of slimes. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, the Hullian caravan is just a small shrimp now. And the Bia Trading Company probably hasn't heard of it. Since they haven't heard of it, they shouldn't attack their caravan. He only needs to deliver the agreed goods to the Golden Slime, and then take the next batch of new goods and leave here quickly. Mr. Golden Slime. Hearing the joyful voice of the long-term worker on the side, Hullian came back to his senses. Looking at the yellow round jelly gel that was jumping and rushing not far away, Hullian was stunned. I don't know if it's an illusion. After a month of not seeing it, the slime in front of him seems to have grown a lot. The size is even higher than his knees. In addition to the slight expansion of the volume, the color of the other party's body has also changed slightly. If the previous color was not good looking, then now its color is closer to medium yellow. This is more in line with the title of Golden Slime. Hullian calmed down, stood up, walked to Xiaoming, took off his hat and saluted. Long time no see, Mr. Golden Slime. Long time no see, Hullian. Xiaoming nodded and said a word and sat down directly opposite. I heard that you brought a lot of interesting goods this time. Hullian stood up and put his hat aside. Yes. Do you want to take a look now? It's disrespectful to refuse. Xiaoming never expected that Hullian was so considerate. In addition to the agreed guns and ammunition, the other party actually got him a power armor. The streamlined black exoskeleton, plus the nearly half-meter thick chest and back armor, made the power armor in front of him look like a small tank. Calm and full of security. Looking at the big iron lump in front of him that he had only seen in science fiction movies, Xiaoming couldn't help but widen his eyes. This is the latest D-19 police power armor produced by the Future Alliance New Technology Company. It uses chemical battery power and is made of polymer titanium steel. Although it is a bit heavier than the military power armor of the Space Corps, it has extremely high defense and impact resistance. The only disadvantage is that it needs to be charged frequently. At this time, Xiaoming was already fascinated by the power armor in front of him, so he didn't care about any shortcomings. After all, it's already very awesome and cool to have a power armor. As for the so-called shortcomings, they can be completely offset by the name of the power armor itself. Seeing that Xiaoming seemed very satisfied with the power armor in front of him, Julian was relieved. Although power armor is not cheap, in the Wealthy Future Alliance, the D-19 police power armor has long become a common equipment. Therefore, Julian was able to buy one to please his new customer. You know, in a remote and desolate planet, power armor is also a rare thing. After all, the common people here can't even get enough food. So how can they afford to buy this stuff? Even the nobles and officials, who are not short of money, will not buy this heavy iron lump. It's expensive and ugly. It's better to buy some jewelry, antiques, and valuable crafts. At least that thing can be shown off in front of people. Only the slime in front of him, who wants high-tech weapons, will regard this thing as a treasure. It's worth it for him to transport it all the way here. As for how the slime will wear the power armor, this is not a problem, he considers. Anyway, according to the intelligence of this group of slimes, they should be able to think of a way to solve this problem. Of course, in addition to this power armor, he did bring some practical things. Looking at the slime opposite, who was enthusiastically circling around the power armor, Julian cleared his throat and said, in fact, in addition to this power armor, I also brought something better. Hearing this, Xiaoming stopped stroking the power armor with his little hand. What is it? A magnetic confinement plasma CNC machining machine. Chapter 98. As long as you live long enough, you can wait for anything. Magnetic confinement, what's behind it? Xiaoming is not very good at remembering complex scientific names. Especially in the professional field, he is not good at. But although he can't remember the long full name, Xiaoming still knows what a processing machine tool is. Can the machine tool you are talking about be used to process weapon parts? Julian nodded. Of course. This magnetic confinement plasma CNC processing machine tool can not only be used to process weapon parts, but also to manufacture other more complex and precise instruments. In the Future Alliance, almost every high-end machinery manufacturing enterprise and military enterprise processing plant is using such a machine tool. Hearing this, Xiaoming's eyes lit up immediately. Due to the limitations of technology and materials, Slime Village has not been able to process and manufacture precision instruments. Now that Julian has brought him this processing machine tool, it is undoubtedly a timely help. And a pillow when you are sleepy. Where is the thing? Can you take me to see it? Xiaoming asked impatiently. Julian smiled, of course. The machine tool is now in the warehouse at the back. But, seeing that the other party was hesitant to speak, Xiaoming's excitement gradually subsided. Merchants value profit. Since this machine tool is a good thing, there is no reason for Julian to give it to him for free. After all, the other party had already brought him a lot of weapons, and even a power armor. Even if they were in a long-term cooperative relationship, Julian's generosity could not be so large. Thinking of this, he asked sharply, how much? No. You misunderstood. Julian shook his head. Including the power armor just now. This machine tool and those weapons and ammunition were just what I used to pay for the White Lantern fungi last time. Moreover, we are in a long-term cooperative relationship. How can I charge you for such a small thing? Just such a small thing? Xiaoming suddenly felt that there was an extremely huge gap between his and Julian's cognition. Power armor and a high-end precision processing machine tool are not small things at all. Right? After all, these things are not cheap low-end products like Right Tobacco. Could it be that because Julian made a fortune from those White Lantern fungi, he felt that these things were nothing? The more Xiaoming thought about it, the more he felt that this was possible. So he stopped talking and just said, since you don't want money, what did you want to say just now? Julian's expression became a little embarrassed. There is one thing I have to tell you in advance. This machine tool is not brand new, but a second-hand one that was eliminated by the factory because of damaged parts. At this point, as if he was afraid of offending the other party, he quickly added, although this machine tool is not brand new, I got it with great difficulty through a friend I know. You know, this kind of high-end machine tool cannot be circulated freely on the market. Xiaoming, so that thing is broken? Sure enough, there is no pie in the sky for free. No wonder Julian is so generous. It turns out that the thing is not new at all. No. 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 Julian waved his hands again and again. How could I give you a broken machine? I have already had it fixed, and all the damaged parts replaced. It works just like a new one. After hearing this, Xiaoming finally felt relieved and nodded. It was good that it could be used. He was originally worried that Julian would just throw the machine tool to him, and let him find someone to repair it himself. Even if some of his players were professionals, they might not be able to repair the alien machine. Fortunately, Julian did not do so. But if I think about it carefully, if Julian was so inconsiderate, I would not want to cooperate with him at the beginning, and they would not be able to establish a long-term cooperative relationship. The fact is just as Julian said. Although there are some traces of use on the surface of the machine, there is no problem in its actual operation. Looking at the machine in front of him, Xiaoming couldn't help but sigh that with this thing, he could move towards industrialization. This is the instruction manual for the machine tool. Please keep it. Julian took out a booklet from his arms and handed it over. At the end of the manual, he briefly introduced the disassembly and maintenance methods of the machine tool. Of course, I have already had this machine tool refurbished, and there will be no problems in the short term. But if it breaks down, you can also repair it yourself as written in the manual. Xiaoming took the booklet and flipped through it. It was full of words from the future alliance that he couldn't understand. Fortunately, the translation function of the summoner allowed him to understand the contents of the booklet. As Julian said, this is a very high-end and awesome machine. Unlike ordinary metal cutting knives, this magnetic confinement plasma CNC machining machine uses a gaseous atomic knife. By heating the inert gas to a temperature of hundreds of millions, and combining it with magnetic confinement technology to turn it into a sharp plasma cutting knife. With such a tool, the cutting accuracy can even reach nanometer units. What's more amazing is that although the temperature of the cutting knife is very high, it will not damage the process material, and the operation method is relatively safe. As long as the specific parameters are set in the program, it can perform various cutting and welding operations on the material according to the designer's wishes. Having such a processing machine is equivalent to adding an industrial fire to the slime village, which is undergoing industrial transformation. Players no longer need to manually forge iron and weld as before. Thinking of this, Xiaoming's heart could not help but feel his blood boiling. We have spaceships and processing machines. Is the road to technological development still far away? It's great that you are satisfied. Julian rubbed his hands, with a hint of flattery on his face. That white lantern fungus. Seeing his intention, Xiaoming asked directly, how much do you plan to take this time? Julian immediately said, come as many as you can. I want them all. Upon hearing this, Xiaoming looked at him in surprise. All? Can you afford the full payment? Julian was stunned when he heard this. Didn't you say you wouldn't charge money last time? I said I wouldn't charge money for the first cooperation. But it doesn't mean I won't charge money all the time. Looking at the surprised eyes of the merchant in front of him, Xiaoming paused and said, of course. I will give you a discount because boss who is an old customer. Julian was a little nervous. So, what is the purchase price? 10 transport trucks. Although, transport trucks. It doesn't seem to be money. Right? Julian felt that after not seeing him for a month, the slime in front of him had learned to speak human language. But his brain seemed to have not yet come around. It was indeed not money. But it was what I wanted. Anyway, even if I got the money, I would need to buy a transport vehicle. What's more, Xiaoming paused and said, I said before that in addition to weapons and manufacturing machines, I also needed a transport vehicle. But boss who seemed to have forgotten. Julian was stunned. And then explained, you misunderstood? I didn't forget. It was really because of the time that I was in a hurry and didn't have time to get it. So I thought about bringing it to you next time. That's perfect. Xiaoming said, these 10 transport vehicles will be counted as the payment for this time. That's fine. But, Julian paused, hesitant to say, I see that the road here has not been repaired yet. And the transport vehicle issue should not be urgent. The weather has begun to cool down now. And it will snow here in a month or two. Can your highway be completed before the snow? The road is not repaired. Even if there is a transporter, it cannot be driven. After all, transporters are usually driven on flat ground. And it is easy to have problems when driving on such bumpy mountain roads. Xiaoming was silent when he heard this. It must be said that what Julian said does make sense. Even if there is a transporter, the car is really useless when the road is not repaired. After thinking about it, Xiaoming said, then don't use the transporter for now. Anyway, he now has a spaceship. And the transporter is not so important for the time being. Okay. Julian nodded slightly. Since you don't want a transporter, how much payment do you want? But Xiaoming waved his hand. Talking about money is so vulgar. Next time you come, just bring me more iron ore. Julian. Iron ore? Is this slime serious? No matter which planet it is. Any ore that can be used to make machinery, and weapons is under the control of the ruler. In other words, this kind of thing is not something that a small trader like him can sell. If everything can be used for business, then the entire universe and the entire galaxy will be in chaos? Thinking of this, Julian immediately said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Golden Slime. I'm afraid I can't agree to this." Seeing Julian's strange expression, Xiao Ming was stunned, and seemed to know that his request just now was a bit outrageous. So he said, "Then bring me some metal waste. It's not a problem to just collect some waste, right? There's no problem with this." Julian paused and said, "How much do you need?" "The same as you." Xiao Ming smiled. "Take as much as you can." On this side, Xiao Ming and Julian were talking about business at the farm, while the game forum on the other side was very lively, because of the game's anti-addiction mechanism. Setting. The first batch of players who participated in the limited time event have all been offline. Although they can no longer work in the game, the enthusiasm of the players remains unabated. At this time, they were bragging in the forum, telling those players and netizens who hadn't had a chance to go online about their feelings about this event. "Brick-carrying boy, this event is really awesome. Sheep village boiling sheep, I agree. The modeling of this game is really awesome. This spaceship is so realistic. Mommy Hong, are there any pictures? I want to see them." Sheep village Fiangyang. "No. The official website does not support screenshots. Besides, if there is such a function, I would have uploaded the pictures long ago. So why waste words? I want to be read, compared with the game modeling. I would rather praise the plot of this event. The planning is so awesome. If I had to describe it in 2 words, it would be hack. Mommy Hong, what's the plot? I want to be read." At the beginning, several of us pioneer teams were in jail according to the arrangement of the tribe leader. Later, those human traffickers came and took us all on the spaceship. After that, we started to kill and beat those bad guys to pieces. Mommy Hong, wait, in jail? Why do I feel a little out of touch? Shouldn't the pioneer team be fighting? Why are they in jail? I want to be read. Let me explain slowly. I want to be read. The tribe leader teamed up with other NPCs to pretend to be the subordinates of the human traffickers, and let them deceive the other party that they had caught a group of rare slimes, that is, us. This group of human traffickers wanted to sell us for money, so they took us on the spaceship. After that, it was the drama of letting the wolf into the house. Mommy Hong, wow. So awesome? I only feel sorry for Geisha. Wow. Is it so exciting? For a while, many lurking cloud players exploded in the forum. Little bunny Guai, wow. Don't say it. The more you talk, the more you want to play. But the child has not yet obtained the closed beta qualification. Well, I want to be read, just wait slowly. As long as you live long enough, you can wait for anything. Squinting smile. Chapter 99. The suspicion of the Bia Trading Company. The offline game forum was very lively. Online, the NPCs of the slime farm could not help but feel curious about the big iron lump in front of them. After staying in the ravines of the barren planet for decades, these farmhands have never left the land under their feet. Some people have never even seen what the Golden Sand City looks like, let alone a spaceship. In their cognition, a spaceship would never land in such a remote mountainous area, because the people who can afford this thing are either extremely wealthy bosses or extremely prestigious officials. And how could such powerful big men like them drive a spaceship to this ravine? There is nothing valuable here. It was not until they saw the group of orcs in front of them that the farmhands realized that something was wrong. Looking at these strange humans with animal ears on their heads, Jidare was stunned. Who are these people? Batu explained. They are orcs from the planet Zukum, and they were kidnapped here by a group of human traffickers. The bandits who attacked the slime village before were the subordinates of those human traffickers, because the business of human trafficking is illegal in the Future Alliance. Those guys built a warehouse on the wasteland planet to detain these orcs. When the time is right, they will sell them. Hearing this, Jijuer couldn't help but take a breath. My God of the universe. Who would have thought that such a thing would exist so close to them? It's so dark. Batu, those people built a warehouse in such a place because they knew that no one would come here. After all, the wasteland planet is a barren exile planet. There are no valuable minerals here. Otherwise his ancestors would not work on the farm. But like the laborers on the Shida planet, they were pulled to the mining area to work day and night, and then died of exhaustion. These are what Boss Hulian has said. In the past, he often went to Shida planet to purchase crystal crafts there. According to him, there is no rest day in the mining area there. The miners work in 2 shifts, either day shift or night shift, except for eating, sleeping and going to the toilet. They are mining. In comparison, their life now is simply heaven. Although the guard work is also divided into day shift and night shift, the working hours are basically 8 hours a day, and no more than 10 hours at most. Even after working for 6 days, they can take a day off. And apart from work, they can freely use all the rest of their time. More importantly, the farm also provides food and accommodation. Although the Bordeaux owner also provided food in the past, he only gave them 1 chignon cake a day at most. But now, chignon cakes have completely disappeared in the slime farm. Instead, all kinds of strange foods developed by the gods have replaced them. For example, red flame python, desolate star wolf and lake catfish. These things they dared not touch in the past. But now, these have become common ingredients, appearing on their dining table from time to time. In addition, the rye and improved wild potatoes grown by the gods' messengers allowed them to completely bid farewell to the state of not having enough food in the past. But in just a few months, everyone in the farm gained weight. Let's talk about housing. In the past, when the owner of Bordeaux was still there, it was impossible to have such a good thing as housing. Except for the guards and stewards of the farm. Everyone else had to leave the farm after work every day, because the owner of Bordeaux didn't like the poor smell of these long-term workers. He ordered them to move the village 5 kilometers away from the farm. Therefore, they had to walk a long way every day to work, until the golden slime led a group of gods to save them from the hands of the vicious thieves. All this changed when rebuilding the slime farm. At the suggestion of the golden slime, the gods built several staff dormitories at the side door of the farm for these long-term workers to live in. The staff dormitories were built with bricks and tiles, which were many times stronger and more solid than the broken huts they built in the village. And they would not leak. You know, the only person who could live in a brick house before was the owner of Bordeaux himself. And even his trusted farm manager, Old Jerry, lived in a wooden house. But now, Lord Gold Slime actually let them live in such a new, solid and beautiful brick house. How could they miss such a good thing? For a time, many people abandoned the old huts in the village and moved into the brand new staff dormitory. Even Lord Gold Slime said, as long as they work here for 1 day, then they can live in the staff dormitory forever. And they don't need to pay any fees. Living in a brick house for free. And eating a variety of delicious food every day. Don't mention how moist such a life is. In comparison, these orcs left their homes and were abducted here by bad guys. They had no food to eat and no place to live. And they had to suffer inhuman abuse. It couldn't be more miserable. Thinking of this, Bada looked at the orcs with emotion. Fortunately, the gods found this place in time. And these poor people didn't know where they would be sold. Now that the den of thieves has been destroyed by the gods, the orcs are free. Lord Gold Slime said that he would find a way to send them home after the spaceship is repaired. But before that, they have to find a place to live. Jijra nodded. This is not difficult. There are already gods who have gone to help build a temporary place to stay. If there is not enough room, there are still a few empty rooms in the staff dormitory. You can arrange it as you see fit. Bada paused and said, by the way, Uncle G, what are we going to eat tonight? He has been busy with the gods for a whole day, and he hasn't had time to eat yet. Now he feels hungry. Jijra smiled when he heard it. You finally asked the right question. It happened that boss who came to the farm today, and the gods also seized such a spaceship. So Lord Gold Slime ordered a celebration to be held at the farm tonight. Hold a celebration? Hearing this, Bada's eyes suddenly lit up. I remember the last time a celebration was when the gods just arrived at the farm. At that time, the Golden Slime Lord brought out all the fine wine and food that the Bordeaux owner had hidden, and let them drink together. This time, the god sees such a large spaceship, and I think the celebration will be even more lively. Mia likes celebrations the most. He can invite her to join him then. On the deserted planet, the slime farm is busy preparing for the celebration. But the atmosphere in the Bia trading company far away from the deserted planet is solemn. Not long ago, they lost contact with Bia 1. No matter how they sent the contact signal, the other side still had no response. Not only could they not contact the command room of the spacecraft, but they could not contact the general manager Qian either. The entire spacecraft seemed to have evaporated from the universe. This has never happened before. Could it be that the spacecraft was attacked and shot down? It should be impossible. Collier frowned and quickly rejected this speculation. Bia 1 is equipped with a counter-protection system, which will automatically erect a protective shield to protect the safety of the spacecraft once it is attacked. Ordinary missiles cannot cause a fatal blow to it at all. Moreover, if this situation really happens, Qian will report to him as soon as possible. But if there is no attack, why is there no news from the spacecraft until now? This is really abnormal. Boss. As if to ease the cold atmosphere at the scene, Duke, the deputy manager of the trading company, slowly spoke. Could it be that Qian defected with the goods? Impossible. Collier interrupted him coldly. Qian has worked with me for many years. I treat him well. There is no reason for him to defect. Moreover, those works can't be sold at a high price. What good can defection do for him? Duke lowered his head slightly. Ordinary orcs naturally can't be sold at a high price. But what if there is a prince of the planet Zukum among these orcs? After the voice fell, there was silence in the conference room. Not only Collier, but the senior executives of the entire BIA trading company were surprised by Duke's words. After a long time, Collier looked at the person in front of him and said, "Is what you said true?" Of course. Duke glanced at the secretary behind him. And the other party understood, and handed over a document. This is the list of this batch of goods. After reviewing, I found something very interesting. Collier took the information suspiciously, and glanced at it. And then his pupils slightly dilated. This is actually true. Although I don't know why the prince appeared in this pile of goods. It has already happened, and it is meaningless to discuss these things. Duke paused and continued. Now the royal family of Zukum planet is looking for the whereabouts of this prince. And even the future alliance is helping to issue a missing person notice. With this missing person notice, this batch of goods will definitely not be sold. As the person in charge, Qian has only two choices. Either let this batch of goods be smashed in his hands, and bear all the losses himself. Or sell it to the prince, and let him go. Duke leaned back on the chair behind him, and hugged his arms. As far as I know, this Prince Mickey Graham is one of the crown princes. And he is also the first heir to the next king. It would be a pity to kill such a person in vain. It would be better to do him a favor. If the prince is willing to let bygones be bygones, then he is equivalent to clinging to the strong thigh of the Zukum royal family. Is there any need for him to condescend to be a mere manager in Arya Commercial Bank? A lean camel is bigger than a horse. No matter how weak the Zukum planet is, it is still a planet country protected by the future alliance. If we have to say it, the strength is much stronger than our company. At this point, Duke smiled. Moreover, according to my understanding of Qian, if this guy knew the prince's true identity, he would definitely not miss such a good opportunity to climb up. Who knows? He might even confess that our company secretly sold orcs in disregard of the alliance law. In just a moment, the faces of everyone present, including Collier, changed. Duke's words are not without reason. Having worked with Qian for many years, everyone knows him to some extent. He is a complete speculator. If he can encounter a project that can make money, this guy will never let go. If things are really as Duke said, then there is a reason why they have not been able to contact BIA1 for a long time. Because this is the result of Qian's intention. He is using BIA1 and the orcs in his hands to submit a letter of surrender to the Prince of Zukum planet. Chapter 100 Skin Props. At the conference table, the senior executives of BIA Trading Company had a solemn expression. Assuming Duke's reasoning is true, then BIA Trading Company will face the biggest crisis since its establishment. At that time, no one can protect them. Even the big man behind the trading company. No one wants this to happen. But the various unusual signs that have appeared at present point the facts to the direction they least want. Looking at Collier, the president of the trading company, who was sitting at the top of the seat. A group of people exchanged glances and whispered quietly. What should we do next? How do I know? Now we have not received any communication from BIA number 1. And we can't contact Qian. How can we catch the traitor when we don't even know the whereabouts of the other party? In fact, it is not necessary to catch the person back. Duke suddenly said, we can take the initiative. Put all the blame on Qian, including these shady businesses. In just a moment, everyone present was stunned. Putting down his right hand, Collier sat up straight and looked at him with burning eyes. Tell me your idea. Hearing this, Duke's smile became deeper. Sure enough, even if there is no definite evidence to prove that Qian did betray the Chamber of Commerce, when the interests of the Chamber of Commerce may be violated, the president will still choose to take the initiative. Even if the target is an old employee who has worked with him for many years. It is no exception. After all, businessmen value profit. This is instinct. And he can use this to eliminate Qian, the annoying guy. Obviously, They are all old people who have worked with the president for many years. Why can he be more valued by the president? Fortunately, the God of the universe opened his eyes and let him catch this opportunity. No matter what the facts are, as long as Qian's identity as a traitor is confirmed, he will never be able to turn over in the Bia Chamber of Commerce. And he, Duke, can be promoted from the deputy steward of the Chamber of Commerce to the position of general steward. Thinking about it, Duke said slowly, the method is actually very simple. As long as the president reports to the future alliance that Qian privately sells orcs and kidnaps the Prince of Zukum, the crisis of our company will be solved. Is that all? Collier frowned, seeming a little unbelievable. Can it be done with just our one-sided words? What if they don't believe it? You don't have to worry about this, Duke said. No one cares about the truth of the matter. After all, the head of the future alliance is busy with government affairs and has no time to care about the disappearance of the crown prince of a small planet. As long as the prince can be found, everything will be fine. As for Zukum, there is no need to worry. What they want is people. Finding people is more important than anything else. Besides, there is more than one crown prince. Even if the prince is really gone, they can still replace him with someone to inherit the throne. As for the prince himself, it is even less important. Who can guarantee that the one who saved him must be a good person? And we can completely create an image of a victim and pretend to be deceived by Qian. A guy who pretends to obey but disobeys. Public opinion is terrible. As long as we occupy the moral high ground, no one can blame our Bia trading company. Hearing this, Collier nodded slightly. You are right. Then do as you say. Duke lowered his eyes, and the ecstasy in his eyes was covered up quietly. The president is wise. Not only the future alliance and the royal family of Zukum planet, but also the president and other directors of the company will not care about the truth of the facts. They only pursue the results of interests. Even if it is later discovered that Qian did not betray the company, it doesn't matter. He can say that this is just a misunderstanding. After all, who made you lose contact with Qian first? If you do something wrong and fail to do your job, don't blame others for doubting you. Just when the Bia company was quietly brewing a new storm, the slime farm far away in the sky was immersed in the joyful atmosphere of the celebration. The limited-time event Battle of the Ship was a great success. Players finally got the first spaceship since the closed beta. This is of epic-making significance for the Slime Village and all the players who participated in the closed beta. After all, Desolate Planet is a game with an alien background. But since the closed beta began a few months ago, players have been living a farming and hunting life. And it was not until the last 1 or 2 months that they slowly began to transform to industrialization. So there are many players, and cloud players in the forum complaining that the official is selling dog meat under the guise of sheep. Now the official event has undoubtedly proved that they did not distort the setting. But the plot setting has not yet been fully developed. It's a pity that Gotham's Ponzi Cave 1.0 caused the spacecraft engine to fail, and the spacecraft could not be transferred to the vicinity of the slime farm for everyone to come and see the face of this behemoth. Otherwise, including the newbies who did not participate in the event, the players of the entire game would have to go to the forum to brag after logging off. Although they didn't see what the spaceship looked like, it didn't affect the excitement of the newbies. After all, there are celebration delicacies waiting for them. As for those old players who participated in the battle, they are thinking about another thing. That is, the settlement of event rewards. Damn! I actually have 200 slime coins and 100 contribution points. Pork stewed with vermicelli exclaimed, I feel like I'm just there to make up the numbers. You're really going to attract hatred by saying this. The farming boss glanced at him, knowing that many people still didn't get the event rewards. Pork stewed with vermicelli chuckled. Sorry, boss. Who made the time so coincidental? You were just watering the mushrooms in the greenhouse and missed it. Farming boss? Damn! I wouldn't have agreed to help you take care of the mushroom shed. Spinach Popeye, speaking of event rewards, the event rewards for the Pioneer team this time should be higher. Right? Pork stewed with vermicelli, of course. Even I have 100 contribution points and 200 slime coins. And people like Laohe and Dapeng must have higher. It's okay. Not very high. Hey, Gulongdong waved his hand modestly. Damn! Why are my contribution points only 50? Slime coins are only 20. This is unscientific. The Gotham guy looked at the event page in front of him and shouted in dissatisfaction. Come on. It's good to have it. I want to be red and can't help complaining. You broke the spacecraft engine. And the clan leader hasn't come to you to settle the score yet. Why didn't he come to me to settle the score? Gotham Iron Man beeped in dissatisfaction. I was lying on the deck scraping glue for a whole day. However, the engine was not repaired after scraping for a whole day. Fried Kidneys silently added, don't forget. It is because of your Ponzi Cave 1.0 that our spaceship is still parked in that ravine. As soon as his invention was mentioned, Gotham Brother was immediately unhappy. Although my Ponzi Cave 1.0 still has room for improvement. If it weren't for this thing, would the battle have ended so quickly? Okay. Don't argue. Seeing that the atmosphere became tense, Ping Zhanqi immediately tried to smooth things over, although it was a bit disgusting. It is an indisputable fact that Gotham's invention did play an important role in the battle. However, cleaning up the battlefield afterwards is also a big problem. It is not easy to clean up so much glue stuck on the engine. The merits and demerits offset each other. So your activity reward is only this much. Hearing this, Gotham Iron Man snorted lightly, as if he realized his problem, and stopped talking. The event rewards came to an end. And the next step was the exciting lottery. After removing some important equipment, Xiao Ming commanded the players to move all the supplies on the spaceship back to the slime farm after the battle, and use them as prizes for the post-war lottery. Although a lot of spoils were seized in this battle, it was a pity that most of these things were fast food that was easy to store. Of course, there were also some firearms. The style was quite cool, but it was hard to say how it performed. However, the performance of the weapon was not so important to those wealthy small players. You have to know that this was a weapon dropped in a limited time event, which was of extraordinary significance. It might be a rare and out-of-print equipment. What's more, this was the first limited time event involving a plot outside the desolate planet since the closed beta of the game. It would be unreasonable not to collect such a commemorative weapon. When playing games, you just need to show off. As for the power of weapons, in the current version, most of the guns they seized before are not as powerful as the bombs made by Gotham himself. So, in order to get this so-called rare equipment, players have invested their hard-earned activity points and slime coins into the lottery pool. It's a pity that the European Emperor is a minority after all. The bottom line is the norm. What the hell? Why is it space compressed biscuits again? I have already drawn 5 packs of this thing. Is there nothing else in this reward pool? Damn it! I got it! Magnetic restraint Gauss rifle. Damn Europeans. There is a shady deal. Why can't I draw it? Ha ha ha, because you are so shameless. Damn. Looking at the players cursing in front of the lottery pool outside the window, Xiao Ming couldn't help laughing. It's too early to get angry now. As a dog planner, there are more things for you to curse about than just the lottery. Thinking about it, Xiao Ming glanced at the white plastic box at his feet, and then took out a 3cm x 3cm square black chip from it. Holographic projection disguise chip. By attaching this chip to the surface of the body, the user's appearance can be changed. Because the business of being a commercial bank is not open to the public, this chip is prepared on the cargo ship to change the appearance of the cargo and staff, so as to avoid unnecessary trouble during the transaction. Note, the projection image can be set by yourself, and the users include, but are not limited to humans. This box of chips was found in the corner of the spaceship warehouse. At that time, the little player who was carrying it thought that these chips were important parts of some tools, and asked Xiao Ming how to deal with them. After seeing the information of this thing through the summoner, Xiao Ming decisively detained this box of things. A chip that can change the user's appearance is a good thing. How can it be put into the reward pool casually like weapons and food? That's a waste. After all, skins in the game have to be bought with money. Let him think about it. How much should the skin props that can customize the image and turn slimes into humans sell for? Chapter 101 1.11 version update. Costume props auction. Lord Golden Slime. A guest is looking for you. Outside the door, Jijua said in a deep voice. Guest? Xiao Ming put down the chip in his hand. Boss who? Not boss who. Boss who has been drunk with other people in the caravan. It's the ones you brought back today. Jijua paused, as if considering how to use words, and then continued slowly after a while. One of those special guests. He called himself Mickey Graham. Xiao Ming just took over the words of the old farmhand. Yes, it's Mickey Graham. Jijua was a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, Lord Golden Slime. He doesn't speak the Wild Star language very fluently, and my memory is not very good, so I can't remember his name. It doesn't matter. Xiao Ming stood up. Take me there. Yes. Looking at the bonfire and the lively scene in the distance, Mickey Graham couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Once upon a time, he thought he would never see such a scene again in his life. At that time, after witnessing the brutal acts of those bad guys with his own eyes, he felt that he must have not much time left. Who would have thought that just when he felt desperate, a group of strange creatures called slimes, like jelly gel, fell from the sky. Unlike their weak and harmless appearance, they fought bravely and defeated the evil people who kidnapped them with extremely terrifying strength. It was also thanks to them that he and his people were able to come out of the dungeon that never saw the sun and regain their freedom. However, what surprised him was far more than that. I remember that after coming out, the leader of these slimes, the golden slime, told him that they would be able to go home soon. At that time, he didn't understand the meaning. It wasn't until he saw with his own eyes that the slimes took control of the spacecraft from the enemy that he understood what the other party meant. This group of slimes is really amazing. Always able to do many unexpected things. Just like the farm in front of us. People living in the farm are ordinary people. But they are very respectful to this group of slimes. They even call the golden slime, sir, and call other slimes, God messengers. What's more surprising is that these people's respect for them seems to be from the heart. And they don't feel the slightest reluctance. This makes Mickey feel very incredible. His father is already a diligent and popular ruler. But the people of Zakama planet don't respect him as much as these farm workers in front of them. How did these slimes do it? This question is like a seed that keeps taking root in Mickey Graham's heart. As the future ruler of a planet and a kingdom, he is eager to know what the secret behind this is. I heard you have something to do with me. A sudden voice interrupted Mickey's thoughts. Seeing the yellow slime in front of him, Mickey Graham sat up straight, as if he felt something was wrong. He stood up again, walked to the other party, and bowed gracefully. Yes, leader. I'm sorry to bother you so late. It's not really a bother. I don't have anything to do anyway, Xiaoming said, as he pulled out a chair and sat down. Tell me, what do you want from me? Seeing this, Mickey didn't beat around the bush. He asked directly, you said before that you would send us home. Can you tell me about the approximate time? Regarding this question, I'm sorry. You may not be able to go back for the time being. Xiaoming was a little embarrassed, because there was a small problem with the engine of the spacecraft, and it would take some time to repair it to get it back to normal operation. It would take a week at the fastest and half a month at the slowest. So I'm afraid that sending you back will be delayed for a while. Hearing that the time to return home might be delayed, Mickey was relieved. But he still had a regretful expression on his face. And there was nothing he could do about it. We are very grateful that you can rescue us. As for the repair of the damaged spacecraft, I will inform others. You don't need to mind. I hope you don't mind. At the end of his words, Xiaoming looked at the young orc in front of him. Is that what you want to say? Upon hearing this, a trace of hesitation flashed across Mickey's face. Xiaoming keenly caught the subtle expression on his face. What's wrong? Actually, I have another question, but I don't know whether to ask it. But it doesn't matter. Seeing the frank eyes of the slime leader in front of him, Mickey paused and said, I am very curious. How did you make so many people submit to you? Xiaoming was stunned when he suddenly heard such a question, facing the eyes of the orc youth in front of him full of curiosity. Xiaoming took a deep breath and said calmly, the same as you? Mickey? The same as me? Mickey was stunned, obviously a little confused. What do you mean? However, the person in front of him didn't seem to intend to explain, but turned around and left the room calmly. The whole process was very fast, and he didn't give him any time to stop and ask questions. Xiaoming naturally wouldn't waste time with the other party on such a question. After all, he is not a teacher in the corporate management training class. And he also teaches people how to manage people. What's more, what he said is indeed the truth. Like these orcs, the farmhands of Bordeaux Farm were also saved by him and the players. So they regarded them as their saviors. In addition, the subsequent planning of the farm by him and the players made the farmhands live a good life. So the farmhands were respectful to them. People seek benefits and avoid harm. So you should be altruistic when doing things. If you treat them well and let them experience the sweetness, they will naturally surround you and do things for you. As long as you master this point, it is not difficult to become a good leader. The same is true for managing players. In addition to regulating them with the established rules of the game, players must also taste the sweetness. However, unlike the native NPCs, the sweetness given to players cannot be shared equally. Just like game rewards. The reason why rare equipment is rare is that the drop rate is not high, and not everyone can have it. It is precisely because of this that players flock to it. Thinking of this, Xiaoming looked at the chip tightly held in his palm, and his mind moved. Become a human. The next moment, the chip in his palm flashed. Then, a panel appeared in front of him, with a silhouette of a man and a woman drawn on it. Gender: male or female. Seeing this, Xiaoming was immediately happy. You can actually change your gender. He thought that this thing was based on the gender of the user, and at most it could only pinch the face. If that was the case, then this holographic projection disguise chip could be considered a magical artifact. Xiaoming narrowed his eyes and thought. There have been a lot of activities recently, and many players' wallets have become bulging, although the previous lottery consumed a lot of players' inventory. For those live players who are not interested in weapons, the lottery is not very meaningful. These people hoarded slime coins and contribution points, either preparing to use them as funds for opening stores and doing business, or keeping them to upgrade titles and cultivate land for farming. Although he did not oppose players to run their own businesses, it was not conducive to the circulation of currency for them to hoard food like hamsters. Moreover, he had to consider the inflation problem in the game in the future. In addition, the activities during this period are basically combat-related. It's okay if they are short-lived, but if they are too long, players will lose interest. Even combat players are tired of fighting every day. And this prop that can change clothes and change sex can just relieve the fatigue of combat activities. So, the next morning, after the players who had been partying all night logged off, they saw a new announcement on the game's official website. 1.10 version update. Special disguise prop holographic projection disguise chip. A bidding event is about to go online. Holographic projection disguise chip is a high-tech disguise prop produced by the Future Alliance. Using this prop, players can change into any form, including human form, and they can also change the character's race, gender and appearance. This event is limited to 5 pieces. Players who have reached LV1 and have a base reputation of not less than 0 can participate in the auction. The starting price is 50 slime coins. Lu Guang, who was brushing his teeth, saw this update announcement and foam instantly spurted out of his mouth. Hack! Isn't this a skin item with a face-pinching function? And it can also change race and gender. How could he miss such an item? Fortunately, he stopped the loss in time in the lottery last night. After winning 5 packs of compressed biscuits in a row, he stopped investing again. Now he still has a lot of slime coins in his pocket. But there are too many big guys who can make money and save money in this game. This time, the official released 5 disguise chips, and there must be many players rushing to bid. I don't know if his 3 melons and 2 dates are enough. Thinking of this, Lu Guang couldn't help but punch the wall angrily. Damn! If only this game could charge money. In this way, he can spend money to recharge slime coins to get this item. Other players on the forum are also dissatisfied. Hack! Auction event? Why didn't the official say it earlier? I spent all my slime coins yesterday to draw the magnetic constraint Gauss rifle. MMP. Me too. What's more hateful is that I spent all the money and didn't draw a gun. Don't get too excited. This thing is just a skin at best. It doesn't matter whether you buy it or not. Why doesn't it matter? Another player objected. How can this be an ordinary skin? This is a prop that can be used for disguise, and it can turn into a human. Don't forget that we are slimes now. If we have to explore other human gathering places in the future, it is much more convenient to disguise ourselves as humans than to go out with the appearance of slimes. It seems so. And this item can not only turn you into a human, but also change your species and gender. It looks like a disguised artifact. Just think about it. When you fight monsters in the future, you can pretend to be a monster and sneak into their team to divide them internally. How awesome! Damn! Can you play like this? 6. The item is good, but the quantity is limited, and you have to spend money to bid. What are you afraid of? Anyway, the event hasn't started yet, and we still have a chance to work hard and make money. After the voice fell, there was silence for a while, and then the screen was instantly refreshed. Damn! Don't stop me. I have to go online and move bricks. Me too. Don't fight with me. That's my job. Don't squeeze. Leave a place for me. Chapter 102, Speculating on Game Coins. If you want to participate in the auction, you must have enough slime coins. After all, there are only 5 props. If you don't have enough slime coins, how can you compete with others? And there are only 2 ways to earn slime coins, either by completing tasks or by earning them from other players. But now that the official has released such a message, those players who intend to participate in the auction have all held their pockets tightly. So it is impossible to earn slime coins from them in the conventional way as before. Thinking of this, Lu Guang couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the only way left is to work hard. There is no need at all. At the dining table, Lu Yang, who was browsing the financial report, slowly said, "Relying on physical labor to obtain resources is the most unwise decision. Other players may not have a choice, but we obviously have a better choice." Lu Guang was stunned when he heard this. What choice? Of course, it is to buy slime coins from other players. Lu Yang gave him a look of stupidity. If we use cash to purchase, it should not be difficult for us to get the chips we want. Lu Guang. So it can be done this way. Lu Guang couldn't help but hold his forehead with his hand while sighing, because the official has not opened the Krypton Gold channel, and he has done everything in the game himself. He even forgot that he is a rich second generation after a long time. However, in addition to being happy, he thought of an important thing. But is it really okay for us to do this? The official has not allowed it. Lu Yang pushed the flat mirror. Now, including mobile games, many game players will trade game resources privately. If this plan is feasible, we can not only raise enough slime coins to buy this prop, we can even resell the prop to other players. Of course, the premise is that the official does not stop us from doing so. Originally, slime coins can only be used to buy food and daily necessities, and at most they can be mixed with activity points for lottery. Now that the official has launched an auction event to bind rare props with slime coins, the value of slime coins has instantly increased. As he said this, Lu Yang stroked his chin. If the official still adopts the auction plan in the future, then the appreciation space of the game currency slime coin will become immeasurable. In the future, this thing may become the next Bitcoin. Lu Guang. Damn. His brother is still better in business acumen. He even wants to hype slime coin. To be honest, when slime coin was first launched, it was not that no one joked that it could be used to make money in the future. However, because this kind of virtual currency can only be used to buy small things such as food and daily necessities in the game, it is not of much value. So they quickly gave up such ideas. But now that the official has done this, the value of slime coin in the future will likely rise, as his brother predicted. Thinking of this, Lu Guang quickly took out his mobile phone. We have to quickly place an order on the forum for purchase. Otherwise, the purchase price will rise later. As soon as the news came out, I posted an order on the forum. Lu Yang shook the mobile page, and there was his purchase post on it. Lu Guang. So fast? Moreover, 3 transactions have been completed so far. At present, there are 5,000 slime coins in my account. Then Lu Yang said calmly, by the way, just now, the price of slime coins has changed from 1 yuan to 10 yuan. And there is even a trend of continuing to rise. After speaking, he looked at the dumbfounded and innocent brother. For those players who are not interested in costume props, it is better to cash in slime coins instead of continuing to save them. This is more valuable. What's more, the longer the time, the higher the price. At least before the end of the auction, the purchase price of slime coins will not fall. If I were them, I would also want to make a fortune. However, compared with the slime coins themselves, this costume chip is more valuable at present. After all, the official only released 5, and most of the players wanted to use it for themselves. If I can successfully bid for one at this time, and then sell it to other players, then I should be able to sell it at a very high price. Upon hearing this, Lu Guang sat up straight instantly, looking at his elder brother with a flattering face. The fat water should not flow to outsiders. Brother, if you want to sell it, you might as well sell it to me. Sell it to you? Lu Yang glanced at him. Your pocket money is all given by me. What do I make by selling it to you? If you really want it, just place an order yourself to buy more slime coins. Lu Guang, although I place an order to buy it, but it's not your money. What's the difference between the two? Lu Yang pushed his glasses. Pocket money is pocket money. Business is business. They can't be confused. Lu Guang. After all, you are the company's boss. Why are you so stingy? How much can the equipment be worth? Of course, Lu Guang didn't dare to say it in front of his elder brother. After all, as the elder brother said, his pocket money was given by him. You can't offend the god of wealth. Anyway, he still has a lot of small treasury. So buying some slime coins is a piece of cake, isn't it? Thinking of this, Lu Guang immediately followed his elder brother's example and placed an order on the official website. At this time, the unit price of slime coins has risen to 30 yuan per coin. If you want to buy 5,000 coins, it will cost 150,000. Even if he is not short of money, Lu Guang was still shocked by the price. This is a hacking robbery. It's not only Lu Guang who shouted for money, but also other players. Seeing the order post on the forum, some people couldn't help cursing. Good guy. I said why this game doesn't open a recharge channel. It turns out that it is waiting here to harvest a big wave. MD Dog Planner. Is this something that people came up with? I won't participate in this auction. The high unit price of slime coins immediately discouraged those players who wanted to purchase game coins to participate in the auction. But for those ordinary players who are not very interested in costume props and do not intend to participate in the auction, it is a great opportunity on the contrary. After all, not all game coins can be exchanged for cash. Not to mention that the purchase price is still so high. Therefore, in just a moment, those high-priced purchase posts of slime coins were full of people. Seeing the increasing amount of slime coins in front of them, the members of the National Security Mysterious Incident Investigation Team couldn't help but take a breath. This is rising too fast. Don't the relevant departments care about it? On the side, Fong Qian glanced at him. Aren't we from the relevant departments? That's right. Boss, what should we do now? Should we still hang this order? The deputy team leader looked at Fong Qian and hesitated. The current price has risen to 40 yuan per coin. Hang? Of course I have to hang. Fong Qian gritted his teeth and said, I'll approve the funds. Anyway, this task was assigned by the top. Besides, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. If you want to get the results, you have to pay a certain amount of money. Xiao Zhang, a member of their investigation team, has entered the game, Desolate Star World. For some time, through the report delivered by Xiao Zhang, the investigation team also has a certain understanding of the content of this game. This is a holographic game that allows players to feel smell, taste, and touch. In this game, players even need to eat, drink, defecate, and urinate just like in the real world. Such a realistic level proves that the technology of this game has far surpassed the scientific level of any country on Earth at present. If they were just suspicious before, now they can be completely sure that the developer of this game should be an extraterrestrial civilization. This time, after the official announcement of the limited time auction, the superiors issued an order that they must successfully win a disguise chip this time. A holographic disguise chip that can change the user's appearance, gender, and even species. Such technology sounds incredible. Not to mention the academicians of the Academy of Sciences. Even they are eager to use this chip, even if it cannot be brought to the real world outside the game. It is also a great opportunity for them to collect and understand alien science and technology. However, so far, only Xiao Zhang has entered the game in the entire investigation team, and the slime coins in Xiao Zhang's hands are obviously not enough to support this auction. Therefore, they must use other means. Coincidentally, other players in the game adopted the method of privately purchasing slime coins, which just opened up a new idea for their next work. Let's place an order at 50 yuan per coin. Fong Qian looked at the order posts in front of him that were full of people looking to buy slime coins, and said, only by using a higher price can we attract more people to sell slime coins to us. C City University, Computer Department Office. Zhu Qiwei, who had no classes, was sitting alone at his computer desk, browsing the official forum of Desolate Star World. Looking at the countless order posts on it, he couldn't help but feel itchy. If a slime coin is 40 yuan, 10 coins will be 400 yuan, and 100 coins will be 4,000 yuan. With the recent activities and the dividends from the mushroom business, he now has nearly 2,500 slime coins in his hands. If he sells 2,000 coins, it will be 80,000. It's almost as much as his annual salary. If he doesn't sell it, he's a fool. Just when he was about to post an order to sell it, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a newly released purchase post. A slime coin. 50 yuan. Damn! So high. Sell high. Don't sell low. In just a moment, Zhu Qiwei took back the confirmation button of the mouse and exited the purchase post in front of him, and turned to the new post with a higher price. The idea of this rich player is Comrade Xiao Zhang. It is estimated that because he was relatively low-key in the game before, Zhu Qiwei did not have any impression of him. However, it is not important whether there is an impression or not. What is important is whether the other party is really willing to pay a high price to buy slime coins. After all, there are also those bored players who have nothing to do and join in the fun and make fake orders in the forum. Thinking about it, Zhu Qiwei replied below and asked, "Is it a real purchase? Are you kidding?" The thread owner Comrade Xiao Zhang quickly replied, "Yes. The purchase price is 50 yuan per piece." No deception. With a try-and-see mentality, Zhu Qiwei then asked, "I have 2,000 slime coins. Do you want to take it?" "Take it." As if afraid that he would regret it, Comrade Xiao Zhang on the other side immediately asked him to give the payment code. Zhu Qiwei did it doubtfully. Soon, a payment message popped up on the phone. Tens of thousands. 100,000. Looking at the amount in front of him, Zhu Qiwei couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. He never expected that the other party would transfer the money so quickly. Isn't this Comrade Xiao Zhang afraid that he is a liar who only takes money but does not do anything? In doubt, Zhu Qiwei asked the other party this question curiously. Xiao Zhang answered very coolly, "I believe you won't." Seeing this answer, Zhu Qiwei was stunned. Although the other party was telling the truth, he was still a little confused. Does this guy know him? Why is he so confident about his character? Xiao Zhang added another sentence below. "Looking at your ID, you are also a big boss in this game. I believe you won't do this." Big boss? Seeing the other party's address to himself, Zhu Qiwei was stunned. He was in the mushroom planting business in the game, and he didn't expect that he could be called a big boss. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel a little flattered. So he replied, "Underground? Pork stewed with vermicelli, ha ha. You are right. Add me as your friend after the game is online, and I will transfer the slime coins to you. Xiao Zhang, 0k.jpg. However, what Zhu Qiwei didn't know was that on the other side of the computer, the investigation team was still in a state of fear. It was almost exposed. There are currently 150 players in this game. By investigating the IP of the game forum, they have already obtained the information of most people. Among them is the university computer teacher with the ID of pork stewed vermicelli. University teachers should also be high-quality talents. They shouldn't be so dishonest. Moreover, even if the other party regrets it at that time, they have a way to force him to return the amount and cooperate with the investigation. Chapter 103 Slime Coin Trading Section. Fortunately, this situation did not happen. That night, Xiao Zhang from the investigation team received 2,000 slime coins from pork stewed vermicelli. However, because the game official did not open a currency trading platform, the transfer can only be done through task transactions, which is the so-called buying and selling. Of course, ordinary goods naturally cannot be sold for 2,000 slime coins. Just like roasted lake catfish, wild vegetable dumplings, rye cakes and other materials with high demand, there are official fixed prices in the game. The purpose of doing this is to prevent players from asking for sky-high prices. Of course, in addition to food, other daily necessities are the same. Therefore, in order to exploit the loopholes in the game, pork stewed vermicelli can only transfer money to Xiao Zhang in the name of employment. Fortunately, the game did not block the transfer because the employment fee was too high. This also made Zhu Qiwei feel relieved. After all, he had already received money from people, and it would be embarrassing if the slime coins could not be transferred out. Besides, such a large sum of money has already gone into his pocket, and he doesn't want to pay it back. Not only Zhu Qiwei, but most of the players who participated in the slime coin transaction also thought so, because the official did not allow the monetary transaction of slime coin. Most people were still a little worried when they saw players buying game coins at high prices. What if the official blocked them from doing so? However, what they didn't know was that a certain planner of the game was very happy to see the current situation. Looking at the constantly refreshing trading posts on the forum, Xiao Ming's smile became deeper. In fact, he had thought about the possibility that the props in the game might be directly traded by players in the future a long time ago. After all, some games on the market do have this phenomenon. However, because of the purchasing power of slime coin itself, and the fact that there are too few places to spend money in the game, and the limited spending power of players, this matter has never become a reality. After all, the game is not like the real world where you need to pay off mortgages and support your family and children. Therefore, there is no other place for players to spend money except food, equipment and other supplies. But how much can food cost? This is even more true for equipment. In the early days, when weapons were in short supply, they could be sold at high prices. However, with the recent rounds of combat activities, The two bases were least lacking in weapons and equipment. Even if he sold high-end equipment at high prices, it would not consume many slime coins. After all, only old players can afford high-priced weapons. The money in the pockets of new players is ultimately spent on food with the lowest consumption. And he has always controlled the market price of food to prevent it from rising at will. So naturally he can't spend much money. This situation has also caused these players to have money but nowhere to spend it. If you can't spend the money you earn, how much will it affect the game experience? Therefore, how to make new players have fun and make old players more motivated to make money has become a problem that Xiaoming needs to think about. And this time, the holographic projection disguise chip seized on the spaceship has become the beginning of breaking the dilemma. This is the first time that the game has skin props, and the powerful old players must have tried their best to get it. As for new players who are not short of money, they can also choose to privately purchase slime coins and participate in the auction. As for those who do not want to participate in the auction, they can also choose to sell slime coins to other players. In this way, there is a new way to spend money that is nowhere to go. From domestic sales to exports, let the value of slime coins transfer from the virtual world to the real world. His little players gave him new inspiration. Thinking of this, Xiaoming immediately opened the official website background to edit the text on it. 1.12 version update. Slime coin trading platform is online. After this update, the slime coin, the game currency of WildStar World, will be officially launched in the official website forum in the form of digital currency. Players can trade currencies on the official website forum. Friendly reminder, the trading objects of digital currency can include, but are not limited to players of WildStar World. Slime coin trading rules. 1. The official website forum has opened a new trading section. Players with needs can post orders for sale or purchase in the trading section to buy and sell. The purchase method is not limited to RMB and can be settled in currencies of other countries. Of course, non-monetary settlement methods, such as barter, can also be used, provided that both parties reach an agreement. 2. The official forum of WildStar World only provides a trading platform, and payment methods require the use of other tools, whether it is WX or ZFB transfer, or bank card BTC. As long as the two parties reach a consensus, the transaction can be carried out. 3. The minimum amount of slime coins sold is 1, and there is no upper limit. The selling player can set the selling price and specify the payment method. In addition, slime coins that are already in the pending order state will be frozen and cannot be used, unless the transaction is completed or the transaction is cancelled. 4. The buyer must complete the payment as soon as possible after bidding on the slime coins. If the payment is not completed within 24 hours, the transaction will be invalidated. The seller shall deliver the slime coins within 24 hours after the buyer completes the payment. If it is not delivered in time, the buyer can apply for arbitration to the official. After verification, the official will make a judgment on the transaction. 5. Non-game players can also participate in the transaction of slime coins, but the right to use the game coins will be unlocked after obtaining the closed beta qualification and logging into the game account. Prior to this, slime coins can only be traded in the forum section. 6. To prevent malicious orders, the official will add a credit rating icon on the forum. There are 7 credit ratings, from low to high: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, star, king. If there are breach of contract orders and other behaviors, the credit rating will be automatically reduced. If the level is lower than diamond, the account will not be able to participate in the transaction of slime coins. Slime coin transactions must be carried out in accordance with the principle of complying with national laws, and the official will impose severe penalties for illegal operations. The above terms are all interpreted by the operator of WildStar World. After polishing and revising the edited document, Xiaoming showed a satisfied smile on his face. Didn't you always dislike the game for not having a recharge channel? Now he has not only opened up a channel for recharging game coins, but also provided players and cloud players with a new way to make money. Be grateful. There is no planner more humane than him in this world. Hack. The official website has been updated again. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Less than a day has passed since the update of version 1.11, and the official website has immediately posted version 1.12. This made many players complain. Are you officials so casual in updating? However, compared with the official update speed of the game, what surprised the players more was the update content of version 1.12. The official actually allowed players to trade slime coins. If their previous behavior of placing orders on the forum was a private behavior without official permission, then the official news release this time was undoubtedly a shot of adrenaline for the players. I want to be read, hack. The official finally opened his eyes. Thank the planner, Dad. By Wu Chang, the planner is awesome. Pork stewed with vermicelli. Wait. The trading objects are not limited to players. Which means, ordinary netizens can also participate in the buying and selling of slime coins? I want to be read. That should be what it means. Pork stewed with vermicelli. Then wouldn't slime coins become something like stocks, funds, and Bitcoin? I want to be read. Did you just realize it? Ping Zhan Qi. For some players who want to enter the game but have not yet obtained the closed beta qualification, if they can spend money to stock up game resources such as slime coins before entering the game, then they will have a much easier time after entering the game, because they don't have to go crazy to complete tasks to fill their stomachs and buy weapons and equipment. And for those players who want to make money from the game, slime coins are a very good way to make money. Ping Zhan Qi. This arrangement is also good. At least the game has a new way to play. Pork stewed with vermicelli. Damn. Sold it too early. If he had known that the official would do this, he would not have sold the 2,000 slime coins so early. If he continued to stockpile, he might be able to sell more in the future. Hey Gulong Dongqiang. So should I keep the slime coins or sell them? Dapping Zanki at Haigulong Dongqiang. Do you want props or want to make money? Haigulong Dongqiang. I choose money. Haigulong Dongqiang. Who still needs slime coins? I am willing to sell. Brick moving boy, and me. Who wants to buy slime coins? For a while, the forum became lively again. Those who sold and those who wanted to buy went to the trading section. The investigation team who witnessed the operator's move was very confused. What is the official reason for doing this? After all the effort, all the benefits were taken away by the players. Even if the other party is an alien. This is too generous. Right? Lei Feng? Not only the mysterious incident investigation team of China, but also the intelligence agency of M country on the other side of the ocean found it incredible. However, unlike the idea of the Chinese investigation team, they were more surprised. You know, before this, they had tried countless ways to get in touch with the people behind this website, but nothing was achieved. Even if they tried to fill out the questionnaire to participate in the lottery for the closed beta test account, it was still like a drop in the ocean. Not only did they gain nothing, they even suffered a considerable loss before. The computer system of the entire intelligence building was paralyzed. It took more than half a month to repair it, because of the failure of the previous operation. He wrote a review of more than 10,000 words. He was also laughed at by other colleagues. Now the other party has opened the transaction of game coins. And there is no limit on the type of currency and the transaction object. This is obviously a great opportunity to pass through the firewall of this website and reach the inside of the city gate. How can he give up this? Thinking about it, Philip immediately ordered, find an agent who knows Chinese and let him buy game coins on the trading section of the forum. Hearing this, the agents below subconsciously asked, what is the appropriate purchase price? Philip paused. How much is the budget? Then he saw the other party hesitantly stretched out 5 fingers. Philip, enough. Anyway, their ultimate goal is not the game coins used for playing house, but the technology behind this game. As long as they can crack this website, everything else doesn't matter. Chapter 104, Skin Item Auction. Official forum of Wild Star World. Trading section. Hack. 50,000 US dollars for a slime coin? Is this person crazy? Hack? Which rich man is so rich? I don't know. It shouldn't be a player. The ID is unfamiliar and in English. It looks quite pretentious. What does it mean? English ID is pretentious? What if the person is an English major? No matter if he is pretentious or not. This price is really outrageous. I guess he is just playing for fun. How is it possible? The official just said in the trading rules that malicious and deceptive orders are not allowed. How is it possible that there are still people so stupid and rushing into the gun in vain? How is it impossible? Not everyone will read such a long paragraph of official trading rules. Just like when you use a mobile phone app. Will you read the long user agreement that pops up? Don't argue. Is it a malicious order or a rich man with no money? Just try it and you will know. Right? I am your father said, and clicked into the acquisition post. Perhaps because the amount of money the poster wanted to acquire was too outrageous. No one was willing to make a deal with it. Those who replied to the post were all netizens who came to watch the fun. and no one took the acquisition post seriously. Some people even bet on when the official would come to deal with and delete the post. However, no matter what others said, the poster remained calm and did not reply. This behavior of the other party aroused I am your father's interest. With the mentality of giving it a try, she clicked the transaction button under the acquisition post. Then, the choice of payment method popped up in front of her. Are you serious? After being surprised for a moment, I am your father continued to operate. After entering the account number, it only took a moment. A bank payment text message popped up on her mobile phone. Looking at the sudden large amount of foreign exchange that came into the account, I am your father was stunned. Damn! Seeing the successful transaction information in front of her. Not only I am your father, but also those netizens who were watching the fun on the side were stunned. There are actually wealthy people who are not short of money and spend 50,000 US dollars to buy this invisible and intangible game coin? After the shock, there is a deep regret. If they had known this, they would have done it themselves. That's 50,000 US dollars. Converted into the local currency, it would be more than 300,000. More than 300,000. In some cities, it is the down payment for a house. If pork stewed vermicelli only had a little regret for selling the slime coin too early, then at this moment, he wanted to drink a bottle of regret medicine and turn back time to 5 minutes ago. Compared with the price of more than 300,000 yuan for a slime coin of I am your dad, his 2,000 slime coins for 100,000 yuan are simply incomparable. Unlike the envy of other netizens, I am your dad is more worried than surprised when a sudden windfall falls from the sky. Could this be a new type of fraud? Let people taste the sweetness first, and then come to the door to recover the money and say that she is a fraud. After all, the price of more than 300,000 yuan for a slime coin is really outrageous. This is a virtual game coin. Thinking of this, the anxious I am your father asked, I am just trying it. I don't really want to sell it. How can I return the money? I never thought that this statement would immediately cause netizens to howl. Why go back? Don't give me the money. Damn. Are you a living Buddha? Dad boss. I don't ask for much. As long as you give me 10,000 every month. You can do whatever you want, squinting. Get lost. Dad boss is mine. Rich woman. Hungry. Food. Rich woman. Please hug your thighs. I am your father. Get lost. However, no matter how I am your father at the acquirer, the other party did not reply. This made her feel more and more uneasy. Could it be that she really encountered a scammer? The protagonist at the center of the incident felt uneasy, but the onlookers were watching with relish, because of the news of the sky-high price of 50,000 US dollars for this slime coin. More and more players began to follow suit and place orders. Even if these people wanted to raise slime coins to participate in the auction of holographic projection disguised chips before. After all, the temptation of game props is not as great as RMB. However, the sucker who spent 50,000 US dollars never appeared again. The players whose dream of getting rich was shattered finally had to cancel the high-priced orders that had been posted not long ago. However, it was precisely because of this farce that the mysterious game, Desolate Star World, once again appeared in the public eye. For a time, the number of reservations for the game ushered in a small peak. At the same time, the high transaction price of slime coins also attracted the attention of some investors. So even if they did not play the game, they all entered the market to buy this invisible and intangible virtual game currency. Apart from anything else, this wave of heat has made many new players make a lot of money. Of course, the prosperity of the currency trading market will not continue forever. After all, the slime coins in the hands of players are still limited. Although some fools who are greedy for money sell their hard-earned equipment in exchange for slime coins to trade in order to make money, they are only a minority after all. Most old players know that once this game is launched in the future, the value it creates will be immeasurable. If the official does not delete the files, then the assets accumulated by players during the closed beta will generate huge appreciation after the server is launched. It's okay to make a little extra money by selling a little game currency. But don't be greedy. After all, the role of slime coins is still great. This time it's skin props. And next time it may be super powerful heavy weapons such as tanks or power armor. There are many places to spend money. Don't just look at the immediate benefits. You know, the more scarce and advanced the equipment is, the more valuable it is. Since slime coins can be sold at a high price, then it's a foregone conclusion that rare equipment will be sold at a high price. Of course, most of those who can afford high-priced equipment are old players who take the combat route. As for those Buddhist life players, they don't think so. What is equipment? What is slime coins? Can it be as fragrant as R&B? Looking at the live players squatting on the ground not far away digging wild vegetables. I, as a canteen contractor, can't help but twitch my mouth. He even skipped meals just to save a few bucks. How could he be so stingy? A sharp-eared player glared at him unhappily after hearing this. You know nothing. A slime coin is worth at least 50 yuan. That's right. The cheapest A-set meal in your cafeteria costs 1 slime coin. And there is only a bowl of wild vegetable soup in the set meal. Who wants to eat a bowl of wild vegetable soup for 50 yuan? I want to be famous? Good man. You didn't say that at the beginning. Whether it is to save resources for cash or to save resources for auctioning skin props. In short, during this period of time, most players in the game have begun to tighten their belts to live. Time soon came to the day when the auction started. Xiaoming stood in the central square of the farm with a smile, looking at a group of eager little players below. Although not everyone participated in the auction, it did not prevent other players from watching the fun. Xiaoming glanced at the audience and said in a calm voice, all the tribesmen who want to participate in the auction should come up. In just a moment, several rich big guys walked up swaggeringly. In addition to famous players like I Want to Be Famous and the Liu brothers, who have saved a certain amount of money by running the slime canteen, there are also unknown low-key players like Comrade Xiao Zhang. Of course, there is another character that surprised everyone. Damn. Gotham? You want to participate in the auction too? Aren't you researching weapons and explosives? What do you do with skin props? Hearing the doubts of other players, Brother Gotham rolled his eyes at them unhappily. I bought this thing for a natural use. What do you care about? Xiaoming glanced at them and couldn't help muttering in his heart, to be honest. He was actually quite curious. What can Brother Gotham, a weapon and bomb maniac, do with this skin prop? According to his understanding, this guy is not the kind of person who will take pictures of props and then resell them to other players at a high price as a middleman to make a profit. In this case, his motivation for participating in the auction is very interesting. Although he was very curious, he didn't show it on his face. He just took out a few small boards according to the number of people participating in the auction. Is there anyone else who wants to participate in the auction? If not, let's start now. After glancing at the audience and seeing no one raising their hands, Xiaoming continued, next, I will announce the rules of this auction. There are 5 rounds in total for this auction. Each round bids for a holographic projection disguise chip. The tribesmen participating in the auction need to write down their prices on this small board. Bid at the same time after the countdown ends. There is only one chance to bid in each round. The tribesman with the highest bid will obtain the ownership of the chip. In addition, if the auction is successful, you will not be allowed to participate in the subsequent rounds of auction activities. Oh my god! It's a secret auction? And the purchase is limited to only 1 round. In just a moment, the expressions of these players became strange. Who would have thought that the official would do such a thing? Is this a high price or a low price? If you bid too high, you lose money. If you bid too low, you can't get the item. What can I do? Chapter 105. The auction begins. After hesitating for a while, I want to look at Lu Guang beside him. Let's make a deal. Ultraman boss? Lu Guang glanced at him warily. How to negotiate? I want to look at other players not far away. There were only 5 chips, but there were more than a dozen people participating in the auction. In addition, the bidding method was a secret auction. I think we have to think of some strategies to deal with it. What strategy? Hearing what I want to say, Lu Yang, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, seeing the chocolate-colored slime in front of him with the ID name of Jiao Yangsehuo. I want to be stunned for a moment and quickly remember the other party's identity. Ultraman boss's brother. Although he didn't have much contact, he had heard Ultraman say that his brother was very smart and good at business. So he continued, this is what I think. If we offer a very high price from the beginning, it will not be cost-effective even if we win the chip. After all, the transaction price of slime coins is rising now. If we spend a lot of money to buy a skin prop, it will be a bit of a loss. Although the skin props are good, they are not worth the sky-high price. Right? So what? Lu Yan looked at him steadily. What are you going to do? My idea is that since it is a blind auction, let's make a middle price in the first round to see the situation. I want to be Red paused and said, if someone offers a higher price than us at the beginning, we will not lose even if we don't win. On the contrary, if they offer a low price, we can still be selected. Lu Guang, what you said is equivalent to talking in vain. With so many people participating in the auction, How can you guarantee that the price you offer is definitely the middle price? It cannot be guaranteed. But it can be estimated. Lu Yang suddenly spoke. Lu Guang. Estimate? That's right. I Want to Be Read nodded and said, now the unit price of slime coins is constant between 50 to 60 renminbi. The official disguised chip launched this time is simply a special skin prop. And ordinary game skins are priced at hundreds of yuan. Of course, Wild Star World is not an ordinary game. As the only ultra-realistic holographic game in China, its skin props are definitely more expensive than those of ordinary online games. If we assume that ordinary game skins are 300 yuan, then this skin prop with race and gender change function must have at least a 0 added to the end. In addition, the first batch is limited to 5 pieces in the whole server. And we can add one more. Well, let's call it 2,000. According to this estimate, the price of a chip must be at least 5,000 yuan. Lu Yang, what you said is just the lowest cost. According to the current situation of this game, it is possible to sell a dressing chip for 10,000 renminbi. Indeed? I nodded and thought, so we can assume that a dressing chip is worth 10,000 renminbi. Converted into slime coins is 200 pieces. Only 200? So cheap? Lu Guang couldn't help but exclaimed. For this auction, he specially raised a lot of slime coins. But now, he was told that only 200 pieces were enough. What the hell is this? I Want to Be Read, in fact. The original 200 slime coins are definitely not enough. If it weren't for the fact that the official suddenly opened the trading platform to turn slime coin from an ordinary game currency into a valuable financial product, then the auction price of a single chip this time would definitely not be less than 2,000 slime coins. No, it could even be 5,000 or more. Lu Guang listened to the two people's analysis for a long time, and was obviously a little confused. So, how much do you plan to write? Lu Yang asked calmly. I Want to Be Read, write 100 to test the water first. According to the current market conditions, 100 slime coins can be converted into cash for 5,000 yuan. Unless you are a rich man who is really rich in real life, who would spend 5,000 renminbi to buy a virtual skin. Moreover, 100 slime coins are not high for old players, like him, who already have a stable money-making industry in the game. You can easily earn it by selling products in the game and completing a task. But for other players who don't have original capital accumulation, it may not be the case. After all, apart from these familiar IDs, most of the people standing in the auction field are ordinary players who are unknown in the game or newbies who have just entered and have not played two versions. Unless they spend money to buy offline, they don't have many slime coins in their hands. And even if they really spend money to buy slime coins, they may not be willing to invest all of them in this auction, even if their original purchase price was 1 yuan per coin. After the increase in the past 2 days, the price has already doubled dozens of times. Any normal person would not spend such valuable slime coins on a game skin prop. So, 100 slime coins are just right. Thinking about it, I Want to Be Read and continued, in the first round. Let's write 100 and see the situation. Anyway, there are still 4 rounds. It doesn't matter whether we can win or not. However, although your idea is good, I don't plan to participate. Then I heard Lu Yang said in a calm voice, my goal has always been the chip. As long as I can win the chip, I don't care how many slime coins I spend. Lu Guang, me too. I Want to Be Read. Is this the world of the rich? No matter what he thought. 2 minutes later, the auction started as scheduled. Although I have become accustomed to some unusual settings of this game, I still couldn't help twitching my mouth when I saw the poorly made small wooden board in front of me, which looked like it was temporarily found from the construction site. This auction method is too casual. Perhaps because of the secret auction, most players suddenly lost their previous ease and comfort. From time to time, they stretched their necks to peek at the question boards in other people's hands. Of course, there are also some players who feel that their chances of winning the bid are not great, so they show an indifferent look. Seeing this, I sighed silently and wrote the number 100 on the question board. Xiao Ming was too lazy to care about the players with their own ulterior motives. When the time was up, he asked them to raise the question boards one by one. The numbers on the question board from large to small were Lu Yang's 200, Lu Guang's 150, Comrade Xiao Sheng's 130, I Want to Be Read's 100, Brother Gotham's 80. Seeing the highest price, all the players present couldn't help but take a deep breath. Really rich. 200 slime coins is 10,000 renminbi. Right? Which rich man is willing to spend so much money? In doubt, The players all turned their eyes to the chocolate-colored slime holding the sign. After seeing his ID, a group of people immediately understood. This player named Jiao Yangsahuo is not an ordinary player. Not only Slime Village, but also Slime Farm. Almost all the stalls and shops opened by players have his shares. I don't know where he got so much money. Moreover, he had already bought up slime coins before the official launch of the slime coin trading platform. At that time, the price of slime coins was no more than 5 yuan. Buy low and sell high. This guy will definitely make a lot of money. Such a visionary player is not an ordinary person at first glance. Who knows if he is a big shot in real life? No wonder he is willing to spend 200 slime coins to bid for a skin prop. Thinking of this, the player sighed in frustration. Forget it. I won't bid anymore. At this price, I can't afford it. That's right. It's just a skin item. If you can't get it, then you can't get it. It's also good to continue to wear the skin of the slime. Seeing that many players who participated in the auction left the stage, a little newbie beside him also put down the sign in his hand dejectedly. After all, he couldn't be so generous as to throw out 10,000 yuan without blinking an eye. Brother Gotham angrily took down the sign. MD still wrote too little. Damn R&B players. Congratulations to Scorching Sun for the successful auction. Xiaoming announced calmly. Please go on stage to receive the award. Lu Yang walked up and took his victory trophy from the hands of the slime chief. He directly put the palm-sized black chip on his body and tried to activate the skill of the prop. Although the players said they would not participate, they still couldn't help but stretch their necks to look at the chocolate-brown slime opposite them. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, Lu Yang suddenly changed from a short and stout slime that was not even as tall as a person's knee to a tall, handsome black-haired young man with muscles all over his body. Oh my god! This is so handsome! There were bursts of exclamations from the crowd. Lu Yang was also a little surprised that his perspective suddenly became broad and far-reaching. He lowered his head and glanced at the slightly bulging chest in front of him. Lu Yang was silent. This skin seems to be more muscular than his body in real life. Damn! Is this costume prop so awesome? It can even show chest muscles? 6. This is too real. Is it really just a holographic projection? Out of curiosity, Gotham Iron Man came forward to observe, and even couldn't help but secretly stretched out his little hand to touch it. However, as soon as he started, he received the other party's unfriendly eyes. So he had to give up in disgrace. How stingy. It won't hurt to touch it. Lu Yang's on-the-spot trial instantly made those players, who originally wanted to give up the auction, start to itch again. Although it is a bit expensive, this holographic projection disguise chip seems to be more awesome than they imagined. Lu Guang was immediately envious and hurried over. Brother, let me try it. After all, he was his own brother. So Lu Yang generously removed his disguise and handed over the chip. Lu Guang took the chip with a look of joy and put it on his body. But a moment later, the crowd burst into exclamations again. My Jiao, what kind of Ultraman are you going to turn into with such a prop? If you want to turn into a cute girl, turn into a cute girl. I saw a tall Ultraman standing in front of him in the group of slimes and angrily retorted, do you know what it's like? This is Tiga. Whether it's Tiga or Tiga, they are all Ultraman. No Ultraman. I want a beauty. What beauty do you want? If you want to turn into a handsome guy, hurry up. Turn into a younger version of Leo and C. No. I want Tom Cruise. I want the elf Prince Orlando Bloom. For a while, shouts broke out one after another in the crowd. Good guy. You are just ordering food here. Lu Guang couldn't help but twitch his mouth. I want to see myself bidding for one. Yarn. If we can afford it, why would we still make such a fuss? It's only 200 slime coins. Something that can be earned by working hard for 2 days. Is that 200 slime coins? That's 10,000 yuan. Only a fool would spend 10,000 yuan to buy a skin. Lu Yang. I feel like I'm being blamed for some reason. Looking at this group of noisy players, Xiaoming calmly clapped his hands. Quiet. We will proceed to the second round of bidding. Chapter 106. Be alert. Seeing that the auction was about to enter the second round, the players who were busy joking with Lu Guang suddenly became quiet. Because of the high price of 200 slime coins in the first round, the players became more and more curious about what kind of sky-high price the second round of chip auction would bring. Staring at the chip in the hands of the NPC opposite, Xiao Zhang couldn't help but get excited. Before this, he couldn't understand why the leader had to spend so much money and energy to let him bid for the chip. But when he witnessed the effectiveness of the holographic projection disguised chip with his own eyes, He immediately understood. This so-called skin prop completely shattered his previous understanding of game skins. Just a small chip can change the user's appearance and race. Even the authenticity of the disguise has reached the point where it is so real that even if he is not engaged in scientific research, he can't help but have a strong interest in the chip in front of him. This is too cool. Chen Yuanan also felt excited. As a professor of mechanical and engineering, Chen Yuanan has been deeply engaged in research in his professional field. Before this, he had never thought that a small chip could be connected to holographic projection. It was even more unexpected that the camouflage technology of holographic projection could achieve this level. Not only the game helmet and the chip in front of him. Since entering the game, Wild Star World, everything he encountered has gradually broken his cognition. Is this the technological civilization of aliens? It's really shocking. If the technology of this chip can be cracked and applied to the technological production in the real world, it will definitely have a huge impact on the development of related fields in the country. Although he has great ambitions in his heart, because of his limited money, Chen Yuanan really can't spend money like his friend Liu Yang without blinking. After all, it's 10,000 yuan. What's more, 200 slime coins are only the price of the first round. When these players see the magical effect of the disguised chip, they will definitely not be as hesitant as before. The price of the next auction will only be higher round by round. After all, there are not many rich people like Liu Yang in the game. But there are some. Thinking of this, Chen Yuanan couldn't help but feel frustrated. What should he do? Otherwise, he would shamelessly ask Liu Yang to borrow a chip for research? Thinking about this in his heart, the second round of bidding began soon. Just as Chen Yuanan expected, after seeing the magic of the props, the players who were still hesitant and unwilling to pay too high a price in the previous round started a price war in this round. 300, 400, 450, 500. When they saw the highest price, everyone present was stunned. Oh my god! Who is this rich man? He is willing to spend 25,000 to buy a skin? This is too rich. Just as the players were talking about it, a player in the slime group raised his hand and shouted, "Make way! Make way!" Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, an unexpected person jumped onto the stage. Holy shit! Gotham Iron Man? Why is it him? So selling weapons and bombs is so profitable. That's 500 slime coins. Hearing the discussions around him, Gotham walked up to Xiaoming with a smug look and bowed. Seeing this, Xiaoming finally came to his senses. Not only the players, but he was also a little surprised when he saw Gotham Iron Man. He never expected that he would pay the highest price. In his impression, this little player is a dangerous person obsessed with studying bombs and weapons, in addition to all kinds of strange weapons. It seems that the only things that can interest him are inventions and creations. Such fancy skin props should not arouse such a strong interest in him. However, the items auctioned this time are neither bombs nor weapons, but fancy skin props. Such things do not seem to suit his usual preferences. I don't know why he spent a high price to bid for them. Although he was puzzled, Xiaoming continued to play the role of NPC competently. Congratulations to Gotham Iron Man for the successful auction. Please collect your items. So, with the envious eyes of the surrounding players, Brother Gotham took the chip directly from the Patriarch and installed it on himself. In a flash, the ordinary slime in front of him turned into a beautiful red-haired and blue-eyed beauty wearing a one-piece leather jacket, tall and long legs, with a waist and hips. Such a big contrast immediately caused another wolf howl from the people at the scene. Damn it! I was wondering why you were shooting this thing for no reason. It turns out you want to play a she-male account. Not to mention, Brother Gotham's look is pretty good. How can it not be good looking? His face in this skin is completely based on the face of the ball flower. Damn! I was wondering why it looks so familiar. It turns out to be the leather jacket and red hair version of Monica Bellucci. 6. Although it's not the first time I've seen it, I still have to praise that this holographic projection cross-dressing chip is too awesome. You can't tell that the real body of the beauty is actually a rough man. Get lost. Hearing other players' compliments and insults, Gotham Iron Man couldn't help but retort. Damn! The atmosphere was ruined as soon as he opened his mouth. Gotham, pay attention to your image. You are a ball girl now. And ball girls can't say bad words. Why? Hearing this, Brother Gotham immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. He saw him put his hands on his waist and acted like a street gangster. Regardless of his image. Who cares if he is a ball girl or a ball grass? I will talk whatever I want. What's your business? Seeing that this group of troublesome players were about to start making trouble again, Xiao Ming said in a deep voice, quiet. After hearing the clan leader's voice, that seemed to be a warning. The players immediately shut up. No one wanted to anger the clan leader because of a small matter. After all, this is an important NPC who holds the power of life and death of the players. Seeing that the players suddenly became extremely well-behaved kittens, Xiao Ming couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Fortunately, he has been building up his authority as the patriarch since the game closed beta. Otherwise it would be difficult to discipline these naughty players. However, it is precisely because of this act by Gotham that the enthusiasm of the bidding players has become even higher. After all, most game enthusiasts are otakus. What do otakus like most? Games, anime, two-dimensional beauties and handsome guys, and figurines. Of course, there is also cosplay. With the holographic projection disguise chip, players can become whoever they want. As long as they want. They can even make an Onmyoji cosplay in the game and make 100 Demons Night Parade. How can such awesome cosplay props be compared with ordinary skin props? The following auctions will only become more and more interesting. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming glanced at the group of little players pretending to be well-behaved in front of him and said, take a 5-minute break, and continue the auction in 5 minutes. Seeing the clan leader leave, the quiet players immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the clan leader was not really angry. However, compared with the attitude of the NPC, the disguise chip auction is more concerned at the moment. After all, there are only 3 chips left. But there are a lot of people who want them. What's more, the price of the secret auction has gradually increased. And a certain strategy must be adopted to successfully bid. Keeping in mind the task, Xiao Zhang quietly approached the other players who participated in the auction and whispered, let me discuss something with you. I will give you 100 slime coins each, and you will voluntarily give up the right to bid. Do you want to do it? 100 slime coins? 5,000 yuan. Hearing this, several players who wanted to participate in the auction hesitated. However, one of the players seemed a little reluctant. Only 100 slime coins. You should at least give 200. Right? Upon hearing this, the other players nodded immediately. That's right. 100 slime coins are too little. At least 200 should be given. That's right. This is the first skin prop in the game. It is estimated to be worth a lot of money. If we give up the auction, how much loss will we suffer? Do you know? Seeing these players start to ask for a lot, Xiao Zhang said calmly, with so many people participating in the auction, how can you be sure that you can get the chip? It's only the second round, and the bidding price of the chip has risen from 200 to 500. What do you think the price of the chip will be in the 5th round? As soon as this was said, several players were speechless. Then Xiao Zhang continued, what's more, according to the current market price, 100 slime coins is already a lot. At least you won't lose. Rather than wasting 3 rounds of bidding opportunities, it would be wise to take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune. What do you think? Xiao Zhang's analysis was very reasonable. But these people were persuaded in a moment. Okay. 100 is 100. So, relying on this lobbying skill, Xiao Zhang quickly eliminated many competitors before the 3rd round of bidding began. When the 3rd round of bidding began, Xiao Ming, who returned to the auction site, was stunned when he saw the few players left on the stage. What's going on? Why is it different from what he imagined? Why are there fewer and fewer people? Although he really wanted to know what these little players did in the few minutes he was away, he couldn't ask because of his NPC status. So he had to pretend nothing happened and continue bidding. It was different from the tense atmosphere of the previous 2 rounds of guessing the prices of competitors. Less than a minute after this round of bidding started, the chip was sold at a price lower than everyone expected. The player who bought the chip was not one of the big guys with famous IDs in the game, but an ordinary player who was unknown. Why is it only 600? Shouldn't the amount be doubled? Heck! I shouldn't have quit the auction if I had known. Looking at the price in front of them, the players who were originally glad that they earned 100 slime coins suddenly cursed. However, there is no regret medicine in the world. Faced with the auction result that has become a foregone conclusion, even if they are unwilling, they can only accept their fate. Who made them greedy for money? So, under the angry gaze of a group of players, Comrade Xiao Zhang successfully got the chip. Looking at the little player in front of him looking at the chip in his hand with excitement, Xiao Ming couldn't help but become curious about him. Comrade Xiao Zhang. He didn't have any impression of this ID. There are only about 100 people in the game, and he has more or less impression of most of the players. After all, Those players will run to him from time to time to show their presence even if they want to trigger the clan leader task. But it is rare for someone like Comrade Xiao Zhang to be so low-key that he has no impression of him. Could he be a new player who joined in the recent versions? But judging from his level, he doesn't look like that. He is not a new player. But he has no impression of him at all. This is very abnormal. Unless the other party has never come to him to brush up his favorability. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming couldn't help but become alert. It always feels unreasonable for a player who doesn't even come to brush up the hidden tasks of important NPCs. It seems that I have to pay attention to Comrade Xiao Zhang. Chapter 107, The Next Speculation of the Game. Real World. National Information Technology Research Office. Under the guidance of the staff, Xiao Zhang and Fang Qian came to a room. This is a conference room, with a dark long table and 2 rows of black chairs, which looks very serious. An old man in his 60s was sitting at the end of the long table. When he saw the person coming, he immediately stood up from his seat. Looking nervous, "How is it? Did you get it? Academician Chen, please take a seat first." Seeing that Fang Qian did not answer his question directly, Chen Zheng became more and more anxious. Could it be that he failed? No. You misunderstood. Fang Qian immediately explained, "Our investigators have successfully photographed the holographic projection chip. I came here today to explain the situation to you." Hearing this, Chen Zheng breathed a sigh of relief and slowly sat back in his seat. As early as a month ago, he received a research task. And the content of the research is a mysterious virtual holographic game, Desolate Star World, that has been famous on the internet recently. The reason why this game is mysterious is that there is no screenshot of this game on the internet so far. And of course, there is no video or audio of the game. But such a game without any promotional materials has caused the craze of some online game enthusiasts on the internet. The relevant departments naturally cannot ignore this phenomenon. After all, this is likely to be some new type of fraud gang. So, the upper level organized an investigation team to investigate this matter. But as the incident was investigated in depth, more and more mysteries emerged. And people became more and more frightened. Because they found that the truth hidden behind this game is likely to be related to extraterrestrial civilization. In order to contact extraterrestrial civilization, the entire investigation team, including the project team of their research institute, filled out the application form for the closed beta account of the game. However, so far, only Xiao Zhang from the investigation team has successfully obtained the closed beta account and entered the game. So, the burden of collecting intelligence fell on him alone. A few days ago, the official Wild Star World launched a skin prop called Holographic Projection Disguise Chip, and announced a limited time and limited quantity auction for it. After detailed discussions between the research institute and the investigation team, they inferred that the official skin prop called Holographic Projection Disguise Chip may carry the technological crystallization of alien civilization. Therefore, the investigation team asked Xiao Zhang, the only member of the team who was qualified to enter the game, to find a way to win the auction. In order to win the auction, the entire investigation team tried their best to raise slime coins for Xiao Zhang. It was a coincidence that the game officials did not know what they had noticed. Not long after, they opened a trading platform for game coins on the official website forum. This also added a convenient door to their actions. Fortunately, all the efforts were not in vain. Investigator Xiao Zhang successfully obtained a disguised chip. Thinking of this, Qin Zheng asked, "Have all the data indicators of the chip been recorded?" Hearing this, Xiao Zhang looked embarrassed. Seeing this, Qin Zheng frowned and asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" "This is Academician Chen," Fang Qian explained, "because the game does not have the function of taking screenshots and recording. The information that Xiao Zhang can collect is also relatively limited. At present, he can only describe the general style of this chip. As for more details, I am afraid that they will have to wait until later to improve them slowly." Hearing this, Qin Zheng's brows gradually frowned, and his expression could not hide his disappointment. If only this game could record videos or take screenshots. This would make the research work of the entire project much easier. Now they are like blind men touching an elephant. And many times, they can't see the whole picture of things at all. This is too difficult for researchers like them. Fang Qian naturally knew this. But he was powerless. After all, they had tried all the methods they should try. However, they could not completely open this half-open Pandora's box, because this game seems to have its own selection mechanism, and its selection criteria are different in each round. Even the time to open the closed beta account is elusive. Although he was reluctant to use such a metaphor, Fong Qian always felt that they were like the unfavored concubines in the harem, who were waiting for the emperor's favor. There was nothing he could do except wait and hope. Perhaps this was what the extraterrestrial civilizations behind the scenes of Wild Planet World wanted to see. Let's think about conspiracy theories. Maybe these aliens have been silently observing the behavior of the Earthlings in a corner that they couldn't see. As for what motives this unknown extraterrestrial civilization had for this series of actions, they still didn't know. However, from the current situation, they didn't seem to have any malicious intent. Of course, all this was just their speculation. Whether the facts were really as they thought, it was still unclear. It would be nice if we could enter the game and see it with our own eyes. Just when the relevant departments in the real world were scratching their heads anxiously to enter the game. The game was a scene of joy and excitement. I don't know which business genius came up with the idea. Gotham Iron Man actually used holographic projection disguise chips to start a new business. I saw Brother Gotham standing in front of the market with two apprentices shouting, "Want to be Daniel Wu? Want to become Louis Fei? Holographic projection disguise chip can satisfy your dreams. No need to reincarnate. No need to go back to the furnace. And no need to undergo plastic surgery. You can rent a holographic projection disguise chip for only 5 slime coins, so that you can experience a new life for 1 minute with your male god or goddess face." What a good deal. After hearing their advertising slogans, some beauty-loving little players began to get excited. After all, in real life, most people are ordinary people. Who doesn't want to experience the feeling of becoming a beautiful woman or a handsome man? Of course, thinking is thinking. Action is another matter. After all, the price of slime coins is rising now. 1 is 50 or 60 yuan, and 5 are 250-300 yuan. Spending 2 or 300 yuan just to experience this short minute is really not cost-effective. So some players protested. Why is the boss so stingy? At least people should be able to experience it for 5 minutes. What kind of experience can you get in 1 minute? Time flies by in the blink of an eye. That is to say, it takes more than 1 minute to ride a Ferris wheel in an amusement park. The price you charge for these 5 slime coins is too unscrupulous. Upon hearing this, Gotham Iron Man immediately retorted, "Are 5 slime coins expensive? Even a newbie can earn 15 to 20 slime coins a day by moving bricks at a construction site. Why are you all crying about being poor? Can it be the same?" In the slime group, a little player immediately argued, "Times are different from the past. Today's slime coins are financial products similar to stock funds. And this thing can be exchanged for RMB. That is to say, I can still consider 1 slime coin. But 5 are too expensive. I might as well add some money to buy a ticket to Disneyland. Isn't that good?" Under the siege of a group of players around him, Gotham Brother finally lost. Okay. 1 is 1. But the duration is only 1 minute. Hearing this, the players who were bargaining with him before rushed forward immediately. "I first. It was obviously me who came first. Don't compete with me." Seeing a group of people suddenly rushing in front of the stall, Brother Gotham was so happy that his teeth were not visible. "Don't push. Don't push. Come one by one." Looking at the extremely busy stall in the distance, Lu Guang quietly asked the big brother beside him, "Do we want to make one too?" "No need," Lu Yang said indifferently. "Even if everyone in the server came to rent it, there would only be 150 people. The rental fee for 1 slime coin per person is only 150 slime coins. It's not even enough for the cost of the auction." After speaking, Lu Yang paused and said, "What's more, I have found a buyer. The other party is willing to spend 5,000 slime coins to purchase this chip. Excluding the cost of the auction, I can still make a net profit of 4,800 slime coins." Lu Guang, although it was not the first time he had seen him, he still couldn't help but praise his brother. His business ability was really first-rate. In the current situation where the market price of slime coins has soared, he can still find such a sucker. Oh no! It's a rich man who comes to buy a mere skin prop. It's awesome plus awesome. Compared to the disguised chip, there is a more promising business waiting for us. Lu Guang was stunned when he suddenly heard his brother's words. A more promising business? What is it? Lu Guang glanced at him with a disgusted expression on his face, saying, "What a stupid question you asked. What else can it be? A spaceship." Seeing that his brother's understanding abilities seemed to be not good, Lu Yang continued to explain, "Don't you remember those orcs?" "Of course I remember." Lu Guang looked proud. "If Da Peng and I hadn't been running around in this mountain, we probably wouldn't have found those imprisoned orcs. Lu Yong nodded. Now the orcs have been successfully rescued, and the villains have been captured. The damaged spaceship has been repaired almost completely. So the question is, what will happen next? Lu Guang. Lu Guang. Escort the orcs back home. Open up a new map. Looking at his brother's shining eyes, Lu Yong sighed. You finally remembered this matter. The opening of a new map is very important for this kind of semi-open world game. This is the experience Lu Yong summed up after entering the game. I remember that when he first entered Desolate Star World, the game was carrying out a battle activity to liberate Bordeaux Farm. After the event, Bordeaux Farm was renamed Slime Farm and became one of the strongholds of Slime Village. This is the so-called map opening event. And those players who participated in the battle activity to liberate Bordeaux Farm and achieve dazzling results are now well-known big players in the game. Therefore, if you want to quickly accumulate a large amount of wealth experience points in the game, participating in the map opening event is the most convenient and quickest way. If his prediction is correct, then the next activity of escorting orcs back home is a great opportunity to open up a new map. And, who knows, the game may officially launch the business gameplay by then. Chapter 108: The Turmoil on the Planet Zukum. Looking at the few little players who were shouting and selling the right to use the holographic projection disguised chips on the roadside, Xiao Ming's expression suddenly became clear. Previously, he was still wondering why Gotham Iron Man would bid for skin props. I thought he was just like other little players, just to equip himself to show off. But now it seems that he thought too shallowly. This group of players always do things beyond his expectations. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming couldn't help but sigh secretly. They really know how to play. On the side, Mickey Graham saw this and asked, "What are they doing?" Xiao Ming shook his head and laughed. "Nothing. Just having fun." Entertainment? Using holographic projection disguised chips for entertainment? Just to turn into a human and all kinds of weird things? This group of slimes is really weird. Complaining in his heart, Mickey couldn't help but glance out the window again, and then saw a slime suddenly turned into a big blonde beauty with a protruding front and a curvy back. In just a moment, his face turned red. She looked so good. After realizing that she actually had an admiration for the phantom of a slime, Mickey shook her head and tried her best to get rid of this idea from her mind. Witnessing the orc boy's amorous performance, Xiao Ming smiled and did not expose him. He just calmly brought the topic to another matter. This morning, my men came to report to me that the spaceship had been repaired. Xiao Ming's voice immediately drew Mickey's attention back. Subconsciously, he turned his head and saw the yellow slime in front of him looking at him steadily. "It won't be long before you can go home." Upon hearing this, a trace of surprise flashed across Mickey's face. "It's been repaired? So fast?" Xiao Ming nodded slightly. The spaceship didn't suffer much damage, but there were some minor problems with the engine and the control room. In addition, we captured the engineer on the spaceship. With the help of those professionals, the problem can naturally be solved quickly. Mickey nodded after hearing this. Although he said nothing, a trace of regret and loneliness flashed in his eyes. After being rescued, he and other orcs lived in this slime farm. Although the place was not big and the environment was not luxurious, the people here lived very happily, and everyone had a smile and vigor on their faces. At first, he didn't know why these people respected these slimes so much. But later he slowly understood. Because these slimes allowed these people to live a good life of peace and prosperity. They work from sunrise to sunset, have enough food and clothing, can laugh as they please, and can sing and dance to their heart's content. Not only that, there are many incredible delicacies here. Charcoal grilled lake catfish, braised red flame anaconda, rye cakes, and the strange tasting red star fruit wine. These delicacies were all unheard of by him before. Although he had been here for such a short time, he had already fallen deeply in love with this place. However, happy times are always short. When Mickey thought about leaving here soon, she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. The orc guy in front of him was not a thoughtful person, and Xiao Ming saw through his thoughts at a glance. Because Boss Hulian, who was like this before. How could someone who was used to a comfortable life in the slime farm be willing to leave easily? After all, once on the road, the journey is always accompanied by many unknown risks. However, understanding is understanding, and things still need to be done. After all, those orcs were trafficked, and he couldn't let these people stay here without knowing why. Unless their parents are dead, and they have no relatives and are willing to stay, Xiao Ming will have to send someone on this trip. Besides, it's not easy to get a spaceship, How can you not go out and take a look? The players are all looking forward to the next outing. What's more, he also wants to see the planet full of orcs. Just when Xiaoming was planning to send this group of orcs back home, the atmosphere on the planet Zukum, far away from the desolate planet, was very tense. The reason is simple. Because not long ago, they received a message about the kidnapping of Prince Mickey Graham, the first crown prince of the planet Zukum. At first, they thought it was just someone's deliberate prank. After all, Prince Mickey was traveling and investigating in the Future Alliance not long ago. According to the security of the Future Alliance, who would dare to do such a thing? Moreover, the prince was not without guards. Although they did not believe it, they still tried to contact the prince just in case. However, what they did not expect was that the prince had lost contact. Not only that, the guards accompanying the prince also lost contact. This really scared the royal family of Zukum. It turned out that the kidnapping of the prince was true, and it was not a rumor out of thin air. In just a moment, the royal family of Zukum changed their previous indifferent attitude and became serious. Who kidnapped Mickey? The elderly King Zukum asked the minister in front of him anxiously. Prime Minister Luca stepped forward and bowed slightly, and replied, to your majesty, as far as I know, it was a business manager named Qian. Business manager? The king frowned, and the furry animal ears on his head shook twice. Obviously puzzled by the answer. Why would a manager of a trading company kidnap my son? This minister does not know. Luca lowered his eyes, and continued, but I heard that this manager of the trading company named Qian has been doing things that violate the interstellar law of the Future Alliance behind his employer's back. Illegal activities? Luca nodded. I heard that Qian is a human trafficker, in addition to ordinary laborers and slaves from other planets. He also dabbled in the orcs of our planet Zukum. Maybe His Royal Highness. This is ridiculous. The old king was so angry that he slammed the table heavily. He actually set his sights on my son. I think this manager of the trading company has lived enough. Facing the king's anger, Luca continued calmly. This Qian used the legitimate business of the trading company to cover up the fact that he was trafficking people. This matter was discovered by the owner of the Bia trading company himself. He didn't want the company to be blamed, so he reported the matter to us. It is because of this that we can now know the truth of the matter. Hearing this, the king couldn't help but snorted. So, we should thank him. On the side, the princess, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke up. It was clearly his subordinates who committed the crime. But now, he wanted to easily clear himself of the matter with a few words. This business owner is too optimistic. Luca lowered his head and said nothing, looking at his daughter, who looked cold beside him. The king, who was originally extremely angry, suddenly paused and said, Lena, although I know you are also very nervous about Mickey, don't embarrass the prime minister. After all, these words were not originally said by him. Lena turned her head and snorted as a response. The king sighed lightly when he saw this, and did not continue to correct his daughter's bad temper. He just asked the prime minister, so, the owner of the business knows where the manager is? Luca shook his head, although I have contacted the people of Bia Business. They don't seem to know where the manager is. However, I have reported this matter to the embassy of the Future Alliance in Zukumstar, and the Future Alliance has also given us a definite reply. They said they would definitely help us find the criminal and rescue the prince. Upon hearing this, the king fell silent. He didn't say whether it was good or bad. His brown eyes were covered by his drooping eyelids and looked a little dim. Luca glanced at the old king's expression, and then said, Your Majesty, please rest assured. I have sent people to collect the whereabouts of the prince and the thief. I believe that it won't take long to find His Royal Highness. The king sighed and waved his hand. Luca bowed and then left. Outside the meeting room, seeing the prime minister coming out, Duke Brayman, who had been waiting outside for a long time, came forward and asked, What's the situation? Luca raised his hand to take off the glasses on his nose and wipe them with the silk towel on his chest, and said slowly, Your Majesty is very angry, but I have already appeased him. Duke Brayman was a little surprised. He was actually appeased. Isn't that the most precious youngest son of this old guy? When Prince Mickey fell down and got a little skin broken when he was a child, the king would feel distressed for a long time. Now, when he heard that his youngest son was missing, he was so easily comforted by the prime minister? Was the other party perfunctorily deceiving him? Or was the king really so easy to fool? Seeing the subtle expression of Duke Brayman, Luca put his glasses back on his nose in a polite manner and said slowly, It is naturally not as easy to comfort His Majesty as you think. It's just that I brought up the Future Alliance. Upon hearing this, Duke Bremen, who was a little puzzled before, suddenly seemed to realize something, and his expression became clear. So that's it. Although on the surface, Zukum Planet is a vassal planet of the Future Alliance. In fact, the Future Alliance can provide very little help to Zukum Planet. Despite knowing this, Zukum did not dare to object to it. After all, the strength of Zukum and the Future Alliance is really different. Not to mention the nobles like them. Even the king has to look at the face of the Future Alliance ambassador to Zukum Planet. Just like the Future Alliance promised to help the Zukum royal family find the missing Prince Miki. This was at best just a polite remark. It is still unknown whether it can actually be accomplished. Perhaps the king knew this and gradually calmed down. After all, the suzerain country is unreliable, so we can only rely on ourselves. Thinking of this, Duke Bremen smiled suddenly. So the task of finding that kid fell on you? Luca glanced at him. And you don't need to worry about this matter. You should go back and tell your good nephew to behave well during this period. Maybe in a few days, the king's succession order will change drastically. Hearing this, the smile on Duke Bremen's face became deeper. He saw him grinning with a dazzling big gold tooth and said happily, "Don't worry. I will definitely convey it well." Looking at the smug face of the man in front of him, Luca sneered in his heart. Sure enough, he is a nouveau riche from the countryside. But he can't be on the stage. But it is precisely because this guy is simple-minded that he is easy to use. Thinking of this, Luca's eyes hidden behind the lenses narrowed slightly. Although the plan went wrong, fortunately the result is the same. As long as Prince Miki doesn't come back, everything will be easy. Chapter 109 1.12 version update. Limited time event homecoming trip. That's right. Luca doesn't want Prince Miki to come back. In his opinion, this innocent and even naive prince, who is protected by the old king, cannot bear the burden of being the future leader of a country. It would be fine if Prince Miki was obedient. But he is a self-centered and willful master. If such a person ascends the throne in the future, it is naturally impossible to follow his arrangements. Instead of this, it is better to choose a more obedient one to support him. So, when Prince Miki decided to leave Zukum Planet and travel to the Future Alliance, he not only did not oppose, but also strongly supported it. Because from the beginning, he did not intend to let the other party return to Zukum. In his heart, Prince Miki has long been no different from a dead person. Under his arrangement, the killer will pretend to be an accompanying guard and find a suitable opportunity to kill the prince on the way. At the beginning, he did plan to do so. But unexpectedly, the plan went wrong. The prince disappeared. The people he said couldn't find the prince's whereabouts. The prince's disappearance not only alarmed the royal family of Zukum Planet, but also attracted the attention of the Future Alliance. He hadn't had time to take action. But the person disappeared. Did Prince Miki encounter other accidents? Or did he notice something? Just when Luca was anxious because the plan was out of control, an unexpected good thing happened suddenly. The president of an interstellar chamber of commerce named Bia Business took the initiative to contact him and told him the whereabouts of Prince Miki. Unexpectedly, the prince of a country was kidnapped by a mere interstellar human trafficker. This kind of thing was not only unexpected but also had a special sense of humor, although it was a little different from his plan. Fortunately, the outcome of the matter did not deviate too much from the result he wanted. The king had entrusted him with the task of finding Prince Miki, which also gave him a lot of autonomy. With that human trafficker, no matter what he did, there was a ready-made scapegoat in front of him. At that time, he could completely confess in front of the king that his untimely rescue led to the death of Prince Miki. And the king and his people would not know this at all. When Prince Miki died, he would support the second-in-line crown prince, Duke Bremen's good nephew Kurnan. Kornan's birth was an accident. This unfavored prince was the result of the old king's one-night stand. His biological mother was just a lowly maid who died not long after giving birth to him. Because the king did not like this eldest son of low blood, Cullinan was raised in a manner outside the palace since he was a child. Because he did not often come into contact with people, he developed a cautious temperament over time. However, after all, he was a prince. And Cullinan was not so pitiful that he had no support at all. At least he had an uncle, Duke Bremen, who was capable of handling things. Although Bremen was a duke in name, he actually had no real power. Even the title of duke was only given by the king out of respect for Cullinan. After all, the other party is the uncle of the crown prince. The royal family values face the most. Even if the king dislikes this son and Bremen, a country bumpkin, in his heart, he still has to do the surface work. Bremen is naturally not stupid. He knows the king's attitude very well. He knows that the king will definitely not pass the throne to his nephew, but only to his only legitimate son, Prince Mickey. Although he knows this fact, Bremen is very unwilling. He is also the crown prince. Why can't his nephew be the king? Is it because his biological mother is of humble origin? Maybe Cullinan has accepted his fate. But he won't. Are kings, princes, generals and ministers of different species? In his opinion, even a bastard of humble origin can ascend to the throne. The premise is that there is an opportunity to climb up. And this opportunity is naturally given by Prime Minister Luca. As one of the most trusted ministers of the old king, Prime Minister Luca is in a high position, and can be said to be the most influential person on the planet Zukum besides the king. With such a powerful official taking a fancy to Cullinan, are you still afraid that he won't be able to sit on the throne? Bremen was very optimistic about this. Thinking of Luca's previous instructions to him, Bremen immediately took a luxurious carriage and rushed to the manor outside the palace to find his good nephew to report the good news. Dear Cullinan, guess what good news I brought you? As soon as he got off the car, Bremen didn't bother to let the servants inform him, and pushed open the door of the manor and drove straight in. In the garden, the young orc boy with antlers turned his head when he heard the sound. After seeing the person behind him, he turned his head back silently. Bremen had long been accustomed to his nephew's cold attitude, so he didn't get angry, but walked forward and poured out all the words in his heart that he had been holding back all the way. Our good days will come soon. It won't be long before you can leave this remote and broken manor and live in the palace. How about it? Are you happy? Hearing this, Cullinan put down the brush in his hand, and his calm golden brown pupils met Bremen's happy face. What did you do? You don't need to know this. Bremen smiled and said, you just need to know that you will soon become the future king of Zukum. Hearing such good news, Cullinan's face did not show the joy that Bremen expected, which made him a little puzzled. Aren't you happy? Cullinan lowered his eyes. Uncle, I don't want the throne. I just want to live my life here quietly. What? Bremen was shocked. Although he knew that his nephew was timid, he never expected that the other party would say such a useless thing. Although he was full of confusion and anger, he had to endure his temper and ask the other party the reason at this time. Why? Why don't you want to be king? Cullinan lowered his eyes, and his furry ears twitched. Being a king means meeting many people. I don't like crowded places, and I won't have time to paint after becoming a king. Hearing his nephew's disappointing answer, Bremen almost fainted. Don't like crowded places? No time to paint? Can this be a reason? For a moment, Bremen was so angry that his brain was confused, and he couldn't even organize a curse sentence. In his opinion, his nephew was a complete idiot and a useless person. After all, he didn't even want the power that was offered to him. What else could he be if he wasn't a complete idiot? Although he knew that his nephew was unreliable, he couldn't give up easily. After all, that was the throne. As long as Cullinan became the king of Zukum, he would be the king's uncle. From now on, everyone who saw him on the entire Zukum planet would have to respectfully call him Grand Duke Bremen, and no one would dare to disrespect him. He hadn't experienced such a good day yet. How could he let such a good opportunity slip away? Absolutely impossible. No matter what his good nephew thought, Bremen had made up his mind to make him the next king of Zukum. At this time, he never expected that his dream would soon be completely shattered by a group of uninvited guests. The uninvited guests who shattered his beautiful dream were none other than Prince Mickey, whom he had never expected, and a group of magical creatures called slimes, which looked like jelly gel. Real World. Official website of the game. WildStar World. Updated to version 1.12. Limited time event Homecoming Journey. Coming soon. Limited time event Homecoming Journey. Background of the story. A group of poor orcs from the planet Zukum were kidnapped by the unscrupulous human smuggling criminal gang Bia Trading Company and drifted to the wild planet. The great and kind leader of the slime tribe, the Golden Slime Chief, led the slime tribe to defeat the bad guys and seize their spaceship. Because the spaceship was slightly damaged during the battle, the orcs' journey home was repeatedly delayed. Now that the fault of the spaceship has been repaired, it is time to escort the orcs back to their hometown, the planet Zukum. Introduction to the activity task. During the limited time activity, players will board the spaceship as an escort team to escort the orcs back home. At the same time, you need to complete the friendly communication task with the orcs' home planet Zukum. If the player reaches the friendly reputation of Zukum, he can get an additional reward of 500 contribution points and 100 slime coins. How to participate is as follows. for the sudden update of the official website. Players of Desolate Star World have long been accustomed to it. However, habits are habits. But when they see the content of the game announcement clearly, they suddenly lose their composure. It has only been a few minutes since the update announcement was posted, and the comments below have exceeded 1,000. Hey Gulong Dongqiang, damn! There is a new event so soon? By Wuchang, 6. Stir-fried kidney, 666. Yi Huifei, this is a new map at first glance. And the location is on another planet, outside the Desolate Star. The production team is really awesome. They have come up with a big one so quickly. By the way, can their server still hold up? Pork stewed with vermicelli, don't worry. If it really can't hold up, the production team will not release it. Since the update announcement has been released, there must be no problem. Pineapple Popsicle, can this game still be called Desolate Planet World? We are about to leave the deserted planet. Brick Moving Boy, why can't we shout? We are the natives of the deserted planet. Even if we leave the deserted planet and go to other planets, it is also traveling abroad. Pork stewed with vermicelli, this comprehension is 6. I am your father, it sounds reasonable. I can't refute it. Stir-fried kidney, although, let me correct you. We are not traveling abroad, but interstellar travel. Brick Moving Boy, ah. Right. The little girl picking mushrooms, by the way. When will this limited time event be opened? I can't wait. Pork stewed with vermicelli, it seems to be tomorrow according to the announcement. Brick Moving Boy, damn. Why tomorrow? I can't wait to log into the helmet and go online now. Assembly line quality inspector at Brick Moving Boy brother. Don't be impulsive. I'm still in class now. Brick Moving Boy. The little girl picking mushrooms. I don't know what Zukum looks like. Brick Moving Boy, since it is the hometown of the orcs. It may be all primeval forests? Stir-fried kidneys, bet a dime. It's almost the same as World of Warcraft. Pork stewed with vermicelli. How is that possible? I think it should be similar to the Lord of the Rings. Looking at the debate among players in the comments section, Xiaoming couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He didn't know the answer to this question either. But according to Mickey's description, it should be a pretty good place. He was also looking forward to it. Chapter 110 Preparation before departure. Although version 1.12 has not been officially launched, players have already started to imagine the gameplay of the new map. The first thing is to speculate whether the official will finally open the merchant gameplay this time. In fact, the merchant gameplay has already been seen in the plot of the previous versions. It's like the Patriarch asked the players to build a road to connect the slime village and the slime farm, and extend the road outside the mountain. However, as the temperature in the game gradually dropped, the progress of road construction was repeatedly delayed. The merchant gameplay seemed to be abandoned. Just when the players were disappointed with this, a new turning point appeared. In the ship-grabbing battle event suddenly released by the official, they got a spaceship. This also reminded many players that Desolate Star World is actually a game with an alien background. They have been farming, fishing and hunting in the gullies for so long that they almost forgot this setting. Since it is a game with an interstellar background, there is no need to go by land for business. You can just take off directly. They already have spaceships. So why do they need to worry about when they can finish building roads? Why not just go to the sky and develop markets on other planets? As some players expected, version 1.12 was updated not long after that. This time, the official open maps of other planets except the deserted planet for the trip back to hometown event. This move also indirectly proves that the interstellar caravan trade gameplay will be opened. If the trade route between the planet Zukum and the slime farm in the slime village can be opened, the future development of the slime clan will become immeasurable. Although everyone knows that they need to do business with residents of other planets, the question is what kind of business is suitable. Looking at human history, trade between countries and trade between regions are related to their respective living habits. Just like the exquisite Orientals export tea, silk and porcelain, while the Arabs trade jewelry, spices and furs. So if the slime village wants to trade with the Zukum planet, what kind of business can be done? If you ask me, it must be catering. Food is the most important thing for a nation. Wouldn't it be nice if we set up a barbecue stall there to sell barbecue? What about the raw materials? There are lake catfish and red flame anacondas here, but there are none on the Zukum planet. Even if the ingredients are brought over, they would have broken down long ago due to such a long journey. How could they break down? There are refrigeration equipment on the spacecraft. What if the refrigeration equipment breaks down? How could it be such a coincidence? Besides, even if the equipment is really broken, it can be repaired. What if it can't be repaired? There are so many ifs. Are you a nitpicker? Okay. Stop arguing. Compared to catering and the like, I think selling weapons is more marketable. Upon hearing this, the players who were busy arguing about the spacecraft stopped immediately and looked at the person who was speaking. At some point, Gotham Iron Man also squeezed into the slime pile and participated in the conversation of the players. Seeing this familiar player's ID, everyone fell silent. Selling weapons is just like the Ponzi Cave 1.0 with some disgusting raw materials. What? As expected, the next second, I heard Gotham Iron Man talking non-stop. I calculated the production cost of the weapon. Excluding labor costs, the raw materials don't cost much, because many things are everywhere on the deserted planet. Just like my Pansy Cave 1.0. The raw materials are based on the juice of the pima tree that is everywhere on the deserted planet and mixed with our... Stop talking. Some players covered their mouths and made a vomiting gesture. Even though they already knew the business secrets of Gotham, the players still couldn't help but complain at this time. They actually used slime poop to make weapons. How disgusting and perverted. However, complaining is complaining. If you think about it carefully, what Gotham said is not unreasonable. Looking around the world, some major countries will export weapons, and the arms industry has always been an industry with huge profits. Of course, the weapons made by Slime Village itself cannot compare with those high-end weapons such as power armor and plasma cannons in some science fiction movies and TV shows. At least it lost a lot in terms of appearance. Although the style looks a bit rough, it is quite powerful. Otherwise, those thieves would not have been beaten to a pulp. If you don't pursue high-end effects, then the weapons produced by Slime Village are still quite marketable. Of course, the premise is that the people of Zukum Planet like it. According to the background information released by the official in advance, Zukum Planet is a small planet that is attached to the Future Alliance, one of the two major interstellar forces, and the productivity and technological level of the Future Alliance are extremely developed. Will Zukum Planet, which has exchanges with such a highly developed civilization organization, like the crudely made homemade guns and foreign cannons of Gotham Brother, players are somewhat pessimistic about this. What's more, it is not certain whether things like weapons can be brought on board the spacecraft. If the official introduces new regulations during the event that do not allow players to bring weapons on board the spacecraft, or if there are strict regulations on the number of weapons on the spacecraft, then all plans will be in vain. After all, this trip was to send the orcs back home and to show friendship to the planet Zukum. As a result, everyone brought a bunch of weapons, and those who didn't know thought they were here to cause trouble. Like the players' concerns, Xiaoming was also considering whether to bring enough weapons before setting off. According to Julian, the whole road from the deserted planet to the planet Zukum is not peaceful. It is very likely that you will encounter brutal interstellar thieves on the way. I always feel uneasy if I don't bring more weapons for self-defense. But he is also worried that if he is too armed, it will arouse the vigilance and dissatisfaction of the leaders of the planet Zukum. After all, if you think about it from their perspective, a group of uninvited guests with guns and the residents of the planet Zukum appear on their own territory. This feeling is indeed a bit subtle. Those who don't know thought they were threats. Regarding Xiaoming's concerns, Mickey said calmly, "You don't have to worry about this matter. Just bring weapons. After all, safety must be guaranteed first during the journey." Hearing this, Xiaoming looked at him with some surprise. "Are you worried that I would do something to your hometown?" "You won't." The young orc in front of him smiled heartily. "If you were really that kind of person, you wouldn't have let your men come to save us. What's more, no matter how weak the Zukum planet is, it will not be afraid of the weapons of a mere spaceship." Is this guy so confident about his hometown? Xiaoming was silent when he heard it. For a moment, he didn't know whether to complain about the other party's overconfidence or to correct the other party that he was not a human, but a slime. After hesitating for a long time, Xiaoming finally chose to shut up. Forget it, since the other party said so. Then bring the weapons. Just when Xiaoming solved the problem of whether to equip weapons, another problem soon followed. That is the problem of fuel for the spacecraft. The preparations for an interstellar journey are more than Xiaoming imagined. In addition to self-defense weapons, food and fuel are also top priorities. The former is easy to say, but the latter is also the first time for Xiaoming to get married. Unlike cars, the fuel of the spacecraft is not oil, but a kind of radioactive energy or on the planet Zidar. Only when this energy ore is connected can the spacecraft take off. Xiaoming learned this from the captured engineers on the spacecraft. Because EP91 was originally only going to stay on the deserted planet for a short time, the energy ore stored on the spacecraft was not sufficient. To reach Zukum safely, they needed at least 2 kilograms of energy ore. The only way to obtain energy ore was from some interstellar caravans that made a living by selling Zidar ore, or some interstellar transfer stations. The so-called interstellar transfer station is similar to a gas station on Earth. There, the spacecraft can get fuel and food supplies. Of course, the interstellar transfer station is much larger than the gas station on Earth. Moreover, the charges there are not cheap. After learning that the spacecraft may not have enough fuel, Xiaoming immediately began to have a headache. What can he do? His event preview has been sent out, and the players are looking forward to it. Now he is told that the fuel may not be enough. What can he do? Just when Xiaoming was troubled by this, Julian, who had been watching silently in the corner, suddenly raised his hand. Maybe I know where there is energy ore. Hearing this, Xiaoming was stunned, obviously a little surprised. You know? I saw Julian raised his hand and pointed to a white crystal cup placed in the corner of the bookshelf opposite. Seeing this, Xiaoming was stunned. Then I heard Julian say, "This is the crystal cup I sold to the former owner of Bordeaux. Its raw material is the crystal of the planet Zidal. However, unlike ordinary Zidal crystals, the crystal used in this crystal cup is produced in the greasy mining area. There are only 2 types of crystals produced in the greasy mining area. One is the energy crystal mine dedicated to spacecrafts, and the second is a high-purity rare gem mine specially supplied to the Zidal royal family for them to make various handicrafts. Although they are both produced in the same mining area, the prices of these 2 ores are very different. Although the former is also expensive, it is nothing compared to the latter. Although the crystal cup I sold to Bordeaux was claimed to be a tribute to the Zidal royal family, it was actually made of energy crystals. Calculating the weight, it should be more than 2 kilograms. You can just use it." However, Xiaoming's focus was obviously not on obtaining energy ore. "But? So you cheated him?" Meeting Xiaoming's teasing eyes, Julian touched his beard a little embarrassedly. Then he heard him cough lightly and said, "I am not cheating customers. At least the craftsman responsible for making the crystal cup is indeed the craftsman of the Zidar royal family. Even if it is not 100% of the tribute, it accounts for 50%. So, the things you sold to me are also watered?" Being teased by Xiaoming, Julian waved his hands repeatedly. "Absolutely not. I have always done business with you honestly. Absolutely no water." After saying that, as if to make up for himself, he added, "The main reason is that Bordeaux is stingy and just wants to spend a small amount of money to get a big bargain. So Okay." Xiaoming was immediately happy. "It's okay as long as it's not adulterated. I didn't say anything to you." Seeing that the slime chief in front of him was not angry, Julian's hanging heart slowly let go. Fortunately, otherwise, his white lantern mushroom business would be ruined. Chapter 111 Biological Weapons. Julian didn't want to cause a crisis of trust in his current partners because of his past black history. After all, the white lantern mushrooms here are in large quantities, of good quality, and at a favorable price. If he loses the opportunity to cooperate because of a small matter, it will be a loss. Thinking about it, Julian immediately said, "Can you use energy ore? If not, I can help you." The mustache merchant in front of him spoke attentively, with a hint of flattery in his eyes, as if he wanted to make up for his previous gaffes in front of old customers. Xiaoming was immediately amused when he saw this, so he followed his words and said, "Yes, you can. But from what you said just now, Julian, you seem to be able to fly a spaceship?" "Of course." Julian's face flashed a smug smile. "I have been doing business with the caravan on various planets in the interstellar since I was 16. It's no problem to fly a spaceship. Of course, I also know a little about the structure of the spaceship. You should know that the energy-filling devices of different models of spaceships on the market are designed differently. If you are not a professional who often deals with aircraft, it may take some effort to fill the spacecraft with energy stones for the first time." Hearing this, Xiaoming nodded with satisfaction. "I see. Then I'll trouble you." Seeing that the slime chief did not reject his proposal, Julian was relieved and showed a relaxed smile on his face. "You are polite. It is not troublesome at all." Hearing Julian's polite words, Xiaoming smiled and said, "Since boss who doesn't think it's troublesome, then I will shamelessly continue to trouble you for one thing." Julian was stunned. "What is it?" "This time, my tribesmen and I are going to send these guests back to Zukum Star. I would like to ask you to go with us. After all, as you can see, the residents here still know very little about things outside the deserted planet. Boss, who has been doing business outside for many years, and must be knowledgeable, and should be able to become a very good guide. I never expected that the golden slime would take the initiative to ask me to accompany him. Hearing this, Julian was startled at first, and then a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Can I go too? Of course. Xiaoming nodded and said, you are a guest of our slime farm, a partner of our slime clan, and even more our friend. Since you are a friend, why not go out with us? Of course, if you have something to do, then just ignore this suggestion. No, I don't have anything important to do. As if the other party regretted it, Julian hurriedly said. At the end of the words, he seemed to feel that his tone seemed too eager. So he pretended to be calm and saluted to the golden slime. Since it is your invitation, I will not refuse it. Julian was very excited at this time. You should know that Zuka Thumb Star is rich in a plant called bolong grass. It can promote cell regeneration and repair, and is a rare and precious medicinal material. Compared with the white lantern fungus, the price of bolong grass is only higher, not lower. Not to mention the material-poor desert planet. Even in the future alliance with advanced technology and abundant material resources, not everyone can afford this wave dragon grass. In some places, the price of a wave dragon grass can even be sold for 20 alliance coins, which is equivalent to 100 gold coins on the desert planet. Although the price is high, the future alliance's demand for this herb is not low, because they need to use the dragon grass to extract and make green advanced evolutionary agents and some repair drugs. If they can import some dragon grass from Zukum Star to sell, then it will be another sure win business for him. Thinking of this, Julian looked at Xiaoming with more enthusiasm. Sure enough, the decision to cooperate with the Slime Clan in the White Lantern Mushroom business was really right. This opened up more than just the sales of the White Lantern Mushroom, which obviously brought him other broader ways of wealth. This golden slime is simply his god of wealth. However, this god of wealth did not know what the interstellar businessman in front of him was thinking. At this time, Xiaoming was still thinking about how to make this event more interesting. After all, this event was extraordinary. They were finally leaving the barren planet, and the location was a strange planet that he had never been to. Although everything was planned by himself, Xiaoming knew very well that this was not a real game. Many times, things don't go 100% according to one's plan. If there is a mistake, even he may not be able to make it up. But how can a game be bug-free? In the framework of the game, players will not feel strange if there are any problems. Compared with the so-called mistakes, Xiaoming is more worried that players will find this event boring. After all, the location of this event is Zukum Star outside the Wasteland Star. The distance of the location is still unknown. Anyway, the journey will take a lot of time. When the players first boarded the spacecraft, they would definitely find it interesting because the novelty has not worn off. But after a long time, it is hard to guarantee that they will not feel bored. For a game, boredom is a very fatal flaw, because the game originally needs strong entertainment to attract players to continue to grind. Moreover, in the vast space, the spacecraft cannot be docked as easily as driving on land. What if those players complain that the event is boring? Just when Xiaoming was thinking about whether to organize some small activities on the spaceship for entertainment, some creative little players had already used their subjective initiative to help him plan the relevant entertainment plan for the game. I want to be famous, in my opinion. We can set up a chess and card room on the spaceship. Anyway, we are idle, and we can play cards to kill time. No. Gotham Iron Man shook his head and said, since we have already set up a chess and card room, why don't we just set up a casino? Isn't that more interesting? Damn. Sure. The pattern suddenly expanded. Awesome. Hey Gulong Dongqiang, who was watching silently on the side, couldn't help but say, by the way, can you pass the review if you do this? Brother Gotham didn't think so. What are you afraid of? This is a game. What's the review or not? Anyway, it's not real. Besides, don't some luxury cruise ships and luxury hotels in China also have this thing? Hearing this, Hey Gulong Dongqiang nodded suddenly. It seems so. Gotham Iron Man, even if we can't build a casino, we can still build some other projects on the spaceship. Just like a luxury cruise ship has a gym, cinema, opera house, shopping mall and buffet restaurant. Anyway, there is not much difference between a spaceship and a cruise ship in essence. Both are long-distance transportation. We can completely follow the operation method of the cruise ship. Why not make money and have fun? Kaylee suddenly realized what he said, and immediately gave a thumbs up to praise the master. The master is worthy of being the master. He can even think of this. Keep a low profile. Gotham Iron Man is very happy with the flattery of his apprentice. Just listen to him continue to count on his fingers, especially the restaurant. This activity will take at least several days on the road. Right? So many players must eat on the spaceship. Each person will be charged 10 slime coins for each meal. So everyone can contribute 20 slime coins a day. After a few days, won't it be profitable? After saying that, Brother Gotham sighed with regret. If I didn't have the talent for cooking, I would have tried to open a restaurant on the spaceship. That's a sure win business. Everyone, forget it. Even if you really dare to do catering, we don't dare to eat. Who knows if there will be something weird in it? Although I don't think Brother Gotham will do catering. His words have awakened some self-employed players who are full of action. So soon, Xiaoming saw some small players in the market began to pack up their shops. And they seemed to be closing the shop and leaving immediately. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Are you not going to open a shop? Seeing the clan leader taking the initiative to ask questions, the small players who were packing up the stalls were stunned at first. And then saluted to Xiaoming. Report to the clan leader. We want to move the stalls to the spaceship. Are we going to Zukum planet soon? The little player in front of him scratched his head a little embarrassedly. He didn't know how long it would take to go there. And the store couldn't be closed for too long. So he thought about moving the things to the spaceship, so that it wouldn't delay everyone's opening of the store and doing business. Xiaoming. It seems that he doesn't need to worry about it at all. These little players are very proactive. They have already thought about how to pass the time during the event. But, you too. Wait a minute. Looking at the backs of two little players, not far away, who were stealthily carrying a box out of the weapon workshop. Xiaoming immediately stopped them. Hearing this, the two slimes stopped immediately. Xiaoming recognized these two people. They are the two little apprentices of Gotham Iron Man, who usually work in Gotham's weapon workshop. The child must be making trouble quietly, recalling what the Gotham brother did in the past. Xiaoming immediately stepped forward. What's in the box? Just some tools. Kaylee answered first. Xiaoming naturally didn't believe this answer. Tools? What tool? Open it, and let me see. Upon hearing this, the two little players looked embarrassed. What? Is there something inside that I can't see? Hearing this, the two slimes shook their heads repeatedly. In that case, let's open it and see. Seeing that the tribe leader insisted on doing so, Kaylee knew that he could not hide it. So he had to accept his fate and open the box. Anyway, the master asked them to take the things. So if the clan leader really wanted to investigate, they couldn't be blamed. However, what is this? Looking at the bottles and jars and various small precision instruments in the box, Xiaoming's jelly face suddenly wrinkled into a bun. Could it be tools for making explosives? He was naturally not too worried about other players bringing explosives weapons on the spaceship. But it was different when the target was Gotham Iron Man. This little player is not a person who will obey. This guy always does things his own way. Even he has to be careful. Hearing this, Kaylee was relieved, and then shook his head desperately. No, absolutely not. I guarantee in the name of my master that these things are definitely not used to make explosives. Seeing the little player in front of him answer so quickly and confidently, Xiaoming became more and more suspicious. Unconvinced, he unscrewed one of the small bottles and smelled it closely. There is indeed no smell of saltpeter and sulfur. And there is no smell of other chemical raw materials. If I had to say it, I could smell a plant scent. What is this? This is the diet pill developed by our master. Without waiting for his companions to respond, Kaylee was the first to answer. Diet pills? Upon hearing this, Xiaoming was stunned. Such a tough Gotham Iron Man would actually research diet pills? Why is he researching this? I don't know. Maybe he feels that he has gained weight recently. Kaylee rolled his eyes and answered. Hearing this, Xiaoming put down the bottle in his hand doubtfully and took it away. Okay. Seeing that the patriarch did not continue to pursue the matter, the two of them were relieved. Kaylee winked and hurriedly carried the box away with his companions beside him. The box was naturally not filled with diet pills. Instead, it was the latest research of Gotham Iron Man, smiling half-step epilepsy, and flowing away. Probably because the success of the previous Ponzi Cave 1.0 gave him great inspiration. After that, Gotham focused his research on biological weapons of interference and control. Of course, with his knowledge level, He could not create awesome products like the T-virus in the biochemical crisis. So, he focused on pharmaceuticals. For example, itching powder and laxatives. The so-called mycelia is actually a grass leaf powder made from a plant that can make people allergic and itchy. As for the laxative, it is easier to understand, which is a laxative herb that can make people have diarrhea. Gotham Iron Man felt that there might not be a market for his homemade explosives to sell on Zukum Star. Instead of doing this, it is better to find another way and make some poisonous hidden weapons to let these orcs see the power from the Oriental martial arts novels. Of course, at this time, he had never expected that his invention would be of great use in the next journey. Chapter 112, Voyage. Target Zukum Star. Official website of Wild Star World. The limited time event, Homeward Journey, is officially launched today. Under the leadership of the great and benevolent leader of the Slime Clan, Chief Golden Slime. Players will embark on a journey to escort the orcs of Zukum Star back home. How to participate in the event, from now on. Players with a level of LV3 and above can register at Chief Golden Slime, Cheater, and Mina. Registration can be either individual or group. If you choose to register individually, the system will automatically assign a team group. During the limited time event, players will board the spacecraft as an escort team to escort the orcs back home. During the event, the orc NPC will open the friendship system. P.S. The friendship of the orc NPC is closely related to the friendly reputation of Zukum Star. For the sake of the task, please treat the NPC well. The moment the official game announcement was released, the game forum was boiling. Damn! The favorability of the orc NPC is linked to the friendly reputation of Zukum? So the official means that we should brush the favorability of the NPC? Brush it. It's not the first time for us to lick the NPC. What's the big deal? Compared with this, it is more surprising that the level limit has been raised. Indeed, in the previous few activities, even the most dangerous combat activities, the official only limited the level to LV2. But this time, the activity actually raised the participation level to LV3. Could it be that this activity is actually dangerous? So the official said it this way? It's really possible. The official said that this time the players will escort the orcs back home in the form of the escort agency guards. Have you seen adventure animations? The protagonists always encounter various villain bosses during their journey. Maybe this time is also the same setting. We must use fighting to protect these orcs on the way to gain their favorability. Damn! I thought this activity was purely for sightseeing. But I didn't expect that we would need to fight. Isn't fighting good? There are generous rewards for every battle. It's good. But fighting all the time is also very tiring. Looking at the various discussions of players on the forum, Xiaoming shook his head and sighed. I think too much. It's not the case at all. The reason why players above LV3 are limited to participate is purely because if we don't do this, there will be too many people signing up. If all players come to participate in this event, there will be no players stationed in the village and farm. Although so far, the possible dangers around the slime village and slime farm have been cleared by the players. But nothing is absolute. If some blind bandits or other dangerous forces come to their territory after they leave, the farms and villages that lack combat power will definitely suffer losses. After all, those natives are flesh and blood, and they can't be resurrected after death like the players. Moreover, leaving the base camp empty-handed is an extremely dangerous thing. So Xiaoming naturally would not let this happen. So some players must be allowed to stay. And the activity level limit is the best way. Of course, from the perspective of players, this official rule is obviously not friendly. For a time, many new players, whose levels are not high enough, cursed the dog planner. But Xiaoming obviously didn't care. Curse it. Which game company's planner on the market has not been scolded? Anyway, they don't know their true identity. Besides, there is no order without rules. If these fourth disasters are not properly restrained, who knows what they will do? However, these players' speculations are not completely unreasonable. After all, the journey is so long. No one knows what will happen on the way. It is still necessary to be more vigilant. Be a trading company. President's office. In front of the huge conference table, a holographic light screen flickered. In the center of the screen, a noble orc with gray wolf ears was staring at the man in front of him. You are the president of Bia Trading Company. Facing the faint green eyes of the orc in front of him, Collier's heart beat. For some reason, he felt like he was being watched by some kind of beast. This made Collier, who always had the upper hand in negotiations, feel a little uncomfortable, suppressing the inexplicable fear in his heart. Collier straightened his back slightly and said solemnly, "It's me, I also had someone pass the previous news to you. Luca nodded slightly, his green eyes flashing with a dim light. Your news is very useful. I am honored to be able to contribute to your royal family. Collier responded politely, while looking at the face of the orc in front of him calmly, thinking secretly in his heart why the other party suddenly took the initiative to contact him. The Prime Minister Zukum in front of him didn't seem to initiate this conversation just to thank him. Thinking about it, Collier asked tentatively, I wonder if His Royal Highness the Prince has been found? However, the person opposite glanced at him coldly. The person who kidnapped the prince was your subordinate. Even you don't know where he escaped to. How can we know the whereabouts of the prince? Collier was immediately frustrated by being confronted by someone. Although he was very dissatisfied in his heart, he had to grit his teeth and continue to endure in order to continue the show. You are right. I was not thoughtful enough. At the end of the words, he glanced at the other party quietly and continued, although I don't know where this traitor escaped to, I can be sure of one thing. This guy will eventually go to Zukum Star. Zukum Star? Luca was obviously puzzled by this sentence. He didn't understand why a kidnapper would have the courage to run to the hostage's hometown, since he had already kidnapped a person. Isn't he afraid of being caught? Such behavior is too illogical. As if seeing his doubts, Collier explained, you don't know. My former subordinate is a bold guy who will not get up early without profit. Since he knows the identity of the prince and kidnapped him, he will definitely find a way to maximize the benefits. If I am not mistaken, he will definitely ask the royal family for a ransom. But now his account has been frozen. To get the money, he would certainly demand payment in cash or valuable jewelry. In this case, he will definitely come to Zukum to get the ransom. At that time, you can take this opportunity to catch him and rescue the prince. He cannot be allowed to land on Zukum. Luca coldly interrupted the analysis of the businessman in front of him. If the kidnappers come to Zukum to collect the ransom as you said, Zukum will lose face. This matter not only concerns the face of the Zukum royal family, but also the face of the entire Zukum planet. So you must not do it as you said. Never expected that the other party would reject his proposal. And Collier didn't know how to respond for a while. Although he cursed in his heart, Collier still patiently asked Luca, what are you going to do? Catch him before he arrives at Zukum? Of course. Hearing this, Collier hurriedly said, but we don't know his whereabouts yet. Luca glanced at him. Didn't you say that? That guy will come to Zukum sooner or later. In that case, why not just wait at the landing port of the spacecraft? Hearing this, Collier was stunned. What you mean is, instead of aimlessly looking for a needle in a haystack, it is better to wait quietly where you are. But will His Royal Highness? We care about His Royal Highness's safety more than you do. Luca looked at the president of the business firm in front of him. Since the other party wanted money, His Royal Highness would definitely be fine. Collier. Yes. Compared to these, I have an important matter that needs your assistance. Hearing this, Collier's expression changed slightly. What is it? I need you to help us catch the kidnapper. Luca paused and said, after all, he was once a member of your business firm. Collier. Does this mean that they are also responsible? Although he originally intended to get rid of Qian, this plan felt different when it was said by the Orc Prime Minister in front of him. He was the one who provided the information. But he was always led by the nose by the person in front of him. It was really annoying. Although he felt uncomfortable, Collier still said yes with a smile. After all, Qian knew too many secrets of their company. If he was allowed to tell the truth alive, then a company would be closely related to the kidnapping of Prince Zukum. We have already come this far, and we must not fail. Collier had his own plan, and Luca on the opposite side also had his own plan. What Zukum Star and the face of the royal family were just his excuses. The reason why the kidnapper was not allowed to land in Zukum was purely because he could not act openly in Zukum. But if the location was outside Zukum Star, everything would be different. Even if he killed Prince Miki, he could completely push the crime onto the kidnapper and the people of Bia Company. Compared with these outsiders who didn't know the details, the king would definitely trust him more. At that time, what he said would be the truth. Right? At this time, the two people with ulterior motives still didn't know. The kidnappers they were waiting for did not go to Zukum Star as expected. On the contrary, a group of strange creatures appeared at the landing port of the Zukum Star spacecraft that they never expected. Let's put these aside for now. Time flies, and it's the day when the event officially starts. Early in the morning, the players who signed up for the event logged into the game. Even if some people need to go to work or school and can't go online on time, they don't forget to ask their game friends to carry their slime bodies onto the spaceship. Anyway, the body is wherever it is. It doesn't matter. Most of the players saw this spaceship for the first time. So when they boarded the ship, they couldn't help but look around and touch it curiously. Just like Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden. Damn! The internal structure of this spaceship is too cool. Sure enough, the artists and modelers of this game are awesome. While these players were visiting the spaceship with great interest, those players outside who couldn't participate in the game because of insufficient levels looked up at them with envy and hatred. Damn! Why do you have to be LV3 to sign up? I hate it. What do you hate? Didn't you just reach LV2? If you want to hate, I should hate it. I only need 10 contribution points to upgrade to LV3. Damn. My luck is too bad. If this activity could start a day or two later, I could sign up. Hearing their complaints, a player in the queue for boarding waved to them in a rather annoying way, and said, "Don't worry, brothers. I will upload the first-hand information to the forum in time when we get there." However, these players did not appreciate it. Upload your sister? I don't care. That's right. Isn't it just a spaceship? I ride it in the children's park next to the community every day. Not only a spaceship. I have even ridden Ultraman. Knowing that these people are just saying that the grapes are sour, the little player stopped provoking them and boarded the spaceship through the bridge triumphantly. In the control room, Xiaoming couldn't help shaking his head and sighing when he saw the noisy players through the surveillance. For some reason, he always felt like a class teacher who took a group of elementary school students out of school for a spring outing. I hope that in the next journey, these naughty kids will not cause trouble for me. Chapter 113 Attacked on the Way. Look! Look! That Milky Way is so beautiful. I saw it. Wow. It's so beautiful. Although I know that the modeling of this game is awesome, I still can't help but be amazed every time. This is too much like a Hollywood sci-fi blockbuster. +1. I feel like I'm filming Star Wars. Damn. When will this game be able to open the photo and video function? If it can make AD sound, it will definitely be popular. After leaving the barren planet, the spaceship set off to Zukum Star according to the established route. For the first time to watch the vast galaxy of the universe so closely, this group of little players really surrounded the viewing window of the spaceship and made waves of ignorant exclamations as expected. Although the game planner himself was also amazed by the beautiful scenery in front of him. Due to the NPC character setting, Xiaoming could only continue to pretend to be a mature and steady patriarch with a paralyzed face. On the side, Mickey couldn't help asking, "Is it the first time for you and your subordinates to leave the deserted planet? Otherwise, why would these slimes exclaim for a long time at an ordinary nebula?" Yes. Xiaoming nodded slightly and didn't deny it. Although it does seem a bit ignorant to say so. There is really nothing to hide about this kind of thing. Besides, he didn't think that these orcs would look down on them because of a small matter. Sure enough, the cheerful orc youth in front of him grinned and said, "The scenery here is nothing special. It will be spectacular when we get to the future star cluster." Future star cluster? Suddenly hearing an unfamiliar word, Xiaoming was stunned and asked, "What is that?" "It is the star cluster to which the Future Alliance belongs." Mickey explained, "The Future Star Cluster is a planetary belt composed of 7 planets. The core of the Future Alliance is in the center of the planetary belt. It is composed of 3 planets. And these 3 planets are the core member stars of the Future Alliance. Alpha, Gamma and Beta." Xiaoming. Alpha, Gamma, Beta? This name is really careless. Even the angle coefficient and gamma ray are out. Could it be that the person who named it likes mathematics and physics? And there are already alpha and beta. Why not add omega to make ABO? Thinking of this, Xiaoming couldn't help asking, "Is there another planet called Omega among these 7 planets?" Upon hearing this, a trace of surprise flashed across Michi's face. "So you have heard of Omega Star? Wow, it really exists." Then Michi continued, "Omega Star is the most special planet in the Future Alliance. The people on this planet are very smart and have a very high IQ. They advocate science and research. Many scientific research technologies in the Future Alliance were born there. It is the technology center of the Future Alliance. And it can even be called the brain of the Future Alliance." Mickey paused and said, "Of course. I said this planet is special not only because of these, but the reproduction method of Omega people is different from that of people on other planets." Hearing this, Xiaoming couldn't help but complain in his heart, "Oh my god. Is there really an ABO worldview setting?" Just when he was thinking this, Mickey continued, "Because of advanced technology, the Omega people have long abandoned the traditional way of reproduction. The residents of their planet are all born in the culture chamber of the laboratory. Through the selection and evolution of genes and the extraction and cultivation of cells, every Omega person is a genius with high IQ at birth. So the so-called special reproduction refers to this. I thought it was the so-called ABO. Although it was a pity. Xiaoming didn't care too much, but focused on the Future Alliance itself. In other words, the Future Alliance is actually composed of the 7 planets in the Future Star Cluster. Right? Mickey nodded. It seems to be true on the surface. But the power of these 7 planets is not the same. I have said before that the core of the Future Alliance is in the center of the Future Planetary Belt, which is composed of the 3 core member stars of Alpha, Gamma and Beta. This means that the power core of the entire Future Alliance is in the hands of these 3 planets. Alpha holds the legislative power, Gamma holds the judicial power, and Beta holds the administrative power. As for the remaining 4 planets, although they are also part of the Future Alliance, they do not have any real power. The order of the entire Future Alliance is formulated and maintained by these 3 core member stars. It can be said that the Future Alliance is dominated by these 3 planets. Isn't this equivalent to a federal country that implements the system of separation of powers? Of course. If the 7 planets have their own autonomous administrative powers, it would be the UAE. Thinking about it, Xiaoming asked again, when was the Future Alliance established? Not long ago. It was only about 400 years in total. Mickey explained, about 500 years ago. The 7 planets were still independent. Until later, a war broke out between the 3 planets in the center of the planetary belt. After that, it gradually affected the entire future galaxy. The war lasted for nearly 100 years, and no one was finally determined. Not only that, it also brought a heavy price. Environmental destruction, resource plundering, and a sharp decline in population. Finally, someone couldn't stand it anymore and proposed a ceasefire. The century-long war ended. Not long after that, the Future Alliance was established. After nearly 100 years of changes, it finally became what it is today. After speaking, Mickey paused and said, although our Zukum planet is not one of the 7 planets of the Future Alliance, it was later absorbed and accepted into the sphere of influence of the Future Alliance because it is close to the Future Star Cluster and is protected by them. Xiaoming understood after hearing this. The regional radiation power of a region. Normal. I think that his country was once the most prosperous era when all nations came to pay tribute, and small foreign countries paid tribute. In the past, I only heard of the name of the Future Alliance, and I only knew that it was a major force that was in a position of confrontation with the Space Legion. And I knew very little about other things. Now after listening to Mickey's explanation, Xiaoming has a general understanding of the Future Alliance. This world seems to be more complicated than he imagined. Although it is complicated, these major events between countries do not need him, a small person, to consider at present. As a game planner, he only needs to let his 4th disasters have a good game experience. Compared to this, Chief, how far are we from Zukum Star now? A little player's voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Seeing the bright eyes in front of him, Xiaoming subconsciously turned his head to Julian, who was responsible for driving and dispatching the spacecraft. How long will it take us to get there? If everything goes well and there are no interstellar thieves or asteroid belts, it will be about 2 days. On the contrary, it may take a week or 10 days or half a month. Xiaoming, although I know that there are many variables in the journey, this time span is too long. Julian continued, but don't worry. I have been doing business abroad for many years and have encountered everything. Even if you really encounter something unlucky, you will be safely delivered to your destination in the end. Xiaoming, don't be a jinx. Julian was puzzled. What is a jinx? Xiaoming, I don't want to explain. Asteroid belt? Mickey was a little surprised. I haven't encountered it before. Not encountering it before doesn't mean you won't encounter it in the future. Julian smiled and said, you know, things like asteroid belts can move at any time. Just like interstellar thieves. This thing is as common as the sandstorms in the western part of the wasteland. You can't hide if you really encounter it. Seeing Julian's relaxed look, Xiaoming's mood was not relaxed. He didn't want to encounter it. It took a lot of effort to repair the spaceship. If it encounters an asteroid attack, won't he have to repair it again? Besides, repairs are a small matter. If the spaceship crashes, won't he be finished? Thinking of this, Xiaoming couldn't help but hold the seat belt on the seat. God of the universe bless. This journey must be smooth. On the side, I want to see the chieftain and several NPCs mumbling in the wasteland language for a long time without answering my question. For a while, I was a little confused. What's the situation? Is there a bug? Can't the chieftain interact with the players? Just when he felt that he was puzzled, he stumbled suddenly. Then he heard a loud bang outside. Damn! What happened? Were they attacked? Shit! Is this true? I thought this activity was a pure sightseeing trip. But it turned out to be a combat activity. If I had known, I would not have come. I am a life player. Look there. In the slime group. I don't know which little player shouted. Everyone hurriedly looked out the window. At some point, a flying ship appeared outside. I saw a flash of fire in the distance. And a missile was fired from the bottom of the flying ship and flew straight in their direction. In just a moment, the players on the ship were shocked. Shit! It's coming! Shit! Hide quickly. It's useless. The language is not communicated. The driver can't understand. Just as the players were screaming, the spaceship that was originally flying steadily under their feet suddenly turned into a bus that braked suddenly and began to turn sharply. Caught off guard, the players experienced drifting in the air. Boom! The missile passed by the spaceship, and the brilliant flames exploded in the darkness, rolling up a scorching heat wave. Damn it! They actually dodged it. Across from them, in the control room of the spaceship, Duke angrily hammered the table. Not long ago, he received a message from his subordinates, claiming that they had received the radio signal of EP91, which had disappeared for nearly half a month. This made him feel uneasy. Although he didn't know what Chian had done during the time he disappeared, he absolutely couldn't let this guy come back alive to ruin his plan. So he secretly led a team of people to ambush near the signal receiving site. He thought he could destroy EP91 in one fell swoop. But he never thought that the other party would escape. Thinking of this, Duke's face gradually darkened. Continue to launch. Destroy that spaceship for me. He didn't believe that Chian would be so lucky to escape from the dense firepower. Yes. His subordinates responded fluently. Just as he was about to press the launch button, an accident suddenly happened. Chapter 114 Escape. There was a loud bang, and a black stone hit the glass window of the flying ship. Then, there was a second and third sound. Oh no! It's the asteroid belt. As his subordinate shouted, Duke was horrified to find that countless asteroids had appeared outside the flying ship at some point. At this moment, these stones were raining down on their flying ship. In just a moment, the flying ship was disrupted from its stable flight trajectory by the asteroid group that suddenly appeared. In the violent turbulence, collisions and shouts came one after another in the cockpit, and the scene was in chaos. Duke struggled to maintain his balance, and shouted with a dark face, "Turn quickly! Avoid the asteroid belt." Hearing the boss's order, the subordinates who were panicked by the sudden accident immediately came to their senses, hurriedly got up from the ground and returned to the control console to try their best to control the balance of the flying ship, and wanted to turn its course away from the asteroid belt. Duke on this side failed to steal the chicken and lost the rice. And Xiao Ming and his group on the other side were not much better. The group had just dodged the sneak attack for a while, and before they had time to see who the opponent was, they were interrupted by a group of asteroids that suddenly appeared. Warning! Warning! There are a large number of asteroid belts ahead. Please adjust the course of the spacecraft in time. In the control room, the alarm sounded in my ears along with the violent turbulence of the spacecraft. The official event announcement did not say that such a thing would happen during the escort. This is too hacking pit. I want to hug the thick pillar in front of me tightly and scream in horror. The battle maniac He Gulong Dongqiang obviously didn't think so. Is this the pit? I thought I could have a good interstellar space battle just now. But I hit an asteroid. This is too hacking aggrieved. This game should be so realistic. Even the special effects of asteroids hitting spacecrafts are made. I just want to have a good trip. Stop yelling. Hurry up and find a way to get the spaceship away from here. Otherwise, we will all die. It's easy to say. You can drive a spaceship? Damn. Just as the players were arguing because of the sudden change, Julian, who was in the driver's seat, seemed very calm. It was obvious that this was not the first time he encountered such a situation. He was seen operating the control panel of the spaceship in an orderly manner. The next second, the shaking and bumping spaceship led to a violent turn. Then he turned on the accelerator and rushed directly in the opposite direction of the asteroid. The spaceship turned into a roller coaster before he was caught off guard, and the players who were not wearing seat belts turned into slime pinballs and shot around on the inner wall of the spaceship. For a while, Screams were heard everywhere. Damn it! Was this NPC a racing car before? This is too scary. Mom, I want to go home. There are naturally brave players and brave players. Instead of being scared, he became extremely excited when he encountered this situation. Ah! Exciting? Drive faster. Of course, this unsociable guy soon attracted many players' curses. Exciting? Why don't you go to the grave to dance? Unlike the players around him who were panicking and cursing, Xiaoming seemed particularly quiet at this time. It was not because he was frightened by the situation in front of him, or because he was trying hard to act in order to maintain the stable image of the clan leader. It was because he was still thinking about the attack he had just encountered. If the asteroid in front of him was just an accident during the journey, then the attack before that was obviously a well-prepared plan. So the question is, who exactly attacked the spaceship? Why did they attack the spaceship? Could it be interstellar thieves? No. The spaceship they were riding belonged to the BIA trading company. Those interstellar thieves were mixed up in the underworld after all. Would they be so blind as to sneak attack such a trading company spaceship with a strong background in gangs? Moreover, from the attack just now, it seemed that the other party did not intend to leave anyone alive. The SHLs they fired were all aimed at sinking and blowing up the spaceship. They were not like ordinary thieves who robbed for money. Not for money. Just to silence. Then the rest of the answer is obvious. The other party might be someone who has a grudge against BIA Trading Company. What they didn't know was that the spaceship had changed its owner. So they were looking for the wrong owner. Thinking of this, Xiaoming couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he should have asked the players to repaint the spaceship. As a result, he was beaten for nothing. And now he encountered an asteroid. It's really unlucky to drink water. Although the beginning of this journey was a bit unlucky, it was a close call. Under Julian's superb driving skills, the spaceship finally successfully escaped from the asteroid belt, and the function of the spaceship was not seriously damaged. In comparison, Duke and his team, as sneak attackers, were not so lucky. At this time, the group was still struggling in the dense asteroid belt. There was no way. The speed of the flying ship they were riding was too slow. From the beginning, Duke's assassination was carried out without the knowledge of his boss Collier, so he could not mobilize the manpower and material resources of BIA Trading Company. The flying ship he took for this sneak attack was purchased privately by him. In addition to the strong attack effect, other comprehensive skills are completely inferior to the transport spacecraft of the merchant company. But Duke didn't care about these at first. After all, his purpose was to kill Qian. As long as the attack effect was strong and the spacecraft could be sunk, other things were not important. Anyway, the spaceship would be scrapped and dismantled after the assassination. But he didn't expect that his luck would be so bad. Not only did he start badly, but he also encountered an asteroid belt. Not only did he fail to kill the person, but he was also in a critical and passive situation. Damn bad luck. Thinking about it, Duke's expression became more and more distorted. Manager, what should we do now? Let's leave here first. Duke frowned. The assassination failed. And now he can only pin his hopes on the guys on Zukum Star. The Prime Minister of Zukum Star has reached a cooperation agreement with the President a few days ago. Although he didn't know what they said to each other, he was sure of one thing. That Gai Qian would not survive. Thinking of this, Duke narrowed his eyes. I hope these orcs won't let me down. Otherwise, if the matter is exposed, he will have to find another way out. The first day's journey was thrilling and exciting. After going offline, the players immediately posted what they saw and heard today on the forum. Stir-fried kidneys. This event is really exciting. I want to be red. It's really exciting. I almost turned from a slime into jelly dregs. Seeing someone posting. The new players who missed this event, and the cloud players, who are still waiting in line for the closed beta qualification quickly clicked in. 7 Calabash brothers. Small benches in the front row. Little fur ball, waiting. Fox peddler, selling melon seeds. Peanuts. And oranges in the front row. Candied watermelon. Don't keep us in suspense. Tell us quickly. What does it feel like to ride a spaceship? And is space the same as what you see in the movies? Give me a quick syrup. Have you been to Zukum? Are there only beast-eared girls there? Squinting smile. Little fur ball. GKD. GKD. Hey Gu Long Dong Chong. How can it be that fast? I asked the tribe leader. If the natives didn't encounter thieves or asteroids, it would take 2 or 3 days. But we happened to encounter both. Now we are off course, and don't know how long it will take to arrive. 7 Calabash brothers. Watermelon with shredded silk. Damn! Give me urgent syrup. Did you encounter an asteroid? I want to be red, of course. We were attacked by interstellar thieves. Watermelon with shredded silk. Ambush? So exciting. Little fur ball. I'm so envious. I also want to fight a space battle. I want to be red, don't be envious. There was no space battle at all. We didn't even see who the opponent of the sneak attack was. And we encountered an asteroid. It couldn't be worse. Hey Gu Long Dong Chong. That's right. I thought we could have a good fight. But we just ran for our lives. Fox Peddler, don't be Versailles. Give me urgent syrup. That's right. If you don't want to go, let me go. 7 Calabash Brothers, +1. I'm still farming in the village. Watermelon with shredded silk. You all don't want to be ordinary. I haven't even entered the game yet. Little fur ball. I also. When will the official open the next batch of closed beta accounts? I want red, according to my estimation. We have to wait until the new map is open this time. Gotham Iron Man. I agree with Seohong's opinion. The last time the new map slime farm was opened, a group of new players came in. This time should be no exception. I want red. I want red, damn you. Don't call me Seohong. Gotham Iron Man. Okay Seohong. I want red, hashtag. Gotham Iron Man, pick your nose. Watermelon with shredded silk. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and continue talking. What happened later? Seeing this, the players stopped bickering and continued to talk about the main topic. Gotham Iron Man, after escaping the asteroid belt, we also got rid of the group of thieves. I have to say, Julian, this NPC, really surprised me. He usually dresses like a circus leader. And I thought he didn't know anything. I didn't expect him to be so good at driving a spaceship. I want to be red? I want to be red. What do you call driving a spaceship? He drove the spaceship like a roller coaster. I was almost thrown out by him. Gotham Iron Man, roller coasters are so exciting. Xiaohong, you are too timid. I want to be red. Don't call me Xiaohong. Seeing that the post seemed to be going off track again, the netizens below immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. Don't go off track. Speak quickly. Seeing this, Lu Guang, who had been silently peeking at the screen, took over. There is nothing much to say about what happened later. After successfully escaping danger, the spacecraft continued to move. Because the route deviated, it took a detour. Fortunately, there is still half a day to reach the transit rest station, where supplies can be replenished, but it is said to be more expensive. I am your father. I heard that there are many special interstellar delicacies in the transit station. You can buy some to try when the time comes. I want to be red. How do you know these? Shocked face. Ultraman of Light. Of course the tribe leader said it. I want to be red. I want to be red. Why didn't the tribe leader tell me anything when I asked him before? Gotham Iron Man, Seohong. Your position as the #1 licker on the deserted planet is no longer secure. Squinting. I want to be red. Damn! While the players were chatting and having fun in the forum, in the distant game world, another force lurking in the dark was preparing to make a move. Chapter 115 Enemy Attack Again. Found the whereabouts of that guy? Yes, President. Duke nodded slightly. I just received the positioning signal sent by EP91 not long ago. I have sent my men to chase him, hiding the fact that he took the initiative to attack EP91. Duke showed a look of regret. He never thought that he would encounter an asteroid belt halfway. So he didn't catch up. Collier frowned when he heard this, and there was obviously some dissatisfaction in his eyes. Why didn't you notify me in the first time? Duke quickly lowered his head and said, I want to catch the man and then hand him over to you. It's all my fault for being too impatient. Hearing this, Collier's expression eased a little. Forget it. It's useless to say more. You don't have to worry about this matter. The Zukum royal family has its own plans. You come back first. Duke lowered his eyes, covered up the slight hesitation in his eyes, and whispered yes, and then turned off the communicator. After escaping from the asteroid belt, Duke immediately reported the situation to the president. Originally, this was not necessary. But who made him fail? Not only did he fail to kill Qian, but he also let him escape. If the matter is exposed in the future, the president will most likely suspect him. In this case, he can only report this matter to the other party with a mixture of truth and falsehood, although it will not play a big role in the whole matter. At least it can make the president think that he is just greedy for merit and wants to perform well. Thinking of this, Duke's face eased slightly. Fortunately, the president did not seem to doubt his words, which made him feel relieved. But this does not mean that he can be completely relieved. After all, as long as Qian is alive, his position as the general manager of the Chamber of Commerce will not be stable. After all, what was robbed was robbed. If he does not deal with the trouble will find him sooner or later. Duke frowned. And he didn't know when the gang on Zukum Star would take action. Don't they want to rescue the prince? What Duke didn't know was that as the Prime Minister of Zukum, Luke did think so. Not only did he not want to rescue Prince Miki, he even wanted to find an opportunity to kill him and prevent him from returning to Zukum successfully. In order to achieve this goal, Luca even deployed people at every transit rest stop outside Zukum to monitor him at all times. Once he found someone suspected of Prince Miki, he would take action immediately. Anyway, in the eyes of outsiders, everything he did was just to rescue the prince from the kidnappers. As for the life and death of the prince, guns and cannons have no eyes. And it is normal that it is difficult to ensure that the hostages will not be injured in the process of saving people. Luca calculated very well. The god of the universe seemed to be on his side. After waiting for several days, the people he sent out finally brought him news. Prince Miki appeared in a transit rest stop 10 light years away from Zukum. Moreover, there were many orc civilians from Zukum around him. It seemed that everything was as the president of the Bia trading company had explained. The guy named Qian did something shady behind their backs. Trading orcs? The only difference was that in addition to the people in the caravan, there were some strange creatures similar to jelly gel around them. These creatures are colorful and look very novel. What is even more surprising is that they seem to have human-like intelligence. Not only do they eat human food, but some jelly gels seem to be able to talk to people. What exactly are these? The spy was unsure for a while, so he reported what he saw and heard truthfully. Although Luca was also surprised, he didn't take it too seriously. After all, according to the people from the Bia trading company, in addition to the human trafficking business, the trader seemed to be selling some rare and strange creatures. Maybe these things are one of the goods he sells? Thinking about it, Luca said, it doesn't matter what these things are. Don't forget what our purpose is. The subordinates heard it with a look of enlightenment. Indeed, it doesn't matter what these creatures are. They have neither claws nor fangs. They look very fragile at first glance. They don't pose any threat to their actions at all. In this case, there is no need for him to worry too much about such irrelevant things. It's almost putting the cart before the horse. Thinking about it, the subordinates no longer thought about it and replied in a deep voice, "Don't worry, Prime Minister. Prince Miki will not come back alive." Received the order from the Prime Minister. The subordinates immediately sent a message to the assassins ambushing in the transit rest station, asking them to find an opportunity to attack according to the plan. Mickey Graham knew nothing about the fact that someone wanted to harm him. At this time, he was strolling in the supermarket of the transit rest station with Xiaoming, Julian, and a group of slimes. After escaping from the asteroid belt, after half a day of rest, they finally arrived at the transit rest station successfully. Here, not only can the spacecraft be repaired and maintained, but also energy, and food can be replenished. Of course, all of these require money, because this transit rest station belongs to the Future Alliance. Consumption here requires the use of the Future Alliance's currency. Of course, if there is really no currency, you can also go to the self-service bank window of the transit station. As long as the currency of the planet that belongs to the Future Alliance's sphere of influence can be exchanged here. However, things like exchange rates are unpredictable and change every day. The same currency could be exchanged for 10 Alliance coins yesterday, but today it can only be exchanged for 5. However, Mickey has neither the currency of the Future Alliance nor the currency of Zukum Star. As a prince, he doesn't need to carry money with him. Moreover, after the previous kidnapping incident, he is even poorer. Mickey is penniless. And Xiaoming, the leader of the slime clan, is not much better. Not to mention that he built his business out of nothing and has no money in his pocket. Even if he really has money, the gold, silver and copper coins commonly used on the Desolate Star are useless here. After all, the Desolate Star is a wandering planet. It belongs neither to the Future Alliance nor to the Space Legion, since it does not belong to the sphere of influence of the Future Alliance. Its currency is naturally not eligible to be exchanged for Alliance coins. Therefore, Xiaoming and Mickey, who are short of money, can only look at it to satisfy their desire. Mickey doesn't think it's a big deal. After all, the food sold in the transit rest stop was ordinary, and only interstellar merchants passing by would buy it. As a royal, he naturally didn't think much of it. Moreover, In his opinion, the food in the window is not as tempting as the barbecue in the slime village. Xiaoming didn't think it was a big deal. Anyway, he didn't like shopping. It was just hard for these little players. They had been looking forward to shopping at the rest stop for a long time. But now they were told that the slime coins could not be used. And they all became frostbitten eggplants and wilted immediately. I am your father was a little dissatisfied. This game is too pitfall. Since you can't buy anything. What are we doing here? Pork stewed with vermicelli. Maybe just let us come and have a look. To satisfy our eyes? You can only look but not buy. Are we going to the supermarket or the museum? As he said, I am your father looked at the spaceship cake in the window with resentment and let out a long sigh. Peng Zhanqi was very calm. Maybe we haven't unlocked the authority yet. According to regulations, consumption here must use the currency of the future alliance. But the current desolate planet does not belong to the sphere of influence of the future alliance. Hearing this, I want to be read as if I understand something. What you mean is, we will be accepted by the future alliance and then be included in the sphere of influence of the future alliance? This possibility is not ruled out. Peng Zhanqi analyzed that after all. According to the official setting, the wasteland is a wandering planet. It is barren, chaotic, and does not belong to any force. According to the design concept of infrastructure management games from scratch, from low level to high level, the wasteland world will definitely develop into a planet with stable order in the later stage. In addition to us players, there may be other external factors that bring stable order, and this factor is likely to be the future alliance. How is this possible? Hearing his analysis, Gotham Brother was the first to jump out and refute. We have worked hard for so long to turn the slime village and slime farm into what they are now. If the wasteland is finally included in the sphere of influence of the future alliance, won't this game be useless? Then what are we playing? Which player who plays infrastructure management likes to make wedding clothes for others? Who doesn't want to occupy the mountain and be the boss? Brother Gotham said seriously, I think that this future alliance will sooner or later become the younger brother of our desolate planet. Everyone. You are really bold. But think about it carefully. What Brother Gotham said is not without reason. As he said before, players who play infrastructure management games all have a dream of being a lord. How boring it would be to surrender to other forces in the end. The planner of this game is not so stupid as to do such a thing. As for whether the future alliance will become the younger brother of the slime clan in the future, it is unknown. Looking at this group of slimes who are eagerly looking at the food window, Hu Lianfu said, Lord Golden Slime, you and your people can buy anything you want. It's all on my account. Xiaoming blinked when he heard it. Obviously a little surprised. Boss who is so generous. It's just a little thought. Just consider it as a thank you gift for inviting me to go to Zukum Star this time. Seeing the businessman's flattering smile, Xiaoming was happy. Boss Hu, you are too kind. I have to thank you for that. If it weren't for your excellent spaceship driving skills, we probably wouldn't have been able to escape so smoothly. Hearing the words, spaceship driving skills, Julian was stunned, and a hint of satisfaction flashed across his face unconsciously. But he still replied modestly, the clan leader is too kind. My driving skills are only average. Xiaoming smiled and did not respond. He turned his head and glanced at the crowded window opposite, and slowly said, I appreciate Mr. Hu's kindness, but as for paying the bill, it's better not to spend money. Xiaoming said this not because he was embarrassed to let Julian spend money, but because there were 70 or 80 players this time. If all of them were counted on Julian's account, it would definitely be a considerable amount. What's more, his little players are not kind people. When they hear that someone is paying the bill, they will only take more and more. If Julian has no money to pay at that time, wouldn't it be equivalent to causing trouble for nothing? He didn't want to owe Julian a favor for nothing. Business is business. If too many favors are involved, there will be no way to talk properly in the future. Seeing Xiaoming's refusal, Julian seemed to want to say something. But at this moment, a shout suddenly came from a distance. Chief, there is an enemy attack. Chapter 116 Claim. The moment the voice fell, a gunshot was heard outside the originally quiet store. Then, screams were heard everywhere. I saw a group of people with half of their faces covered, holding guns and shooting everywhere. Bullets flew everywhere, shattered the glass and penetrated the wall. The sudden scene stunned everyone present. It was only a day after the attack, and now there is another wave. It turns out that this activity of escorting the orcs back home is really like being a bodyguard. However, despite the size, the brave and combative little players quickly reacted. It's time to live. This is a great opportunity to show their presence in front of the orcs. As long as they defeat these bad guys and protect the orcs, won't their favorability in the hearts of the orcs rise rapidly? By then, won't it be a natural thing to achieve the friendly reputation value of Zukum Star? Thinking of this, the player's eyes suddenly showed a desire for victory. Brothers, grab your weapons. Hack him. For the Shit King. Go! Long live the Slime Clan. So, under the astonished eyes of everyone, countless jelly balls waved their weapons and ran away. In an instant, screams and gunshots were heard everywhere, and the scene was in chaos. On the opposite side, the killers sent by Luca were also stunned. What exactly do these jelly gels want to do? Do they want to fight against them beyond their ability? The young mercenary couldn't help but speak. Captain. This. Bang. He raised his hand and fired a shot, and a jelly gel fell to the ground. The captain of the mercenaries turned his head. Don't worry about them. Just kill anything that blocks the way. Yes. Behind the vending machine, Julian just stuck his head out to take a look, and a bullet whizzed past his head. It was just a few centimeters away from hitting him. Realizing this, Julian's heart suddenly started beating wildly. He glanced at the bullets flying outside with some uneasiness. It's not safe here. Let's find a place to hide first. The two naturally did not refuse this proposal. Although they looked calm on the surface, they were actually very nervous. After all, guns have no eyes. If they are accidentally injured, it's not a joke. Especially Xiaoming didn't have a resurrection armor on his body. For a moment, the two of them squatted down and retreated carefully with the cover of the surrounding objects. On the way, a black slime suddenly jumped up and hit one of the gangsters hard. Then the man flew out like a rag and hit the door of the store heavily. Bang! Seeing such a scene, Mickey opened his mouth in surprise. Although he knew that this group of slimes were strong in combat, he didn't expect that the other party could be so strong. This is even more powerful than the orc strongmen of their Zukum Star. However, compared with these, what he is more concerned about is the gang of bandits in front of him. They are not like ordinary interstellar thieves. This group of people are well trained, more like soldiers or mercenaries. Recalling the sudden attack before encountering the asteroid belt yesterday, Mickey seemed to think of something for a moment, and his face changed slightly. Subconsciously, he looked at Xiaoming beside him, Lord Golden Slime. This? Don't worry. My people will solve everything. Before he finished speaking, the slime chief in front of him spoke first. Meeting Xiaoming's calm eyes, Mickey was stunned. The words that were about to come to his lips were swallowed back unconsciously. Hurry up. If they find out, it will be over. In front, Julian curled up behind the transport vehicle with a nervous expression and waved at the two. Seeing this, Mickey stopped wasting time and hurriedly followed the footsteps of the slime in front of him. What on earth are these? How can they fight so well? Never expected that the combat power of this group of jelly gels is so terrifying. Even though they were born in the Space Corps and had experienced hundreds of battles, they still had such a hard time dealing with it. Not only can they use guns and other weapons, but they also seem to have a particularly strategic mindset. Of course, what is even more terrifying is the self-healing ability of these creatures. They are not afraid of shooting at all. Even if they are hit by bullets, it will not hinder their movements at all. Not only that, they will also collect the bullets in their bodies and eject them in an incredible way to fight back. It doesn't matter what it is. He casually fired a shot at a jelly gel that pounced on him. And the man called the captain said in a deep voice, the important thing is Prince Mickey, and he must not be allowed to leave here alive. It's not easy to get such a big order. If they let the mission target run away, they will not only not get the money, but also affect their reputation in the industry in the future. The subordinates naturally knew the pros and cons, so they began to search for the figure of the mission target. However, as soon as they turned around, there was no one outside the food store opposite. The young orc who was standing there had disappeared. Prince Mickey was gone. Hearing the sound, the captain looked back and his face changed suddenly. Damn it! He actually let him run away. Realizing that the mission target had escaped, the captain gritted his teeth and chased him quickly. Don't fight. Then he fired a few more shots at the distance. Hack! Who sneak attacked me? At the corner, Gotham Iron Man cursed angrily. If I hadn't been lucky enough to dodge quickly, my butt would have been blasted. However, the battlefield was so intense that no one paid any attention to him. Seeing no one answer, Gotham seemed to be very angry. So he turned around and told the two apprentices beside him, Quick! Show them some color. They Lei understood, and quickly took out the long-prepared Han Xiaoban Butin, installed it in the modified spray water gun, and then shouted to the little players, who were fighting in the distance. Get out of the way! Seeing Gotham and his two apprentices carrying a new thing out, the players were shocked and subconsciously scattered and dodged. Everyone knew that Gotham was a weapon maniac, and he always liked to move the strange weapons he developed to the battlefield for experiments. In order to avoid being affected, it is better to get out of the way early. The mercenaries, who were originally annoyed by the harassment, were a little confused when they saw that the Jelly Gels actually retreated on their own initiative. Could it be that they knew they couldn't win, so they gave in? At this moment, a strange powder suddenly floated in the air. Before they could figure out what it was, an indescribable itch spread from their face to their neck, and then to their chest. What's going on? It's so itchy. Why is it so itchy? For a moment, these mercenaries couldn't even hold their guns steadily. At this time, they realized that they had been ambushed, and all this was related to the strange powder just now. But it was too late to say these things now. The itching spread all over their bodies, and they had no way to concentrate. No matter how itchy it was, they had to endure it. The mercenary captain gritted his teeth and growled. Having said that, for these mercenaries, who were used to fighting in the hail of bullets, it was much more difficult to endure the itch than to endure the pain. After all, the pain was like strong liquor. Although it was spicy, as long as you get through the beginning, you will slowly get used to it. Although the itch was not fatal, it was like a chronic poison that would gradually destroy a person's will. Seeing his men scratching from time to time, the mercenary captain's face became more and more ugly. However, at this moment, he couldn't scold others, because even he felt that his body was extremely itchy and uncomfortable, and he wanted to take off his clothes and scratch it immediately. This can't go on. The captain gritted his teeth, took out a dagger and cut it across his palm. The pain immediately made his brain clear, but it was only for a moment. The powder attached to the surface of the skin penetrated into the blood through the wound, and the itching spread all over the body in a moment. Not good. The mercenary captain realized that his cleverness backfired, and before he could curse, he was completely tortured by the unbearable itching and threw away his armor. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up! Gotham Iron Man shout immediately brought the players, who were watching the excitement, to their senses. Realizing that it was Brother Gotham who did something, the players immediately picked up their weapons and rushed towards these mercenaries. These guys were already no match for them, and now they were also affected by Brother Gotham's smiling half-step madness. They lost their fighting power and quickly surrendered. Report to the clan leader. All the criminals have been captured. Please let the clan leader decide. The little player who came to report had sparkling eyes, as if he was looking forward to something. Xiao Ming understood and nodded slightly. Thank you for your hard work. You are all warriors of the Slime Clan. I believe your achievements will be remembered by our guests. Hearing this, the little player in front of him was overjoyed and saluted Xiao Ming hurriedly. Yes. After completing the verbal praise process, Xiao Ming was about to ask the gangsters why they attacked them, but suddenly caught a glimpse of a group of people. This group of people wore silver-white one-piece uniforms. A closer look showed that they had black armbands on their arms, with a strange symbol composed of 7 circles of different sizes. These people are staff at the transit rest station. Judging from their armbands, they should belong to the management of the Future Alliance. Julian reminded in a low voice. They are probably here for what happened just now. Xiao Ming immediately understood. The transit rest station had just been attacked by gangsters. As the manager of the rest station, it is impossible for him to ignore such a big thing. But, even though there was such a big commotion just now, this group of people didn't show up. Now that the criminals have been controlled by them, this group of people came late. The reason behind this makes people think more. On the opposite side, the group of people have already walked in front of everyone, ignoring the group of short and strange creatures in front of him. The man who seemed to be the manager looked directly at Julian. Did you catch these criminals? Julian was about to deny it, but saw the slime chief beside him quietly tug at his trouser legs. He swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth and answered with a stiff face. Yes. As soon as the voice fell, the man opposite tapped twice on the handheld terminal, and then a string of shocking numbers appeared on the screen. In this case, please compensate for the losses here according to the price. Julian was completely stunned. Compensate according to the price? Are you kidding me? Facing the mess on the scene, he opened his mouth, unable to say anything. Not to mention that these things were not smashed by him. Even if they were, it would not be his turn. Shouldn't this kind of thing be counted on the heads of these criminals? They are obviously the victims. Just as Julian was about to refute, Mickey on the side suddenly spoke. It is obvious that your security measures here are not in place that allow the criminals to break in. And now you are asking us for compensation. Is this how the future alliance will be managed? Hearing this, the man narrowed his eyes, as if he was somewhat dissatisfied with the young man who suddenly interrupted him. Just when he was about to retort subconsciously, he suddenly saw the other person's face clearly. He was stunned for a moment. Isn't this Prince Mickey from Zukum Star, who has been missing for several days? Why is he here? Chapter 117. I'm sure there will be a big plot behind this. Being in the future alliance, Qin-Chi has heard about the news that the royal family of Zukum Star spent a lot of money to search for Prince Mickey. However, he just listened to this kind of news as insignificant news. After all, he is just the station master of a small transit rest station, and the affairs of those big shots are too far away from him. But who would have thought that the protagonist in the news would appear in front of him, and even mix with this group of strange guys in front of him to accuse them of their mistakes? For a while, Qin-Chi's face was a little ugly, but soon, he regained his composure. Since the other party did not take the initiative to reveal his identity, he could pretend not to know. What is more important now is compensation. Such a big thing happened in his jurisdiction. If it cannot be properly resolved, he is afraid that he will not be able to sit in the position of the station master of the transit rest station for a long time. The security of the transit rest station is not a problem. This group of criminals obviously came prepared. After speaking, Qin-Chi paused and looked at Mickey meaningfully. Hearing this, Mickey's face suddenly darkened. He had doubts when the spaceship was attacked before, until he met this group of gangsters just now. He was more certain that these people were coming for him. He had been missing for such a long time, and the people of Zukum Star had never found him. I don't know if they really couldn't find him, or if they deliberately didn't find him. If it was the latter, then everything would make sense. Whether he was kidnapped and almost sold before, or he was attacked these days. Obviously, someone didn't want him to return to Zukum alive. Seeing the prince's gradually becoming solemn expression, Qin-Chi knew that he guessed right, and his mood became particularly good for a while. After all, the prince of Zukum Star who had been missing for a long time appeared again and happened to meet the gangsters. It was really hard not to think too much about this matter. However, Qin-Chi did not intend to delve into the secrets hidden behind it. For him, it was more important to deal with the mess in front of him than to speculate on the gossip about the Zukum royal regime. Only by linking the gangsters with the prince can he get rid of this pot. As for whether the truth is what he thought, it is not important. What he wants is that the prince feels guilty about this and pays the compensation obediently. However, Qin-Chi's wishful thinking has not yet started. But he heard a sentence in his ear. Since the security is not a problem, these criminals will not be able to successfully enter the shopping street no matter how well prepared they are. To put it bluntly, your security measures are not in place. Since the transit rest station cannot provide us with protection, we can only do it ourselves. In this case, why should we pay money? Everything we do is to protect ourselves. Hearing the voice, Qin-Chi subconsciously looked in the direction of the person who spoke. At the feet of Prince Mickey, a yellow, knee-high, strange creature like Jelly Gel was staring at him. Seeing this, Qin-Chi was stunned. Obviously, he didn't react. Did he hear it wrong? This thing can actually speak human language? Before Qin-Chi could be surprised, he saw Mi-Chi Wang on the opposite side suddenly smiled and said, "That's right. If your safety protection measures were not in place, it would be impossible for the criminals to take advantage of the opportunity to enter. We are the victims. It is good that we did not ask you for mental damages. You want me to claim compensation? It seems that we need to report this issue to the future alliance." Hit the snake at its weakest point. Mickey hit the opponent's weak spot with one sentence. No matter when, the service industry is most afraid of complaints. Especially the identity of the complainant is so special. In just a moment, the man who was arrogant before suddenly changed his face. On the side, other staff members of the transfer station could not help but become nervous and cast resentful eyes at the station master. You said you were fine. Why did you provoke him? Under pressure, Qin-Chi finally had to give in and give in. You are right. We also have a certain responsibility for the current situation. But, Qin-Chi paused and said, but even if it was for self-defense, your people did damage the things in the shopping street. The other party was telling the truth. Recalling the scene of the slimes fighting the gangsters just now, Mickey was speechless for a while. It seems that this money has to be paid. Thinking about it, He frowned and said, "Let's calculate it. How much things are people smashed? We will report directly to the Zukum Star Embassy, and the Zukum royal family will pay the money." Hearing this, Qin looked up suddenly, a little surprised that the prince was so easy to talk to. After all, from just now, this Prince Mickey has always shown an attitude of unwillingness to cooperate. He was caught off guard by his sudden straightforwardness. However, before Qin could be happy for a while, he heard the other party continue, "But you didn't seem surprised when you heard about the Zukum royal family just now. It seems that you already know my identity." Qin paused slightly, as if he didn't expect that the Orc Prince in front of him would expose this matter at this time. But he certainly couldn't admit it, because if he admitted it, wouldn't it let the other party catch his pigtail? "I knew Prince Mickey's identity, but I still deliberately made things difficult. If the prince reported this to his superiors, then this matter would rise from ordinary civil damages to the relationship between Zukum Planet and the Future Alliance. A crown prince was assassinated on the territory of the Future Alliance. If the prince was determined to make a big deal of this, then there would be a lot of trouble. Maybe they would be charged with colluding with the assassin." Thinking of this, Qin rolled his eyes and pretended not to know. "What is your identity?" Seeing that the other party seemed to be going to play dumb to the end, Mickey snorted and said nothing more. Xiaoming looked back and forth between the two of them in surprise. And seeing that the atmosphere was a little weird, he quietly pulled Julian. "Do you know who he is?" Julian glanced at Mickey, and seeing that the other party did not seem to intend to stop him from speaking, he lowered his voice and said, "He is the Prince of Zukum Planet and the first heir to the next King of Zukum." Hearing this, Xiaoming blinked in surprise. Oh wow! Through this period of time, he did feel that Mickey's temperament and conversation were different from other orcs. But he didn't expect that he had such a great background. This reminded Xiaoming of what Mickey had told him with certainty, that the Zukum Star would not be afraid of or hostile to them just because they carried a large number of weapons. At that time, he still didn't understand it. But now everything makes sense. Because Mickey is the Prince of Zukum Star, and his life was saved by the slimes. So, even if the people of Zukum Star really misunderstood something, he would help explain it. "But, how did you know?" "Of course I saw it on the news. I saw Julian open the handheld terminal in his hand and flip through it. And then the page popped up the news about the Zukum Star royal family spending a lot of money to find Prince Mickey. This news was probably more than half a month ago. I didn't read it because the signal was not good in the slime village before. And I found out after leaving the slime village." Hearing the man and the slime beside him whispering and discussing in a low voice, Mickey couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "Golden Slime Chief. Boss who? You two don't have to talk behind my back. I heard everything." Hearing this, the man and the slime immediately straightened up and smiled as if nothing had happened. Mickey sighed and said slowly, "I am Mickey Graham, the Crown Prince of Zukum Star." Unexpectedly, Prince Mickey actually took the initiative to announce his identity. Qin had no choice but to start cooperating with the performance. "Oh my god! It turned out to be you." As he said that, a trace of guilt flashed across his face. "Your Highness, I am really sorry. We were blind just now. If I had known it was you." Then the compensation. Since the things were broken, they still had to be compensated according to the price. Ignoring the slightly exaggerated expression of the person in front of him, Mickey interrupted and said, "Apart from these, you have nothing else to do, right?" Seeing the disgust and impatience in the prince's eyes, Qin immediately said, "No more. I am really sorry to bother you for so long." After speaking, he looked at the gangsters who were tied up by the players and scratched from time to time, and said, "Let us deal with these people." "No need." Mickey rejected it outright. "I am worried about leaving them to you. Since these people dared to attack the crown prince of a country, I think there must be someone behind them. I need to take these people back to Zukum Star for investigation." Hearing this, Qin's face flashed a trace of embarrassment. But it was difficult to say anything, so he could only nod his head. Anyway, the compensation was in hand, and the prince did not seem to implicate them in the assassination, so there was no need for him to meddle in other people's business. After such a big incident, the group could not continue shopping in the store at the rest stop, so they had to return to the spaceship. Although they failed to buy anything, the young players were not very depressed because they had fought a good battle. Not only were they not depressed, but they seemed unusually excited. Especially Gotham Iron Man. He did not expect that his new weapon, Ha Shao Bamboo Dian, would be so effective that it actually knocked down so many bosses at once. And for a while, its tail was lifted to the sky. This time, The MVP is definitely me. If it weren't for my On Xiao Ban Butian, those guys would have run away long ago. The players were annoyed when they heard this. Although it is true, I always feel a little uncomfortable when I see the Gotham guy being so arrogant. I am your father. Who are these gangsters? They don't look like thieves. After all, if they were thieves, they would definitely rob the shopping street. But these people didn't. They feel more like soldiers. Dapping Zanki, who rarely participated in the discussion, suddenly spoke up, judging from their proficiency in using guns and weapons and their previous cooperation. These people should have a military background. Players who entered the game earlier know that Dapping Zanki used to be a soldier. Since he said so, it is possible that the fact is true. But why would soldiers attack the store at the transfer station? Maybe they are not regular soldiers. I want to be read and couldn't help but interrupt, you know. In some turbulent areas, soldiers are equivalent to bandits. There is another possibility. Dapping Zanki paused and said, these people are professional killers with military backgrounds. Players? Killers? Dapping Zanki nodded slightly. Don't you think it's strange? Not long after we left the deserted planet, we encountered two groups of people attacking us in succession. And they all came for a deadly fighting style. Hearing this, Pork Stewed with Vermicelli nodded. And it seemed to be true after thinking carefully. Don't be too conspiracy-minded. Maybe it was a deliberate arrangement for this event? Gotham Iron Man said, after all, how can we show our role if we don't send some gangsters? Then how can we show our presence in front of those orcs? It seems to be right. I always feel that it is not that simple. Peng Zhanqi said, if it is just for us to show our presence, then we should have a chance to show our skills when we encounter the first attack. But we encountered an asteroid at that time. And just now, I saw that the faces of those NPCs were not very good. Especially the orc named Mickey. Then, Peng Zhanqi looked at everyone. I am sure that there will be a big plot behind this. Chapter 118, the torture tool is smiling and half crazy. Big plot? In just a moment, the player's appetite was instantly whetted. What big plot? Peng. Tell me quickly. Under the urging of the players, Peng Zhanqi continued slowly, if I am not mistaken, those criminals are coming for these orcs. Or for one of them. What does it mean? I am confused. Is there any big man among those orcs? Peng Zhanqi looked at him with appreciation. This is just one of the possibilities. Assuming that someone among these orcs has a special identity. The reason why he was kidnapped by those bad guys may be because someone deliberately framed him. I am surprised to hear this. If this is true, then the plot is connected. The reason why we have been attacked these days is purely because someone doesn't want him to go back alive. Peng Zhanqi nodded. In addition to this possibility, there is another possibility. Those criminals were sent by the Bia trading company to seek revenge. Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. Indeed, they have been robbing the spaceship of the villain boss for so long. It is impossible that the other party has no reaction at all. Peng, which situation do you think it is? Pork Stewed with Vermicelli asked. I prefer the former. Peng spread his wings calmly analyzed, because if it is the former, then the plot of the whole story will be more coherent. By escorting the orcs back home, we can gradually reveal the truth of the matter. From this point of view, it is more in line with the game planning of the entire event. Of course, the possibility of the latter is not ruled out. Hearing this, I want to be read and nodded slightly, and then slapped my head as if I thought of something and said, wait. If this is true, then when we brush the orc's favorability, do we only need to brush that key person? After all, the entire event plot revolves around him. Everyone, as expected of the first dog licking in Wild Star World, he is always thinking about brushing the favorability of NPCs. Peng spread his wings and answered, I think so. I am your father. He glanced at him. There are so many orcs. Do you know which one is the key person? Is there any need to ask this? I saw Yaong glanced at the distance confidently. Whoever is close to our tribe leader is the one. After playing Wild Star World for so long, everyone has some understanding of the settings in the game. Although there are many NPCs in the game, they are also divided into different levels. The most core and important character is naturally their beloved tribe leader, the Golden Slime. In addition, NPCs who are close to the Golden Slime are also relatively important characters in the game. For example, the sisters Mia and Mina, such as the housekeeper of the slime farm, the tribe leader's close assistant Jijur, and the farm's guard Captain Batu, the boss of the Julian caravan. Julian, since the orc named Mickey can be so close to the tribe leader and boss who He must be an important character. If you can please him, maybe you can easily achieve the friendly reputation of Zukum Star next. Thinking of this, Yao Hong looked at everyone with a vigilant face. Don't compete with me when the time comes. Everyone. I am your father. He rolled his eyes. Don't worry. You will always be the #1 dog on the deserted planet. No one will compete with you for this position. Mickey knew nothing about these slimes trying to please him. No matter how innocent he was in the past. He gradually became alert after experiencing this series of events. Who sent you? Looking at these gangsters who were tied up, Mickey asked in a deep voice. However, the other party did not seem to intend to betray their employer. Facing his interrogation, he said nothing. Xiaoming, are you really not going to say it? Suddenly, the yellow slime on the opposite side spoke. The captain of the mercenaries was stunned for a moment, then turned his head away. He said, You can kill or chop it up as you like. No need to talk nonsense. You? Mickey was obviously very dissatisfied with the arrogant attitude of these gangsters. However, before he could open his mouth to scold, he suddenly felt someone beside him pulling his trouser legs. Looking down, it turned out to be the chief of the Golden Slime tribe. For a moment, he was a little confused, but Xiaoming gave him a look that said, Leave it to me, and then turned around and waved to his men in the distance. Then, several slimes came running over. Dear Patriarch, what can I do for you? As the #1 licker of the Golden Slime Patriarch, I want to be read. I consciously asked the first question. The little player in front of him was too proactive, and even Xiaoming couldn't help but be frightened by his enthusiasm. Facing I want to be read shining eyes, he coughed and said, I have something to do. But it's not for you. After speaking, he looked at Gotham Iron Man not far away. Gotham, come here quickly. The incident happened suddenly, and Gotham Iron Man was obviously a little confused. How did the Patriarch target him? Could it be that the Patriarch has discovered that he secretly brought contraband onto the spaceship? Thinking of this, Brother Gotham became more and more uneasy. He bit the bullet and reluctantly moved his steps toward Xiaoming. What does the Patriarch want me for? Seeing the extremely cautious look of the little player in front of him, Xiaoming couldn't help but laugh. I have an important task for you. Important task? Including I want to be read. All the players present cast envious and jealous eyes at Brother Gotham. When he heard that there was a task for him, Gotham Iron Man immediately felt relieved and asked hurriedly, Chief, what is the task? Do you still have the itchy powder you used during the day? Gotham Iron Man was stunned. He didn't expect that he had not taken the initiative to report to the chief. But the chief had already known about his smiling half-step madness, which was really surprising. Is the NPC of this game so smart? Although shocked, Brother Gotham still answered obediently. There are still some left. Chief, do you need it? Xiaoming nodded. Your invention is very good. I needed to interrogate these criminals now. Hearing this, Brother Gotham's eyes suddenly lit up. Got his eyes. This time the chief can appreciate his invention. You know, last time he used Ponzi Cave 1.0. He was punished by the clan leader to clean the floor of the spaceship for several days. But now, the clan leader actually took the initiative to ask him for a new invention. This has never happened before. For a moment, Gotham's face was full of smugness. Please wait a moment. I'll have someone bring it over. As he said that, Gotham Iron Man turned around and looked for his two little apprentices. After a while, Gotham's two apprentices came over carrying the small wooden box from before. He took out a small jar from it, which was the smiling half-step madness you wanted. Smiling half-step madness? Xiaoming blinked in surprise when he heard the name. Gotham Iron Man coughed lightly. And the name didn't matter. You just need to know that as long as you touch this thing, you will feel itchy and laugh non-stop. Xiaoming nodded. I have seen this before. It is indeed very effective. Hearing the praise from the clan leader, Gotham Iron Man was a little happy, and said with a smug look, but this thing is only effective for about an hour, and it only works on humans. It is useless for us slimes. This thing is useless for slimes? Xiaoming was a little surprised. Is it true? Of course it is true. Brother Gotham hurriedly said, otherwise, I would be itchy to death when making this powder? Hearing this, Xiaoming nodded slightly and stopped asking. Perhaps because he felt that the Patriarch rarely appreciated his work. Gotham Iron Man immediately opened up and began to introduce the inventions in the treasure box to him. In addition to the smiling half-stepped yen, I also have Xiaqianli, which will cause diarrhea after taking a dose. Of course, it is the best medicine for people with constipation. And this, Xingxia Foamho, Just apply a little to attract the attention of all creatures who like to suck blood. Seeing that the topic could not be changed, Xiaoming immediately raised his hand to stop. I will listen to your inventions later. Right now, I only need that itching powder. Patriarch. It is. Smiling half-stepped in. Brother Gotham stubbornly corrected Xiaoming's name. Oh. Smiling half-stepped in. Seeing the NPC in front of him agreeing indifferently, Brother Gotham sighed in frustration. Resignedly, he stuffed all the small jars into his hands. Chief, I only brought these. Are they enough for you? Xiaoming smiled and said. Enough. After getting what he wanted, Xiaoming dismissed the little players and let them move freely. But how could the players obey him? Anyone with eyes could see that the chief was going to make trouble. This is definitely the big plot that Daping said before. If you don't stay and watch now, when will you? For a while, this group of little players lay in the corner and carefully watched the movements of the NPCs not far away. Mickey saw Xiaoming talking to his men and brought a few small jars, which was a bit confusing for a while. Chief of the Golden Slime. These things are... Xiaoming shook the bottles and jars in his hand and smiled mysteriously. These are things that can destroy their willpower. You two should stay away from each other later. I am afraid of accidentally hurting friendly forces. After saying that, he walked in front of these criminals and gave them one last chance. Will you tell me? The captain of the mercenaries glanced at the short and strange creature in front of him, sneered and did not answer. Seeing that the other party was so stubborn, Xiaoming stopped talking. He took out a small can without any hurry, opened the lid, and sprinkled it on the other person's head. What are you doing? The mercenary captain was caught off guard and was covered with powder. He was obviously angry. A soldier can be killed but not humiliated. Don't go too far. As soon as the curse came out, a familiar itch spread from the top of the head to the cheeks, followed by the neck and shoulders. This feeling is like insects and ants crawling and biting on the body, and like feathers scraping the soles of the feet, which is extremely unbearable. You. The mercenary captain gritted his teeth and tried his best to control his facial expression and not let himself laugh out loud. Seeing that he was so patient, Xiaoming's jelly face wrinkled into a bun. Was the dosage not enough? Thinking of this, Xiaoming opened another can and sprinkled it on the person in front of him. In the corner, the three masters and apprentices who witnessed all this couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. If you want to talk about cruelty, the clan leader is still cruel. These two cans of smiling half-step crazy. Won't the other party go crazy with itching? Sure enough, not long after, the mercenary who had been stubbornly refusing to speak suddenly couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I said, isn't that enough? Chapter 119, it will be unsafe if you do it again. He actually gave in. Mickey was obviously a little surprised that these two small cans of powder could make the criminal cooperate actively. Seeing the other party scratching his ears and cheeks, wishing to scrape off his skin, he couldn't help but be a little surprised for a moment. Is it really that itchy? Out of curiosity, he squatted down and wanted to reach out to touch the powder that fell on the floor. Seeing that this unlucky guy wanted to die, Julian immediately stopped him. Your Highness, you better not touch it. Otherwise it will be very itchy. Having seen the power of this thing twice, plus the warning of the slime chief before, Julian naturally would not touch this thing. But this orc prince obviously didn't care. But I saw that the golden slime chief didn't react to this powder just now. Because I am a slime. Xiaoming paused and said, this thing doesn't work on slimes. But it's different for humans. Prince Mickey, why do you have to suffer this for a little curiosity? Hearing this, Mickey stopped his action immediately, as if he was convinced by his reason. Just when Xiaoming thought that the other party would give up, the orc guy in front of him suddenly stretched out his index finger and picked up a handful of dust on the ground. Xiaoming. Julian. Is this guy so unwilling to listen to advice? Seeing the surprised eyes of one person and one historian, Mickey smiled and gave the other a reassuring look. Don't be afraid. I'm not a human. Xiaoming. Julian. Although there is nothing wrong. Even if it is an orc, it still occupies half of the word human. As if she was sure that she would be fine. Mickey picked up the powder with her fingertips. And after a while, she muttered softly, I don't feel anything special. Seeing that Mickey didn't seem to have any discomfort, the two of them were relieved. In the distance, Gotham Iron Man, who had seen this scene, suddenly realized so. In addition to slime, this thing also doesn't work on orcs? Fake Kaylee, maybe orcs have special genes. Another little apprentice nodded. The reason why this itching powder can make people itchy is actually that it can cause allergic reactions in humans. In addition to the problem of human resistance, the only possibility for humans to be allergic is genes. Just like some people are born allergic to eggs or nuts. Gotham Iron Man rolled his eyes and reminded, it's smiling half-stepped in. Not itching powder. Aren't they almost the same? Hearing the apprentice's muttering, Gotham Iron Man retorted dissatisfiedly, it's much different. The name smiling half-stepped in sounds more high-end and classy than itching powder. Although, isn't this name copied from Stephen Chow's movie? Of course. In order to avoid the master's retort, the two of them chose to shut up at the same time. Gotham Iron Man did not continue to delve into this issue, but muttered thoughtfully, it seems that this thing can only be used to deal with humans in the future. Damn. I thought I could make a fortune on Zookum with this thing. Just when Gotham Iron Man felt sorry for losing sales, Xiao Ming and his team also learned the whole story from the mercenary captain. Someone paid a lot of money to ambush us near the transit rest stop. Once Prince Mickey is found, he will be killed without mercy. Hearing this, Mickey's face suddenly darkened. Although he had guessed this, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart when he heard the truth of the matter with his own ears. It turned out that someone really wanted his life. Does this mean that his kidnapping was a planned conspiracy from the beginning? Thinking about it, Mickey immediately asked, who is the one who paid? The other party shook his head and said, I don't know. We just took the money to do the work and have never contacted the employer. The orders were all sent directly by the mercenary guild. Hearing this, Mickey's expression could not hide his disappointment. Sure enough, the mastermind behind the scenes was very cautious and left no trace. However, since the mission to assassinate him was sent by the mercenary guild, it means that the other party must have had contact with him. Perhaps he can start with the mercenary guild. With a plan in mind, Mickey immediately stood up, trying his best to endure the intense itching on his body. The captain of the mercenaries looked at the two men in front of him with red eyes, gritted his teeth and said, this is all I know. When will you give me the antidote? It's a pity. There is no antidote for this thing. Xiao Ming paused and said to himself, there shouldn't be. After all, I didn't hear him say it when I took it from Gotham. Upon hearing this, the other party's face changed suddenly. What? Xiao Ming, don't worry. The effect of the drug will disappear automatically in no more than an hour. Then it won't itch. You are cheating. What did I cheat? Xiao Ming looked innocent. I didn't say there was an antidote. After saying that, regardless of how furious the other party was, Xiao Ming immediately pushed Mickey and Julian away, and told a few little players to keep a close eye on these criminals. When there was no one around, Xiao Ming looked at Mickey. Do you have any idea about who wants to harm you? Hearing this, Mickey was slightly stunned, and then shook his head. Xiao Ming, who do you have a grudge against? Mickey, I have never made enemies with anyone. On Zookum Star, he has always been the crown prince supported by his subjects. At least on the surface. Everyone around him treats him very well. He really can't imagine who has a grudge against him. Then let's change our thinking. Xiao Ming said, who has the biggest conflict of interest with you? Being in the royal family and the future heir to the throne. The so-called conflict of interest is self-evident. That is the other crown princes, who have the right to inherit the throne. Mickey frowned slightly when he heard this. It should be impossible. Seeing him like this, Xiao Ming asked, what's impossible? Mickey explained slowly, I have a half-brother named Cullinan. Because my father doesn't like him. He has lived outside the palace since he was a child. He is timid and cowardly, and has never been interested in fighting for the throne. His hobbies are painting and poetry and literature. I don't think it's likely that such a person would commit murder. Xiao Ming disagreed with this. Maybe he was just pretending? After all, the royal family is good at acting. When Prince Yanzhu started the rebellion, he even pretended to be crazy and stupid. What couldn't he do for that position? In addition, the king didn't like him, which made him more motivated for revenge. Although he had such a conspiracy theory in his mind, Xiao Ming still spoke more tactfully. Even if he didn't have the courage, could you guarantee that the people around him didn't have the courage? Hearing this, Mickey was stunned, as if thinking, indeed, although Cullinan didn't have the courage, his uncle was a man who could handle things. However, with the brain of Duke Brayman, could he do things so flawlessly? It shouldn't be possible. Perhaps there were other people behind him who gave him advice. Or perhaps the real murderer was someone else. Seeing Mickey's solemn expression and not saying a word, Xiao Ming knew that he had a plan in his mind. So he continued, no matter what the truth is, they have already alerted the enemy. The other party has only two choices next. Either they continue to send people to assassinate until you are silenced, or they do nothing quietly and look for another opportunity. Mickey glanced at him after hearing this. Patriarch, so do you think they will choose the former or the latter? It depends on what the person behind the scenes thinks. Xiaoming said slowly. If he is worried that we can find out something, then he will definitely take action. If he is sure that he can't find out, he will probably rest for a while. After all, the more you do something, the easier it is to reveal your true identity. Xiaoming paused and said, if it were me, I would probably take a break to avoid the limelight and deal with all the evidence on hand. After all, it is too aggressive to continue to do it. If you are not careful, it may arouse your suspicion. Mickey nodded, and a smile appeared on his handsome face. This means that our journey will be more peaceful next time. Right? Xiaoming, I didn't say that. Mickey shrugged, and his tone was somewhat certain. I think they will definitely not send anyone here again. After all, they are not far from Zukum Star now. If they do it again, it will be unsafe. The other party has conspired so many things to kill him, and even he, the person involved, has not noticed it. Such a cautious person will definitely not take risks here. Chapter 120 Promote the National Quintessence. As Xiaoming guessed, the group never encountered enemy attacks again on the following journey. Not to mention enemy attacks, they didn't even encounter an asteroid. In contrast to the previous ups and downs, the second half of the journey was even calm to the point of boredom. However, this is only for the players. After all, in the eyes of the players, battles and enemy attacks can bring game rewards. If nothing happens during the journey, it means that the income will shrink. No one wants this to happen. However, the frustration only lasted for a short while, because soon, this group of little players, who knew how to entertain themselves, thought of other ways to kill time. There were 7 or 8 tables in the empty hull of the spaceship, and 4 slimes sat on each table. The tables were also piled with small square wooden blocks of the same size. A closer look revealed that various strange symbols and words were carved on these wooden blocks. The slimes messed up the small wooden blocks, and then piled them into long strips. The wooden blocks collided with each other, making crackling sounds. At the same time, the group of slimes also made a slightly noisy exclamation and shouting. Dongfeng. 80,000. All the same. Self-drawn. Ha ha ha. Looking at this scene in front of them, the native NPCs on the spaceship were a little surprised. What are these slimes doing? Even Julian, who has been dealing with the slime clan for the longest time, was puzzled. Chief of the Golden Slime Clan, what are your people doing so early in the morning? Although Xiaoming knew that the players would play their own games to pass the time during the journey, he himself did not expect that they would choose to play mahjong. Covering up the surprise in his eyes, Xiaoming coughed lightly and lied calmly. This is a traditional entertainment project of our clan. It's called mahjong. Traditional entertainment project? Mahjong? Hearing this strange and fresh word, the natives showed their curiosity. What is this mahjong, and how to play it? This question stumped Xiaoming. To be honest, he didn't know. Not only mahjong, but also poker games including landlord. The questions asked by the natives obviously touched his knowledge blind spot. Of course, such things should not be known to them. After all, it is said that it is a traditional entertainment project of the Slime Clan. As the chief of the clan, he can't even say 123 about the traditional entertainment project of the clan. This kind of thing is unreasonable. Right? Thinking about it, Xiaoming asked calmly, are you interested in mahjong? Seeing everyone nod in unison, Xiaoming thought for a moment and waved to a little player not far away. Seeing this, the little player greeted his card friends and then stood up and ran over in a hurry. Facing the envious gazes of the little players around me, I asked with a familiar servile smile, Chief, what do you want to talk to me about? Xiaoming nodded slightly. Our friend is very interested in the game you are playing now, so he wants to learn it. Seeing Boss Hu and the orc standing behind the chief, I was stunned, and a burst of ecstasy flashed across my face. He raised his hand and bowed respectfully to Xiaoming, his voice resounding, don't worry, clan leader, I will complete the task. Xiaoming nodded, turned around and looked at Julian and Mickey. One of my capable men. He will teach you how to play mahjong. The two were overjoyed. When they were about to respond, Mickey seemed to have suddenly thought of something and looked a little worried. But we can't understand the language of the Slime Clan. And your capable men don't seem to know the Wild Star language or the Alliance language. If the language is not common, How can we teach? Mickey's worries are not unreasonable. After all, during the time he stayed in the slime farm, he also observed these slimes. They communicated with the farmhands with their hands and feet. And occasionally a few simple words in the Wild Star language would pop up, which was not fluent. This way of communication is not difficult to communicate in simple daily work, but it may not be in learning. In response, Xiaoming said, "It doesn't matter. Don't I still have it?" Even though his little players didn't speak the language fluently, it wasn't a big problem with him translating. Moreover, after such a long time together, his little players could understand the language roughly even if they couldn't speak it. Just like some people who like to watch Korean dramas and animations. They watched a lot of TV dramas and animations. And even if they couldn't write the language, they still had no problem listening. Seeing Xiaoming's assurance, Michi was relieved. Mahjong is not difficult to play. A novice playing Mahjong should first pay attention to the position of the back cards he picked up, and then the suit of the cards. The same suit should be placed together as much as possible, so that it is convenient for arrangement and combination. When playing cards, the suits you don't want to play should be played first. That is, single word cards such as East, West, South, and North. After that, the first and last single cards in each suit, such as 90,000, 9 strips, 9 cakes, or 10,000, 1 strip, and 1 cake. The second is the 28 cards that are not connected to other cards. In a word, try to make the cards form a suit. For example, a deck of cards with the same suit and number. 3 decks with the same suit and number. 3 decks with the same suit and increasing by 1 digit. And 7 pairs. However, these are still a little difficult for novices, like Julie and Mickey, who don't know Chinese. Fortunately, these natives are not stupid and have strong comprehension ability. I want to explain it carefully, and after just 1 hour, the group of people can play it well. Not far away, other players saw this scene and couldn't help whispering to each other, "Wow, the NPCs in this game are actually learning to play Mahjong like us. What's the big deal? Aren't these NPCs AI? Since they are AI, isn't it normal to want to imitate humans?" After playing a 9-piece, Gotham Iron Man said indifferently, "Besides, our Mahjong is the quintessence of the country. It has been popular all over the world. Don't foreigners love to play it? It's normal for aliens to be interested." Hearing this, the players nodded suddenly. "That's true." On the side, "I am your father," said, "since these orc NPCs are interested in Mahjong. Then after the map of Zukum is officially opened, we may be able to open a Mahjong hall there." This proposal immediately attracted several people to raise their hands in agreement. After all, the rise of a new thing is bound to bring considerable profits. And what they have to do is to sow the seeds of new things in this undeveloped land in time. Today, these few NPCs learning Mahjong are just the beginning. In the future, the entire Future Alliance may be caught up in the Mahjong trend. The players are thinking about making money from new businesses. And the spacecraft gradually arrived at the airspace of Zukum Star, looking at the huge green planet in the distance. The slimes all exclaimed that they had never seen the world. "Damn! Is this Zukum Star? This is too green." This shows that this planet is well greened and has no environmental pollution. That's true. No wonder the residents here have animal characteristics. It turns out that animals like nature. While the players were talking about Zukum Star, the space monitoring station of Zukum Star in the distance also noticed the spacecraft gradually approaching their territory. All spacecraft going to Zukum Star will be registered and reported in advance. Their monitoring station can verify and confirm the model, paint, and license plate information of the spacecraft. However, the model of the spacecraft in front of them was obviously not registered on their verification list. So this immediately aroused everyone's vigilance. "Sir, do you need to light up the warning light?" "Wait a minute." The station chief Dick frowned. "I always feel that this spacecraft is familiar." "Familiar?" The station staff was a little puzzled. Before he could ask, the station chief Dick in front of him seemed to suddenly remember something and immediately opened the handheld terminal. A picture of the spacecraft popped up on the page. In the photo, the large Union language characters of BA1 on the outside of the spacecraft were extremely eye-catching. Dick carefully compared the photo with the spacecraft in the monitoring, and then fell into the seat with a shocked face. This is the spacecraft of the gangster." "Gangster?" Hearing such a sentence suddenly, the station staff was a little unresponsive. But soon, he realized what the commander was talking about. His face changed slightly for a while. "You mean this is the spaceship that the criminals who held His Highness Mickey hostage took?" Station Master Dick nodded slightly. It must be right. Look at this photo. It was given to Lord Luca by the people of Bia Trading Company. According to Bia Trading Company, the defected manager took this spaceship to abduct His Highness the Prince. The station staff looked solemn when they heard this. Since the criminal held His Highness the Prince hostage, why did he come to our Zukum? Isn't he afraid that we will arrest him? No. As long as there is no witness or evidence, he can't be arrested. Dick's brows gradually frowned. What if he hides His Highness the Prince somewhere else, and we can't find evidence? Then the charge of kidnapping the prince will naturally not be established. Since the charge is not established, then except for asking him to complete the relevant entry procedures, we have no right to detain him. The station staff nodded slightly when they heard this. Indeed, even if someone from Bia Trading Company came forward to testify, it would be far from enough. After all, from beginning to end, everything was their one-sided statement. In addition to showing the information of the defected manager and the stolen spaceship, the other party had no definite evidence to prove that the man named Qian must have kidnapped the prince. Even if he did engage in the business of trafficking orcs. In handling cases, law and evidence are important, and it is definitely not enough to rely on speculation and association alone. Thinking about it, the station attendant looked at the officer beside him with some worry. What should we do now? Staring at the surveillance in front of him, Dick narrowed his eyes and stopped the spaceship first. Since we have encountered it, we have to check it out. What if Prince Mickey is on the spaceship? Chapter 121 Arrival at Zukum. However, before the monitoring station gave the order to stop the suspicious spaceship, the spaceship on the opposite side had already stopped at the entry gate. This move made everyone even more suspicious. What does the other party want to do? Sir, what should we do now? Looking at the spaceship floating motionlessly at the gate in the distance, Station Master Dick frowned. Could it be that the criminals have noticed something? Thinking about it, he said in a deep voice, send someone to take a look first. Yes. The spaceship landed, and there was a sound of puff, and the hatch slowly opened. The person in charge of checking security at the monitoring station immediately stepped forward. Please show your entry permit. As soon as the voice fell, he stopped suddenly. A tall figure came towards him in the cabin, with amber golden brown pupils, golden animal ears, and a handsome appearance. Even if his clothes were simple, he could not hide his nobleness. Who else could this person be if not His Royal Highness Prince Mickey Graham? No one expected that the prince would meet again in this situation. Looking at the unharmed Prince Mickey in the distance, Dick was stunned for a moment and subconsciously stepped forward. Your Highness Mickey, how are you? Before he could ask his doubts, the young orc in front of him raised his hand to signal him to be patient. This matter is a long story. I will explain it in detail after I go back. At the end of the words, he immediately asked, are my father and sister okay? Hearing this, Dick was stunned and hesitated to answer, since you disappeared. His Majesty has been worried about your whereabouts every day, and he couldn't eat or sleep well. He finally couldn't stand it, and fell ill 2 days ago. At present, Her Highness Lena is taking care of His Majesty in the palace. Hearing that his father fell ill, the relaxed smile on Mickey's face suddenly disappeared. Quick! Take me back to the palace. Seeing His Highness's anxious look, Dick was about to say yes, but suddenly heard a duong-duong sound of bullets. Following the sound, I suddenly paused. I saw a group of strange creatures that were less than knee-high, round and chubby, and looked like jelly puddings in different colors jumping out of the spaceship. These round little creatures were jumping and excitedly speaking a strange language with strange tones. Obviously extremely excited. Seeing this scene in front of them, the staff of the Zukum Star Space Monitoring Station were stunned. What are these? Seeing the surprised eyes of the crowd, Mickey explained with a smile, these are the warriors of the Slime Clan. The reason why I was able to come back safely this time was all thanks to their help. It can be said that they are the lifesavers of Mickey Graham. Hearing this, the surprise and confusion on everyone's faces became more profound. Lifesaver? These round jelly balls? This fact is really hard to imagine. Although I am very curious, it is not the time to ask. Thinking about it, Dick said, since they are the lifesavers of His Highness Mickey, they must be treated well. I wonder how His Highness plans to arrange these distinguished guests? Should they be arranged at the post station where the envoys live? Or, let them come with me to the palace. Mickey made a quick decision. The Slime Clan has taken good care of me along the way. And now that I have arrived at Zukum Star, I naturally have to give them a good banquet to thank them. Yes. Seeing that the prince had already made up his mind, Dick nodded slightly and stopped asking. The news that Prince Mickey had returned to Zukum soon spread to the palace. Hearing that his beloved youngest son had returned unscathed, the old king, who had been bedridden, suddenly sat up in shock from his dying illness, and even had no time to change his clothes to go out of the city to welcome his son's arrival. However, he was finally stopped by the Princess Lena. "Father, your illness is not completely healed yet. Put on your clothes quickly." The old king has always been a little scared of his strong eldest daughter. He touched his nose angrily and muttered in a low voice, "My illness will be cured as soon as Mickey comes back. It's okay." Having said that, he still obediently stretched out his hand to put on his clothes. After all, he is also the head of a country. He didn't care about his image because he was anxious before. Now that he has calmed down, he knows that it is indeed inappropriate to go out rashly like this. So although he was anxious to see his son, he still patiently changed his clothes and shoes. When he was about to leave after finally packing up, someone under him suddenly sent a message. "Your Majesty, Prime Minister Luca wants to see you." Hearing this, the king paused. What was he doing here at this time? Didn't he know that Mickey was back? The waiter bowed his head slightly. I don't know. After all, he is the prime minister of a country. And the king was embarrassed to order him to leave. So he said, "Let him in?" The waiter bowed his head and said yes, then went out to report. After a while, he led the visitor in. "Meet your Majesty." The king raised his hand to exempt him from the red tape. "I wonder what important things the prime minister has to report." Hearing that His Highness Mickey is back. Hearing this, the king looked at him and was a little surprised. Did the prime minister know? Luca stood up and nodded slightly. Yes. It has spread outside. The disappearance of a crown prince is a big deal. And Prince Mickey has now returned to Zukum unscathed. Such a big news is naturally impossible to hide. The king did not doubt it, but only asked, "I wonder why the prime minister wants to see you this time." "Your Majesty, aren't you curious about how His Highness Mickey came back?" Luca said in a deep voice. The people of Bia Trading Company said that His Highness was kidnapped by the steward named Chian. And that guy was engaged in the shady business of human trafficking. How could such a vicious person let His Highness return to Zukum so easily? As he said this, Luca paused and looked at the king in front of him with a fixed gaze. There must be a trick. The king was stunned when he heard this, and recalled the report of his men before, and said slowly, "But I heard. The reason why Mickey was able to escape safely was because a group of magical tribes called Slime helped, and the criminals who kidnapped Mickey had already been brought to justice." The criminals have been brought to justice? Luca frowned when he heard this, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. However, what puzzled him even more was the tribe called Slime in the king's mouth. What exactly is that? He had never heard of it before. Confused, Luca bowed slightly and pretended to be calm. "So that's it. I was too suspicious. I wonder if I can accompany your Majesty to the city to welcome His Highness Mickey back." The king couldn't wait to see his son. He agreed immediately after hearing this, and then left the palace in a hurry. While the Zukum palace was busy welcoming the surviving prince, the players followed Mickey and a group of guards to leave the monitoring station and officially arrived at the surface of Zukum. Looking at the lush vegetation in front of them, the young players, who had never seen the world once again, exclaimed in a useless way, "Damn! That mushroom must be at least 7 or 8 meters high. What is that red fruit on the tree? Can it be eaten? Look! There are birdmen in the sky!" With the exclamation of a young player, everyone raised their heads. In the blue sky, several bird orcs with brown wings were flying through layers of clouds towards the top of the mountain in the distance. Witnessing such a magical scene, even Julian, who had traveled a lot and was well informed, couldn't help but feel novel. Mickey explained, "These are the Wing clan of Boulder. Their clan has lived in the mountains and forests for generations to protect the ancestor god of Zukum. It can be said that it is the priest family of Zukum. I will take you to the ancestral temple to have a look some other day." Upon hearing this, Julian smiled and said, "That would be great. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness." Boss, who was polite, Mickey waved his hand and said, "We are all friends. Thanks to your care along the way, I and those abducted people were able to return to my hometown safely." As he said, Mickey looked at Xiao Ming on the side. The Golden Slime Chief is also the same. "If you need anything, just ask. Don't be polite." Hearing this, Xiao Ming retracted his curious eyes and smiled. "Your Highness, don't worry. I will never be polite. After all, the life of this Prince Mickey was saved by him and his little player. And he had been eating drinking and living for free at the slime farm for so long before. And everything for this return home was also arranged by him. Such a thoughtful service must be charged a service fee. Right? But he didn't ask for much for this service fee. All we need to do is open up a trade channel between the two planets. Chapter 122, If you dare to kill his son, you must be prepared. Mickey! My dear son! When they were near the Zukum royal city, everyone heard an excited shout. Looking at the sound, they saw an old orc in gorgeous clothes at the gate of the city in the distance, running towards the young orc in the distance without hesitation. Father! Hearing the clear voice and the familiar face in front of them, the guards and ministers who went out of the city with the king to meet him were stunned. It's really His Royal Highness Prince Mickey. He's back. The safe return of Prince Mickey shocked the entire royal city. Many people who came to watch the excitement cheered and shouted, Prince Mickey! Prince Mickey is back. Duke Bremen was also shocked. He was originally having fun in the casino, and suddenly heard someone outside shouting Mickey's name loudly, and he couldn't help feeling strange for a while. He looked out and saw the king's guard of honor. This made him feel even more puzzled. As far as he knew, the old king had fallen ill recently because of the disappearance of Mickey. Then the question was, how could a person who was bedridden suddenly go out on a tour? And he made such a big fuss. Feeling uneasy, he didn't care about gambling and ran out to see. He was shocked when he saw it. The crown prince, who was supposed to die, actually appeared in front of him. And he was talking and laughing with the old king. For a moment, Bremen was shocked. Didn't Luca say that Mickey would not return to Zukum alive? How could it be? In shock, he quickly reacted. The prime minister's plan must have failed. Thinking of this, Bremen clenched his fists. If he had known this would happen, he would have taken action himself. He shouldn't have believed Luca's lies. However, it has already happened, and it doesn't help no matter how upset he is. Especially after this incident. The old man, the king, will definitely strengthen the defense around Mickey. It will be more difficult to kill him next time. Thinking of this, Bremen immediately lost the desire to gamble. Mickey is back alive, and the position of crown prince will return to his hands. If he doesn't think of a way, Cullinan will have even less chance. Thinking of this, Bremen turned and left the casino. The people of Zukum Star have different thoughts, but the players don't know. Seeing the touching scene of the father and son meeting in front of them, a group of slimes couldn't help but whisper to each other, we should be considered to have successfully completed the activity task now. Right? That's for sure. We have sent the orc prince back to his hometown. I didn't expect that this orc named Mickey was actually the prince of Zukum Star. The official is too good at hiding it. I just found out. It's obviously your news that is too behind. I knew it when I eavesdropped on the conversation between the tribe leader and those NPCs 2 days ago. Damn. You can actually understand what NPCs say. What's the big deal? If you had entered the game from the first closed beta, you would have been able to understand roughly even if you couldn't read or write. That's because you have a good talent for languages. I never passed a foreign language class since I was a child. This time the plot line is really awesome. When we rescued this group of orcs, we didn't expect that some of them would have such a big background. +1. I thought we were just escorting a group of ordinary orcs home. Hey, you said we saved His Royal Highness. Such a great favor. And the people of Zukum Star will definitely treat us to a big meal next time. Right? That's for sure. I don't know what delicious food will be at the banquet. There must be specialties of Zukum Star. Speaking of which, we don't seem to have tasted any local specialties in the game. Right? Hearing this, the players were silent. Indeed, this game has been a pioneering mode with nothing from the beginning. Not to mention food. Even houses and fields are built and cultivated by themselves. Even after opening the map of the slime farm, they still repeat the construction and production work by themselves. Why not? Doesn't Jingnom cake count? Such a disgusting thing can be called a specialty? Then grilled lake catfish, wild star wolf soup, and braised red flame anaconda are finally here. Right? These ingredients are obviously developed by us. Before this, didn't the natives run away when they saw those things? It seems so. Don't just think about eating. I want to be read. Compared with the banquet, the development of the new map is obviously much more important. Okay. After all, Zukum is so big and looks much more prosperous. The opportunities there are much better than the barren and broken place of Wild Star. If he can make a lot of money when opening the map, he will be rich. Thinking that there will be a lot of slime coins in the future. I want to be read. The smile on my face can't be stopped. On the other side, after greeting her father, Mickey briefly introduced Julian Xiaoming and others who were accompanying them. Although he had a certain psychological preparation beforehand, the king was still shocked for a moment when he saw this group of strange jelly gels with his own eyes. It was these little things that saved his baby son? There are no claws or fangs, and there is not even a hair on the body. This creature called slime, which looks like jelly gel, can really save his son and people from a group of evil criminals? This is too incredible. Right? Although he was surprised, the king also knew that it was not appropriate to judge the strength of the other party based on appearance alone. So he said nothing, but thanked everyone gratefully. Thank you, everyone. Thanks to you, my son can return safely. On the side, the players listened to the Orc King in front of them speaking a long string of incomprehensible languages to them. And they looked at each other in surprise. Do you understand what he is saying? Is there any need to ask this? He must be thanking us. Then should we return the gift? The words of this little player immediately reminded others. For a while, a group of slimes hurriedly bowed to the Orc King in front of them and returned the gift. Seeing this, the old king was stunned. What are they doing? Xiaoming, this is the way our tribe returns the favor. Your Majesty, don't worry too much. Suddenly, the yellow slime in front of him spoke, and even spoke fluent Wild Star language. The old king was stunned. Oh my god! This jelly gel can actually speak human language. Seeing her father's surprised expression, Mickey couldn't help but feel funny. He was like this at the beginning. Xiaoming had gotten used to the surprised expressions of some humans when they saw him talking, so he didn't feel dissatisfied with the Orc King's performance. Fortunately, the king's loss of composure was only a brief moment, and soon his expression returned to normal. So that's it. As if to help her father resolve this embarrassment, Mickey said slowly, everyone has been busy for several days in a row. Why don't we arrange accommodation for the guests to have a good rest first? Hearing this, the Orc King slapped his head and said, Yes, yes, yes. I almost forgot it when I was so happy. After speaking, he immediately turned around and told the waiter behind him, quickly arrange accommodation for the guests. Also, notify the kitchen that the palace will hold a banquet to welcome my son and the guests in the evening. Yes. The waiter nodded slightly. After the messenger arranged the accommodation for the group of guests, Mickey had time to explain to his father and elder sister in detail all the things he had encountered during this period. After listening to Mickey's story, the king knew what his son had experienced during this period of time. He felt heartache and fear for a while. He didn't expect that someone would be so bold as to attack the crown prince. If his son hadn't been lucky, he would have died long ago. Thinking of this, the old king became more and more awed by the jelly gel called slime. Then Mickey said slowly, we caught a group of mercenaries on the way back. Although the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes is still unknown, there are some clues. The other party sent someone to assassinate me through the Mercenary Association. If we can find out who placed the assassination order through the Mercenary Association, then we can know the truth. The king nodded and said seriously, leave this matter to my father. I will ask someone to investigate. Since he dared to kill his son, the other party must be prepared to be counterattacked. Chapter 123. How is this possible? Under the arrangement of the king, Julian, Xiaoming and his party settled in the palace. Probably because they learned that this group of strange creatures called slimes were the great benefactors who saved the life of the crown prince. The attitude of the waiters along the way was extremely respectful to them. Like the appearance of Zukum Star, Zukum Palace is also full of greenery. In addition to the dense vegetation and flowers outside the palace, even the outer walls of the palace building and the uniforms of the palace waiters are green. On the side, Julian quietly explained that Zukum Planet advocates nature. Their favorite color is green. So you can see that the design of the entire palace is more pastoral style. Looking at the scene in front of him, Xiaoming shook his head. Compared with the pastoral style, I think it is more like the style of Grimm's fairy tales. Suddenly hearing an unfamiliar word, Julian was stunned. Grimm's fairy tale? What is that? Xiaoming smiled but said nothing. Unlike the NPCs, the young players seemed extremely excited about staying in the Zukum Palace. They were like a group of primary school students carrying a bag of snacks on a school spring outing. Looking here and touching there. Extremely excited. Damn! Why doesn't this game have the function of taking screenshots and photos? Looking at the beautiful dream palace in front of him, the overtime designed dog couldn't help but sigh with regret. He finally went on a long trip, but he couldn't even take a photo. That's what I mean. I'm your father and said, I strongly request the official version to add the function of taking photos and screenshots. It's useless. On the side, pork stewed with vermicelli took over the conversation. If the official wanted to add it, they would have added it long ago. And the function of taking photos and screenshots is not a particularly difficult technology. There have been more than a dozen closed beta versions, and the official has not added this basic function until now, which means they don't want to add it at all. Why? The overtime design dog doesn't understand. Of course, they don't want the game to be spread more widely. Pork stewed with vermicelli said, since we learned about the existence of the game, WildStar World, we have not seen any pictures and information about this game on the internet, because the official has never released it. Before a game is officially launched, it will more or less release the game's screen PV to attract potential players. But WildStar World does the opposite, let alone promoting the PV. It doesn't even want to release a background picture of the game. Moreover, the official closed beta has only allowed 150 game places to be released so far. This approach obviously does not want to make the game more widely known. In this case, the official will definitely not add screenshot and photo functions. The overtime design dog was stunned, still a little confused. So why doesn't the official want to make the game more widely known? Don't they want to make money? Maybe it's true. Pork stewed with vermicelli muttered softly. If you stand from the perspective of ordinary Earth humans, the series of things done by the official WildStar World are indeed unreasonable. But if we stand on the standpoint that they are aliens, then all the unreasonableness can be solved. In fact, many people in the game have long suspected this. But because this situation is too fantastic, it makes people think about it terribly. So some people say that this may just be some kind of alternative marketing method of the official, in order to take a differentiated route. Gradually, everyone agreed with this statement. But pork stewed with vermicelli didn't think so. He always felt that the official of WildStar World didn't want the game to be too publicized, and the purpose of doing so is probably to maintain their own secrets. Of course, he didn't care about the official's approach. Anyway, he was already in the game. As long as the game didn't shut down, he could keep playing. The players were visiting the huge palace in front of them accompanied by the palace steward, while the maids in the Zukum palace secretly ran over to find out what was going on. In the corner, several orc maids in uniform looked at the jelly balls jumping in the distance and whispered to each other. Are those slimes? They should be. Look at how respectful the steward is to them. They are round and have no fangs or claws all over their bodies. Their combat power is not strong at first glance. Did they really say Prince Miki? Could it be possible that what His Royal Highness said was false? That's true. Hearing the rustling whispers in the corner, pork stewed vermicelli turned back subconsciously. Then he saw three beast-eared maids in dark green uniforms. One of them had cat ears with gray spots. One had brown furry brown dog ears drooping down, and the other had fiery red erect ears. From the facial features, it seemed to be a fox. Lolita beast ears plus maid outfit. The otaku's favorite buffs were instantly stacked. Subconsciously, pork stewed vermicelli waved to the three little ones. Seeing him looking over, the three beast-eared maids froze in place with their eyes wide open as if they were frightened. But they reacted quickly, hurriedly saluted him, and then took their companion's hands and turned around and ran. Seeing the three beast-eared maids behave like this, pork stewed vermicelli's hands froze in midair. I am your father. Seeing this, I was immediately happy. Don't look at it. The little girl was scared away by you a long time ago. Pork stewed with vermicelli was a little bit unconvinced. How could it be possible? I am so handsome. How could they be scared away by me? I am your father. Do you want to take a mirror now? Pork stewed with vermicelli choked suddenly. I almost forgot that I am a slime now. How can slime be beautiful or ugly? It's just a difference in color. Don't be depressed. I am your father changed the subject. Do you feel that we seem to be stared at all the way? It's not a seeming. It's a fact. Pork stewed with vermicelli rolled his eyes. They did receive a lot of attention along the way. Some looked at them blatantly, while others hid in the corner and watched secretly. Just like the little maids just now. He was curious before, and asked the tribe leader why these people were like this. The tribe leader told him that it was probably because there were no creatures like slimes on Zukum Star. Therefore, when these natives of Zukum Star saw them, they would look at them with some curiosity. Of course, compared to being curious about the creatures like slimes themselves, Xiao Ming felt that these beastmen should be more curious about how they saved His Royal Highness the Prince. After all, in front of this group of orcs, the appearance of the slime looks harmless. There are no sharp teeth and claws, no stingers, only a round and flat body, and occasionally oozing cold mucus. Can such a creature that doesn't look very powerful really save Prince Mickey? Not only the palace people of Zukumstar, but even Luca, whose assassination plan failed, can't help but doubt it. Even though he has received accurate information, he still can't believe that the elite mercenaries he sent out will be defeated by such a group of round little things. Where did these creatures called slimes come from? Why had he never heard of them before? And how did the people he sent lose? He didn't know all this. Thinking of this, Luca couldn't help but regret that he should have sent out a small video surveillance, so that he could record the battle at that time. It's a pity that there is no if in the world. Just like before, he felt that his plan was definitely foolproof, and would never fail. But he never thought that the facts would slap him in the face. Luca's face became more and more gloomy, and the exquisite teacup in his hand was instantly broken into pieces. Throwing away the cup that had become garbage, Luca turned around and ordered his subordinates, "Go find out where these things called slimes came from. Also, how did Prince Mickey get involved with them?" "Yes." The wolf-eared orc next to him responded solemnly, and turned to leave. When he exited the study door, he ran into a slightly plump short body. "Ouch!" Brayman subconsciously scolded in pain. "You don't have eyes." However, as soon as the voice fell, he met a pair of green animal eyes. In just a moment, the unpleasant words that were about to come to his mouth were swallowed back into his stomach. The ice wolf looked at him coldly, and left without saying a word. Seeing the other party walk away, Brayman breathed a sigh of relief. Good guy. It was really scary. "What are you doing here?" Hearing the voice behind him, Brayman turned around and said unhappily, "What else can you do?" "Of course, I am here to ask for punishment." As he said that, regardless of what the person in front of him thought, he walked in and sat down on the sofa. "Didn't you say it was foolproof? Why can Mickey come back alive?" Hearing this, Luca's face became even uglier, but he still patiently answered, "I haven't figured this out either. If it weren't for the appearance of that group of slimes, the people I said should have succeeded." Hearing this, Brayman sneered, "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Just those guys who look like pudding jelly? You said they actually defeated the professional killers you sent? How is this possible?" As he said this, Brayman crossed his legs more and more impatiently. "To put it bluntly, you are unreliable in doing things. Don't give me other excuses." Seeing the unscrupulous look of the person in front of him, Luca's already unhappy mood became worse. Then he sneered and said, "Since Duke Brayman thinks I am not doing my job well, then you should do it yourself. Don't just talk and do nothing all day long." Upon hearing this, Duke Brayman's eyes suddenly widened, as if he was very unconvinced. He stood up suddenly. "Okay, I'll do it. I want to show you who is just talking and not doing anything." Chapter 124 Analysis of the new map. Luca was so angry that he wanted to provoke Duke Brayman and make him surrender. He never thought that this fat guy was so ignorant that he actually agreed. For a moment, the Prime Minister was in a dilemma. For the sake of the ancestors, how could he really entrust such an important task of assassinating Prince Mickey to a fool who only knew how to eat, drink, gamble, and have sex? Isn't this a brainwater? However, Brayman didn't seem to think he was a fool. He just felt that he finally had a chance to show his skills. He looked at Luca coldly and said, "Prime Minister, just wait and see. Within 3 days, I will take the life of that kid Mickey." After saying that, regardless of how the person in front of him reacted, he left the study in a heroic and arrogant manner. Luca was stunned by the confidence of the man in front of him. Where did Brayman get the confidence to think that he could kill Prince Mickey within 3 days? How could it be so easy to assassinate a crown prince? Even he had to prepare for a long time before he dared to do it. How could an idiot like Brayman, who only knows how to enjoy himself, kill Prince Mickey? A rash assassination would not only kill the crown prince, but would also bring trouble to himself and cause suspicion from the king and the outside world. This idiot's idea must be quickly dispelled. Otherwise, he will definitely be implicated by this guy. Thinking of this, Luca immediately said, "Quick! Stop him quickly!" However, the butler on the side looked embarrassed. "It's too late, Lord Luca. Duke Brayman has already left the house." Luca glared at him unhappily. "You don't know to chase after someone who has left. Are you stupid?" Seeing his master so angry and out of control for the first time, the butler naturally did not dare to touch this bad luck, and nodded hurriedly. As for whether he caught up with him later, I won't go into details here. The screen returns to the player's side. Due to the limit of login time, the fatigue value of many players has reached the critical line. Therefore, no matter how reluctant they were, The players finally logged off obediently. For a moment, the originally noisy guest room suddenly became extremely quiet. Although the waiters were a little surprised. They didn't think much about it, just thinking that the guests were tired from the journey and were resting. Compared with the quietness of the guest room, the offline game forum was as lively as a vegetable market. After logging off, the players were busy posting, sharing their experiences and interesting things on the way to Zukum Star with the new players who stayed in the base camp of the Wasteland Star, and the Cloud players who were still anxiously waiting for the closed beta qualification. This was not only because the poster had a strong desire to talk, but also because netizens were urging for more. Everyone was curious about what new things were in the new map outside the Wasteland Star. Among these posts, Lu Guang's post was the most popular. After all, he was also a professional player, and Lu Guang himself liked to post analysis and strategy posts. So when the idea of Ultraman of Light appeared, the netizens who were watching the fun swarmed into his post. Sorry for the long wait. After a bumpy ride, we finally arrived at the planet Zukum. I will not go into details about what happened on our way in this post. Students who are interested can look at another post I posted before. Now let me talk about the situation on Zukum. This is a planet ruled by orcs. The inhabitants on the planet have some animal characteristics to a greater or lesser extent. Some are lions. Some are deer. Some are cats and dogs. And some are birds. There are orcs flying in the sky and running on the ground. But there are no aquatic orcs. According to my speculation, this is probably because most of Zukum is land. Yes, the greening of Zukum is very good. The lakes and oceans do not occupy a large area, and the whole planet is green from a distance. Maybe because of the beautiful natural environment of Zukum. The city construction here is not as cyberpunk as we see in science fiction movies. To be honest, it is still relatively primitive here. If you have to say it, it feels a little bit like the Middle Ages plus Western fantasy Lord of the Rings. Of course, it doesn't mean that the production team was lazy and directly copied the setting of the Lord of the Rings. After all, there are no elves here. Right? The primitiveness I mentioned refers to the primitiveness of culture. Like the residents of the deserted planet, the residents of Zukum also have their own beliefs, a god called Ancestor God. And there are even priest families who have been serving the Ancestor God for generations. Apart from the worship of gods and the primitive natural environment, Zukum is not too backward in other aspects. The towns here are all connected to water and electricity. In fact, I am not sure whether this energy is electricity. In short, it can generate light and heat, and can meet the daily needs of the people. In addition, the city's planning and construction and drainage systems are also quite good. At least we didn't smell any strange odors along the way. Although the architectural style is a bit pastoral, it is also quite regular. In addition, they also have their own spacecraft and space monitoring stations. Of course, I think these things should not be built by their own people, because according to my observation, their local technological level is not high, and Zukum belongs to the sphere of influence of the Future Alliance. So I guess that the Future Alliance must have provided them with some engineering assistance. Just like our country helped some backward countries to build infrastructure. After entering the royal city, we found a market where all kinds of strange local specialties were sold. There were three-legged birds, grilled skewers made of insects, and many fruits that we had never seen before. Among them, there was a blue-purple fruit called laka that I thought was quite interesting. It looked like a blueberry, but much larger than a blueberry. The flesh inside the fruit was indigo. A laka fruit was as big as half a palm. I wanted to buy one to try, but because slime coins could not be circulated here, I had to give up. There are still some restaurants and hotels in the royal city, but the business seems not very good. It may be because the service is not good and the food is not delicious. Of course, it may be because it is not the peak tourist season yet. But if it is the former, then some players who want to engage in catering services can prepare. When the new map is officially opened, we can conquer Zukum Star with our great food. After talking about food, let's talk about the clothes people wear here. Like the greenism that this planet believes in, people here like to wear green clothes. Of course, it doesn't mean that you can only wear this kind of color. It's just that more people wear this color. In addition to the color, the fabrics of the clothes are all natural materials such as cotton and linen. The clothes of the nobles should be more gorgeous, and they will wear silk. But I can't be sure whether their silk is made of cocoons. Although the material is not certain, it can be seen that the textile technology here is still good. It is worth mentioning that there is also a complete medical and education system here. Before entering the palace, I even saw a school bus that picks up and drops off children and a hospital that treats people. Overall, the living conditions in the Zukum royal city are still good. I just don't know if other remote areas are the same. In summary, Zukum is a peculiar planet that combines tradition and modernity. It is not too backward, but it is not advanced. Here, there is a clear sense of separation between science and technology and natural civilization. There is no shortage of materials here, and productivity seems to be high. Some technologies have even reached the level of science fiction movies, but they still retain some characteristics of primitive feudal civilization. It's like a monarchy. Yes, the king of Zukum has real power. Under normal circumstances, the development of scientific and technological civilization will inevitably bring about changes in the political system. But I don't know why Zukum still retains such an old system. Although it's not clear, the king of Zukum is a good person. Maybe it's because we saved the prince of Zukum, so the king treated us warmly. By the way, he is a very kind old man who looks a bit like Prince Miki. The king not only took us to live in the palace, but also planned to hold a banquet for us. It's a pity that because of fatigue, I went offline before the banquet started. But it's not a big problem. Anyway, the banquet will be in the evening. By then, my fatigue should be restored. In fact, there are many things to say about the Zukum Palace. However, due to limited space, I will not talk about these things today. I will write another post in 2 days to write about the palace and the banquet in detail. Back to the topic. Considering the characteristics of Zukum Star's traditional culture and nature over technology, I think the gameplay of the new map is likely to be a paradise for life players. Just like the mahjong we played on the way here. There is no such entertainment project on Zukum Star. If we can develop some cultural and entertainment service industries here, it may have a good effect. However, the premise for successful business is the currency exchange between the two places. In this version, slime coins cannot buy anything in Zukum. If you want to invest and start a business here, you may have to wait a little longer. It should be noted that although the living conditions of the people here are not stretched to the limit, they are not rich. So it is probably not okay to price goods and services too high. But relatively speaking, you can also shift your customer targets to the nobles and officials of the ruling class. For example, sell them our weapons, or other more exquisite handicrafts. Some combat players can even organize security companies to provide security protection services for these nobles. After all, many rich people are afraid of death. Especially since we have successfully rescued the Prince of Zukum Star. We will have no worries about lack of business with such a good signboard. Of course, what I just said is just a drop in the ocean. I believe you must have other better ideas. Chapter 125 Conjectures about new maps and new businesses. Zukum is a very large planet, and the royal city is just a small corner of the entire planet. How can one day be enough to fully investigate the local customs and practices here? Even if he is given a month, he may not be able to visit every corner of the planet. What's more, this trip back to his hometown activity should not take more than a month. Therefore, for this unfamiliar land, Lu Guang can only take a quick look and stroll around, thinking of the exquisite royal palace that he had not had the opportunity to visit carefully. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. The anti-addiction mechanism of this game is too perfect. You have to log off when the fatigue value reaches it, and you will be kicked off if you don't log off. Sitting at the dining table, Lu Yang put down the coffee in his hand and looked at his younger brother. New post? Yeah. Lu Guang nodded slightly. Hearing this, Lu Yang immediately took out his mobile phone and logged into the game's official website. Seeing this, Lu Guang couldn't help but sigh. In the past, his brother would never ask about his posting game posts. But now that his brother has become a gamer of Wild Star World, he visits the game forum more frequently than he, a professional player. In fact, Lu Yang visits the game forum not to find strategies, but purely for entertainment. In the past, his life was only about work, and besides reports, there were various company documents, which were extremely boring. But now, when he entered such a strange game world, everything has changed. His work and rest schedule has become more regular than his brother's. In the past, he always brought unfinished work home and worked overtime at night to deal with it. But now, let alone dealing with work at home, he has already washed up and gone to bed with a helmet at 7:30 in the evening. It has to be said that the Wild Star world is very tolerant of player types. Even if he is not very good at playing combat games, he can find a way of survival that suits him here. This also made Lu Yang gradually like this place. Although he has not played Wild Star World. As long as his brother, Liu Yang has already started a career here from scratch. Now, he is even more concerned about his career in the game than his own company in the real world. Seeing his brother like this, even Lu Guang, a heavy game enthusiast, couldn't help but advise his brother that moderate gaming is good for the brain, but excessive gaming is harmful to the body. Of course, the result was minimal. After all, it was not easy to open up a new map, and as a qualified businessman, he naturally had to conduct market research. Only after understanding the local situation can we judge what kind of business can make money. Lu Guang's previous Dukum Star observation post was written after listening to the advice given by Liu Yang. Seeing his brother, who was originally as calm as an old cadre, suddenly become an internet addict, Lu Guang shook his head and sighed. Forget it. There's nothing wrong with it. At least his brother won't nag him about his gaming in the future. As a big player in the game, Lu Guang's post was pushed to the front as soon as it was posted. As the administrator of the official website forum, Xiaoming saw it and added it to the favorites. For Lu Guang, a player who loves analysis and knows how to play, Xiaoming has always attached great importance to him. After all, sometimes even he hadn't thought of things, but these little players had already thought about them for him in advance. This time, in addition to describing in detail what he had seen in the Zukum Star King City, Lu Guang's post even analyzed the types of business that players could execute in the future. The only pity is that the post is all pure text without pictures. But this is not Lu Guang's fault. Who said that the number of players in the game is not up to standard now? According to the settings of the summoner, the photo function can only be unlocked when the number of players reaches 200. Perhaps he can let some fresh blood in when the next version is updated. But the players obviously didn't care about these. After all, everyone has long been accustomed to the fact that this game does not have the function of taking photos and screenshots. Compared with the pictures, everyone is more concerned about the post itself. A little tailor, since the textile industry on Zukum Star is developed, is there no market for me to open a clothing store there? Lu Guang, not necessarily. Although their textile level is developed, the styles of clothes are not as rich as those in our modern society. If the clothes you design are good-looking enough, it shouldn't be difficult to make money. Lu Guang, by the way, the language of Zukum is not the same as that of the deserted planet. So for the convenience of doing business, it is recommended to hire local people to help. Of course, if your language talent is high enough to teach yourself a foreign language, you can also save this labor cost. A little tailor, thank you for your advice, thumbs up. JPG. Lu Guang, regarding the local price issue, I will sort it out into a table after a detailed market research. Please wait a little longer. Mango Patch, the boss is great. Teardown Fusky, 6. You are worthy of being a boss. The new map has not been opened yet, and the boss has even made a price list. Little Pig Gulyalu, otherwise, how can you be called a boss? Master 1 of Ramen, I want to open a ramen shop. There should be no such thing as ramen on Zukum. Right? Lu Guang, from what I have observed, most of the food here is fruits, vegetables, and some roasted meat, combined with some grains and bread. To be honest, it is very similar to the Western diet structure. Master Wang, the noodle maker, that's great. I can open a hot pot restaurant here. Lu Guang, you can't get fat in one go. After all, it's a royal city, so the rent here won't be cheap. It's recommended to specialize in one business at the beginning, and then make other plans after you have established a firm foothold and have stable revenue. Hey Gulong Dongqiang at Light Ultraman, you just said that you can provide security services to local nobles here. This reminds me that we can also open a logistics company here. Help with express delivery or something. Lu Guang, this is a good idea. Although there are caravans here, the main business of the caravan is to buy goods from place A and transport them to place B for sale, and then buy goods from place B and transport them to place A. There is absolutely no industry like express delivery companies that specialize in transportation here. Once upon a time, there were also players who wanted to do this in Slime Village. But because the distance between Slime Village and Slime Farm is not far, most people can get there by ox cart or on foot for half a day. Even if you open a logistics and express delivery company, you can't make much money. But Zukum Star is different. If the Slime Clan can reach a long-term cooperative friendly relationship with Zukum Star, then the logistics and transportation industry will definitely be a brand new blue ocean market. Brick Moving Boy, raise your hand. Can I apply for a driver to deliver goods? Scorching Sun, raise your hand. Can I invest? Seeing the familiar ID in front of him, Lu Guang couldn't help but twitch his mouth, looking at the elder brother opposite. He said, "Brother, are you going to open up a new business again?" Lu Yang nodded calmly. "Of course. Who would complain about too much money?" Lu Guang. The topic of how to make money in the new map immediately aroused widespread discussion among players. "I am your father. The forest coverage area here is so large. It is quite suitable for growing mushrooms. Maybe we can move the mushroom cultivation base here at pork stewed with vermicelli." Pork stewed with vermicelli makes sense. In fact, in addition to white lantern mushrooms, we could also cultivate some edible fungi, which should also have a market. I want to be read. Speaking of beautiful environment, we can actually develop tourism here. A whole homestay or natural oxygen bar, specializing in serving high-end customers. I am your father. Since you are planning to develop the tourism service industry, why not do it big? Build a resort hotel, tennis courts, golf courses, swimming pools, race courses, and other supporting facilities are all available. Xiaoming silently browsed the posts in the background, sighing as he browsed. These players are really talented. His new map has not even been opened yet, and they have already thought about their future careers in advance. It has only been a few minutes, and their topic has shifted from resort hotels to casinos and military factories. If they continue to talk, this group of fourth disasters will sooner or later conquer the entire future galaxy. Oh no! The entire universe. However, can their ideas really be realized? He thinks it may not be the case. After all, this is not the Earth, not the modern society they are familiar with. The political system alone makes Sukkum different from the big. It is impossible for players to mess around on other people's land. What's more, the wasteland planet is so big that it's hard to guarantee that the projects they proposed have not been done by others. Maybe for various reasons, they didn't succeed in the end. However, it can't be said that the player's imagination is completely unfeasible. At least, in the consumer service industry, Sukkum Star is not as good as them. After all, the residents here don't often leave their hometowns and live a simple life. Even if some people have seen the colorful world outside, they are only a minority after all. In general, this is indeed a blue ocean for the service and entertainment industries, as the player said. If his little players can make these orcs interested in the products and services they sell, maybe they can also establish a brand effect about slime and cut leaks for a long time. If they are luckier, maybe they can promote the slime brand through Sukkum Star to other planets in the future galaxy. What is this called? Brand marketing. One day, when the slime clan is famous, then after seeing the slime played by the players, these natives will definitely feel at ease to buy what they are selling. This is just like people always like to buy things from big brands. And slime is the brand he intends to promote. Who says a brand can only be the product itself? The person who sells the product? Of course. It can also be. Of course. It is not an easy thing to realize this vision. First of all, he has to reach a trade cooperation agreement with the real ruler here. Although there is an ally in Prince Miki, it is not just a matter of talking to make things go smoothly. He did not forget that they encountered a lot of trouble along the way. Since someone wants to kill Prince Miki, it means that the political views proposed by the prince will most likely be rejected by the other party. Thinking of this, Xiaoming suddenly smiled. Perhaps he can use this opportunity to catch this big fish hiding in the dark. Chapter 126 Limited Time Event to Catch the Murderer. Although he had made up his mind, Xiaoming did not intend to act immediately. After all, Prince Miki had just returned to the palace and must be reuniting with his family. As a guest, it was obviously inappropriate for him to rush over and disturb them. Anyway, there would be a banquet in the evening, and it would be in time to discuss with the other party at that time. Compared with this, the update content of the next version could be done in advance. Thinking of this, Xiaoming immediately opened the official website backend and began to edit the content. 1.13 version update. New map Sukkum Star and Chamber of Commerce system are officially launched. In fact, Xiaoming had thought about opening the Chamber of Commerce system a long time ago, but for various reasons, he had not been able to do so. Now it happened to be arranged by the development of the new map. Xiaoming had already prepared the content of the copy in his mind. As for the source of inspiration, it was naturally the discussion posts of players on the game forum. As a game planner, it is very necessary to listen to the suggestions of players. After all, there will always be times when he is not thoughtful enough, and the opinions of players can fill in the gaps. After drafting the first version of the copy, Xiaoming posted a post on the official website under the guise of the planning team. revealing the news that the new version will be launched soon. The moment the post was posted, the replies below immediately swiped 3 or 4 pages. And there was even a trend of continuing to rise. Fried kidney flour. Wow. It's going to rain red. The official update actually announced in advance? I'm your dad. This seems to be the first time. No wonder the players are so surprised. After all, the official updates in the past were very capricious, and they would not promote them in advance. Basically, every time the announcement is issued, the update is made. This is indeed the first time that they have notified themselves in advance that they will update. I want to be read. I bet a dime. This new version will definitely be a big one. By Wu Chang, Squinting.jpg, aren't you talking nonsense? A new map is about to be opened. How can it not be big? I want to be read. No. 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 It must not be just a new map. There was no such a scene when the slime farm was opened last time. By Wu Chang, how can it be the same? How does Slime Farm compare to Zukum Star? One is a small farm on a deserted planet, and the other is a brand new planet outside of a deserted planet. In addition to the map itself being more extensive, the number of NPCs is also incomparable. Modeling alone requires a lot of manpower and material resources. No wonder the official announced it so solemnly in advance. But even though I understand, if I want to be popular, it has also aroused the curiosity of many people. In addition to the new map, will the official really come up with other new things this time? But on second thought, modeling alone is already so troublesome. And if you had something else, can the official server support it? Just when the players who didn't know the truth were worried about the carrying capacity of the official server, the night of Zukum also fell, and the welcoming banquet of the palace officially kicked off. After all, it is a palace, compared with the small-scale activities that players had done in Slime Farm before. The welcoming banquet in front of them is obviously much more high-end. More than 100 large round tables were placed in the huge banquet hall, and each table was filled with exquisite food. There are also special musicians in the palace, who are responsible for playing court music with Zukum characteristics. Most of the players attended such a formal occasion for the first time, and they were inevitably a little restrained for a while, probably because he saw the guests' restraint. The king was considerate, and told them to eat whatever they wanted, and do whatever they wanted, and just treat this place as their own home without restraint. With the king's words, the little players instantly let go and ate and drank with big mouthfuls. After 3 rounds of wine, they even started to play finger guessing. After a while, the originally quiet and elegant banquet hall turned into a noisy night market stall. At the top, the king looked at the scene in front of him and was stunned. Good guy. He asked the guests to relax, but he didn't let them relax so much. Xiao Ming was a little embarrassed. He knew that the king was just being polite, but he didn't expect that these little players really didn't treat him as an outsider. But at this point, he couldn't speak directly, so he had to pretend to be ignorant with a thick face. Mickey had long been accustomed to such scenes. After all, when he lived in the slime farm, he had seen many unbridled behaviors of slimes. Even he himself would sometimes fight with the farmhands when he was in the mood. Of course, he would not leave in this situation. After all, his father and sister were still sitting by the side. Especially his sister Lena was the most disciplined. Similarly, she also hoped that others would abide by the rules. Thinking of this, Mickey subconsciously glanced in Lena's direction. As expected, the face of the eldest princess was not good. Lena had heard that her brother was rescued by a group of strange races called slimes. Before she saw this group of slimes, she thought that these benefactors who saved the crown prince must be tall, mighty and strong. However, when she saw the round jelly gels jumping into the palace, her fantasy was instantly shattered. Can this seemingly weak little thing really save her brother from the hands of the criminals? Princess Lena was deeply skeptical about this. Could Mickey have been deceived? Although she had secretly raised doubts with her brother, the answer she got was, "How is it possible? What are you thinking about?" Recalling her brother's confident face, Lena couldn't help but sigh. Forget it. Just believe him this time. Thinking of it, Lena looked at the noisy group of slimes opposite. For a moment, her dignified and delicate eyebrows couldn't help but frown. She could tolerate the ugly and noisy eating. But why did those slimes stand on the chairs for no reason? Even if they were the benefactors of the crown prince, these slimes were really too presumptuous. If it weren't for her status, Lena almost wanted to stand up and loudly criticize these jelly gels. Lena clenched her skirt tightly with her fingers and then loosened them. Finally, she turned her head as if she accepted her fate. Forget it. Out of sight, Out of mind. These annoying guys will not stay for long after all. And they will probably go back in a few days. In that case, what is she still fussing about? As a princess of a country, as the eldest daughter of the king, she must be tolerant of others. Oh no. It is the tolerance of history. Although Xiaoming did not know the little thoughts in the heart of the princess, he was afraid that she was unhappy from her changing expression. As for the reason, Xiaoming subconsciously looked at the drunken little player standing on the table and singing loudly not far away, and suddenly fell silent. No wonder the princess was angry. But compared to the princess, what he was more concerned about at the moment was the king himself. After all, he had to talk to this person in power about the next business. Fortunately, although the king was surprised by the player's behavior, he did not show dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Xiaoming silently breathed a sigh of relief. Your Majesty, do you have time after the banquet? There is an important matter I want to talk to you and Prince Miki about. Suddenly hearing the voice of the slime chief beside him, the king was stunned. Although he didn't understand the meaning, he nodded and answered, I'm free. I don't know what the golden slime chief wants to talk about. Xiaoming lowered his voice, of course. It's about how to catch the real murderer who attacked His Highness Miki. Hearing this, the old king's turbid eyes suddenly lit up. However, before he could ask in detail, he saw the other party shaking his head in silence. The king soon understood his intention. It was crowded and noisy here, and it was not a good place for conversation. Fortunately, the banquet was almost over, so he didn't have to wait too long. Half an hour later, the drunken players returned to their respective residences with the help of the palace servants. And Xiaoming also found a gap to discuss his plan with the king, Prince Miki and others. The next day, when the players who had blacked out logged into the game again, they saw a new task announcement. Limited time task, catch the murderer. After going through untold hardships, the slime tribe finally successfully escorted the orcs to Zukum planet. However, our mission was not over. We were chased twice on the way, and the target of these criminals was obviously Miki Graham, the prince of Zukum planet. Obviously, someone didn't want the prince to go home alive. Although the plan of the mastermind finally failed, the kind and righteous slime tribe must not let such evil people continue to do evil in secret. So, under the advice of the tribe leader Golden Slime, King Zukum decided to accept the help of the slime tribe. Task description: players need to help Prince Miki and the king find out who is the real murderer behind the scenes. Task reward: 200 contribution points, 100 slime coins. Note: the first player to find the real murderer will receive an additional medal of honor from King Zukum. In addition to the physical medal, the tribe leader will also give the player the title of famous detective. The title and medal logo will be displayed simultaneously on the official website forum and included in the Hall of Fame. After reading the complete information announcement, the players all said one sentence: Hack! The follow-up plot of the event is here. However, compared with the contribution points and slime coins, what the players care more about is the Medal of Honor awarded by King Zukum. This is the first Medal of Honor since the closed beta of the game. It is not a verbal commendation from the tribe leader, but a formal physical medal, and it can also be included in the Hall of Fame. More importantly, the badge logo will be synchronized to the ID of the official forum. You should know that this is the only badge currently available in the entire server, and whoever gets it will be showing off. Thinking of this, the players were immediately excited. For a moment, they didn't care about continuing to wander around, and immediately took action with full fighting spirit. In the unknown dark, looking at the jellied balls in the distance, the king hesitated. Slime Chief, can your men really catch the real murderer? It's not that he underestimated this group of slimes, but they left too deep an impression on him last night. Of course. Xiaoming smiled confidently. After all, players are the most motivated creatures in the world. They are more diligent than 996 social animals, and more diligent than old oxen in the fields. Just give them a little reward. They can even pry up the entire earth. Of course, this is just an exaggeration, but it doesn't matter. The important thing is that he needs the players to take action, especially in front of the real murderer. After all, only by beating the grass first can you scare the snake, right? In order to make this plan more successful, and also to allow the new version to be updated smoothly, he has let the king spread the word that he wants to sign a trade cooperation agreement with the Slime Clan. I believe the person behind the scenes who got the news will definitely be restless. Chapter 127: We are all friends, and it is mutually beneficial. What? You want to establish a trade cooperation relationship with the Slime Clan? The Prime Minister's voice suddenly rose in the council hall of the Zukum Palace. And he seemed extremely surprised by the news. In fact, not only him, but all the ministers who heard the news were shocked. Although the Slime clan saved Prince Mickey, the favor is the favor. And the king can't confuse it with political affairs when he wants to express his gratitude. It's too hasty to rashly agree to trade cooperation without even discussing it with the ministers. These are secondary. The important thing is this group of slimes themselves. They have seen the rudeness of these jelly gels at the previous banquet. What can be done by doing business with such an unknown and unmannered non-human race? Is it possible to sell jelly? Although they were extremely dissatisfied with this matter, the ministers swallowed their complaints in their hearts for the sake of the king's face. Of course, they did not just remain silent and let the king do whatever he wanted. Subconsciously, everyone turned their eyes to the prime minister in front of the palace. At this time, Luca had regained his composure. Of course, this was just on the surface. In fact, he was also very surprised by the king's sudden decision. Why would the king think of conducting official trade activities with a group of jelly gels? This is too weird. If Prince Mickey was not involved in this matter, he would never believe it. Although he didn't know what he was thinking behind the scenes. Instinctively, Luca always felt that the other party might be coming for him. After all, the real murderer behind the assassination of the crown prince has not been caught yet. Although he did it covertly, there is no 100% impenetrable wall in this world. What's more, there are these weird slimes messing around. To be honest, he still doesn't know where these slimes came from. The so-called deserted planet is nothing but a false excuse. Even if he has never been there, Luca knows that the deserted planet is a poor, backward and crime-ridden wanderer planet. There are only two major forces there: landlords and prisons. The landlords are concentrated in the eastern region, consisting of large and small farm owners and nobles of Jinsha City. They occupy 70% of the wealth of the deserted planet. As for the remaining 30%, it is in the hands of the prison. Although not as rich as the landlords and nobles, the prison controls the most advanced weapons, the strongest combat power, and the most stringent prisons in the entire deserted planet. With money and power in the hands of these two major forces, how can the slime tribe intervene? Since this group of slimes can defeat the professional mercenary killers he sent, it shows that their strength is not weak. But the problem lies here. If such a powerful tribe appeared on the deserted planet, it should have been rumored long ago. However, it didn't. At least, he didn't find it. This group of slimes seemed to appear out of thin air. What's scary is not how powerful the enemy is, but that he knows nothing about the enemy even though the enemy is already right in front of him. Thinking of this, Luca's face turned stern. We can't let Slime and Zukum reach a cooperation. Your Majesty, please think twice about cooperating with the Slime clan. Seeing the Prime Minister bowing and asking for orders, the ministers in the back immediately knelt down and said, Your Majesty, please think twice. The old king looked at the ministers who knelt down in unison, and his expression could not tell whether he was happy or angry. Won't you ask me why I agreed? Luca bowed his head slightly. I dare to guess that the Slime clan saved Prince Mickey's life first, and they are trying to repay the favor. Your Majesty must have agreed reluctantly because he didn't want to offend them. As soon as the voice fell, there was a chorus of echoes from the audience. Seeing this, the king's face darkened. But after a moment, he spoke again as if nothing had happened. My dear ministers, you are overthinking. I didn't agree to the Slime clan because of such a small matter. Hearing this, the ministers were stunned, obviously a little surprised. Luca pretended to be ignorant and asked, Since it is not because of this matter, then Your Majesty, naturally, you are interested in the benefits. The king said slowly, The Slime tribe has exquisite craftsmanship, and there is no shortage of skilled craftsmen. They are also experienced in agriculture and the cultivation of medicinal herbs. In addition, the weapons they make are powerful, and some weapons are not even worse than those produced by the future alliance. More importantly, the price is cheap. We will not lose money by doing business with them. At the end of the words, the king paused and said, These are all seen by Miki with her own eyes. There will be no falsehood. Hearing this, everyone immediately understood. This matter is indeed the work of Prince Miki. Luca said in a calm voice, Seeing is believing. Hearing is false. And Prince Miki's words alone are not enough to convince everyone. What's more, this matter concerns the entire Zukum. Is it a bit hasty for Your Majesty to make such a decision without discussing it with the ministers? The king naturally heard the hidden meaning of the other person's words. So he asked calmly, then according to the Prime Minister's intention, What should I do? Luca, since your majesty and Prince Miki praise the slime clan so much, please let them show it in front of the subjects to open everyone's eyes. If the facts are really as your highness said, then I and the adults will naturally have no reason to object. The king looked at the minister in front of him calmly, without saying good or bad. Such an attitude made others feel more uneasy. Is your majesty angry? Just when the ministers felt uneasy, the king suddenly raised his eyebrows and smiled. In this case, let's do what Luca said. He actually agreed. He is worthy of being the prime minister. Your majesty is wise. Ignoring the admiring eyes of the people around him, Luca lowered his eyes and sneered in his heart. He will not let this group of slimes get their wish. After the ministers left the council hall in a large crowd, the king spoke, "Come out." As soon as he finished speaking, the curtains behind him moved, and then two figures, one tall and one short, walked out. It was Prince Miki and Xiao Ming. The king asked, "Did you see anything just now?" "The prime minister is not right," Miki said in a deep voice. In the past, he never expressed his opposition so clearly in front of his father. Even if he had doubts about the government order, he would generally take a more tactful attitude to deal with it. But just now, his attitude seemed a bit radical. The king nodded slightly. "You are right. I think so too." Mickey's mind moved. "So, you suspect the prime minister?" The king paused after hearing this, then shook his head, and he couldn't be sure for the time being. After all, in addition to the prime minister, there was a large group of ministers who also held opposing opinions. If the prime minister is suspected based on this alone, then all the other ministers present are suspected. It is actually very simple to determine whether it is him. Just set a trap for the real murderer to drill. Suddenly hearing this, the father and son looked at the slime chief in front of them. "What do you mean? Doesn't the real murderer want to attack His Highness Miki? Then let's give him this opportunity." Miki suddenly realized, "You mean to let me be the bait?" "No! This is too dangerous." The king immediately objected. His son just escaped from the tiger's mouth. How could he let him fall into danger again? In fact, it is not necessary for Prince Miki himself to be the bait. Hearing this, the two were stunned. "What do you mean? It doesn't have to be the real person? Can it be pretended?" Xiao Ming took out a palm-sized black chip and attached it to his body. Then, the short, earthy yellow slime in front of him suddenly turned into a tall and handsome young orc. Who else could that face be but Prince Miki? Seeing this, Miki's eyes widened immediately. This is a holographic projection disguise chip. That's right. Xiao Ming smiled and then took off the chip on his body. As long as he had this, His Royal Highness the Prince could catch the big fish in the water even if he didn't go out in person. The king was stunned, as if he didn't expect there was such a method. He couldn't help laughing for a while. Good? The tribe leader is still resourceful. I didn't even think of this thing. Miki sighed for a moment and asked, "But how can we lure the other party into the trap?" Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Didn't His Majesty agree to let my people show it in front of the residents of Zukum? In this case, let's just hold a trade fair." Trade fair? The king was puzzled. What is that? It is an exhibition and sales fair to display products. Xiao Ming thought for a while and explained, "You can think of it as a special market." Miki quickly understood his intention. The patriarch wanted to lead out the real culprit behind the scenes at this market? Xiao Ming gave him a teachable look. "Because my people, the other party has not been able to successfully attack His Highness Miki, and they must hate the Slime Clan. Now that His Majesty has spread the word that he wants to cooperate with the Slime Clan in trade and intends to let the slime display its goods, the other party will definitely not sit still. I think they will definitely come out to make trouble on the day of the trade fair. In this case, why don't we seize this opportunity to conduct a fishing enforcement?" Fishing enforcement? Suddenly hearing an unfamiliar word, the father and son were confused. What is this? Well, it is to deliberately induce the other party to commit a crime. Xiao Ming explained briefly, although there are many people in the market, if everyone focuses on the goods, they should not pay attention to the surrounding situation. At this time, if we deliberately create a gap for the other party, they may not take action. After all, there is no need to make an earth-shattering assassination every time. I believe that those people would not be so stupid to continue to act so blatantly after experiencing the previous failure. Poisoning and assassination are also possible. After listening to Xiao Ming's analysis, the admiration in Michi's eyes became deeper. He is worthy of being the leader of the Golden Slime Clan. He can actually think of such a method. Thinking about it, he immediately asked, "What do I need to do?" "Your Highness does not need to do anything." Xiao Ming shook his head and said, "You and His Majesty the King just need to wait for good news." The king nodded slightly. "I have to trouble you. The clan leader. For this matter. It's not a trouble at all." Xiao Ming smiled. "This is what we agreed before. As long as I help you find the real murderer who wants to kill the prince, you agree to sign a trade cooperation agreement with the Slime clan. We are all friends. And it is mutually beneficial." Chapter 128 Trade Fair. Look over there. It's so lively. In the east square of Zukum Royal City, a lot of small tents were erected on the empty space, attracting many residents to stop and watch. When I got closer, I saw all kinds of strange items under each tent. It turned out to be a market. What was even more surprising was the owners of the stalls. They were not residents of Zukum Star, but small jelly gels of different colors. Are they slimes? The news that Prince Miki, who was stranded outside, was rescued by the slime tribe had already spread in the city. In addition, the prince's return to the city was a big deal, and some people who liked to join in the fun had already seen this group of slimes, so it was not difficult to recognize them. What are they doing? Selling things? Out of curiosity, the residents of the royal city walked over. Then, they saw a big notice hanging at the entrance of the market. Slime Product Fair? What is that? In the crowd, a bunny-eared loli blinked her ruby-like eyes and looked at the notice in front of her with curiosity. Why don't you go in and take a look? On the side, a bunny-eared boy who looked like her pouted at the crowded stalls not far away. Anyway, there was no entrance fee. After saying that, the bunny-eared boy took his sister's hand and walked in. Entering the market, the brother and sister found that the fair in front of them was much larger and more interesting than they had imagined. There were clothes for sale, food for sale, and even weapons for sale. In addition, there were many strange things they had never seen before. The brother and sister walked around the stalls in the market with a curious look on their faces. And suddenly they were attracted by the shouting from afar. Selling buns? Freshly baked buns. There are both meat and vegetarian fillings. There are also fried dumplings. Wontons. They are all delicious. Do you want to try them? Seeing the orc resident stopping in front of his stall, I want to be read and shout loudly. Even if the other party can't understand what he is saying because of the language barrier, it can't stop Brother Hong's enthusiasm for promoting his own products. After the limited time mission was launched, many players wanted to track down the murderer in order to get the medal awarded by King Zukum. But I Want to Be Read is not interested in medals and detective games. After all, from the beginning, his purpose was to come to the new map to investigate the market and find new opportunities to make money. Just when he was thinking about how to act, the Patriarch brought good news. They can hold a trade fair in the city of Zukum. This was approved by King Zukum himself. So, like me, the small players who run a life business with the purpose of making money and expanding the market immediately started to get busy. Because I Want to Be Read himself runs a big canteen in Slime Village and Slime Farm. His goal is still catering. However, due to the limitation of location and materials, he did not copy the dishes from the canteen of the deserted planet this time. Instead, he chose Zukum wheat flour, a specialty of Zukum, to make various pasta dishes. Facts have proved that his decision was correct. As soon as the fragrant fried dumplings and buns came out of the pot, they immediately attracted many onlookers from Zukum residents. It smells so good. Lola sniffed, her pomegranate-like eyes staring at the soft and fragrant pastry in front of her with eagerness. Mani naturally saw that her sister was greedy, so she gestured with her hands and asked the red slime in front of the stall, "How much is this?" Although the language is not in common, it is not difficult to understand the meaning of buying and selling. Wei Yaoheng immediately understood his intention, so he quickly picked up 2 buns with vegetarian fillings and put them on the plate and handed them over. No money. Free trial. This is not that I want to be generous because I see that the brother and sister are good-looking, but because the foreign exchange system has not been introduced yet. The slime coins and the currency of Zukum Star cannot be traded normally, so players can only adopt the strategy of not charging money. Although it is a pity that I can't make money from this opportunity. I can't catch the wolf without sacrificing the child. Anyway, there are free tasting activities in the supermarket, and the whole wave of hunger marketing is also for better business in the future. In addition, the ingredients are all from the Zukum Palace, so it's not too bad for him to pay for the manpower cost. However, the rabbit brother and sister in front of me obviously didn't understand what I wanted to say. Perhaps because they couldn't communicate with words. Mini took out a banknote of the largest denomination from his pocket and handed it over. I didn't expect that I had said that they would eat for free. But the other party actually stuffed money into my pocket. I was a little surprised for a while. Good guy. Can they trade with these orcs? I took the banknote with a dazed look and looked at it. He couldn't understand the words on it. But judging from the thickness of the banknote and the exquisite patterns on it, the denomination should be large. Because I didn't know the specific purchasing power of this banknote. And because I didn't have change, I felt embarrassed and picked up a few more fried dumplings for the brother and sister and made 2 more bowls of wontons. Seeing this, Minnie and Lola were stunned. And then they took the food with joy. I didn't expect that 100 Zukum coins could buy so many things. It's really a good deal. You know, on weekdays, 100 Zukum coins can only buy 2 Zukum buns at most. Holding the fluffy and soft white bread and taking a bite. A unique salty and fragrant taste spread between the lips and teeth. The brother and sister's red eyes lit up at the same time. It's so delicious. After tasting the buns, the two began to taste wonton soup and fried dumplings. Looking at the rabbit ears of the orc brother and sister in front of me, I was suddenly startled. They shouldn't eat meat. Right? After all, rabbits are vegetarian animals. Just when I was hesitating whether to remind them, I saw that the brother and sister in front of me had already held the bowl and started to eat heartily. Seeing them eating so relishing, I finally swallowed my words back. I almost forgot. Orcs. Orcs. Although half are beasts, the other half are human. In this case, eating meat should not be a big deal. In addition to the snack stand of I Want to Be Read, the busiest place in the market is the clothing store of another little player. This player is a tailor in reality. After entering the game, she wanted to use her skills to continue her tailoring career. But she never expected that because the players are all slimes and do not need to wear clothes. And the long-term workers in the slime farm have no purchasing power. So even if she has a lot of skills, she has nowhere to display them. Until the opening of the new map of Zukum Star, she discovered a new potential customer group. So, she picked up her enthusiasm again and started her clothing business. Cheongsam, Hanfu and various fashionable dresses were placed in front of the stall. But in a moment, many beautiful Zukum girls came up to ask for details. Looking at the lively market in front of them, the Zukum ministers, who had been secretly observing in the dark, couldn't help but be amazed. I thought these slimes would not be able to do anything. But I didn't expect that the goods they brought would be so attractive. Even they couldn't help but want to spend some money to pick a few things back. Your Majesty and Prince Miki are indeed farsighted. It seems that the trade cooperation between Zukum and the slime clan should be a done deal. Unlike other ministers who were like fence-sitters, Luca, as the first opponent, was naturally in a bad mood. He originally wanted to make this group of slimes look bad. But he never thought that they would be in the limelight. Although he was unwilling, Luca didn't continue to dwell on this matter. After all, he had not forgotten his original purpose to disrupt the trade fair and assassinate Prince Miki. It was thanks to this group of slimes that he was inspired. Otherwise, he would not know how to attack Prince Miki. There were many people at the trade fair, and it was hard to guarantee that some bad guys would not sneak in. The scene of the bad guys' evil deeds would naturally be in chaos. Prince Miki was dressed brightly and had an extraordinary demeanor. It was normal for the greedy criminals to want to attack him. As long as Prince Miki died in the market where this group of slimes were, the cooperation would naturally fall through. It not only solved the people he wanted to solve, but also made the group of slimes who ruined his good deeds suffer. It was simply an excellent strategy to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, Luca's face unconsciously raised a smile. Have you arranged the people? Ice Wolf said in a deep voice. Everything has been arranged. As long as you give an order, we can act at any time. Hearing this, Luca nodded with satisfaction. He tilted his head and glanced into the distance. In the crowd, Prince Miki, dressed in the luxurious clothes of a crown prince, was bending over and talking to a few slimes. Let's do it. He couldn't wait to see the chaotic scene of the crown prince's death. Chapter 129, Set a Trap. Your Highness, the fried dumplings just out of the pan. Would you like to try them? A little player held the fried dumplings in his hand and looked up at the handsome and tall orc prince in front of him, blinking his bright eyes with a hint of flattering hope. Looking at the fragrant fried dumplings in front of him, Xiaoming smiled and said, "No. Thank you." Hearing this, the little player's face flashed with disappointment. Strange. Brother Hong's fried dumplings are obviously very popular. Other NPCs are queuing up to buy them. Why doesn't this Prince Miki eat them? These dumplings are filled with meat. Maybe the prince is a vegetarian? But I clearly saw him eating grilled fish and barbecue at the slime farm before. Maybe he is considering the prince's image? After all, he is now in the royal city of Zukum. It's not very good for a prince of a country to eat on the street. TSK. I didn't expect the NPC to be so face-saving. After regaining his identity, he started to show off. Hearing the little players mumbling, Xiaoming tried his best to maintain a kind smile, pretending that he didn't understand what the other party said, and dutifully played the role of an NPC controlled by a data program. To be honest, of course he wanted to eat. However, he was in the role-playing mission at the moment, and no one knew when the assassin sent by the mastermind behind the scenes would appear, so he must not take it lightly. In fact, Xiaoming had thought about letting other players take charge of the disguise, but because the players had little contact with Prince Miki, he was worried that the players would accidentally reveal themselves when they were acting. After thinking about it, it was safer to do it himself. Although this mission looks very dangerous, because the holographic projection disguise chip can only disguise the appearance, but not change the user's essence. Even if the other party really stabbed with a knife, Xiaoming could escape with the slime's short height. After all, assassins usually attack the chest. How can they stab the legs and feet? When the other party really stabbed, he would cooperate with the other party to perform, so that they thought they succeeded. At that time, the king and the prince hiding in the dark will be able to take this opportunity to find out the real culprit behind the scenes. In order to implement this plan smoothly, Xiaoming also asked the king to deliberately arrange a group of guards around him. After all, the prince had just escaped death and returned to Zukum. How could the king, who was extremely protective of his son, not send more people to protect him? If there were no guards around the prince, those people would think that there was a trick and dare not take action. Thinking silently in his heart, Xiaoming observed the surroundings calmly. Why haven't they come yet? If he doesn't take action, he will go off work and eat. Just when Xiaoming was about to get impatient, there was a sudden bang in the distance. Following the sound, a small player's stall in the distance was knocked down, and many things on the stall fell. The player and the orc who broke the stall suddenly had a dispute. For a while, everyone's attention was attracted, including those guards who were particularly sensitive to the environment. Xiaoming pretended to be attracted by the quarrel of these people, but he observed the surroundings quietly from the corner of his eyes. Finally, through the reflection of the glass not far away, Xiaoming saw a suspicious figure gradually approaching him. Finally, he came. The man was like most ordinary passers-by who wanted to come over to watch the fun, staring at the chaos in the distance. However, in the blind spot of the vision that no one noticed, the man's left hand hanging by his side was slightly raised, revealing a sharp spike. The moment he brushed past Xiaoming, he raised his hand and stabbed the prince, who was looking around. Success? Seeing the spike piercing the prince's back with his own eyes, the killer's ordinary face hidden under the brim of his hat suddenly showed a happy smile. But soon his smile gradually solidified. Without the resistance of the weapon entering the spike seemed to pierce into a ball of air. What happened? Although the killer wanted to figure out what happened, it was too late at this moment, because he let go of his hand in the first second after the successful assassination. There was a subtle metal crisp sound, and the spike in his hand fell to the ground. The spike in front of him was clean, without a drop of blood. Seeing this, the killer's heart tightened immediately. Did it fail? At this moment, the prince in front of him suddenly shook, and then his body tilted and fell to the ground. Killer? How could he fall without seeing any blood from the spike? He didn't pierce it at all. In surprise, the killer opened his eyes wide in horror. At this moment, a loud shout came from behind, as if it was precisely timed. The prince was assassinated. Catch the assassin quickly. Hearing the voice, his originally chaotic brain suddenly seemed to be electrified and suddenly became extremely clear. He fell into the trap. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole is behind. The wolf, who thought he was the prey of the hunter, didn't want to step into the trap of the hunter, but became the prey of the other party. He must leave here quickly. Subconsciously, he wanted to get into the crowd. However, how could the king, who had already arranged everything, let this daring killer leave? In just a moment, the guards lurking in the dark rushed out. In a few seconds, he surrounded the man in front of him. Seeing that the mission was about to fail, the killer, who was worried about being exposed, immediately prepared to commit suicide. At this moment, his knees suddenly hurt. Just as he knelt on his knees and cried out in pain, a rag suddenly flew into his mouth. For a moment, An indescribable disgusting smell lingered around his mouth and nose. Before he could reach out to pull it, it suddenly darkened above his head. A black, round object fell straight towards his head. Bang! There was no time to dodge, and the unidentified object fell heavily, hitting him dizzy. Quick! Tie his hands. Hearing Hey Golong Donkyang shouting, the pork stewed with vermicelli, and I am your father on the side quickly took out the hemp rope and tied the killer in front of him like a hairy crab, with his mouth blocked by a rag and his hands tied. The killer with a dull pain in his head looked at the group of instigators in front of him, and was so angry that his eyes were about to burst into fire. Seeing the killer's unfriendly look, pork stewed with vermicelli subconsciously shrank aside. You said, why did you use a rag to plug his mouth when you could use anything else? It was just for convenience. I am your father spread his hands, because Brother Hong Stall was right next to him. As he said, I am your father couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, TV dramas really don't lie to me. Why do killers like to bite their tongues to commit suicide when the assassination fails? There are also suicides by taking poison. Pork stewed with vermicelli added silently, looking at the rag that had fallen into the mouth of the murderer. I want to be silent, and finally gave up the idea of asking for the things back, and took over the conversation. I didn't expect the killer to be so bold that he actually assassinated in such an occasion. It is more convenient to escape in crowded places. Pork stewed with vermicelli said, and just now, the stall of Gotham brother was hit by someone, making such a big noise that everyone's attention was attracted to that place. Who can pay attention to other places? I want to be clear. This is the so-called feint to the east and attack to the west. To say why the players reacted so quickly, it was thanks to Xiao Ming. After discussing the plan with the king and others, Xiao Ming issued tasks to the players and advanced through the system. Let the players pay more attention to the movements around during the trade fair, and take action immediately once the killer appears. Coupled with the double insurance of the Zukum Royal Guards, this was able to stop the killer. However, it is far from enough to just catch a killer who assassinated. The real mastermind has not been arrested yet. Therefore, Xiao Ming, the fake prince, cannot stand up yet. After crushing the blood bag he carried with him, Xiao Ming closed his eyes and continued to lie on the ground. At this moment, the king who came upon hearing the news saw the tragic scene and cried out to the sky, my son! The players who did not know the truth could not help but whisper to each other when they saw the scene. This prince is too miserable. We protected him all the way, and he was fine. He finally returned to his hometown and was assassinated again. Maybe the official planner was unhappy with him, so he arranged a plot to kill him. What a pity. He was so handsome. I thought he was the next permanent NPC. But he died like this. He should not be dead yet. Hasn't the king been carried away for treatment? / he must not be dead. Otherwise, this way of death is too hasty. While the players were talking about it, in a distant unknown corner, Luca, the instigator, smiled slightly. Just now, he witnessed the tragic scene of Prince Miki being carried away with blood all over his body, and the depression caused by the failed assassination was relieved immediately. Although the assassin was caught, fortunately the goal was achieved after all. The rest was to make the guy shut up forever. For him as the prime minister, this was a simple matter. Chapter 130 Public Opinion. The news that Prince Miki was seriously injured in the slime trade fair spread like wildfire. For a time, the royal city was full of discussions. In the court, some ministers, who had no good impression of slime, started gossiping. They said that if it weren't for the slime tribe holding the trade fair, the prince would not leave the palace. And if the prince didn't leave the palace, he would not encounter assassins. In short, to sum it up in one sentence, it's all the slime's fault. The king did not respond to this unreasonable statement. At this time, his attention seemed to be focused on his dying youngest son, so that he didn't care about other things around him. So some people speculated that the prince was in danger this time. After all, if the injury was not serious, why would the king stay every day? The undealt government affairs are piling up. When there is a lot of gossip, people's minds start to float. If Prince Miki can't make it, then the position of crown prince will have to be replaced. Although the king has few children, there are other candidates. For example, Princess Lena and Prince Cullinan, the illegitimate son raised outside the palace. To be honest, they hope that Cullinan will take this position. After all, Princess Lena has a bad temper. They can't stand being bossed around by a woman, even if she does have some talent. On the contrary, Cullinan's temper is much better. Perhaps because he has never been valued by the king. He naturally does not have the pride and eccentricity of the royal family's son. On the contrary, he acts very low-key and even a little indifferent to the world. Although it is a pity that he has not experienced the training of the crown prince. There is nothing in this world that people are born with. If you don't know, just learn it. Compared with Prince Miki, who likes to run around and do his own thing, and Princess Lena, who has a bad temper. Prince Cullinan, who is gentle and quiet, seems to be more suitable for the position of the next king. Although he had a plan in mind, the current situation was special. The assassin who assassinated the crown prince had not been executed yet. The ministers could not bring up the matter of changing the crown prince to the king when Prince Miki was dying. After all, they had to take the mood of the old father into consideration. While the ministers were thinking about their own things, the old father, the king, who stayed in the prince's room every day to play the role of taking care of his injured son, was getting a little impatient. Golden Slime Chief, how long will this play last? He couldn't handle many government affairs if he stayed in the room every day. Besides, Mickey couldn't hide in the house all the time. After swallowing the last bite of the meat bun, Xiaoming burped with satisfaction and answered vaguely, "Well, don't worry. It's almost done." After wiping his greasy hands, Xiaoming sighed. In fact, they had interrogated the assassin after catching him, but the other party just didn't answer. Even with the itching powder, he refused to speak. I don't know if it was because he was loyal or because he was threatened by the mastermind, but this also gave him a new inspiration. If the mountain doesn't come to me, I will go to the mountain. Since there is no way to pry the name of the real murderer out of the killer's mouth, he can only find another way. Use the captured killer as bait to catch the turtle in the jar. Once someone attacks the killer in prison, it will be a good time to close the net. Seeing that the prince is about to die, the plan is complete, and the other party will definitely not leave such a handle to threaten the king. Regardless of whether the killer will betray his employer, the person behind the scenes will take his life. Finally, the hard work pays off. When the king was about to lose his patience, new news finally came from the prison. Someone attacked the killer who assassinated Prince Michi. Upon hearing the news, the king and Xiaoming hurried to the prison. Michi wanted to follow him, but because he was still in bed and couldn't see anyone, he had to stay. Has the identity of the person who did it been found out? Hearing the king's question, the waiter shook his head. That guy refused to speak. And now we only know that he is a wolf. Wolf? Hearing this, the king's brows frowned again. The wolf tribe has always been arrogant and never listens to others' orders except for the powerful people in the tribe. Does this mean that the person behind the scenes is also a wolf tribe? But why would the wolf tribe participate in the assassination of the prince? The wolf tribe has always stayed away from the court and the royal family, and has no entanglement with him. Wait, maybe he overlooked someone. Prime Minister Luca. He is a wolf tribe. He is also the only wolf tribe among his ministers. Previously, he gave him full authority to find Miki. And after that, Miki was attacked on the way back to Zukum. In just a moment, the veil covering the truth suddenly became clearer. Thinking of this, the king's face gradually darkened. If it was really Luca, then he must ask the other party why he did this. What? Failed? In the Prime Minister's mansion, Luca's face changed suddenly after hearing the news. Ice Wolf. This idiot. How could he fail? He had deployed for so long. And naturally he had spies in the prison. How difficult was it for him to secretly kill a prisoner? In addition to being shocked and puzzled, Luca soon calmed down again. Now was not the time to dwell on the reasons for the failure. The most urgent task was to find a way to clear himself of the matter. The king might suspect him, but he couldn't do anything to him because there was no definite evidence. Thinking of this, Luca's expression gradually calmed down. After all, he was the most trusted minister who had assisted the king for many years. With such a relationship, and the fact that he had no conflict with Prince Miki on the surface, there was no reason to kill him. As long as he pretended to be unaware and insisted that he had nothing to do with the matter, the king should dispel his doubts in the end. Thinking of this, Luca said slowly, "Let them keep their mouths shut. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Yes. Watching his subordinates leave respectfully, Luca closed his deep green eyes. However, his wishful thinking was ultimately wrong. Once the seeds of doubt are planted, they will sprout and take root. And there is no perfect crime in this world. If you don't want others to know, then don't do it. Even if he has dealt with all the evidence, there will still be clues. And this clue is the former ally of the Bia Chamber of Commerce. Provided, And the reason was precisely because of interests. Because they promised to help Luca deal with the traitor Qian. The BIA Chamber of Commerce sent a lot of manpower and material resources. But not only did they not see the person, but they also suffered losses in vain. Therefore, as the president of the Chamber of Commerce, Collier naturally had to ask Luca, his ally, for compensation. Luca naturally couldn't give it. After all, once there is a first time, there will be a second time. Once the money is given, it is tantamount to admitting what he did before, and it gives the other party a handle to threaten him. He will not give these businessmen the opportunity to blackmail him. Collier certainly felt dissatisfied for not getting the compensation he wanted, but he couldn't confront the other party directly. However, he couldn't swallow this breath if it was left unresolved. After thinking about it, he came up with a great idea. Collier is not a fool. After what happened during this period of time, he naturally saw that Prime Minister Zukum was definitely related to the assassination of Prince Miki. It's just that he didn't have actual evidence on hand. But it doesn't matter. Although there is no evidence, it doesn't prevent him from engaging in a public opinion war. Just like using public opinion to guide Zukum Star to help them get rid of the traitor Qian. Collier couldn't help but frown when he thought of Qian. The incident was so big, but his former capable general never showed up from beginning to end. As if he had completely disappeared. Recalling the group of slimes that occupied the BIA-1 spacecraft, Collier couldn't help but wonder, could it be that Qian was dead? Otherwise, how could he hand over the spacecraft to a group of jelly gels? No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out the trick. So Collier had to put it aside for the time being. In any case, someone must be responsible for the losses suffered by the business. Since the Prime Minister Zukum was unkind, he was naturally unjust. Anyway, the BIA business was not doing a decent business, and Collier had always been vindictive. So, the rumor about Prime Minister Luca's attack on Prince Miki spread in the interstellar space. And it didn't take long for it to reach Zukum. This kind of gossip was naturally not believed at first. But after being exaggerated by insiders, like the BIA Chamber of Commerce, things became interesting. The truth may not be widely spread, but half true and half false rumors will be. For a time, the attitude of the people in the royal city towards Prime Minister Luca suddenly became strange. Everyone was speculating on the truth of this rumor, and whether the Prime Minister was the real murderer who assassinated Prince Miki. Flies don't bite seamless eggs. And the rumors are definitely not groundless. The king entrusted the task of finding Prince Miki to the Prime Minister. No wonder Prince Miki has been missing for so long, and has not been able to come back. Not only that, didn't the prince encounter an assassination on the way back? It must have been done by the Prime Minister. Being discussed like this, Luca suddenly lost his usual calmness. He was so angry that he even broke several teacups. Who is it? However, the answer to him was silence. They had no way of knowing who was the spreader of the rumor. By the time they found out, these rumors had spread throughout the royal city. The people in the city all knew about it. So naturally, the king and his men must have heard about it too. Luca clenched his clothes, his face becoming more gloomy. At this point, it doesn't matter who did it. What matters is what the king thinks. Thinking about it, he stood up suddenly. Prepare the car. I want to go to the palace to meet His Majesty. Chapter 131 Lurking. When the king received the notification that the Prime Minister wanted to see him, he was playing mahjong with the waiter under the guidance of Miki. Hearing the news, he was so excited that he almost played the good cards in his hand. Seeing his father's face gradually becoming solemn, Miki paused and asked, "Do you also suspect that the Prime Minister did it?" Also? The king looked at his son inquiringly. "You have suspected him for a long time?" Miki didn't say yes or no. Just said, "It's been rumored outside these 2 days. These days, it's been rumored that the Prime Minister killed him. Although I don't know who spread this matter. It does have the effect of shaking the mountain and the tiger. At least the Prime Minister, who is the center of the topic, has come to the door himself. Since the wolf assassin who broke into the prison to silence the killer a few days ago was arrested. He and his father secretly asked someone to investigate the Prime Minister. However, no problems were found. The Prime Minister's background is surprisingly clean. As if he is a saint without any shortcomings. This is too wrong. There is no smoke without fire. If the Prime Minister really had no problem, then those rumors in the city would not have spread so widely. And the Prime Minister, with a clear conscience, would not have come to the door today. Although there is no definite evidence at present. He always feels that the Prime Minister is indeed inextricably linked to this matter. The king naturally felt something was wrong. But he still said calmly, "You lie down first." and wait for your father to see him first," urging his son to lie back on the bed. The king put down the cards in his hand and ordered people to remove the mahjong table. After everything was arranged, the prime minister was allowed to enter the palace for an audience. As soon as he entered the door, Luca clearly felt the heavy atmosphere around him. Seeing the worried expressions of the waiters, Luca knew that Prince Mickey was now in danger. For a while, the anxious mood that had become anxious due to the rumors in the city gradually calmed down. Seeing the king at the top, Luca bowed fluently. "Meet your majesty." The king waved his hand and said, "What is the matter with you, my dear?" Perhaps because he was too worried about his son's injury and didn't eat or sleep well, he looked a little tired and his face was much uglier than before. Luca looked at the king's old face calmly. For a moment, he was a little unsure whether he had heard the rumors from the outside world, and he didn't know what he was thinking. After weighing the pros and cons, he had to say in a deep voice, "Of course, I came for government affairs. Your Majesty hasn't held a court meeting for a long time." At the end of the words, he added, "Although I know that your Majesty is worried about His Highness Miki, some things still need your Majesty to deal with them personally." Hearing this, the king turned his head to look at him. His turbid eyes were a little dark. After a while, he sighed, "I know." Then he looked at his son lying on the bed, with a pale face behind him, and said in a faint voice, "My dear, you must have heard about it. I don't know what you think about the recent rumors in the city." Luca paused slightly. As expected, he came. He clenched and unclenched his fists in his sleeves, lowered his eyes slightly, and bowed to the king. "Your Majesty, my feeling is nonsense. I have no grudges with His Highness Miki. Why would I assassinate him? Please don't listen to those rumors." "Your Majesty." The king carefully looked at the respectful wolf man in front of him, trying to find a clue from him. But he couldn't see it. The long silence also made Luca a little nervous. But he kept his head down and maintained a respectful and neither humble nor arrogant look, as if he really had a clear conscience. After a while, a sentence suddenly came from above. "Okay. I didn't say that the rumor was true. My dear, there is no need to be so serious." Hearing the king's soothing voice, Luca's heart slowly relaxed. "If there is nothing else, my dear, please go back first." "Yes." Luca bowed and left the room. Seeing the prime minister's back, the king's expression gradually became solemn. Mickey sat up from the bed. "Does the father think it was the prime minister who did it?" Hearing his son's question, the king retracted his gaze and said he didn't know. Without definite evidence, he could only observe from the surface. However, Luca acted too calm and didn't feel guilty at all. If he wasn't so good at acting, then he really hadn't done it. But there is no smoke without fire. If the rumor was false, it would not have spread so widely. Seeing that his father didn't say a word, Mickey thought for a while and said, "I have an idea." "What?" The king was puzzled. "Mickey, since my father doesn't know whether to trust the prime minister, it's better to let the slime family investigate." "King?" The king was completely confused by his son's proposal. Although he knew that Mickey treated the slime family differently because of his previous life-saving grace, and he also knew that these jelly gels were indeed capable in some aspects, not everything could be handled by these slimes. Besides, even the people he said couldn't find any problems. So what use could these slimes be? Although he was not optimistic, seeing that Mickey was so persistent and there was really no better way at the moment, the king gave in. "Okay, then leave it to them." The rumor that Prime Minister Luca was plotting to assassinate Prince Mickey had already spread throughout the Zukum royal city. Naturally, this news also reached the ears of the players. Looking at the limited time task still hanging on the taskbar, the slimes all wrinkled their faces. "What the HL? The real murderer has jumped out by himself. How can we play? The Prime Minister may not be the real murderer. Right? Maybe this is just a false news deliberately released by the real murderer to confuse the eyes? It's right to think so. But if the real murderer is not the Prime Minister, then who is it? Flies don't bite seamless eggs. I think there must be something wrong with this Prime Minister. Even if he is not the mastermind, he may be an accomplice. I agree with Brother Gotham's idea that there may be more than one real murderer." Seeing that the matter was exposed, this Prime Minister was likely pushed out by his accomplices to take the blame. How powerful must the real murderer behind this be to let the Prime Minister of a country take the blame? Wait, the one who killed the prince could not be the king himself? Hack! Your imagination is too big. How is this possible? I want to be read and couldn't help rolling my eyes. The king is a doting son. How could he want to kill the prince? Besides, Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. Who do you think it was? I'm your father asking. I want to be read. I don't know. Everyone. I don't know what you were talking about. Just when the reasoning was in trouble, Dapping Zenki slowly spoke. If there is really an accomplice in the whole incident, I think the other party should not be from Zukum Star. Hearing this, the players all looked at him. I Want Hong then leaned over to him and winked. What do you say? Dapping Zenki said slowly. Not long after leaving the wasteland, we encountered an attack. I think that the hand of the Prime Minister Zukum is not so long. So someone must be helping him. And the other party's sphere of influence just happens to cover the wasteland. I Want Hong hurriedly asked. So who is the person who helped him? Yes. Yes. Who is it? Looking at the players in front of him, who were looking at him eagerly, Dapping Zenki sighed and said, Have you forgotten that Prince Mickey was captured by the human traffickers of Bia Trading Company? Suppose Prince Mickey's kidnapping was a conspiracy from the beginning? Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized. Good guy. It turns out that Bia Trading Company and Prime Minister Zukum are in the same group. No wonder a prince of a country fell into the hands of human traffickers. No wonder they were attacked on the way before. It turned out that it was not only because of Bia Trading Company's revenge, but also because they wanted to silence them. In just a moment, everything they experienced seemed to become reasonable. Thinking of this, the players hurriedly filled in the answers under the time-limited task. However, please show the exact evidence of this argument. Seeing this line of words pop up on the panel, Hey Gu Long Dong Chong was immediately furious. What the H.L.? You even need evidence? Can't you just write the answer down and be done? This detective game is really real. Argumentation and argumentation are indispensable. Pork Stewed with Vermicelli shook his head and sighed. What should we do now? What else can we do? Of course, find evidence. I am your father said, from now on, we will stay at the Prime Minister's house every day, and I don't believe that we can't find evidence. After saying that, I am your father looked at Gotham Iron Man. Gotham, you don't go. Your skill is too dazzling. Not suitable for lurking work. Brother Gotham subconsciously wanted to retort with a fart, but suddenly stopped, recalling his skill called Blind Your Titanium Alloy Dog Eyes. He shut his mouth in dismay. Indeed, this skill is okay to use on the battlefield to save life or confuse the enemy, but it is really not suitable for lurking at night. After all, when the skill is triggered, his body is like a big light bulb, shining everywhere, and NPCs can see him as long as their eyes are not blind. Then can he still get information well? On the side, Fei Keilei, who had been listening to the players' opinions for a long time, suddenly couldn't help but speak. But how can we get into the Prime Minister's mansion? Those guards look fierce. After that, he pointed his mouth at the group of werewolves outside the mansion in the distance. Hearing this, everyone fell into silence. After a while, Brother Gotham's eyes suddenly lit up. Make a feint to the east and attack in the west. Chapter 132. Make a feint to the east and attack the west. Steamed buns. Selling steamed buns? A small cart suddenly appeared on the clean and bright street in the distance, and several slimes were seen pushing the cart while shouting in a strange language that people could not understand. For these uninvited guests, who suddenly appeared in front of the Prime Minister's mansion, the wolf guards were naturally indignant and wanted to drive them away. But at this moment, one of the slimes suddenly opened the lid of the steamer in front of him. Then, a tempting aroma came to the face. In just a moment, these wolf guards stopped immediately. What are these? Didn't this group of slimes hold a trade fair a few days ago? At that time, there was a stall selling this. I remember it seemed to be called steamed buns or something. The business was very good, and many people in the city lined up to buy it. That's it. I wanted to buy it at that time, but I couldn't leave because of my duty. I finally waited until the shift change, but Prince Mickey was assassinated, so the trade fair was cancelled. This thing looks white. Can it be delicious? How can I know since I haven't eaten it? But I saw so many people queuing up to buy it before. It shouldn't be bad. At this point, several guards looked at each other. Or, let's go and take a look. There was a long line in front of the Prime Minister's mansion. As the boss and chef, I was busy making steamed buns, and the two little players who helped me were even busier. But even so, their buns were still in short supply. At the beginning, they just wanted to divert the guards in front of the Prime Minister's mansion by setting up a stall. But they didn't expect that not only the guards, but also the residents living nearby were attracted by their buns. The trade fair was cancelled because of Prince Mickey's assassination a few days ago. Many people have just heard that there are many delicious beautiful and fun things in the slime market. But they came all the way here and didn't see anything. They are very regretful. Now they heard that slimes are out again to set up stalls to sell snacks. The residents of the royal city will naturally not miss such a good opportunity and ran out to find out. So there was the following scene. Everyone, please be patient. The buns have been steamed and will be out of the pot soon. I want Hong to pinch the bun's skin while distracting and explaining to the anxious orc customers. Although the other party can't understand what he is saying. But this does not prevent them from knowing that the buns are fragrant and delicious. Some people bought one to try it out and then hurriedly ran to line up to buy more. In the corner far away, the players looked at the trio who were collecting money and couldn't help but show envy. So many people buy. They must make a lot of money. I would have helped Brother Hong earlier. Although Gotham Iron Man was also envious. He rolled his eyes after hearing what his apprentice said. Come on. You are the only one who helps. You don't have the talent for cooking like me. Thay Kale was choked by the retort. But he still insisted, even if I can't make buns, I can help collect the money. The money they collect can't be used. Hearing this, Thay Kale paused slightly. That's right. Right now, we are on Zukum Star. And the currency here is not interchangeable with the currency of the deserted star. Even if they make money, they can't use it. Unless the official will develop a corresponding foreign exchange system next. Although he knew this, he couldn't help but whispered, it doesn't mean that it can't be used in the future. What if the exchange rate of Zukum coin is high? Then they will make a fortune. The players were silent after hearing this. Damn! If that's the case, why are they doing limited time tasks? Making money is more important. Okay. These are just guesses. Don't forget what our purpose is. Seeing that the army's morale was unstable, Peng Zhanqi immediately came forward to turn the topic back. They did this to allow us to get in smoothly. Don't waste time. Everyone, take advantage of the loose guards now. And get in quickly. On the other side, the wolf guards, who had finally queued up to buy buns, opened the paper package as if they had found a treasure. At first, they didn't expect that this ordinary-looking dough would be so delicious. Not only was it soft, but it even had meat stuffing inside. Moreover, the taste of this meat filling is different from the local meat pies in Zukum. It is salty and fragrant, and has a unique plant aroma. After tasting it, they could never forget this taste. This thing called buns is much better than the bread made in the big kitchen of the Prime Minister's mansion. A plate of buns was eaten up by several guards in no time. Feeling that it was not enough, they planned to buy some more to try. But they never thought that in just a short while, many customers surrounded the carts of this group of slimes, and they had no choice but to line up. Fortunately, hard work pays off. And they finally got their turn. Picked up a hot white meat bun and took a bite. And the familiar aroma spread in the mouth again. Well, it's great. How can these slimes cook so well? I heard that some dumplings and wontons were sold at the exhibition a few days ago, and they are said to be delicious. Next time if they come to sell, we will buy some to try. After wolfing down their food again, several NPCs returned to their respective posts with their stomachs rubbing their stomachs with satisfaction. And they unconsciously smacked their lips. This is the first time I have eaten such delicious food. Me too. The big kitchen can only make vegetable puree stew. And I am about to vomit. If only the chef of the Prime Minister's mansion could make delicious food like these slimes. Agree. Why can our big kitchen only make stew forever? Because the Prime Minister likes to eat. Just as the guards were madly complaining about the bad food cooked by the big kitchen of the Prime Minister's mansion, Luca was also startled by the noisy movement outside the mansion. When he walked out of the door, there were crowds of people at the door. For a while, he couldn't help but be a little confused about the situation. What's going on? Seeing the Prime Minister come out with a dark face, several chattering guards suddenly stood up and reported the whole thing one by one. Hearing that the slimes actually set up stalls and sold in front of his mansion, Luca's face suddenly sank. Get rid of them quickly. Yes. The guard paused and responded in a deep voice. Just as they were about to go out and chase them away, they suddenly heard a voice behind them. Wait a minute. What's that smell on you? As soon as the words fell, the guards paused, their faces somewhat embarrassed. Luca stared at them for a long time. And when he saw that they didn't say a word, he immediately understood. You also bought those slime-made foods? Yes. Hearing this, Luca's expression became uglier. Are the things made by this group of slimes so delicious? Even the wolf guards in his mansion lined up to buy them. Seeing that the Prime Minister was unhappy, the chief guard hurriedly explained, we bought them during the handover, and did not delay our work. Luca snorted coldly and said nothing in the end. As the Prime Minister, he couldn't bring himself to scold for such a small matter. After all, even the guards bought them with their own money. Although he knew this was the truth, he always felt uncomfortable in his heart. Seeing that the Prime Minister was getting more and more suspicious, the guards didn't dare to continue to offend him, and hurriedly stepped forward to drive him away. Those diners who had been queuing for a long time were naturally very dissatisfied. But the Prime Minister not far away finally chose to remain silent. I am a little disappointed about the customers being driven away, but I don't care too much. Anyway, the materials for making buns are almost gone, and they have been dragging at the door for so long. Others should have sneaked into the Prime Minister's mansion long ago. So, they pushed the snack cart away openly, staring at the backs of the three slimes for a long time. Luca snorted coldly and turned back to the house. At this time, he didn't know that a group of uninvited guests came to his mansion. It has to be said that the body of the slime is convenient for lurking, and there is no need to climb with effort. Their bodies can naturally stick to the wall. So, after entering the mansion, the players lined up and crawled on the ceiling. The mansion of this Prime Minister is really big. It can be seen that he is a corrupt official at first glance. Otherwise, how can he afford to live in such a big house? Stop talking nonsense. We are here to find evidence. The most urgent thing is to find the Prime Minister's study and bedroom first. Why the study and bedroom? Hey Gulong Dongqiang was puzzled. Then he saw Gotham Iron Man gave him a look. Are you stupid? Haven't you watched TV dramas? These officials like to hide their secrets in places like bedrooms or study rooms. It doesn't necessarily have to be these two places. I watched some anti-corruption dramas before, and some people hid money and evidence in cemeteries, refrigerators, and swimming pools. The players chatted casually, and soon they walked from the first floor to the second floor, facing the rows of rooms in front of them. The players were immediately in trouble. There are so many rooms. Which one is it? Let's go in and see one by one. As he said, I am your father, and prepared to go down to open the door. But at this moment, footsteps came from the corridor in the distance. I saw a wolf orc in gorgeous clothes and green eyes walking towards them. Who else could this person be if not the Prime Minister of Zukum named Luca? For a moment, the players shut up, held their breath, and quietly stuck to the ceiling. Luca didn't know that there was a group of jelly gels above his head. He walked towards the room at the end of the corridor without looking around. Seeing this, the players followed quietly. Through the crack of the door, they saw the furnishings in the room. This was the study they had been looking for. Slimes passed silently through the crack of the door after squeezing their bodies flat. The people in the room knew nothing about this. The Prime Minister is worthy of being the Prime Minister. A pot-bellied deer-shaped orc grinned and said, I heard that His Highness Miki has been in a coma for several days. If he doesn't wake up, I'm afraid he will be in danger. Luca didn't respond to Duke Brayman's words, but said directly, the matter of replacing the Crown Prince has to be postponed for the time being. Hearing this, Brayman's smile on his face could not be held. He sat up straight suddenly. What does it mean? Does Lord Luca want to regret it? Luca lifted his eyelids. Haven't you heard the recent rumors in the city? Hearing this, Brayman laughed awkwardly. Of course, he heard it. But Lord Luca is here now, so I think those rumors should not be a big deal. Besides, with Lord Luca's foresight, it is impossible for him to leave any handle. All this should be done deliberately by someone with a purpose. Regarding Brayman's flattery, Luca snorted and said, that being said, Your Majesty is still a little suspicious. At present, Prince Mickey's life is in danger, so it is better for us to avoid the limelight to avoid getting into trouble. At the end of his words, he paused and said, Anyway, he is about to die now, and the position of the Crown Prince will be your nephew sooner or later. So there is no rush. What are they talking about? Seeing the two noble orcs in the room chattering back and forth for a long time, Hey Gulong Dongqiang's head was full of question marks. Who knows? This game doesn't have a translation function. Fei Kele couldn't help but roll his eyes. Then how can they find evidence? Hey Gulong Dongqiang was about to ask, when he suddenly saw Gotham Iron Man beside him actually took out a holographic projection disguise chip. What are you doing? Seeing the question said by Lao He, Hey Gulong Dongqiang immediately replied, What else can I do? Recording to save evidence. Hey Gulong Dongqiang? Recording? Seeing that he was puzzled, Gotham Iron Man typed to explain. This thing can not only project disguise, but also record. After all, The projection disguise function of the chip also depends on the material library stored in the chip itself. In addition to the expansion method of manual editing by the user, the material library can also be filled by recording, taking pictures and scanning. This point was also discovered by Brother Gotham not long ago. Faced with the current situation of language barriers, and having such a magical tool in hand, he must make good use of it. Chapter 133 Business Investigation. At this time, the two orcs who were talking did not know that a group of slimes were hiding in the study and peeping, and even recording, because there was no one around. They talked about the next plan without concealment, until the two left the study. The players lurking in the dark quietly left. Back to the palace, Gotham Iron Man found Xiaoming as soon as possible. "Chief, I have something I want to show you." Looking at the mysterious look of the little player in front of him, Xiaoming blinked, recalling the explosion incidents that Brother Gotham had made in the past. He couldn't help but ask vigilantly, "What is it? Is it another new invention of yours?" "No." Gotham Iron Man shook his head repeatedly. "I didn't expect the chief to take the initiative to mention his new invention. Could it be that he finally discovered his talent?" Thinking of this, Brother Gotham couldn't help showing a happy expression. "And the new invention will be shown to you next time. What I want to show you is this." As he said, he took out a palm-sized chip. Seeing the holographic projection disguise chip in front of him, Xiaoming was stunned, and he didn't quite understand his intention. Before he could ask, the little player in front of him had already pressed the button on the chip, and the next moment a video was projected in front of him. The angle of the video was also tricky, and it didn't look like it was shot under normal circumstances, but the characters in the picture could still be seen clearly, just as Prime Minister Luca was talking to a pot-bellied antler nobleman. In just a moment, Xiaoming understood. It turned out that his little player went to the Prime Minister's house to lurk and secretly film. After figuring this out, Xiaoming thought, "Wait a minute. I'll go and invite the King and Prince Mickey over." Hearing this, Brother Gotham smiled. "It's done." His decision was indeed correct. The plot of the mission was really pushed forward because of his secretly filmed video, so he hurriedly said yes. Xiaoming didn't delay, and immediately asked someone to invite the King and Prince Mickey for the sudden invitation of the slime chief. The two seemed to have guessed something, so as soon as he entered the door, Prince Mickey couldn't wait to ask, "Is there any new discovery?" Xiaoming nodded. "Yes, there is a new discovery." Then he asked Gotham Iron Man to play the video he showed him before again. Xiaoming didn't understand the language of Zukum, so the value of this video had to be judged by the king and the prince. Facts have proved that this secretly filmed video of the Gotham brother is still very useful, because after watching this video, the two people's faces changed drastically. "I didn't expect it to be the Prime Minister." The king lowered his eyes and looked depressed, obviously suffering a big blow. If he had a little luck with this favorite minister who had assisted him for many years before, now he has completely lost his heart. Although Mickey was not as shocked and disappointed as his father, he couldn't help but frown. He didn't understand why the Prime Minister chose to support Cullinan. As for the position of Crown Prince alone, he felt that he should be more suitable than Cullinan, the taciturn literary youth. In order to pull him down from this position, the Prime Minister even went through such a long and arduous process, which was really hard for him to accept. It was not because he was angry, but because his self-esteem was frustrated. What exactly was he inferior to Cullinan? How could the Prime Minister target him like this? Hearing his son's complaints, the king paused and said, "I'm afraid we have to ask him about this." After handing the evidence to the king and others, Xiaoming did not continue to care about this matter. After all, this is Zukum's internal affairs, and he, an outsider, can't chant scriptures every day. Seeing that the two NPCs actually took away his holographic projection disguise chip, Gotham Iron Man couldn't help but widen his eyes. Good guy. But it didn't say that completing the time-limited task would also lose equipment. However, it was difficult for him to speak at this point. After all, the video he recorded was the key evidence to solve the case. It's probably impossible to get the chip back now. I don't know if I can return the things to him at the end of the event. Seeing the Gotham brother stretching his head and looking out with a look of regret, Xiaoming knew what this guy was thinking. In order to appease the mood of this great hero, Xiaoming coughed lightly and said, "You did a good job in this matter. The Slime Clan and the Zukum royal family will definitely remember your contribution." Hearing this, Gotham Iron Man turned his head suddenly, changed from his previous dejected look. A flash of ecstasy flashed across his face. It has increased. The reputation of Zukum Star must have increased. There are also time-limited tasks. 200 contribution points, 100 slime coins. More importantly, the Medal of Honor awarded by King Zukum. This time he will definitely get the MVP. Thinking of this, Brother Gotham immediately forgot the depression of having his treasure chip taken away as evidence, and hurriedly saluted Xiao Ming. Yes, Chief. After coaxing the little player, who had made great efforts, Xiao Ming said a few words and sent him away. Gotham Iron Man couldn't wait to show off in front of other players, so he didn't stay and said goodbye quickly. It was 3 days later that the news of the Prime Minister's imprisonment was received. Unlike the expected fanfare, the King's action to punish the Prime Minister was much more low-key than Xiao Ming had imagined. I don't know if he was considering something. Xiao Ming did not delve into the meaning of it. After all, this matter had nothing to do with him. The reason why he agreed to help catch the real murderer who assassinated the prince was purely because he wanted to take this opportunity to make friends with the Zukum royal family. After all, only by deepening the relationship can we better discuss cooperation. The upper-level managers are naturally responsible for the affairs of the upper level, and the players are naturally unaware of these secrets. During this period, players have been setting up stalls in the royal city one after another, testing the waters for business while investigating the market conditions. Not to mention, some small players with great business acumen have analyzed new business opportunities. In the west of Zukum Royal City, a chocolate-brown slime was looking at the dazzling spice stalls in front of it, muttering something from time to time. The nearby residents were a little curious at first, but later they were not surprised to see him coming here every day. Since the other party was not pushing a cart, he was not here to do business, so he did not take the initiative to talk to him. Lu Yan was happy and relaxed. Zukum has lush vegetation and is rich in various flowers and spices. There is a spice market to the west of the royal city, which specializes in selling various spices and also sells prepared perfumes. However, the fragrance of perfume is relatively simple, far less rich than that in the real world. If a professional perfumer joins, perhaps a new perfume industry chain can be established here. While Lu Yan was recording his market research in a small notebook, Julian also completed his investigation of Zukum Royal City. These days, the Slime Clan is busy setting up stalls to make money, and he is not idle either. Ever since he knew he was coming to Zukum, he has been eyeing the business of dragon grass. So as soon as he arrived in Zukum Royal City, he asked around where there was a herbal medicine store selling dragon grass. Dragon grass is a precious medicinal material, and it is not easy to find even in Zukum, its place of origin. After several twists and turns, he finally found a small herbal medicine wholesale store in Shishir. There was the dragon grass he was looking for. When he asked the price, one plant only cost 100 Zukum coins, equivalent to 10 alliance coins. It is half the price outside. Feeling that he had discovered a treasure, Julian immediately discussed cooperation matters with the store owner. With his eloquence, he soon won the agency sales rights of Bolong grass on the deserted planet. Julian walked out of the herbal medicine shop happily, and was about to find a tavern to celebrate for himself, but suddenly saw a brown slime walking across the street. For a moment, he stopped. There are many slimes in the slime village, and he doesn't remember every one of them, but he remembers the brown slime in front of him very clearly. This is a slime with a business mind. It is quiet and calm, not as noisy as other slimes. There is even a hint of shrewd wisdom in his eyes. Although it seems a bit funny to describe a slime with such a sentence, he really thinks so. And the reason why Julian noticed it was not only because of its unique temperament, but also because this slime intervened in various profitable businesses in the slime farm. He also heard this from the slime chief and other farm workers. He had seen many people who were good at doing business, but this was the first time he had seen a slime that was good at investing and making money. Seeing the spice market across the street, Julian immediately went to meet it. Chapter 134 Update. After completing the research at the spice market in the royal city, Lu Yan was about to go back to discuss the new project with his partners. As soon as he walked out of the market, he ran into a familiar figure. Merchant Julian? Why is he here? In his memory, this NPC has been following the chief since the last time he came to the slime farm. It was the first time he had seen him appear alone like today. Looking at Boss who walking towards him from a distance, Lu Yan was stunned. Could this NPC be looking for him? Thinking of this, Boss who on the opposite side had already walked in front of him. Mud Howl. During the time he spent with the Slime Clan, Julian learned a few simple slime words by osmosis, enough to deal with simple daily conversations. Of course, he doesn't know too complicated words yet, but it doesn't matter. He still has hands and feet. Even if he can't express it in words, he can still use body language and painting to explain. Hearing the NPC in front of him not very proficient in Chinese, Lu Yang was stunned. Good guy. He actually came to find him. But why did this boss, who come to find him? Could it be that he triggered some hidden NPC mission? Realizing this, Lu Yang, who was calm, couldn't help but feel extremely happy. This was the first time he had encountered such a good thing since entering Wild Star World for so long. Restraining his excitement, Lu Yang nodded calmly to the person in front of him. Hello. What can I do for you? Then Julian raised his hand and pointed to the opposite side. What are you doing there? Instead of issuing a mission, he asked about his whereabouts. Lu Yang was a little surprised to hear this, but he finally replied truthfully. I am conducting market research. There are a lot of spices in the market over there. Market research? Suddenly hearing an unfamiliar word, Julian was stunned, looking back and forth between the slime in front of him and the spice market. After a moment, he understood the intention of this slime. It turned out that he was out to check out the goods just like him. It's just that he came to do the business of dragon grass, while the slime in front of him chose spices. Thinking about it, Julian hurriedly said, Can I join the river mud? The NPC in front of him blushed and uttered a sentence in Chinese with a not very standard tone. Hearing this, Lu Yang was stunned. Can I join you? What does this NPC mean? Does he want to do market research with him? Or join his business? If it's the latter, he will welcome it. But if it's the former, he has already done the research. Does he have to accompany him in again? Lu Yang naturally doesn't want to waste time on the same thing. However, he can't help but feel tempted when he thinks that he may trigger the hidden task of the NPC. After thinking about it, he finally nodded, okay. Seeing that the chocolate-colored slime in front of him agreed to his request, Julian's face suddenly showed a happy smile. Looking at the smiling face of the NPC in front of him, Lu Yang was a little confused. Why does he feel that this NPC is happier than him? A player who earns rewards by doing tasks. Although he had some doubts in his mind, Lu Yang didn't think much about it. He led Julian straight into the spice market again. As soon as he entered the market, the smell of spices followed. Looking at the dazzling array of spices on the stalls on both sides of the road, Julian couldn't help feeling novel. Before this, he had never done spice business. After all, the only people on the deserted planet who could afford spices were the nobles in Jinsha City, who liked to pretend to be refined. Most of the peasants, like the landlords of the deserted planet, would not spend this money to buy such things. After all, spices are not like precious antiques or handicrafts that can be seen at a glance. If you can't pretend and can't eat it, how can the landlord buy it? And Julian used to do business with these landlords. Naturally, he would not make products that did not meet customer needs. But times are different. Since he started doing business in rare medicinal materials, the customer base he has contacted has become wider than before. In addition to the landlords of the deserted planet, he also came into contact with some noble masters in Jinsha City. Of course, there are also wealthy customers from other planets outside the deserted planet. Many of these people like to show off their taste, especially those ladies, who have a great demand for spices. You know, women's money is the easiest to make. It is much easier to get them to willingly pay out of their pockets than to get those stingy landlords on the deserted planet to pay. Although he envied this business, he had no way out. And he didn't know much about spices, so he didn't do it later. It was not until he came to Zukum Star with the Slime Clan that he remembered this matter. Before, he only thought about the production of porgy grass and cloth and silk products on Zukum Star. But he actually forgot that various spices were also produced here. The raw materials of many perfume brands in the Future Alliance are purchased from here. Of course, he, a weak interstellar businessman, naturally cannot compare with those big companies in the Future Alliance. After all, his capital volume is so small that he can't consume too many goods. Competing with those big companies is just courting death. Moreover, he himself has never thought about how big this business should be. After all, it is easy to get into trouble if you do business across industries and take a big step. He only needs to get a share of this industry and eat some meat scraps from the big guy's teeth. Thinking of this, Julian looked at the chocolate-colored slime beside him that was not as high as his knees, and asked in a not-so-standard accent, "What's your name?" During the time he spent with the Slime Clan, Julian had a clear understanding of the abilities of this race. Therefore, Julian adopted a respectful attitude not only to the clan leader Golden Slime, but also to his clan members. Lu Yang did not think there was anything wrong with the attitude of this NPC, and just reported his ID, Scorching Sun. Julian nodded slightly, tried to repeat the name with a strange tone, and then asked, "Are you going to do spice business?" Lu Yang listened for a long time before he understood what he was talking about. So he nodded, "Yes. Can I join?" Looking at the hopeful eyes of the mustache merchant in front of him, Lu Yang blinked. Good guy. It's really what he thought. This NPC wants to do business with him in partnership. Is this the so-called hidden task? Although he was hit on the head by the sudden surprise, Lu Yang was not so happy that he lost his mind, because he considered an important issue. There is nothing wrong with cooperation itself. But the problem is how to cooperate. Capital investment? Technical contribution? The latter is easy to say. But if it is the former, he remembered that the currency used by these NPCs is not slime coin. Not only is it not slime coin, but the currency of each region does not seem to be unified. Just like Zukum Star uses Zukum coin, the natives of the Wasteland Star use their own gold, silver and copper coins. If the currency is not unified, how to settle at that time? The current version of the game has not launched a corresponding foreign exchange system to solve the problem of regional currency settlement. Even if he wants to agree, he has to weigh it. However, if it is just to provide technical support, it is not impossible. Thinking about it, Lu Yang slowly said, "How do you plan to cooperate? Money or effort?" Julian listened carefully for a while, and he understood the word money. Could it be that this slime is asking how much money he is willing to pay? Julian, who had a misunderstanding, immediately stretched out 7 fingers. "I can pay 70,000 gold coins." Lu Yang couldn't understand his gestures or what he said, so he had to repeat the question again. Seeing that the slime was indifferent, Julian thought it was dissatisfied with his low investment. So he gritted his teeth and stretched out another finger. "I'll add another 10,000. 80,000 gold coins." After paying the deposit for the dragon grass, he had very little money left. 80,000 gold coins was the maximum number he could take out. After all, he still had to pay his employees. However, the slime in front of him obviously couldn't understand his intention. What on earth is this NPC talking about? Seeing that the other party still didn't understand what he meant, Lu Yang gradually lost his patience. Forget it. He gave up this hidden task. How can he talk about cooperation without a translation function when he doesn't even know what the other party is saying? Instead of wasting time communicating with NPCs, it's better to find other players to be partners. Thinking of this, Lu Yang shook his head and sighed and turned away. Only Boss, who was left behind in the wind. No way. Is this slime so arrogant? 80,000 gold coins are not enough. You know, 80,000 gold coins can buy a luxurious single-family villa in Sand City. However, since the other party has already rejected it, Julian can't continue to pester the other party with a thick face. So he had to resign himself to leaving the market. Looking at the boss who returned to the palace with his head down, Julian's 2 subordinates couldn't help but feel strange. What's wrong? Boss? Did the cooperation with the dragon grass fail? But Julian shook his head and said, "No. The deposit has been paid, and he is waiting for the shipment." Then you, without waiting for his subordinates to ask, the middle-aged businessman in front of him suddenly spoke with an indignant look. "Is 80,000 gold coins too little? Why did the slime refuse my investment?" The subordinates. The slime refused the boss's investment? What happened? Although he wanted to ask, the boss didn't seem to be in the mood to explain to them. He turned around angrily, and then slammed the door shut. For a moment, the two looked at each other in bewilderment. What happened? On the other side, Lu Yang, who had returned to his residence, also told his brother what happened today. Lu Guang was originally still sighing at his brother's good luck. But when he heard that Lu Yang refused the NPC's hidden mission because of currency and language problems, he couldn't help but feel a pity for a while. However, Lu Yang didn't care much. There was nothing to regret. Business is about efficiency. Time is money. How can we cooperate if communication is a problem? Unless these NPCs have super language talent and can teach themselves to speak fluent Chinese. However, this is obviously impossible. In this case, he can only wait for further updates to the game. Anyway, he doesn't plan to discuss cooperation with NPCs before the official translation function and foreign exchange system are released. After listening to his brother's complaints, Lu Guang deeply agreed. Not being able to communicate is indeed a problem. Even if the residents of other planets don't know Chinese, you have to install a subtitle translation for the players. Right? and more than a dozen versions have passed. How come the game hasn't even done the most basic functions? Are the aliens so inefficient? Just when Lu Guang was silently complaining, the offline game official website quietly released a new announcement. 1.13 version update. Chapter 135 1.13 version update. Wild Star World. Closed beta server 1.13 version update. 1. New map Zukum Star. Online. 2. Added banks, chambers of commerce, and translation systems. Please log into the game official website for details. 3. Added crops, commodities, and food types. 4. Added several NPCs. 5. Fixed a small number of bugs. 6. Optimized modeling scenes. In addition, the limited time event Hometown Journey and the limited time task Catch the Murderer and the event rewards will be issued within 5 working days. With the opening of the new map, the Slime Clan rules and the player manual have been updated to the latest version. Added the Zukum Residence contact tree. Please check it in time to avoid giving you an unpleasant gaming experience. Official updates are always so unexpected. Some players saw the update announcement as soon as they logged off, and the game forum was boiling in an instant. Gotham Iron Man, ha 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 ha. I got the medal. I want to be red. There is a shady deal. Why is Gotham the first to find out the real murderer? I am your father, that's right. We all entered the Prime Minister's mansion together. Gotham Iron Man, pick your nose.jpg. Pork stewed with vermicelli, who asked him to record the evidence. I want to be red, damn. I am your father, damn! Ping spreads his wings. I didn't expect that the holographic projection disguise chip can also record. Hey Guang Dongqiang, isn't it? This prop is just like a cheat. No wonder the game doesn't open the recording and photography function. It turns out that it's waiting here. Scarcity makes things valuable. As the first skin prop in the whole server, the holographic projection casual where chip itself has great value. Now that we know that this thing actually has a recording function, the purchase price will not be crazy high? Although, those players who took the chip may not sell it. Compared with the fact that Gotham Brother got the limited time mission medal, most players are more concerned about the update content of the new version. Sheep Village Fiangyang, thank God. The official has finally come up with a translation system. Popeye Spinach. It's probably because of the opening of a new map. After all, the language of Zukum is different from that of the Wild Star. Most players are not language geniuses, who can master 2 languages in a short time. If there is no translation, how can everyone play? Fried Big Kidney, by the way, what is this bank system for? Don't we already have a wallet? Ping Zhan Qi, I just went to the official website to set up the instructions and saw the additional function of the wallet of the bank. In addition to storage, it can also provide foreign currency exchange functions. Fried Big Kidney, isn't that foreign exchange? It's so high-end. I thought I could get a loan. Ping Zhan Qi. How is it possible? However, the foreign exchange function is much more convenient than before. Many players were originally worried that they couldn't use the money they earned in Zukum. But now they don't have to worry at all. I just don't know what the exchange rate is for converting Zukum coins to slime coins. While players were discussing the foreign exchange rate on the forum, the official website published a developer log titled, About version 1.13 update. Dear players, long time no see. I am your dearest planner Xiao Ming. After several weeks of overtime and losing a lot of hair, our programmer brother finally launched the much anticipated 1.13 version. Let's give the most sincere applause to the programmer brother who made the greatest sacrifice. Okay, let's get back to the point. There are many contents in this update, and I believe that everyone must have a lot of doubts about the new version. So as a planner, I have to explain it to everyone in person. First of all, the translation function that everyone has been asking for a long time. I believe that all players have been troubled by not being able to understand what the NPC said. But this problem has been roughly solved. After the new version is updated, you can turn on the automatic translation function on the control panel to know the NPC's intentions. However, the player's communication dialogue function has not been successfully developed yet. So all players can only learn the NPC's language by themselves or use body movements to communicate with them. In addition to the translation function, this update also opened the bank system. This function is bound to the wallet. Players can exchange the foreign currency they have obtained into slime coins through the foreign currency exchange function of the bank system. As for the exchange rate issue that everyone is concerned about, Xiao Ming wants to emphasize one thing here. As we all know, Wild Star World is a highly realistic alien infrastructure management game. The original intention of our development planning team is to retain the authenticity of the game as much as possible. Therefore, the game exchange rate in WildStar World is not fixed. It will rise or fall with changes in the external environment. This is the same as the real world. However, so far, the only external force that has reached a friendly relationship with the Slime Clan is Zukum Star. So far, the foreign currency that can be exchanged for slime coins is only Zukum Star. As for the currency exchange of other planets, please look forward to the new version in the future. By the way, the gold, silver and copper coins used in the native land of WildStar can also participate in currency exchange. However, the exchange ratio of gold, silver and copper coins to slime coins is fixed. 10 copper coins can be exchanged for 1 silver coin, and 10 silver coins can be exchanged for 1 gold coin. 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 1 slime coin. In addition to foreign currency exchange, banks also provide property registration services, which is the so-called equipment binding. Previously, some players complained about losing equipment when logging in and out of the game or fighting. This function was created to solve this problem. Players can select property registration on the bank service page to scan their equipment. Any equipment you think is valuable can be registered through the property registration service. The registered equipment will be bound to your game ID and protected by the Slime Clan rules. Even if the player dies or is picked up by other players, the ownership cannot be changed. If the player who picked up the props refuses to return it, he will be punished by the Slime Clan leader in the small black room. If the picked up equipment is maliciously damaged or abandoned, in addition to the small black room punishment, a fine and compulsory labor punishment will be charged. In addition, players who lost equipment can also post bounty tasks to seek help from other players. This is also a good way to find lost equipment as quickly as possible. The property registration function requires a handling fee of 1 slime coin. If the bound equipment exceeds 100 pieces, the excess will be charged a handling fee of 5 slime coins per piece of equipment. If there are more than 200 pieces, 10 pieces will be charged, and so on. However, I think that players should not have so many equipment to bind, so there is no need to worry about paying high fees. By the way, our credit system is also being developed simultaneously. Players with high credit are more likely to trigger high quality and high reward tasks. I hope that all players can uphold the fine spirit of returning lost property and be a moral slime. If you are punished for being greedy and have a criminal record, which damages your credit, then the gain will not outweigh the loss. In addition, the much-anticipated Chamber of Commerce is also open. After submitting an application, players can form a Chamber of Commerce to play the merchant game. For the specific process, please refer to the latest game instructions released on the official website. The above is the update content of this 1.13 version. I wish you all a happy game. Within a minute after the post was published, the comments below exceeded 100. My big grass. I can only translate but not talk. Isn't this just like watching a foreign movie with subtitles? Brick moving boy, it's numb. I also have to learn the language of NPCs by myself. I haven't even learned English well. Pork stewed with vermicelli. It's good to have a translation. Besides, some people on the internet have watched Korean dramas and Japanese comics for so long. Even if they can't master them, they can say a few words. What's there to be afraid of? I am your father. Does the merchant gameplay mean that we can leave the slime village to develop in the future? Pork stewed with vermicelli. Pork stewed with vermicelli. Haven't we left the slime village now? I am your father. What? I mean, after establishing a Chamber of Commerce, can we run around like Boss Who? I want to be read, of course. Otherwise, what is the Chamber of Commerce? I am your father. No. I have to go online and apply quickly. Xiaoming did not participate in the discussion of the players. After closing the forum, he yawned and lay back on the bed. God knows how long he has been busy preparing for this update. The translation function alone took him a lot of time. In fact, the summoning system itself has a translation function, but the authority of this function is limited to him, the manager of the slime nest, and cannot cover the little players summoned by him. So he had not been able to solve this matter before. Until recently, the real murderer who assassinated Prince Miki was found, and the Zukum royal family officially established diplomatic relations. The summoning system automatically unlocked the administrator's authority, so he was able to put the translation function online. After solving the 3 major issues of translation, bank foreign exchange and Chamber of Commerce functions, let the players do it themselves. The new map has just been opened, and there are many new things for them to play. As for him, he should get some sleep. Chapter 136 The Player's Calculations. After sleeping until dawn, Xiaoming yawned and opened the door. The maids in the palace had been waiting outside for a long time. Seeing that the distinguished guest had gotten up, they served him to wash, clean, and set the table. The whole set of services was thoughtful and orderly. Although he had told Prince Miki before that he didn't need anyone to serve him, he couldn't resist the prince's hospitality, and insisted on doing his best to express his gratitude to his life-saving grace. Xiaoming didn't want to offend him, so he just let him arrange it. But it must be said that it is indeed a comfortable thing to be served by someone. No wonder so many people throughout the ages want to become the ruling class. During the time he came to Zukum, he felt that he was about to be spoiled. However, it is comfortable, but things still need to be done. In order to give players a better gaming experience, Xiaoming decided to open a base in Zukum Royal City, named Slime Clan Embassy in Zukum Royal City. However, although it is called an embassy, this so-called embassy is actually just a place like an office, and it does not involve political affairs and diplomacy. In addition to making it convenient for players to act, it also prevents newbies who come to the new map of Zukum from being lost and making jokes on other people's territory in the future. As for the person in charge of the embassy, Xiaoming initially had two ideas. One was to find some reliable Zukum residents to take the position, and the other was to select from some players who are willing to stay in Zukum. However, if you think about it carefully, those players who can't sit still should not be able to adapt to such a long-term and repetitive position. So he can only choose the former. After all, it is a game, and it is too boring to affect the player's gaming experience. Of course, if the players are asked to take turns to replace the work in the form of tasks, it is still feasible. However, if you want to do it for a long time, the native NPC is still indispensable. As for why the long-term workers of the slime farm were not chosen, it was mainly because most of the people there had not received cultural education and could not do such detailed work, and they should not be willing to come all the way to Zukum. Therefore, the NPC in charge of the embassy can only be found in Zukum. Anyway, before, players and farmhands could work together in the slime farm even if they didn't speak the same language. Now he has given players translation privileges. Although there may still be some problems with language communication, at least players can understand what these alien NPCs are saying. In this case, it shouldn't be a problem to let the residents of Zukum Star work with players. As for who to find, Xiaoming asked Prince Miki for help in the spirit of not wasting his connections. Miki naturally accepted Xiaoming's request for help. After telling him about his recruitment requirements, he posted a notice. Not long after, a red-eyed bunny-eared boy came to the door. This boy named Minnie is the eldest son of a declining noble family. Unlike most of the noble bureaucrats in the royal city, he not only does not dislike the slime tribe, but also has a strong curiosity about creatures like slimes. As soon as he heard that the slime embassy was recruiting, he volunteered to come. Looking at the boy with silver hair, red eyes, fair skin and pretty face with rabbit ears in front of him, Xiaoming nodded with satisfaction. Okay, it's you. Minnie didn't expect that he would pass the interview so smoothly. After all, as far as he knew, there were many people who coveted this position. After all, the salary offered was not low. Many residents of the royal city wanted to come and try it out to make a living. Some people even had professional management experience, and they were much more professional than him. A rookie, but he didn't expect that those people didn't pass. But he passed. Although he was happy about his good luck, Minnie was also a little surprised. Although his family was also a noble, it had been in decline for a long time, and there was no real power, so it was naturally impossible for him to have a backdoor. So, why is this? Minnie didn't know that there was no profound and complicated reason for his selection. It was purely because of his face. Xiaoming knew this group of little players too well. All of them, both men and women, were face dogs. They were always very picky about the appearance of NPCs. And even Xiaoming himself was complained by players at the beginning. In order to prevent these little players from talking nonsense in the future, Xiaoming decided to try to choose good-looking NPCs when selecting them. The young man in front of him is a good candidate. He has a good appearance, good temperament, and good conversation. The more important thing is that he has white hair. You should know that the average white hair fan in their country is a fan of the second dimension. White hair plus good looks. If this is combined with the attributes of tsundere or beautiful, strong and miserable, it will make a lot of otakus and otaku Xiao wife/husband. Therefore, Xiao Ming decided on Minnie without hesitation. Although the young man is young and does not seem to have much work experience, talents can be cultivated. Since the other party took the initiative to come to the door, it means that he still wants to do this job. In this case, why not give him a chance? Anyway, the main work of NPC is to issue tasks and act as a mascot in front of players. This kind of repetitive job will be proficient as long as you do it for a long time. While Xiao Ming was busy recruiting embassy administrators, the players on the other side were also busy with their own plans. Now that the new map has just been opened, and the new version has opened the Chamber of Commerce gameplay, players who are a little more active will not miss this good opportunity to make a fortune. I want to be read. There are quite a lot of new maps this time. I haven't even visited half of the royal city in these days. However, looking at the living standards of the natives here, it is obviously much better than that of the wasteland planet. The living conditions of the residents are excellent, and their consumption level will naturally not be too low. Thinking about it, I want to be read paused and said, I plan to open a snack bar here, specializing in traditional snacks such as steamed buns, dumplings, and wontons. Do you want to partner? Although he has money in his pocket at the moment, this is Zukum outside the wasteland planet after all, and the rent of the royal city store is not cheap, so it is still risky to do business alone. Finding a partner can share the risk a little. Through the experience of setting up a stall in Zukum during this period, he can be fully confident that his snack bar will be very prosperous once it opens. Then I saw Gotham Iron Man shook his head and said, it's okay for me to eat, but I don't have the talent to do catering. I plan to build a chemical plant here. At that time, various hot weapons will be produced. I want to be read. And I didn't expect this guy Gotham to participate. And I looked directly at the others. I am your father and pork stewed with vermicelli said that they had already planned. Da Ping Zhanqi is not very interested in the catering industry. He is a combat route. As for other players who want to participate, they don't have enough money in their pockets. Count me in. A voice suddenly came out from behind. Turning around, who else could it be if it's not Liu Yang? After staying in the game for so long, most players know that this Jiang Sihua is a brother of Ultraman, and he is also a very rich guy. He has a hand in many profitable businesses in the slime farm. I want to be read. Of course, also knows this big guy. So I want to be read is not surprised at all for his participation. To be honest, he originally had the intention to pull the other party into the group, but this guy was missing some time ago, and he couldn't find anyone, so he had to give up. Now that he didn't look for him, Liu Yang showed up on his own, which saved him a lot of trouble. Okay, I want to be read. He responded and then asked, where have you been these 2 days? Why can't I find you? Oh, I went to find a shop, Liu Yang said, and found an empty seat to sit down. Shop? Hearing this, the players widened their eyes in surprise. How long has it been since you came to Zukum Star? People have already started to prepare to rent a shop to start a new business. The boss is worthy of being a boss, and his action is too strong. Liu Yang nodded. Zukum Star has a lot of spices. I plan to open a perfume shop. After this period of research, he found that although Zukum Star produces spices, the gameplay of incense is not as rich as that of merchants in the real world. Since he is already in the perfume business, he will also make derivative products. Liu Yang decided to open a perfume shop. In addition to perfume, he also sells scented candles, home aromatherapy, diffuser stones, etc. If the packaging is exquisite, there will be no worries about sales. Iwan Hong asked, have you found a store? Almost. Where is it? Iwan Hong said, if the price is right, just be a neighbor. Anyway, I want to open a snack bar. Liu Yang did not refuse and said directly, in the south of the city, because the Slime Clan and Zukum Star have signed a trade cooperation agreement. King Zukum opened a market in the south of the city specifically for slimes to do business. The rent of the shop is half of other places in the city. Everyone. How come they don't know such important news? Liu Yang looked calm. It's normal that you don't know, because the news has not been officially announced. He also heard it accidentally, when the clan leader and Prince Miki were talking this morning. Business is about information gap. So, after learning the news, Liu Yang went to the south of the city as soon as possible. The buildings there are already made. All street level. Although it is not available for reservation yet, Liu Yang has already selected the location in advance. It is near the Slime Embassy. In the future, all players who come to the new map of Zukum Star for the first time must report to the embassy. with an excellent geographical location. Are you afraid that others will not come to the store to take a look? He must make money from NPCs. And of course, he cannot let go of the player's money. Chapter 137 Bill Futures. Xiao Ming was unaware of the player's plans. Because of the development of the new map, he has been very busy these days. The decoration of the embassy and the training of employees all require him, as a game planner, to worry about. The rabbit boy named Minnie is smarter than Xiao Ming imagined. He knew that he could handle the things he asked in a proper manner in just 2 days. Of course, it is far from enough to rely on Minnie alone. So Xiao Ming later found 2 more people to help Minnie handle the work of the embassy. In the evening, Xiao Ming, who had been busy all day, returned to his place of residence and opened the official website to continue to do the work of the planner. The forum of the official website is still as lively as ever. In addition to the usual jokes of the players, the most eye-catching one is still a post posted by a small player. After a few days, Lu Guang posted the second travelogue of Zukum. Unlike those live players, who are busy doing business and looking for new business opportunities, these days he and other combat players follow the guards of the royal city to fight monsters in the deep mountains and forests. The official update this time is indeed extraordinary. I don't know if it's because the difficulty of the new map has been upgraded. The monsters on Zukum Star are bigger and more difficult to deal with than those on the wasteland. However, the orc NPCs are obviously very experienced in dealing with these things, so there was no danger along the way. Speaking of monsters, I have to introduce the new species in this new map. I don't know if it's because of the half-orc setting of Zukum Star. The monsters here also have a bit of Western fantasy literature. In addition to those things that look like goblins, we actually saw a dragon in the forest. To be more precise, it is actually a creature that looks like a dragon. Its scientific name is Dubabu, and the meaning of Zukum language seems to be called fire monster, because it can spit fire. But these are all said by those orc NPCs, and I didn't have the opportunity to witness it with my own eyes. By the way, the translation function of the new version is quite useful. In addition to the translation of long sentences, there are also explanations of alien terms. No wonder the official has not launched the translation function before. Now I think it should be to compile this alien term dictionary. Back to the point. This dragon-like creature called Dubabu has wings and looks very powerful. But it actually can't fly. And its IQ doesn't seem to be very high. Speaking of this, I want to give the official a suggestion. Since a dragon-like creature has already been released, why not set it up to be more awesome? In this way, we may be able to cultivate it as a mount or something. How interesting is that? Of course, this is just my personal opinion. If the official has its own plans, just ignore what I said. I have roughly marked the location of the Dubabu dragon on the map. By the way, I also secretly took a dragon egg out of their nest, because I heard from those orc NPCs that some nobles in the royal city like to eat this thing. And a dragon egg can be sold for tens of thousands of Zukum coins. But I don't plan to sell it. After all, it's a dragon egg. Hatching a dragon is much more valuable than selling a dragon egg. Even if you can't use it as a mount, it's still pretty impressive to keep as a pet. Let's talk about the environment here. The vegetation is dense, and the species are quite rich. Many flowers, plants and trees have never been seen on the deserted planet. The most surprising thing is that there are giant mushrooms more than 1 person tall here. I don't know if they are poisonous. If I hadn't been chased by monsters at that time, I would definitely have to get one to try. In addition, there are a lot of bugs here. Not only are there a lot of them, but they are also big. I accidentally ran into a big cockroach before. My goodness, its head is almost as big as mine. Those big cockroaches in the south have to call it daddy when they see the cockroaches on Zukum Star. However, I heard from those NPCs that this big cockroach called Black SHL insect is actually edible. In some rural areas of Zukum, people often catch this thing for barbecue. Of course, I dare not eat it, although it has a different name. This thing is a cockroach after all. I heard that in some places, local residents will process this kind of insect into canned food and sell it to some passing merchants. The merchants will transport these canned goods to the mines on the planet Shida and sell them to the slave owners. And they will become the food for the mining slaves. Because there are many bugs here, the raw materials are equivalent to picking up for free. So this canned goods business is simply a profitable business. In short, there are still many new things in the new map open this time. We walked in the woods for several days, and didn't finish the whole map. You can imagine how big this place is. There are so many interesting things in just one Zukum planet, which makes people have to look forward to the maps that will be opened in the future. such as the deserted prison, the future alliance, and the Shidop planet. Although the content of this travel note is not long, it is enough to attract the attention of players. Stir-fried kidneys. Wow! There are dragons in Zukum? Brick-moving boy, there are even dragons. I won't feel strange even if I say that the people of Zukum can do magic. Gotham Iron Man, stop talking nonsense. Send me a picture. Ultraman of Light. Ultraman of Light, if there is no screenshot or photo function, why don't you upload one and see? Xiaoming finished reading the post and fell into thought. He didn't expect that there would be dragon-shaped creatures on the planet Zukum. This was beyond his expectation. If this dragon-shaped creature called Dababu could be tamed as a mount, it should be highly sought after by players. Unfortunately, as Lu Guang said, this creature has a low IQ and is difficult to tame. And it can't fly. It can only run on the ground. It doesn't have much use except for showing off. But playing games is for showing off and having fun. As long as the pets and mounts are handsome, it's fine. If you just pursue speed, you might as well take a spaceship or a rocket. Thinking of this, Xiaoming narrowed his eyes in a good mood. Later, he would ask Miki if there was any way to control Dababu. After silently arranging the plan to launch game pets in his mind, Xiaoming thought of the cockroach cans that Lu Guang disliked. Whether it's the disgusting canned cockroaches or the cloth and spices, it can be seen that Zukum itself does not rely on industrial technology to survive. They mainly rely on resource exchange. After all, Zukum's advantage is that it has abundant natural resources. So they take the route of trade development. The specialty is raw materials for light industry. And the demand is weapons. The plan before coming here can be implemented. However, Zukum generally uses physical currency, while the slimes have been using virtual game coins issued by Xiaoming from the beginning. So the transaction between the two sides has become a problem. Although he developed the so-called foreign exchange system, it is only for players. As for these native NPCs, they cannot get slime coins from players, because slime coins are just a string of numbers from beginning to end. Because Xiaoming, the game planner, gave it corresponding meaning. It was sought after by players. Moreover, the electronic trading system used by players is not interoperable with the electronic trading systems of Zukum and even other planets. NPCs can spend Zukum coins to buy services and products from players. But how can players buy products from NPCs? Thinking of this question, Xiaoming couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After a long time, a light bulb suddenly flashed in his mind. Perhaps he can try to issue a new type of bill that does not assume the function of currency, but only serves as a trading voucher. Just like futures, the bill is exchanged with the goods, and the bill can be destroyed after use. As for how to get this bill, it needs to be purchased with real gold and silver, with a unified transaction voucher. Large-scale transactions between the two places can be regulated. Thinking of this, Xiaoming suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. But soon, he thought of an important issue: pricing. If the exchange rate between slime coin and Zukum coin is 1:1, then the pricing of the bill is not complicated. Just follow 1:1. But the reality is that there is no accurate value for the exchange rate between Zukum coin and slime coin. If the pricing is not accurate, the issuance will definitely cause dissatisfaction to one of the parties. Just when Xiaoming was worried about how to set the price, Mickey's words gave him a shot of reassurance. Then follow the prices on your side. I only heard the other party smile and say, the slime clan not only saved me and our Zukum subjects. In my heart, you are our good friends. There is no need to care too much between friends. Xiaoming was stunned when he saw the orc youth in front of him with a hearty and heartless smile. He finally understood why Prime Minister Luca wanted to support his brother to take the position. With Miki's arbitrary way of handling things, who only cared about feelings and ignored interests, how could the other party be confident in handing over the country to him? However, this might not be a bad thing for him. At least it solved a lot of problems. Chapter 138 Fledglings 1.13 Version Update Patch 1. Added Item Trading Vouchers. In order to better regulate the trading behavior between the slime tribe and the residents of Zukum, the Zukum royal family will now launch a new item trading voucher. Players can purchase trading vouchers at the Slime Embassy in Zukum Royal City according to actual needs. Players can use trading vouchers to purchase bulk commodities exported by Zukum, such as agricultural and sideline products, minerals and other materials. Friendly reminder, trading vouchers are the vouchers for players to trade with Zukum residents. They will be invalidated immediately after use. Forgery and private trading are prohibited. Violators will be punished by permanent account ban. The official website suddenly updated the patch again. And the players were immediately excited again. Stir-fried kidneys. How long has it been since then? And there are new things? I want to be read. The function of this trading voucher. Why does it look so much like futures? Scorching sun, no doubt. It is. Scorching sun. Buying a trading ticket allows you to trade commodities with Zukum residents. Isn't this futures? Pork stewed vermicelli. When we first entered the game, we were still digging for food in the wild. But now we have even futures. This game is progressing really fast. By Wuchang, isn't it? We were still fighting monsters with spears and hoes in the gullies. But now we even have spaceships. After being diverted by this, the player's attention immediately shifted from the trading ticket to the game itself. Those who are in Zukum are all high-level players. Most of them came in around version 1.03 or earlier. It can be said that they have witnessed the development of Wild Star World all the way. Now seeing the game develop to this point, I can't help but feel a lot of emotion. Just when the old players were reminiscing about the past, Lu Guang, who followed the Zukum Knights to explore the forest, also returned to Zukum Royal City. He gained a lot along the way. Not only did he beat the monsters in the new map first, but he also brought back a dragon egg, carefully wrapping the emerald dragon egg the size of an ostrich egg in front of him with cloth. Lu Guang jumped out of the car. Even though it was just a jelly-like slime now, it was still difficult to hide his joy. He couldn't wait to show off this dragon egg to everyone. Although it is not yet known whether this dragon egg can successfully hatch a little Dababu dragon, at least it can make him pretend to be cool, looking at the light blue slime in front of them, as if holding a rare treasure. The knights couldn't help but twitch their mouths. It's just a Dababu egg. And no one knows why this slime is so nervous. Although Dababu is not common in Zukum, it is definitely not a rare species. Although they feel strange about the slime's behavior, they can't help but doubt themselves when they think about the other party's behavior of protecting this egg even if they have to escape. Could it be that this Dababu egg is really different from others? It's strange, but they can't ask directly. After all, the Slime Clan is the honored guest of Zukum, and His Majesty the King has ordered them to treat the slimes with courtesy. Even His Royal Highness Prince Miki has privately told them, no matter what incredible behavior these slimes do, don't care. You just need to keep a normal mind and do things. It was because of this reminder that they just pretended not to see any strange behavior of the slimes along the way. But in fact, only they themselves knew how difficult it was to do this. The longer they spent with these slimes, the more curiosity they had. God knows they were going crazy. Lu Guang naturally didn't know what the expressionless night guards in front of him were thinking. Holding the still fresh Dababu dragon egg, he rushed into the palace where the slimes were staying. Many players had seen Ultraman's post on the forum, and knew that he had brought a dragon egg back to the city this time. So many people came to watch the fun. Good guy. Is this the legendary dragon egg? Gotham Iron Man stared at the green oval giant egg covered with mesh patterns in front of him for a long time, and suddenly said, why does it look like a cantaloupe? Lu Guang. Can it talk? It looks more like an ostrich egg. Okay. Brother Gotham disagreed. Your ostrich eggs look like this? Lu Guang curled his lips, and didn't intend to continue arguing with Gotham, the nitpicker. I am your father. He stared at this dragon egg for a while and asked, can this egg really hatch a dragon? I don't know. Lu Guang paused and said, it should be possible. He thought that his luck would not be so bad that he would come back with a dead egg from a long distance. After all, he stole it from the dragon's nest with great difficulty, risking being burned into a slime by the mother Dababu dragon. As for when the little dragon can be hatched, he really can't say. After all, he has never raised a dragon. At this time, the pork stewed with vermicelli, who had been silent, suddenly exclaimed, why is this egg cracked? Upon hearing this, the people present could not sit still and hurriedly looked in the direction he pointed. They saw a faint crack on the emerald green dragon egg in front of them. Maybe it was because of the mesh pattern on the surface of the dragon egg, so it was not so obvious at first glance. Seeing this, Lu Guang took a breath of cold air. No way. He was so careful along the way, and even when he fell to the ground while running for his life, he did not forget to use his body as a meat cushion for the egg. How could the dragon egg crack after being protected so nervously? Peng spreads wings. The cracked egg L is easily infected by bacteria, and the embryo inside is probably dead. Hearing this, the players couldn't help but feel sorry. I thought I could learn from the big guy, but it turned out to be a false joy. Let's go. Let's go. A dead egg is nothing to see, Gotham Iron Man said, and was about to leave. But at this moment, there was a subtle cracking sound. and the cracks in the edge in front of him became bigger and bigger like a spider web. The sudden movement made the players stop in their tracks. What's going on? It can't be that the little dragon is going to break out of the SHL by itself? Realizing this, the players changed their previous gloomy expressions and quickly gathered around again. Crack! A hole suddenly appeared on the top of the dragon egg, and then a small emerald claw stretched out from the hole. Seeing this, all the slimes present took a breath. It actually broke out of the SHL by itself. In just a moment, everyone held their breath tacitly. The process of welcoming the birth of a new life is slow and solemn. When the cub came out of the SHL, the players all shouted in unison. Hack! The young dragon cub in front of him obviously didn't know what was going on. As soon as it broke out of the SHL, it saw a group of round strange creatures surrounding it, with incomparable enthusiasm in its eyes. Although the cub didn't know what enthusiasm was, out of biological instinct, it still opened its mouth to the slimes in front of it, looking at the flames that instantly extinguished in the little guy's mouth. Gotham Iron Man's eyes suddenly lit up. This guy can spit fire? Yes, Lu Guang said and looked at him strangely. I wrote about it in my travel notes before. Didn't you read the post? I'm busy developing new weapons recently. How can I have time to look at that thing? Brother Gotham said disapprovingly, and then looked at the emerald green little dragon cub in front of him with concentration, and a blazing light in his eyes ignited involuntarily. Although other players didn't know what he was thinking, they could tell from his look that it was probably not a good thing. For a moment, Lu Guang used his body to block Gotham's sight. What do you want to do? Sell me your little dragon. Gotham Iron Man always speaks directly, and speaks out what he thinks without any concealment. Lu Guang naturally couldn't agree. This is the little dragon he brought back with great difficulty. How could he sell it casually? Although Lu Guang decisively refused, Gotham didn't care at all, and continued to argue with him very persistently. I'll give you 5,000 slime coins. Upon hearing this, the players present couldn't help but hiss. 5,000 slime coins is equivalent to more than 200,000 in cash. Is Gotham so rich? It's a pity that Lu Guang didn't move at all. Do I look like someone who needs that little money? Hearing this, Gotham Iron Man thought for a moment and gritted his teeth. Is it okay to give you 10,000 slime coins? Hearing this, the players were immediately excited. 10,000 slime coins just to buy a little dragon in the game. And this thing can't fly. Brother Gotham is too good at making things. Damn! Can't you see that Gotham can make so much money by selling weapons? When will you bring your brothers to make a fortune together? Get lost. Gotham was not distracted by the jokes of others, and only looked at Lu Guang with burning eyes, hoping that the other party would agree. However, he still made a mistake after all. The man in front of him is not short of money in the real world, and it is useless to tempt him with slime coins. Seeing that Lu Guang once again rejected him righteously, Brother Gotham drooped immediately. He can't force others to sell if they don't want to. It seems that if he wants to get the Dababu dragon, he will have to find a way himself. Just when Gotham Iron Man was feeling regretful, he suddenly felt a cold touch behind him, as if something was poking him on the back. Subconsciously, he turned his head. He saw the young Dababu dragon blinking its golden eyes and looking at him innocently. Seeing the old man Gotham turn around, the young dragon opened its mouth without any teeth and made a soft and harmless howl. Seeing the young dragon's performance, the players felt a sudden blow to their hearts. Oh! So cute. However, this is not the end. The chubby little dragon twisted its round body and rubbed against Gotham's body, looking like it was asking for a touch and a hug. As a rough man who is afraid of trouble, Gotham Iron Man has never kept a pet in real life. Seeing the little dragon like this, he couldn't help but be stunned. What is this guy doing? Everyone, looking at the inexplicable expression of Gotham, Lu Guang stared at him with resentment for a long time. After a long time, he sighed deeply. It should think of you as its mother. Everyone. Gotham Iron Man? Seeing Gotham's dazed look, Lu Guang couldn't help vomiting blood. How could he forget the baby bird plot? In this case, this little dragon has to be sold even if he doesn't want to, because people already think of Gotham as their mother. It is impossible for them to listen to him. Thinking of this, Lu Guang couldn't help but regret it. If he had known that things would turn out like this, he should not have been so arrogant and should have kept the dragon egg hidden from others. However, there is no regret medicine in the world. Oh! I really regret it. Chapter 139, this guy is definitely showing off on purpose. Gotham never expected that things would turn out like this. He had already prepared to go to the forest himself. But now, he was told that this little dragon cub actually regarded him as his biological mother. Such a good thing actually happened in the world. For a moment, a wretched and complacent smile suddenly appeared on the face of Gotham Iron Man. He stretched out his short hand and touched the head of the emerald green dragon in front of him, pinching his throat to comfort him. Good boy. Mom is here. Hearing the pretentious voice of Brother Gotham, all the players made vomiting gestures. Male mothers are so damn creepy. Lu Guang didn't want to continue watching this scene of deep mother-son affection, so he urged impatiently, hurry up. 10,000 slime coins. Hearing this, Brother Gotham, who was teasing the little dragon, was stunned. What 10,000 slime coins? Seeing this guy's ignorant look, Lu Guang curled his lips. Aren't you going to spend 10,000 slime coins to buy this little dragon? Hurry up. Hearing this, Gotham Iron Man stopped stroking the little dragon's head and tilted his head and said, did I say that? Lu Guang, you want to get it for free? Who got it for free? I saw the Gotham guy rolled his eyes. I don't plan to buy it. Lu Guang. So who was it that kept pestering him to buy the little dragon? Now he says he doesn't want to buy it. Are you playing with him? Even Lu Guang, who has a good temper, couldn't help but be angry at the person in front of him. This guy is too much. Thinking of it, Lu Guang hugged the little dragon back and said with a dark face, why are you touching it if you don't want to buy it? The little dragon was rubbing his mother's cold body, but was pulled back by a force unexpectedly, and couldn't help but feel a little angry for a while. The little guy howled in dissatisfaction twice, and then spit out a ball of fire, which scared Lu Guang and let go of his hand. The little dragon cub, who broke free from his restraints, hurriedly ran towards Gotham Iron Man. Seeing this, Gotham, who was watching the excitement on the side, was immediately happy. He was really a good boy of his mother. Lu Guang. MLGB? This guy did it on purpose. Right? Okay. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Gotham Iron Man seemed to have had enough fun with the little dragon, and then turned and left. The little dragon cub saw him leave and cried anxiously. However, the cruel mother did not look back at all. In desperation, the little dragon cub mustered up the courage to jump off the table and followed her mother step by step. This made Lu Guang very anxious. The money had not been paid yet, and the dragon cub ran away with people. Wouldn't he have worked in vain? Recalling Gotham's smug look, Lu Guang immediately understood his plan. But now that things have come to this, he can only bite his teeth and swallow this loss. Don't want 10,000. Just 5,000. 5,000 slime coins will do. However, the person in front of him was completely indifferent. 4,000. 3,000. It can't be less. I brought this back with great difficulty. As soon as the voice fell, the Gotham man stopped immediately. I saw his jelly-like body stretched out a scissor hand. 2,000. Hearing the offer from Gotham Iron Man, the other players took a breath of cold air. From 10,000 to 2,000? This price reduction is too drastic. Lu Guang was also shocked. 2,000 was too little. However, before he could bargain with the other party, the slime on the opposite side had already jumped away. The little dragon cub on the side also followed suit, transformed into a little kangaroo and bounced behind Gotham Iron Man. Gotham. Stop. Leave the little dragon behind. You are wronging me. It was obviously it that followed me. I didn't even touch it. I saw Gotham brother spread his short hands and made an extremely helpless look. Lu Guang was speechless about his shameless behavior, looking at the picture of the little dragon rubbing Gotham's body very intimately. Lu Guang felt that a mouthful of old blood was stuck in his chest, and he couldn't spit it out or swallow it. After a long stalemate, he finally lost. Forget it. 2,000 is 2,000. If he continues to toss, let alone 2,000, he won't get a penny. Although, he didn't need such a small amount of money. But as the second young master of the Lu group, he couldn't do a losing business. Right? If his elder brother knew, he would laugh to death. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Gotham Iron Man stopped twisting his head. After paying the money, he happily left with his new pet. On the side, the players who witnessed all this cried out that it was a pity. If they had known this, they should have taken the lead and squeezed in front of the dragon egg when the little dragon broke its SHL and picked up a cheap mother. As a result, now they can only watch Gotham take the little dragon away at a very low price. It's really a big loss. That's a dragon. Even if it can't fly, it's still a dragon. Not only them, but even Gotham Iron Man himself felt that he had taken a huge bargain. As as the first rare new species unlocked in the new map. He was able to buy this little dragon back at a low price of 2,000 slime coins. This can no longer be simply described as dog shit luck. Looking at the little dragon that can breathe fire in front of him, the smile on the face of the Gotham man could not stop. He could imagine that when this little guy grows up, he will ride it and carry a heavy sniper and plasma laser cannon. It's so cool. In the morning, the players who were exhausted were reluctant to log off, and they continued to browse the official forum during the wash. Then, they saw a new pinned post. Announcement of the whole server: the limited time event Homecoming Journey is over. The event rewards have been sent to personal accounts, and players can check them in the background after logging on. In addition, the lucky draw will be held tonight. Thank you for your active participation. For a while, the players were boiling. I am your father. Oh my god? The event is over? Pork stewed with vermicelli. It's so sudden. I thought it would end when we returned to the deserted planet. I want to be red, ha ha. I have achieved the friendly reputation of Zukum Star. Gotham Iron Man, what are you bragging about? I have it too. I also have the Medal of Honor awarded by King Zukum, picking nose.jpg. I want to be famous. I want to be famous. If you show off, you will be struck by lightning. Brick carrying boy, by the way. What are the prizes for this lottery? Hey Gulong Dongxiang, isn't it just the specialty of Zukum Star? Dapping Zanki, more than that. Before I went offline, I saw the tribe leader ask someone to move a power armor down from the spaceship. Players. Damn. Power armor? When did it happen? Peng Zhanqi continued. I have seen this power armor before in the slime farm. It seems that Boss Julian who brought it to the tribe leader. After receiving it, the tribe leader kept it locked in the warehouse and never took it out to use. But I didn't expect that he actually brought this thing on the spaceship. I didn't notice it all the way. Players. Not only you. We didn't notice it either. Hey Gulong Dongxiang, needless to say, this thing is definitely the special prize. Brick moving boy, how much is it worth? Gotham Iron Man, talking about money is so vulgar. This is the first power armor in the whole server. It is priceless. Peng Zhanqi, the previous holographic projection disguise chip was very expensive, and the power armor is worth at least tens of thousands of slime coins. Brick moving boy, hiss, who can afford this? Peng Zhanqi, so it depends on luck. Whoever draws it wins. The power armor is like a tempting piece of cake, instantly whetting the appetite of the players. Looking at the players who were excitedly discussing in the forum, Xiaoming, who was silently peeking at the screen in the background of the official website, showed a satisfied smile. It seems that his decision to quietly move the power armor onto the spacecraft was correct. In fact, when planning this limited time event at the beginning, Xiaoming considered what to give as the special prize of this event. Although he did consider picking up ready-made things directly on Zukum Star, he was worried that he would not find a suitable one. After thinking about it, the power armor was the most suitable, and he didn't need it anyway. But for the players, the meaning is different. Although they are not human now, it does not prevent them from holding the god armor to show off. Slime coins and contribution points alone are not enough for players to have fun. Tempting prop rewards are the king. To be honest, he didn't expect this event to be so successful. Not only did none of the players who took it out suffer losses, but they also established a friendly trade relationship with Zukum Star so smoothly. With the support of Zukum Star, players can successfully take the first step to leave the barren planet. Thinking of this, Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief. The low-level players who stayed in the slime village and farmed during this period must have been unable to hold back. After all, the new map is open, and everyone wants to go out and gain some experience, especially under the premise that the game does not have screenshots and video recording functions. After such a long time, many of the players who stayed behind must have reached the level of LV3. When the new map is opened, they will definitely go to Zukum. The newbies have become old-timers, and ordinary brick-moving tasks can no longer meet their growth needs. The Sea of Stars is their journey. As for those boring tasks, let's leave it to fresh blood. Anyway, there has been no new players entering the game for a long time. Right? Thinking of this, Xiaoming immediately opened the official website backend and began to edit the copywriting script for the next update. That night, the garden behind the palace of Zukum Star was noisy. I saw a group of slimes gathered together and chirped, making a lot of noise. In the distance, the maids in the palace couldn't help but feel strange when they saw this. What are they doing? Gathering? I don't know. The players were unaware of the NPC's discussion. At this time, They were more concerned about who would win the only special prize. I am your father, Buddha. I am willing to be a vegetarian for a month. Please let me win. I want to be red, only a vegetarian for a month. You are too insincere. I am your father, what do you know? A month is a long time. Okay. Gotham Iron Man, God bless. My requirements are not high. As long as I can win the power armor. Hey Gu Long Dong Chong on the side couldn't help but let out a sound. You are not asking for much? That is the first power armor since the closed beta. Whoever wins it will be the Emperor of Europe. Okay. But Gotham Iron Man glanced at him, touched the emerald green dragon beside him calmly, and raised his head slightly. You can't say that. You still have to have dreams. Just in case they come true. Looking at the little dragon cub playing with him in front of him, everyone couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Damn. This guy is definitely showing off on purpose. Chapter 140 The embassy landed. Unfortunately, due to the Eurasian conservation law, Gotham's dream never came true. Looking at the piles of Zukum bread in front of him, Gotham Iron Man was so angry that he jumped up and down. There is a conspiracy. There is definitely a conspiracy. Seeing this, some small players on the side laughed with gloating. Ha 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 Gotham. You are so unlucky. Why are they all bread? That's why I said there is a conspiracy. Gotham Iron Man said angrily. If he gave him a weapon or a tool, it would be fine. But what he pulled out was bread. And it was Zukum bread. This local specialty is fine when it is just out of the oven. But once it cools down, it will be harder than stone, and can't be eaten at all. When he first came to Zukum, he secretly tasted the cold Zukum bread out of curiosity. That guy was so hard that he almost broke his teeth. Some are happy and some are sad. When Gotham was worrying about how to deal with this pile of waste, a loud laugh suddenly came from afar. Ha ha ha. I won. Looking in the direction of the sound, I saw I Want to Be Red jumping wildly on the spot, shouting with excitement, as if he was sick. Seeing this, other players beside him subconsciously stepped back a few steps. Fried Big Kidney couldn't help asking, what did you win that makes you so happy? I Want to Be Red proudly showed him the panel. Then, Fried Big Kidney's face suddenly changed. Hack. Power armor? Oh my god. Is it true? Upon hearing the news, the players immediately surrounded him. After seeing the content on the screen, they all showed surprised expressions. Damn. It's true. There is a conspiracy. There is definitely a conspiracy. Gotham Iron Man stared at the screen for a long time, and then looked at I Want to Be Red seriously. Tell me the truth. Did you have any PY deal with the planner? On the other side, the brick-carrying boy said in a playful way, what kind of PY transaction can Brother Hong have with the planner? Even if there is a PY transaction, it is with NPCs. Didn't you see him getting close to the NPCs such as the tribe leader every now and then? I want Hong. Get lost. What PY transaction? I took 30 draws to get it out. Is it easy? Fried Kidney, 30 draws is nothing. I took 50 draws, and only got 2 guns and a bunch of bullets. Gotham Iron Man, at least you still have guns and bullets. I took 80 draws, and only got a bunch of bread. Seeing the players start to talk about their misery, I Want Hong was immediately happy. I saw him straighten his round body and said proudly, I am lucky. You can't envy it. Seeing his smug look, the players around him couldn't help but roll their eyes. TSK. After all, the European emperors are a minority, and the vast majority of people are non-Africans. Seeing more and more people complaining around, I don't dare to show off here anymore. He hurriedly slipped away. On the terrace on the 3rd floor in the distance, Xiao Ming, who was secretly observing the players' lottery, couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. The lottery has only been started for a few minutes, and someone has won the special prize so soon. Is I Don't Like Hong so lucky? Although I Don't Like Hong always try to please him from time to time. As a fair game planner, Xiao Ming naturally can't be moved by his little favors and give him a backdoor. After all, he gets along very well with most of the players. If he has to take care of everyone, how can he take care of them? Moreover, he has no reason to take care of them, except for the fact that he had a secret operation on the slime evolution ball a long time ago. Everyone relied on luck in each event lottery, and my luck is basically very good. Even if I don't win the first prize every time, I can win the second prize or the third prize. This time, I won the special prize against all odds. No wonder other players are jealous. However, Xiao Ming does not intend to deliberately lower his explosion rate. After all, when playing games, there are unlucky people and there are European emperors. There is nothing we can do about it. Anyway, the lottery is just for fun. And it doesn't matter who gets the power armor. Anyway, the players are all slimes. And they can't wear this thing. After all, the biggest function of the power armor is to improve the wearer's protection. And also provide some auxiliary firepower, communication and reconnaissance functions. However, his little players can be resurrected. So it doesn't really matter whether they are protected or not. Not to mention the attack power. The players are all the fourth disaster. With great destructive power. There is a summoning system for communication. And as for reconnaissance, compared with the power armor, it is obviously easier to hide in this small and deformable slime. Therefore, even if this thing is given to the players, it cannot play its due strength. At best, it can only be used as a skin for showing off. But Xiaoming doesn't care about this. It doesn't matter whether it can be used or not. What matters is that the players like it. Looking at the red man who is already pushing the power armor to show off in the distance, Gotham Iron Man is envious. Sure enough, when people are extremely lucky, they are left with bad luck. How to deal with so many breads? It's really uncomfortable. Looking at the piles of Zukum bread in front of him, Brother Gotham touched the bald head of the little dragon cub beside him, and sighed. At this moment, the little dragon beside him shook his tail, and walked to the bread mountain to take a look, opened his mouth and spit out a ball of fire. But in a moment, the bread mountain in front of him turned black. Seeing this, Gotham Iron Man hurriedly picked up the little guy's tail and scolded, "You unlucky child. How can you play with fire casually?" The little dragon cub suddenly felt uncomfortable when its tail was grabbed. It twisted its body unhappily, and then spit a ball of fire at its mother in dissatisfaction. The incident happened suddenly, and the Gotham brother was frightened and quickly let go. But even so, his face was still blackened by the smoke. The little dragon cub obviously didn't know what he had done. He just looked at the slime in front of him with an innocent face, tilted his head and made a sound, a woo. Gotham Iron Man, who originally wanted to get angry, was defeated by the softness of the cub. Forget it. Who made him spend money to buy this thing? I spent my own money, and I had to continue to raise it. The next day, the market in the west of the royal city was bustling with people. After loading the newly arrived dragon grass onto the car, and completing the final handover of the goods with the owner of the herbal medicine store, Julian asked his men to transport the herbs out quickly. Long before, he had already negotiated deals with several customers from the Desolate Planet and the Future Alliance. Now that the goods have arrived, they can be delivered ahead of schedule. His requirements were not high, and he would be satisfied if he could earn twice the price. Of course, it would be even better if he could earn more. Looking at the transport trucks filled with goods, Julian smiled. Although the goods have not left Zukum yet, he can fully imagine that there will be a lot of money waiting to him in the future. Now it is just the dragon grass, and he can develop other businesses after he is familiar with this trade route on Zukum Star. For example, silk fabrics and so on. I think the nobles in Jinsha City will definitely like it. When he thought about making money, Julian couldn't wait to leave first. However, when he came here, he took the Slime Tribe spaceship. And if he wanted to leave, he would need their help. Thinking of this, he asked Xiaoming beside him, Golden Slime Clan leader, "When do you plan to return to the wasteland?" Xiaoming thought for a while, and said, "In 2 days. I will go back when the embassy is officially settled." Hearing this, Julian was a little frustrated. I have to wait for another 2 days. Seeing this, Xiaoming couldn't help asking, "Are you in a hurry?" Julian paused for a moment while touching his mustache, and said with a smile, "I'm not in a hurry. Anyway, there's still some time before the delivery date, and the dragon grass is dried, so it won't go bad as long as it is stored properly." Compared to when to leave, he cares more about the travel expenses. When he came here, he got on the Slime Tribe spaceship and didn't spend any money. If he can't get on the spaceship when he goes back, he will have to rent another spaceship by himself, which is another expense. Save as much as you can. As a businessman, he certainly wants to cut costs and save travel expenses. Thinking about it, Julian put down his hand and said, "Then let's go back to the wasteland together after the embassy is settled." Xiaoming naturally saw his little tricks in his mind, but he didn't refuse. He just nodded and said, "Okay." It must be said that with the help of the Zukum royal family, the landing efficiency of the Slime Embassy has been much higher. The next day, Mickey sent someone to tell Xiaoming that the office had been renovated. So far, the Slime Embassy in the royal city of Zukum Star has finally been successfully listed. The office covers an area of 200 square meters and has a total of 3 floors. Because the slime tribe saved Prince Mickey's life, they even waived the rent. The first floor is used as the service hall. The second and third floors are the resting places for players who first arrive at Zukum Star. Here, players can log in and out of the game and save the game. Of course, if the number of players in the game increases, and there is not enough space in the future, that's another matter. According to Xiaoming's requirements, the decoration style of the entire slime embassy is also relatively simple. It is very characteristic of the deserted planet. Of course, the main reason is because of poverty. After all, decoration also costs money. Even if Mickey is a righteous person who is willing to cover all the decoration costs, Xiaoming is embarrassed to take advantage of others for nothing. Anyway, this game is called Desolate Planet World, so there is nothing wrong with this decoration of the deserted planet. However, Minnie, an embassy staff member, misunderstood this. This embassy has not yet started formal operations. Will it be unable to pay wages by then? However, despite his suspicion, Minnie did not plan to leave. After all, the reason he came here was not entirely because of the salary, but because of these slimes. He was really curious about the slimes. This creature looks very fragile, but it can always perform many incredible actions. It obviously has no brain, but is smarter than many people with brains. What a strange and weird creature. Xiaoming had no idea what the rabbit boy in front of him was thinking. After inspecting the entire embassy, he took out an employee handbook that Mickey had compiled in Zukum language and handed it to several embassy reserve staff in front of him, asking them to memorize the contents on it and officially take up their posts in a while. After listening to the translation of the accompanying staff, several people took the handbook hesitantly. Lord Slime Chief, how long is? In a while. Xiaoming smiled when he heard it. And it was very fast. At the latest 1 month. At the earliest 1 week. For this ambiguous answer, the orcs looked at each other in bewilderment. From 1 week to 1 month. This span is too big. But they were too embarrassed to ask. So they could only nod. Xiaoming naturally couldn't tell them why. Because it involved game secrets. After all, the new version has not been updated yet.